Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined the Justice League and fell in love with Supergirl Part 2. Before we start, please go support Seki Prime 2024 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 26. The Calm Before the Storm. The Watchtower. June 14, 2017, 7:45 am. A few days have passed since the incident in Kuo City. Almost all of us who currently make up the Justice League had gathered at the headquarters inside the Watchtower. Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, John Johns, Green Lantern, Supergirl, and me, Issei Hyoudou. Still no sign of Batman or Zez. There were a total of 9 seats at the table, although there are usually only 6, but for this occasion it was necessary for everyone to take a seat, so Batman and Zez's seats were left empty. I still find it hard to believe that God has truly abandoned us. The one who said that was Superman, who, like Green Lantern, was affected by that news. At Gabriel, he really went too far with his words. Diana was upset and her face became melancholic. Poor Asia, I can't imagine the pain she's feeling, she dedicated her whole life to him. There was a minute of silence after Diana said that. Asia had become the little sister of everyone in this room. She was now back at the Kent farm, resting physically and mentally from all the experiences she lived during the battle against Gabriel. We also cannot overlook the attack on Metropolis by Shalba Beelzebub. The one who said that was Martian Manhunter, John Johns. Shalba Beelzebub? I asked, confused. That name sounds familiar, though I can't quite place it. Beelzebub was the name of one of the original 4 Satans. Ddraig spoke loudly as everyone heard him and looked towards my left hand, where the boosted gear was. It wasn't a casual attack, he and his companions were prepared to deal with Kara and me. You could say he was in contact with someone from the fallen angel's side, since he used kryptonite weapons. When Superman said that, I looked at Kara, quite worried. She looked at me a little embarrassed and shrugged. I was going to tell you, but I didn't want to worry you. Besides, you were dealing with Albion's appearance. Albion Vanishing Dragon. Hey Ddraig, what can you tell us about the Vanishing Dragon? The jewel on my boosted gear shone brightly, and the 7 of us looked at the jewel, waiting for Ddraig to tell us a little of his story. When the 3 major factions, God, the fallen angels, and the demons, went to war. Beings from all over the universe allied themselves with each group, but the dragons were the only species that remained neutral. Because? Superman asked as he clasped his hands together, his gaze never leaving the jewel on my gauntlet, just like the rest. Dragons are beings formed by power and act in a selfish and liberal manner, although there were some dragons who supported some faction, but most of them did not care about the war. But in the middle of all that, 2 dragons started a fight in the middle of the war. They were the 2 most powerful dragons, being even rivals for the old and new gods. Hearing that, I swallowed a little saliva. Unconcerned about the war, they fought amongst themselves, destroying everything in their path throughout the universe, causing distortions in reality itself. Many creatures from all 3 sides were consumed by the chaos they caused. There was no creature as annoying to the 3 great powers as they were. And what the hell were they fighting so much about? Kara questioned, raising one of her eyebrows. I don't remember anymore. Maybe they didn't find anything that interested them. Surely it was something trivial that even those dragons don't remember. For the first time, the anger-filled leaders of the 3 great powers joined forces. This won't even be a war if we don't get rid of those 2 dragons first. Let's defeat them together. They said something like this. So the angels, the fallen angels, and the demons had to ally, and the reason was only because of these 2 dragons that were fighting. The 2 dragons who were interrupted became enraged and went straight at God, Lucifer, the leaders of the fallen angels, and anyone else who was with them to try to eat them. They practically went mad with rage. You guys were the worst and most terrifying dragons. In the end, the dragons were defeated, cut into pieces, and their souls were sealed into human bodies in the form of sacred gears. The 2 dragons that were sealed used the humans as vessels to fight each other countless times. If the human died, then the dragon residing within them would temporarily stop functioning, and their souls would wander the world until a human who could contain them was born. And now it's my turn, huh? Sometimes, humans don't get to know each other and die without a fight. That was going to happen to you, but you became a metahuman and awakened your true power just like the other one. That guy wiped out Gabriel in seconds. I don't see a credible way he can face him. Kara, who was next to me, said to me. Don't worry about it, you're not alone. No matter how strong Albion is right now, I know you're going to beat them. His voice was full of affection, and I felt one of his hands caress my neck. If we were alone, we probably would have kissed, but it was awkward with so many friends watching us so closely. We are with you, Issei. Superman told me with a warm smile, and the rest of the league nodded happily. That's when my phone started ringing. When I checked the number, I noticed it was unfamiliar. I wondered who it was. Hello? I greeted whoever called me. Hola Sekiryuutei. That was Zenovia's voice. What do you need, Zenovia? Is everything okay at the church? Having discovered that God has abandoned us, I have abandoned the church. He did what? Kara asked that question, quite surprised, as she could hear the call with her super hearing. She doesn't know much about Zenovia, except that she's a devout warrior of the church. I understand and you called me for. You're the only person I can trust so. Kara was looking at me expectantly and in the distance I could see Superman doing the same. I wonder could I join the Justice League? Preferably to your team. Why do you want to do it? I just don't know who else to turn to. She sounds pretty depressed. I looked at Superman and he nodded with a warm smile. It's your decision, Issei, although it would be better if you talked to her in person. Are you sure? I'm not a founding member. But you have my permission, although if it makes you feel more comfortable, I can accompany you. Clark really is a great guy. I would appreciate it. I accepted and went back to the call with Zenovia. Where are you? I'm still in Rome. John, prepare the teleportation to Rome for Issei and me. Kara raised her hand smiling. I could go too. Clark shook his head, smiling amusedly. It's fine as long as it's just Issei and me. Superman stood up from his seat and I followed his example, as did John. Rome, Italy. Superman and Clark and I were teleported to Rome with the help of John. He was dressed in civilian clothes with one of the elegant suits he always wears at the Daily Planet and the usual glasses that keep his identity secret. In Rome, it was about 6 hours ahead of New York, so it was already afternoon here. Clark and I started walking with him as my guide, since he has the supervision, and I doubt very much that there are several attractive women with considerable size in their breasts and butt, with blue hair with a green streak in the front. Is that her? Clark asked, pointing to a woman who looked exactly like Zenovia, but was much more mature. Okay, I take back my words. No, Zenovia is younger, probably the same age Kara and I are. Clark let out a slight laugh when I said that. Did I say something funny? No, nothing, let's keep looking. The two of us continued walking through the streets of Rome, still without finding Zenovia. How are things going between you and Kara? Oh? Is that why he wanted to accompany me and refused to let Kara accompany us? Is it so we can have a private chat about it? We're making pretty good progress, although when we're at my parents' house I feel like she steals the show and I become the guest and she becomes the daughter. Again Clark couldn't help but laugh out loud. I understand, you know, since I've known her, she's never been as cheerful as she is now. It's all thanks to you. We both stopped at the end of the street when he told me that. It was nothing, the feeling is mutual, I was never so happy until I met her. Issei, from now on, take care of Kara. Yes. I will. She's my girlfriend and we're also partners. I really like her and I swear I'll protect her no matter what and no matter who I have to face. Even though the power gap between us is currently 1 to 10, I will make sure to protect it as best I can. Clark smiled quite happily. Thanks, by the way. Is it okay if I also call you Ice like Kara does? My eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, it would be an honor. Sekiryuutei. Huh? Clark and I turned around when we heard a woman calling me by my other identity, and there we saw her. It was a rather gloomy Zenovia who apparently had been having a lot of trouble sleeping. The three of us went to a place called Blue Sky Cafe. At first, she thought it was strange that a civilian was keeping me company, which means she, too, fell into the long line of people who can't recognize Superman when he's wearing those glasses. What led you to leave the church? Aside from you know. I asked as we shared a table, with Clark and I sitting across from Zenovia. Zenovia laughed at herself and looked down at her rather lost cup of coffee. When I told them the truth about God, they remained silent. By learning that secret, I became an intruder to them. The church hates intruders and heretics, and even if that person is the bearer of Durandal, they would cut them down. Exactly the same way it happened with Asia Argento. So the church usually goes to such lengths to get rid of people they see as heretics. That's a bit extreme. Irina was lucky. Although she wasn't in the fight due to her injuries, she ended up not knowing the truth about God. She has a stronger belief than I do. If she found out about God, I don't know what would happen to her. The more modest the Christian, the more painful it would be to acknowledge the truth. In the worst case, it would mean rejecting one's entire life. If that were to happen, there's no telling how far a person would be willing to go. She's very disappointed in me for leaving the church. Although I think we can still keep in touch. She's currently at headquarters along with the 5 fragments of Excalibur, including mine. The 4 fragments that acted as the core of that abomination were recovered. Thanks to the Justice League and the hacker Yuku, the mission to recover the fragments was a complete success. With the cores, they could use alchemy to make the holy swords again. Was it right that you gave them your Excalibur? Zenovia looked up at me again. I had to give them back my Excalibur, just in case. Unlike Durandal, there are other members who can use it. Having Durandal is more than enough for me. She looked back down at her cup of coffee and continued speaking. All my life I have served God, I have lived and fought for him, but now feeling that my life no longer has meaning. Zenovia's smile turned wry as she said that and continued looking at her cup of coffee. When I was lost, not knowing what to do with my life, I remembered this symbol of hope and the fact that Issei Argento was with you. The coffee she ordered had the emblem of the L house drawn on it. At first, I didn't understand why she specifically asked for a coffee like that, but now I think I understand her better. That's why you want to be part of the League, right? You want to give your life new meaning by being a hero. Clark asked her that question, and she looked up nodding her head. If I'm accepted, maybe I can move on. I wish I could be a heroine like Wonder Woman and Supergirl. Zenovia's eyes filled with tears as she admitted this, and Clark handed her a handkerchief. In that case, you're welcome, Zenovia. When Clark told her that, he took off his glasses and smiled quite happily. Zenovia's eyes opened quite wide. You are. It was official, Clark had revealed his identity to her. That means that from now on, Zenovia joins us. The big smile also formed on my face, and then I remembered something important. By the way, where do you plan to stay now? Zenovia, who could barely get over her shock, wiped her tears with the handkerchief Clark gave her. Well, you could stay with Issei at my parents' house in Smallville if that makes you feel comfortable. Hearing Clark's request, I turned to look at him, quite confused. What are you up to? Ice, both of you are religious girls who just lost something important. I think it's good for you to have each other and overcome that pain together. Well, if you put it that way it makes sense. I agreed, looking back at Zenovia, and she clasped her hands in prayer. I need to sincerely apologize to Issei Argento, since God is not with us, so her love and help are not with us either, and like Issei, I too was greatly admired. I can't forget how the looks on those people's faces changed radically the last time I saw them. So Zenovia has experienced the same pain as Issei, I understand. From that point, it would be best for them to have each other. Clark really knows how to plan things well. I wonder what things will be like now in Smallville with Issei and Zenovia at the Kent farm. Odd, just imagining it makes me quite excited. Manhattan, New York. A few days after Zenovia finally joined the Justice League and started living together with Issei at the Kent farm, they, Kara and I along with Rias, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko, whom I summoned through a simplified Gremory pentagram, went out one weekend to have fun. I had also tried to summon Saji, but he rejected the invitation crying, saying, "My lady Sona forbids me from accepting contracts abroad and going out to have fun with those of the opposite hex." He must have really wanted to come. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for him to be a servant to someone as strict as Sona Sitri. If one day I chose to be reincarnated as a demon, I would choose to be part of the Gremory clan. We had a wonderful day off, starting with everyone meeting up at noon today. Kara was wearing a red shirt, dark colored jeans, and a black jacket that fit her perfectly, along with high heels. Her hair was loose, and this time she didn't need to bring her glasses, since Akeno cast a spell, so that no one could recognize her as Supergirl. The magic is pretty good, and Kara looked super awesome. The blouse looked a little tight due to her breasts, which made it doubly better, but she wasn't the only one who looked divine. Rias, on the other hand, wore a crimson blouse and a skirt that barely reached the middle of her thighs, a rather pale yellow color. Akeno wore a silver sleeveless shirt and a rather plain light blue skirt. They both looked pretty good and had excellent auras that gave Kara a run for her money. Issei had copied the black jacket that Kara was wearing, only hers was much smaller, and she was wearing a dress of angelic colors, along with a brown belt. Zenovia on the other hand was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt that had the symbol of the House L drawn on the chest in the characteristic red color, and some very short white pants. The two of them looked quite happy and were very beautiful. As for Kaneko, her shirt was long-sleeved and black, over the shirt she wore a pink vest, and her pants were white, but with a certain grey tone. She and Zenovia were the only ones in the group who did not wear heels but sneakers. Kiba also looked pretty good, with dark blue pants, a t-shirt of the same shade and another larger and open, one of aqua green and white plaid and dress shoes. And as for me, I was wearing a shirt that was a darker red than usual, dark toned pants, and a jacket that was pure white, and like Kiba, I also wore dress shoes. The first place we headed was bowling. There was quite a bit of competition between Kara, Rias and Akeno, but my girlfriend ultimately won. We played there for about an hour, although Kiba had the most fun of the group. Afterwards, we went to the movies to see an action movie that had to do with fast cars, the power of family and faith, although taken to a rather exaggerated level. After the movie ended, our next destination was the Sekiryuutei 35, which was located near Central Park and the Empire State Building. The first to sing a song were Rias and Akeno, then followed Issei and Zenovia, who at first tried to sing a prayer but didn't because it could cause too much pain to my friends from the Gremory clan. The only one who decided not to sing was Kaneko, since she was eating too much ice cream and pizza. That's why Kara and I were the next to sing a song. Just like Rias and Akeno, Kara and I had incredible singing voices. We had the spark to sing songs. At some point while we were still in karaoke or karaoke as Rias and Akeno called it as a certain humor towards Kara's name, Kiba retired to get something to drink. Next to sing again were Aizel and Zenovia, while Kara and Rias looked for a song for them to sing together, Akeno and I also looked for a song for us to sing together after Kara and Rias. And it was at that moment that my phone started ringing and the person who called me was my current boss at work, Zel. "Oh, excuse me a moment, Akeno." "It's okay, Issei-kun." She smiled at me and I left the room to take the call. "Hello. What's up, Mr. Zel? I know you're on your day off, but I want you to come to Gotham City. Is it because of something at work?" "Maybe, I've already returned from Japan and I would like to invite you to play a video game I just created, I call it Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi 4. "What the heck? Are you saying you have and you want me to? You're the only person I have right now. What do you say? You want to come play a game that might not come out for years? I see I'll be there in a couple of hours. I'm at an important meeting with my girlfriend and our friends from abroad. But of course I want to. Please, yes. 1,000 times, yes." "Oh. I understand, you can take your time, I won't go anywhere, I'll be waiting for you." "Thank you Mr. Zell, I'll see you soon." Saying that I ended the call and could barely control my excitement. What will that game be like? Will it be better than Budokai Tenkaichi 3? How was he able to develop a video game so quickly? Mr. Zell is amazing. Is he your current boss at work? The one who asked me that was Kiba, who was sitting on a sofa and holding a glass filled with a sweet drink with ice in his hands. Yeah, apparently he wants us to play a Dragon Ball video game he claims to have created. He's a pretty fun guy and really knows how to have fun. I'll be there in a couple of hours. I still have some songs to sing with our friends. I explained to Kiba, putting my phone in one of my pockets and walking over to the drink machine, grabbing a cup available to fill it with one of the soda options. "Ice-kun." Suddenly Kiba called me quite seriously and I turned around to look at him. He looked at me with rather intense eyes. What's he up to? "There's something important I want to tell you." "Thank you very much." There was so much emotion in his eyes when he said those words. I took a few sips of my drink and smiled back. "You're welcome, Rias, your comrades, your former companions, they all forgave you, so there's no problem. Of all the people I've ever met, you had nothing to gain from doing what you did. Hey, that's what friends are for, right? I already told you that once." Kiba nodded with a smile, closing his eyes, and I walked back to the karaoke room to sing a song with Akeno, then an idea came to my mind and I stopped to look back at Kiba. "Hey, how about after Akeno and I sing a song, you and I do a duet like the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League and the horse of the Gremory clan?" "Yes, as you wish." Kiba happily accepted, standing up to accompany me back to the karaoke room where Aizel and Zenovia had already finished singing. Gotham City. Around 6 in the evening, I said goodbye to my girlfriend and my friends to go to Gotham City. As usual I would go there using my vehicle, so as not to raise suspicions. When I arrived it was already night and instead of going to Wayne Enterprises, I went to my current boss's mansion, since that was the location he called me to. He's a pretty nice guy although I already said that. As I parked my vehicle, I knocked on his door and it didn't take long for him to open it. "Welcome Issei, I've been waiting for you." Mr. Zell, just like on all the occasions he invited me to his mansion, was wearing silver yukatas. He allowed me to enter as usual, and the first thing I felt was the warm feeling of his mansion, although it was not a natural or artificial heat, it seemed like it was something more, although I let it go and advanced along with my boss towards the living room of his mansion. Zell's appearance is still that of a bad boy, and he completely surpasses someone like Kiba or Mr. Wayne, in terms of being a heartthrob. Girls who like bad boys would really fall for him if they saw him. Unlike Lucio's Fox, who only called me to help him sort out some things related to Wayne Enterprises paperwork, Zell calls me almost all the time, and only to do things that have nothing to do with Bruce's company. Yesterday he asked me to go buy him bread. And before that he said, let's go fishing and made me go with him to a place very close between New York and Gotham City. We even went to see movies because he wanted to, and on another occasion he invited me to some street racing. What surprises me the most about this guy is that he has a Lamborghini Veneno in his garage and that he used it to race on the streets like in the Need for Speed video games. Upon arriving at his living room, I saw the gigantic 325-inch 8K Ultra HD TV. Sometimes I felt a little envious of all the things this man had. He could definitely be as rich as Bruce Wayne. But then why did he decide to temporarily work at his company? Well, I don't really care about that. I like him anyway. On the television, which was already on, there was a video game, and when I saw it, I didn't have to ask to know that it was the video game he told me about on the phone. What my eyes saw was simply beautiful. Is this? Yeah. And you developed it? Yeah. Wow, it doesn't even look like a video game from this generation. Just look at those textures, the drawings, how did it? I got the programs that developed the last video game 10 years ago, I analyzed them, improved them, and then I managed to develop this game. Mr. Zez is a true genius and what he created was a masterpiece. The next thing he said to me was, ready to play with all the characters? I've been practicing day and night to learn various things from the previous games and while I was in Japan, I bought a ton of stuff. When Mr. Zell mentioned that, I looked at the display cases in his living room and there were tons of video game consoles, from old Atari consoles to every version of PS3, PS4, Xbox 360, and Xbox One exclusives in existence. Gosh, I'm amazed at the fortune you spend every day. Not even the most excessive collector could do that. Mr. Zell had a cruel smile when I told him that. When you invited me to play Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3, I got so hooked on video games that I couldn't stop collecting every last one. I can't stop once I start collecting things. People say I'm a fanatic when it comes to my collections. And I also enjoyed creating the fourth installment. I think I've heard that somewhere else. Mr. Zell handed me one of the controllers and then we both started playing. At first I showed my great advantage in video games by being unstoppable in combat, but I was also very surprised by the video game that he himself created, hell, the Super Saiyan transformations, the Divine transformations or the GT transformations, everything was damn incredible, the clashes of powers, the effects of the ultimate attacks, this was without a doubt the best unofficial video game of the franchise that I ever played. In our 5v5 fights, Mr. Zell's characters only had 1 pixel of health left, but then he managed to turn the fight around, and with just that 1 pixel, he was able to take out all of my characters, delivering dramatic finishes of such high quality that I didn't even know existed. But what happened? So he and I continued playing again and again, I tried different characters, different combinations, but he managed to beat me each and every time. Even though Mr. Zell was a newbie, he literally beat the hell out of me with the entire roster of characters in every stage and with every soundtrack. It can't be, I lost again. I told you, I was training to beat you, Issei. Mr. Zell said to me with a wicked grin and we started another game. So far, we've played a total of 299 games and I haven't won a single one. I can't just leave like this. I have to beat him at least once. Game number 299 ended and I lost to him again. Oh, damn 299-0. At the end of that game, Mr. Zell stood up. How about we play another game, one that wasn't developed by me Issei, or should I call you Sekiryuutei? Huh? Just now what did he just call me? The words that came out of Mr. Zell's mouth when he said that I felt a great chill. This guy, who is he really? He made a flapping sound that echoed throughout the room and then I saw some feathers that were as dark in color as eternal night. Those were feathers from an angel, a fallen angel. Looking at Mr. Zell, I saw that he had on his back a total of 12 fallen angel wings that were as dark as eternal night while he stood with his arms crossed and a rather ruthless smile. I am Azazel, the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. HMPH. HMPH. Chapter 27. Meetings. Gotham City. June 17, 2017, 10:15 p.m. I am Azazel, the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. HMPH. HMPH. What was supposed to be a peaceful evening took a complete turn when the man who was supposed to be Mr. Zell revealed himself to be the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. The 12 fallen angel wings he possessed were all proof that he was truly a fallen angel. His aura, how could I not feel his aura? Why you, what are you, why are you? I heard about Kakebiel's plans, so I took a short trip to Japan. Also, I've been interested in your boosted gear for the past 3 years. Azazel looked at my left hand, which alerted me greatly to what he could do to me right now, so with great caution, I began to take several steps back to get away from him. Azazel said next. Either way, it looks like Albion did their job well. Albion? That would be the Vanishing Dragon. Is Azazel related to Albion? The Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels continued speaking. It would have been very problematic to intervene directly, so I asked him to take charge for me. Thanks to you, it wasn't so difficult to convince him to accept my request. Thanks to me? Does that mean wait a minute? Is Azazel planning to pit him and me against each other? No. If Azazel is allied with Albion, then he's planning to take my boosted gear away. Raynor tried to do that to Asia, so it wouldn't be strange if. In my mind that made sense, so I warned Azazel in a rather loud voice. If you think I'll let you take the boosted gear from me, you're crazy. Ahahahaha. No, I don't plan on taking it away from you, after all the particle accelerator explosion turned you into a very interesting Ddraig carrier. The particle accelerator. That's right, you were involved. Aizel nodded with a sly smile. Of course, it was fun working with a genius from the future like Hubert Vaughn. Although we had different goals. He did it to create his greatest enemy, the Flash, and I wanted to create metahumans with sacred gears and see the endless possibilities they could develop. Create Flash. Now that I think about it, Harrison Wells was Hubert Vaughn, the reverse Flash. And Aizel was in cahoots with that guy. It's not hard to believe, really. In any case, I need you to inform Kal-El and the rest of the Justice League that due to recent events, the leaders of the fallen angels, the angels and the demons, will soon have a summit with them here in Gotham City. A summit with the Justice League. The Watchtower. Less than half an hour passed since Aizel revealed himself to me, and without wasting time I called a meeting of all members of the Justice League. This must be a joke. The one who shouted that was Diana, who was very upset. Superman, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern, John Johns, Asia, Zenovia and I were the ones who were present here. We couldn't wait for Batman and Zez to appear. As the supreme ruler of the fallen angels been in Gotham City all this time. His anger was so great that he hit the table and broke it in half. After her outburst, she calmed down a bit, but Diana wasn't the only one who was very upset. Flash was also very upset, but he was mostly upset because Aizel worked with Vaughn. Superman was also upset, but he managed to remain calm, and as for Kara. And even worse, he was secretly working as Ice's boss. Where has that damn grumpy antisocial bat been thinking all this time? Her eyes were glowing with a crimson light, even though she had her powers under control. Calm down, Kara, I'm fine. I told Kara with a nervous smile, hugging her shoulders with one of my arms. She let out a quiet sigh and then rested her head on my shoulder. Their tension was now calmer, and the other members also calmed down a bit. Kara has a point, where has Bruce been all this time? Diana questioned and Zenovia looked at her strangely. Bruce? Bruce who? Bruce Wayne. Realizing her mistake, Diana bit her lip and some nodded with a bitter smile at Zenovia's question. Asia on the other hand laughed a little and said to Zenovia. Mr. Wayne is Batman. Ah. Yes, Zenovia didn't know until now. There were several laughs from the rest of the league at her reaction, including Kara and me. Bruce is always careful with his things, it's hard to believe he didn't realize Aizel was impersonating Mr. Fox. Superman said it quite strangely. Actually, I did know. Just at that moment Batman had entered the headquarters without anyone seeing him coming, and he was in the company of Zez. We all looked at him and Zez in amazement. Wait, you knew I was with Aizel this whole time, and you didn't warn me about it? Batman answered my question very calmly, saying. You didn't need to know. That upset Kara a lot, so she told Bruce. You better give a good explanation. She then sat down properly in her chair and I heard her fists clench very tightly under the table. Yes, Kara and Bruce are the ones who get along the least, even though his cousin and he are very good friends. Batman and Zez took their respective seats, then the Dark Knight told us everything he knew so far. A lot has happened over the past decade involving the fallen angels and demons. Things have been getting worse over the past 3 years, and not necessarily because of the particle accelerator. We're on the brink of a possible second war between the angels, fallen angels, and demons. We all fell silent after hearing what he said. Batman continued speaking. The Kabil's actions in Kuo and Shalba's actions in Metropolis have brought things to the point of no return, which is why the leaders of the 3 factions will be holding a summit with us. So there is still a possibility of a war breaking out, and Kabil and Shalba were the main culprits. I don't know Shalba very well, but unlike Kabil, I know that he did escape. And where exactly will this meeting take place? Superman asked that question, although his expression told me he already knew the answer to his question. Wayne Manor. Wow, the 3 great powers, the leaders of the 3 great factions featured in the Bible, are going to hold the summit at Wayne Manor. Who would have thought Batman having as guests the existences that lead the angels, the fallen angels and the demons? I can already imagine Alfred receiving Serzich as Lucifer, or the supreme governor of the fallen angels, or Michael, who apparently is the one who leads the angels. There's something else you need to know, too. This time it was Zez who spoke. We all looked at him closely, and he looked at Kara and me with a knowing smile. We came with a very special guest, so please welcome the top leader of the demon faction, Lord Serzich as Lucifer, and his queen Graphia Lucifuge. Serzich as Lucifer. Kara and I were the first to react with our mouths open when we saw the doors of the headquarters open again, this time to welcome the guest Zez mentioned. A young man of approximately 24 or 25 years old, quite handsome and toned, with crimson hair. He was wearing a dark business suit, with a red shirt and a gold vest and a dark tie, accompanied by a beautiful woman of approximately the same age, with fairly large breasts and a maid's outfit. It was Lord Serzich's Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge. I must say it's an honor to be able to hold this meeting at Mr. Wayne's mansion. In fact, it's the only place worthy of attempting to carry out the agreements with the angels, the fallen angels, and with you, the Justice League. Serzich's Lucifer spoke after being introduced with a rather friendly smile on his face. So you're the king who rules over the demons using the name Lucifer, nice to meet you. I'm Diana of Themyscira, Queen of the Amazons. Nice to meet you, Lady Diana. It's a great honor to meet you and the rest of the League in person. How are you all? Issei, Kara. I am fine, thank you for asking, sirs. Mr. Serzich's. Yes. It's been a while. Kara greeted him after me and Superman looked at us both with a frown. Did you already know each other? That's a story for another day, Cal, but yes, we've already met. Hahaha. Kara responded to her cousin with an ironic laugh. My dear little sister had family problems, Issei and Kara helped her, and I owe them both. Oh, I see. Superman nodded with a cheerful smile. Well, since we're on the subject, now it's time for me to find a place to stay. A place to wait until the agreed upon events. I don't know if it's a good idea for the devil to go looking for a place to stay with such an important meeting coming up. Thinking about it, I raised my hand and without thinking much I said to him. If that's the case, then you can stay at my house. Oh, I like that idea. In that case, I'll be your guest, Issei. Brooklyn, Nueva York. Serzich's, Graphia, Kara, and I went to my parents' house. It was already quite late, so I introduced him as the relative of a good friend of mine and Kara. I'm sorry this was so sudden, it was last minute and Issei offered to stay with you for a while. Don't worry, Mr. Gremory, make yourselves at home. I had no idea Issei had so many friends. I'm sure your little sister is as pretty as you. My father and the devil began a rather amusing conversation while Kara and I sat in the chairs at the dining table, watching this funny and strangely casual scene. Serzich's was quite delighted to use his previous surname, Gremory, instead of Lucifer. By the way, who is the maid accompanying you? This is Graphia and she is actually my wife. The moment Serzich's said that, Kara and I let out a loud "yeah" from the dining room and Graphia, with no expression on her face, pinched the devil's cheek. I am the maid, Graphia. I apologize for the boring jokes my master is telling. It hurts, Graphia. Is she really his wife or is he just joking? While I was thinking about this, my dad took out a bottle of sake exported from Japan. Mr. Gremory, would you like some sake? We have some delicious Japanese sake. Hey, Dad, isn't that a little rude? Sounds perfect. Let's definitely drink it. Because Japanese liquor goes very well with a capable mouth. The devil seems to be friendlier than I thought. It is worth noting that Miss Graphia looked at Lord Serzich's in a rather penetrating manner. After dinner and taking Kara back to her apartment and returning to my house, I invited Mr. Serzich's to sleep in my room. He agreed to use a futon I had in my closet long before I offered him my own bed, which I found quite strange. Now I was lying on my bed and he was sleeping peacefully on the futon, although I felt quite uncomfortable about the situation. Listen, excuse me. Why are you apologizing? Serzich's asked with a rather honest smile. It's strange that the devil sleeps like that on the ground. Mr. Serzich's let out a light laugh. On the contrary, I must thank you. He assured, turning his gaze towards me. Because in the world I live in, no one treats me like a normal person. They always treat me with great respect. They can't treat me any other way. But here, I feel more comfortable than in the other world. He is truly a very modest man. Mr. Serzich's suddenly sat down on the futon. I heard you met Aizel. Yes. He seems to be very interested in my boosted gear and me, since I became a metahuman adapted to my longinus due to the particle accelerator that he himself helped develop. I replied to Lord Serzich's sitting on my bed. True, Aizel has a growing interest in sacred gear and was key in developing that particle accelerator for Star Labs, but he doesn't want wars like Kakabiel. Did you know that in the last Great War, the fallen angels were the first to retreat? The first to retire? Yeah, I think Kakabiel mentioned something like that. Apparently Aizel recently condemned Kakabiel to be frozen forever in Cocytus, one of the rivers of Hades in the realm of the dead. And he has the Vanishing Dragon as an ally. Does he really belong to the fallen angel faction? Mr. Serzich's nodded to my question. It is said that the current Vanishing Dragon is in the top 5 of the strongest beings within the Gregory organization. Top 5 inside to Gregory. I see, that's why he was able to defeat Kakabiel in seconds, although his ability alone was more troublesome than mine. While I double my power, he divides the power of whoever he touches. I wonder how far he's developed that ability. Changing the subject, did you know that my little sister, even though she won't admit it, feels quite fond of you? You really helped her more than you can imagine by standing up to young Riser that time. Well, all of that was thanks to you, Serzich's. It seems to me that you had everything coldly calculated. Besides, I wasn't going to allow Riser to keep my girlfriend Kara. You really appreciate her, huh? It reminds me a bit of when I first met Grafia. Huh? Wait a minute, is she really? Lord Serzich's replied in a whisper. She's very strict, but she's actually my wife. There's even a movie in the underworld dedicated to how we met. That's amazing. So the Devil's Queen is his wife. Kara will love to know that. You know, I really like your relationship with Kara's Orel, although I feel a little sorry for my little sister, but you know, even if there is nothing between Rias and you, I would like to consider you my little brother. That. Can I do that, Issei? Would you like to call me big brother when we're alone? Does the devil want me to be his little brother? Or is it just a role-playing game? Should I say no? Should I say yes? I don't want to make him angry. He is the devil after all. Well, if it doesn't bother you, I think I can do that. Oh. You made me so happy when you said that, little brother. What did I just get myself into now? Good night, little brother. Mr. Serzich's went back to sleep. Good night, big brother. Being considered the devil's little brother, who would have thought? The next morning, after breakfast, I had another date with Kara. The last time we went out alone was before the Sacred Swords thing with Kiba happened, which had triggered several changes of plans, since we originally had plans to go out the day that the big battle in Kuo against Kakabiel finally happened. To this day, the city of Kuo has not fully recovered from that great devastation. As we walked, Kara was holding my left arm, and I told her everything that happened last night with Serzich's Lucifer, and she started laughing when I got to the part where I agreed to be her little brother. Oh wow, I was already suspecting that he and Grafia had a thing, but for him to specifically ask you to be his little brother. It really surpasses anything I could have imagined. I believe there is no demon in the underworld who would dare to approach him so closely because of his title. Serzich's had been quite grateful when I treated him in such a casual manner. And that's why he chose you, because he knew you wouldn't refuse. I noticed that Kara tried to keep a serious and fairly calm demeanor, but deep down she wanted to keep laughing. Why do you say I wouldn't refuse? I had been confused when she claimed that I would not refuse. Because your kindness shines brighter than the stars and you have a hard time saying no when people ask you nicely. Kara explained to me and leaned closer to me, and then I felt the soft and very loving touch of her lips against my cheek. She kissed me very affectionately, and I couldn't help but blush quite a bit with what she did, even more so since we were walking through the streets where there were many people around us. You're making me blush. That's the idea, Ice. Kara insisted with a big smile on her face, her eyes shining with joy at having managed to make me blush. Hell, maybe she'd been planning this since we left that day. He loves to make me feel uncomfortable when I least expect it. Although he does it with the greatest affection in the world. Well, two can play that same game. Thinking that, I took her by the waist to pull her in front of me, then our foreheads came together, and while I looked into her eyes, I said to her quite affectionately. Hey, if you say my goodness shines, it's because you are that beautiful sun that illuminates it. What I said caused Kara to blush a lot, and I had brought her so close to me that I could feel her breasts pressing against me, shortly after I realized that her heartbeat was being very fast. Kara wrapped her hands around my neck, which made my pulse race, and suddenly, a very warm, soft, and deep feeling hit my lips. She had kissed me quickly and very affectionately, which made me want her even more at that moment and stay that way for even longer. Shortly after, that fantastic feeling disappeared as she separated her lips from mine, breaking our kiss. I didn't want this to end so soon, so I somewhat insistently pulled her closer to me, and this time I was the one who kissed her, but with greater intensity, since something had ignited inside me. Odd, she made a pretty hexy sound. We both had the same goal, to make this kiss last longer. Kara tilted her head from side to side. I enjoyed every second that passed, her lips were getting more and more eager the longer we made our kiss last, I could feel her heartbeat intensify more as well as mine. I could also feel her temperature was rising, and suddenly I felt my hands touch something quite soft, but firm at the same time. It was something that I couldn't finish grabbing, since they were bigger than my hands, but I could touch them and squeeze them as hard as I could. Doing that was quite stimulating for me, and I continued kissing Kara while doing that. Ah. The cry that almost sounded like a moan escaped Kara's mouth. It was a sound filled with excitement, and when I looked down, I realized I was now holding her breasts tightly. Scared of what I had done, I quickly separated from Kara, feeling quite embarrassed, especially since it was something we did know, something I did in public. Several citizens were already looking at us strangely as they walked past us. I think I got carried away and. There's nothing wrong with it, I really liked it. Kara insisted excitedly and came closer to me again to kiss me quickly, but this time she did it more forcefully. It was as if her body was literally drawn towards mine. Apparently, she was still in her aroused state. After we kissed for the third time, Kara whispered to me in a seductive voice. "If you want more, I'm at your disposal. At your disposal. At your disposal. At your disposal. At your disposal." His words were like an echo inside my head and I could feel my heart beating faster. I've never heard such touching words before. With those words I can go to paradise itself and have my eternal rest. There are so many things those words can mean. Damn, my thoughts are already getting out of control. Kara, you are the best. And you are the best thing for me. She responded with a strong hug that put a lot of pressure on my back, although this time I didn't have time to complain as she pulled away as soon as she did. No, she broke up with me for another reason, and that was because there were more people watching us now. Damn, they have nowhere else to look. Oh man, we were having such a romantic moment in front of so many nosy people. Because of things like this, I prefer more and more to stay with Kara in the skies than on Earth. At least there aren't many people up there to bother us. Better let's keep moving. I suggested, taking her hand. She nodded, embarrassed by the situation we'd created, and intertwined her fingers with mine. We needed to get out of this very public place and go somewhere more private. Yes, you're right. Where do you want to go? We can go to my apartment, watch movies and get something to eat. Kara suggested with a rather happy smile, and we both headed to the building where she lives. This day had actually become quite peaceful. There were no criminals trying to do their thing, or any supernatural beings trying to torment our lives. I wish every day was like this. If we had both flown, we would have arrived in seconds, but it was a good decision to walk. After about 20 minutes, we were almost at his apartment. Suddenly, Kara stopped as she stood in front of me. "Ice, can I ask you something?" "Sure, you know you can ask me whatever you want." Kara placed her hands behind her waist, keeping her gaze on the floor for a few seconds before looking back up at me. "Are you happy to be with me?" I didn't imagine that was the question. "I'm happy to have met you, Ice, to be here with you now. A life without you would be impossible for me now. You take up so much space in my heart. I'm happy to meet you too." In response to the question she asked me, I cupped her cheeks and then gently rested my forehead against hers, looking back into her beautiful eyes of a rather light and beautiful blue color. "Since you arrived on Earth, since we met, since we became friends and since you and I started dating, Kara, all that time I spent with you, and that I will continue to spend with you, I am, and I will be happy." Kara had a big smile and with great emotion she told me. "I'm very glad to hear that, Ice." Seeing his reaction, the sparkle in his eyes. We both have the same feelings. I felt my heart now beating with immense joy, and I could sense his was the same, although, well, his is much stronger than mine, of course. Kara also takes up a lot of space in my heart, and that's mutual. In fact, I can safely say that all the feelings I have for her and she has for me are mutual. This is perfect, she is perfect. Now then, let's continue going to your apartment. Yes. We're almost there, and I'm looking forward to spending more time with you. Oh. How wonderful. This would be my first time at her apartment. I wonder what we're going to do. Are we going to watch Netflix, or are we going to pretend to watch Netflix and… Oh, for God's sake. If it's the latter, maybe I should run to the pharmacy and buy a bunch of condoms first. Or does Kara already have them stocked up? Does she know what size I am? Did she use her X-ray vision to figure it out? Or am I just overreacting, thinking we're going to pretend to watch Netflix when we really are? Damn doubt is filling all my thoughts. But I must remain calm. I took a deep breath and we both continued on our way until we reached his apartment building. When we finally arrived at the building, a flash of silver met my eyes. He was a man who, at first glance, was even more attractive than Kiba. He was leaning his back against the walls of the building where Kara lives, looking out at the streets of New York. His hair was silver, but a darker, stronger shade than Graphia's. He looked about the same age as me. Oh? Kara said as she looked at this guy, and we both stopped. Judging by my girlfriend's reaction, she doesn't know this person and found it rather odd that he was waiting outside the building. The stranger noticed our presence and looked at Kara for a brief moment, then back at me. His eyes were a much lighter blue than Kara's, so transparent you could almost draw on them. With an angelic smile, he began to speak. "Hey, it's a good city." I had no idea who he was or why he was here. Well, something like that. Kara leaned closer to him with a kind and respectful smile. Could this person be interested in Kara? She's quite beautiful, and it wouldn't be surprising if there were men interested in her, although unfortunately for them, Kara is already with me. Although this did not seem to be the case. This man wasn't interested in Kara, in fact, he completely ignored her and took a few steps towards me. This is the second time we've met, huh, Welsh dragon. Or rather, Sekiryuutei. Issei Hyoudou. Kara and I were quite shocked by what this unknown man said. How is it possible? How could he know who I am? I am Vali. El Hakuryuku. Vanishing dragon. What did he just say? It wasn't a lie. I felt like my left hand was on fire. I could understand that Ddraig was responding to the appearance of our greatest enemy. Don't mess with me, Ddraig. Am I supposed to face him here? Wait a minute, my heart isn't ready for this. This isn't the right time to do things like that. I'm supposed to go have fun with Kara. Besides, if we start our fight here in my city, a lot of people will get hurt. No pressure, though. What is this premonition of death? If we were to do it, I don't know how this will end. Not just my face, but my whole body is reacting to this. Are these the things my predecessors felt with Ddraig and the sacred gear? Is this fate knocking on my door? Suddenly, the vanishing dragon stood in front of me with an inappropriate smile and pointed his left hand at my face. You're defenseless. I could take your life right here, right now, before you can even enter Balance Breaker. Just then, Kara stood between him and me and took the vanishing dragon's left wrist with her right hand, and I could hear the sound of the bones in her wrist being pressed quite hard. Try it. And I promise I'll break every bone in your body. Kara threatened him, and for the first time, Vali looked at her with a smile. Oh, right, you're his lover, the Kryptonian. Kara looked at him more intensely and gripped his wrist more tightly. Very well. Here's my proposal, you'll stop breaking my wrist and I won't make a move against Issei Hyoudou. The vanishing dragon's voice was full of confidence. I took a few steps back to separate myself from him. Kara continued to look at him very intensely, then she looked at me, and then she let go of his wrist to stay close to me. The vanishing dragon Vali may be very powerful, but even with all the power he possesses, he knows better than to mess with a Kryptonian. Even though he defeated Kakabiel in seconds and can defeat any being in this world in the same way, he wouldn't stand a chance against Kara's Orel in her current state. She surpasses him. What are you doing here? Why did you dare to show up at the building where my girlfriend lives? Vali smiled very arrogantly. Issei Hyoudou, how strong do you think you are right now? What are you saying? What were you asking? Strength. I don't know how to answer that question. The power I have is quite abnormal and varies depending on how much power I'm using. When you're in Balance Breaker, the maximum power you can reach should be between the 10,000th and 9,000th positions. No, considering you're a rare metahuman, you might be a bit higher, maybe scraping the 5,000th position. What are you here for? Are you really just here to make small talk? What are you trying to get at? Stop messing around. What do you want with my boyfriend? Are you looking to start a fight? Because if that's the case, I'll. Kara's Orel, did you know that in ages past, the two celestial dragons, Welsh dragon and Vanishing dragon, all the people associated with the red and white, couldn't get a happy ending? How do you think things will end for you? With Vali's words, Kara fell silent. I didn't come here today to fight. I just came to greet the person I'm going to have to face at some point. I'll be in Gotham City escorting Aizel to the meeting of the three major factions. I'll probably see you at that summit, Issei Hyoudou. After saying that, the vanishing dragon turned around and began to leave this place. Even though he was gone, my nervousness didn't go away. Chapter 28. A Little Antisocial Apprentice. Kara Department. June 18, 2017, 6:15 p.m. Several hours have passed since that encounter with the person I'm destined to face. Since then, I've been with Kara in her apartment and together we've been watching the series she likes, such as Homeland, Orphan Black, Game of Thrones, The Wire, and animated series like Star Wars. The Clone Wars. Despite everything we had already seen, I could never get the Hakuryuku White Dragon Emperor Vali out of my mind. Vanishing Dragon, the opposite existence of the Welsh Dragon, my own version of the Reverse Flash. At that moment when we met, Ddraig reacted. It wasn't anger, simply a battle urge, something that burned within me. On that day when he appeared, he looked defiant and Ddraig tried to force me into Balance Breaker. A few days ago, during the fight with Kakabiel, when I first met him, I didn't feel any hostility, but this time it was different. He approached me with interest and Ddraig felt it too. So things like this are going to happen every time he and I meet. That's really annoying. Are you okay? Kara, who was sitting on my lap as we shared her couch, asked me that question. Taking a deep breath, I looked into her eyes and told her how I felt. I still remember the power gap between him and me. Right now I have no chance against him. I was able to hurt Kakabiel with the help of Flash, Diana, Green Lantern, and Kara. Volley literally knocked him out in seconds without anyone's help, though of course there's also the fact that he was up against an already weakened Kakabiel, but it's still amazing what he did in the blink of an eye, and his ability that's able to have the power of whoever he touches, it's so fucking troublesome. Yes, I know that. Kara whispered to me, and I could feel her hands on my shoulders. Then she hugged me in a very comforting way. She was soothing my thoughts. Her hug made me feel so much better, and I instinctively reciprocated. The vanishing dragon may be more powerful than me, but I have something he doesn't. Kara looked me in the eyes and said to me in a rather affectionate voice. I know we don't know what we'll do with him, but this is you and me, and that's something you shouldn't forget. The big smile started to form on my face. Yes. Together we are the best in the world. Yeah. Kara nodded with a rather pleased smile and moved even closer to me. I could almost feel his breath meet mine, and then his lips met mine and we kissed again, just like we had this morning. Her arms wrapped around my neck, the seconds ticked by, and we continued kissing. Her hands caressed my neck in more ways than one. The vanishing dragon, all the enemies we faced and would face faded into the background, while Kara and I continued kissing. The atmosphere was heating up and getting quite intimate. Instinctively, I made her lie down on the couch with her head resting on one of the sofa cushions. With each passing second, things intensified further. I could feel the heat on her face and body. My heart and hers were beating quite fast. My lips slowly opened hers. She was yielding to my movements, and as I tasted her lips with my tongue, she repeated the movements I made, and then my tongue entered her mouth and slid into hers. MMMH. Kara moaned in pleasure and opened her lips a little wider. The sensation grew stronger, and for a few moments I played with her beautiful blonde hair. I also felt her grip the back of my neck, which brought us a little closer in this passionate moment. Kara's tongue and mine became quite intertwined, the kiss became very erotic and very passionate, and there was a strong feeling of satisfaction and excitement that made me want to continue doing this. The inside of Kara's mouth was incredibly erotic, soft, and quite warm. It felt like being on cloud 9. I'd never felt so happy before. Kara knew exactly what I wanted, and I knew exactly what she wanted. Ice. Kara moaned with great emotion, and in a movement of pure impulse, I unbuttoned her shirt, exposing her very erotic and well-sculpted body. Doing that only intensified a little more the long kiss that we had already been having for a long time. Ice, dear ice. Kara sighed, and I felt her leg squeeze my waist a little tightly. She was tasting my tongue with hers. Apparently, she was already very horny and there was no turning back. After finishing unbuttoning her shirt, I hugged her in a rather intimate way, and my hands acted almost automatically to go to where her bra was and thus unhook it. As she did so, her bra fell off the couch. Oh, by row. Kara moaned with her mouth open, and we finally separated our lips as I ran out of breath. A trickle of saliva ran between my mouth and hers, and as I caught my breath, I pulled away from her slightly and took my time, taking in her enormous breasts. I couldn't numerically determine how big they were. I only knew that they were quite large and out of this world. Her breasts, her Kryptonian breasts, her super breasts that are from another planet, were a fairly light color like her entire skin, her nipples were beautiful and a rather angelic pink color. Kara's entire body was divine, her hips, her curves, her flat and well-worked torso, no matter how you looked at her she was pure perfection. Kara's breasts moved rhythmically with her breathing and the beat of her heart. She knew I'd been watching her for quite some time, her face flushed and happy, she was truly very happy. After looking at them for a while, I placed my hands on both breasts and tried to grab them as best I could, giving them a rather intimate squeeze which caused Kara to moan again with quite a bit of pleasure. I could feel a very soft sensation with the 5 fingers of my hands. They were so soft and firm, I was able to sink my hands quite deep into both breasts, and Kara continued to moan quite pleased, and I kissed her again. Oh, ice. Kara exclaimed with a moan of pleasure, and my hands continued pressing her breasts. I could feel the happiness throughout her body as I did this to her through the pleasurable touch I was having with her body as we continued kissing in that special passionate way. Now Kara kissed me more intensely and our tongues soon intertwined again inside her mouth, and as I continued to squeeze her breasts, she exclaimed again with pleasure. Oh, by row. Our kisses and caresses intensified. If we continued like this, there would be no turning back. We were going to do it for the first time. God, the moment had finally arrived when we were going to unite as man and woman. This was the best thing in the world. I want to do it. I'm going to take that big step and take responsibility for whatever happens. Sekiryuutei, Supergirl. No. No. Ooh. John Johns, the Martian Manhunter, called us through our Justice League communicators. Damn it, John. Why do you have to interrupt this most sacred moment when I'm about to join Kara as man and woman? Ice, they're calling us. Kara whispered to me, and irritation grew in her as her eyes flashed crimson as she glanced at her communicator. The good atmosphere was cut short. Even so, she continued to hug my waist with her legs, and my hands did not leave her breasts. In the end, we had no choice but to answer our league colleague's call, so we split up and went to the nearest communicators. Yes, what's going on? I was still shaken by the good experience I had, so I spoke slowly, unlike Kara, who was in good shape. She sat next to me and rested her chin on my right shoulder and her arms wrapped around my torso, her closeness making me feel better, so a smile formed on my face again. Serzich's Lucifer has a request for you. Upon receiving this news, there was silence for a few seconds. Okay, we'll go there. I answered John, ending the call, and Kara got up from her couch. By the time I saw her again, she was dressed in her Supergirl costume. I swear to Rao, if his summons isn't important, I'll melt at Serzich's with my heat vision. What she said made me laugh a few times, although she actually said it quite seriously, and I don't deny the possibility that she might want to do that to the devil. We should see what he wants, it might be very important. I told Kara, trying to ease her annoyance. I'm seriously going to do it. How dare you interrupt our sacred moment? SDVRFJ. I don't know what Kara just said to her, but it was probably a bunch of Kryptonian swear words. Ddraig, just in case, remind me to never intentionally anger Kara. Of course. The Watchtower. At the moment, my older brother was at the Watchtower, so when I was ready, John teleported us to the Watchtower, and upon arrival, Kara and I headed to the headquarters where Batman, Serzich's and Rias' Gremory were gathered. Why is she here? Does it have something to do with her? What do you need from us, Mr. Lucifer? Kara asked as she crossed her arms, staring at Serzich's. She is not afraid or concerned that he is the devil. My younger sister currently has a bishop with a very dangerous ability that she can't control, so it was sealed. Serzich's explained to us. A very dangerous skill. I asked, very confused, and Rias nodded. Ani-sama was the one who decided that he should be sealed. Hearing Rias' explanation, I looked back at Serzich's. That's right, but with everything that's happened, with the Kakabiel incident, Shalba's attack, I came to the conclusion that you two, Issei, Kara, could take charge of helping Rias' bishop. If it's up to you two, I know nothing will be impossible. The Serzich's trust that Kara and I could help this bishop. That's why they called us. Kara said it with a rather understanding voice, understanding that the reason for the call was very important. Okay, we'll take care of him, right? Yes, Ice. Kara nodded with a smile. I didn't know what powers a bishop can have. I know knights gain speed, and rooks are super strong. It looks like we'll have to return to Kuo once more, though I was still bothered by the interruption we had. Old Kuo City Building, Japan. I was standing on the ground floor of the old building where the Gremory clan devils work. Before coming here, I had invited my friends Aizel and Zenovia to accompany us. They were very happy to be invited. Aizel was dressed casually, wearing heels, white jeans, and a teal blouse, while Zenovia was wearing the outfit Cisco Ramon had finished making for her. You see, ever since Zenovia joined the Justice League, she has preferred not to wear her church attire, so she asked some founding members of the Justice League for help. Diana suggested Amazon clothing, and Barry, on the other hand, told her that Cisco could take care of preparing a fabulous outfit made to measure for her. Zenovia specified the colors she wanted, and Cisco worked his design magic as he was the one who designed the Flash costume, his own costume and Killer Frost's, as well as improving Green Arrow's costume on one occasion. Zenovia's outfit consisted of a red button-down blouse, a white tie, and red shorts. She also wears a black cape around her waist and a purple cape over her left shoulder. Her boots are black and are made for running at high speeds and maintaining a lot of hand-to-hand combat, and when she has to act in public, she wears a red mask with an emerald green visor that only covers her face, allowing only her short blue hair with a green streak to be seen. In my case, I was wearing another one of my red t-shirts, black pants, and an open white short-sleeved shirt over my red t-shirt, in addition to wearing sneakers. The four of us, along with the devils of the Gremory clan, were in front of the sealed classroom that Kara and I saw the time we came here because Rias had thrown herself at me too much. At that time, Kara wanted to make several things clear to the heiress of the Gremory clan, but until now they have understood each other very well. Rias, is your bishop the reason this door is so specifically sealed? I asked my friend this question, seeing the many yellow danger tapes. Yes, these seals were placed so that no one can approach because he cannot control his ability. Ani-sama hopes that will change with your help. Rias nodded, giving me that explanation, and Kara frowned, waving her hand. Yes, he confided in you too, Kara. Rias responded to Kara, understanding her gesture. The Demon King, the devil Serzich's Lucifer, decided to release this bishop under the specific condition that my girlfriend and I would be in charge of helping him control his power. I feel very honored that my girlfriend and I are so highly regarded. During the day, my bishop lives here. At night, his powers are unleashed and he's allowed to wander around the building, but my bishop refuses to leave. So he's basically antisocial. At my deduction, Rias nodded, letting out a sigh, and began to remove the tapes that said danger. Despite being antisocial, he is the one who brings the most profit to the Gremory clan. Akeno told me. She's referring to the contracts the demons make. Is this guy really the one who brings them the most money? But he's antisocial. He makes special contracts through the internet. Hiba explained to me, and Rias created a large crimson triangular magic circle along the door that no longer had the yellow ribbons, and seals along with the padlock were completely broken. I'll open the door. Rias grabbed the door handle and opened it. Ooh. Inside that room, a very loud scream was heard, forcing Kara to cover her ears. Kara, Asia, Zenovia and I were quite confused by what happened. Kiba and Akeno smiled, as if they knew something like this was going to happen, and Kaneko kept a neutral expression. What the hell? I asked as the seven of us entered after Rias. The room was quite dark and gloomy, but it had pink and violet colors in various parts, the curtains were tightly closed. Apart from the dark and gloomy atmosphere, the room was very pretty and had a lot of stuffed animals. It seemed to be a girl's room, and in the center, there was a shiny black coffin with various pink and gold details. What does all this mean? The bishop screamed inside the coffin. Wait a minute, what's he doing in the coffin in the first place? Akeno approached the coffin to open it and said to the bishop. The seal has already been removed, so please come out to meet our. I don't want to. I want to stay here. The outside world is too scary. The person inside the coffin squealed, who turned out to be a rather beautiful girl with the appearance of a noble, rather light golden blonde hair, similar to Kara's. Her eyes were red, and they were very bright. Damn, I didn't think I'd meet another blonde-haired girl so soon. She's a very blonde. Buddy, you have your Kryptonian girlfriend just to your left. Ddraig warned me before I could say anything inappropriate, and I froze, slowly turning my head to where Kara was. Kara stood with her arms crossed under her breasts and looked at me with one of her eyebrows raised. Tiba found my almost exclamation that she was a very pretty bishop amusing, and Rias walked over to her bishop to hug her around the neck. Issei, this bishop is a man. Huh? For a moment I doubted what Rias said. Is this a joke, right? She's quite a beautiful and adorable lady. Excuse me? Rias, what did you say? I asked Rias to explain it to me, looking back at her who was still hugging her bishop. He may look a lot like a little woman, but in reality, he is a man. Eeeeee. I made a loud squeal of startlement at that. Eeeeee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The lady from No, the blonde-haired boy dressed as a woman let out that squeal at my reaction. He likes to dress like a woman. Akeno explained to me quite amusedly. His name is Gasper Vladi. He's my beloved bishop. Before becoming a demon, he was half vampire and half human. This man dressed as a woman used to be a vampire. Damn, this can't be happening. Is it April Fool's Day in Japan? I started screaming, putting my hands on my head and pulling my hair, and just at that moment Kara couldn't contain herself anymore and started laughing at me with extremely loud and mocking laughter. Oh my row. This already made up for the trip. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, Kara. Stop laughing at me. This is a pretty serious situation. Kara began to float in the air while laughing and holding her belly with her hands. Oh, come on Issei-san, you have to admit it looks really pretty. Asia said in a rather angelic voice. Asia, that's what makes it worse. This is so cruel. How can he be cross-dressing when he's so antisocial? Is there something wrong with this world? The clothes girls wear are for going out and everyone's seeing them. At my words, the boy started making a rather adorable scared young lady face. It's just I look very pretty like this. Stop being so cute. Shit. Let's see. Where are Serzich's cameras? This has to be a joke, and he loves setting up a lot of cameras. My statement made Rias blush a lot, and Akeno joined Kara in laughing loudly, floating in the air with her demon wings. Issei-kun, the cameras Serzich's puts up are just to watch Rias when she's sleeping. Ha 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 ha. Oh, so my suspicions from that time were true. Serzich's is a siskin. At what point did this situation get so out of hand? Purpose, who are these people? The cross-dressing boy asked Rias, who had to put her hands on her face to hide her embarrassment, and after heavy sighs she pointed at me, Kara, Asia and Zenovia. They are part of the Justice League. He is Issei Hyoudou, the Sekiryuutei, the blonde girl who is floating is Kara's or else Supergirl. The other blonde is Asia Argento, a former nun of the church, companion of Issei and Kara, and the other girl is Zenovia Quarta, used to be an exorcist of the church until she was excommunicated. She is the bearer of the sacred sword Durandal, also companion of Issei and Kara. Nice to meet you. Asia greeted him by raising one of her hands, while Zenovia did the same without saying anything, and Kara stopped laughing, floating above me. Gasper, excuse my boyfriend, he's had an obsession with pretty blonde girls since I became his girlfriend. Kara, who was still floating in the air, wrapped her arms around my neck and rested her chin on my head in a very affectionate way while speaking in a very affectionate way. And no, that doesn't mean I have plans to share him, he's just mine. I felt Kara turn her head towards Asia when she said that, then I felt her look back towards the front where Gasper was. Not sharing? Is something happening behind my back? Don't be so selfish, Kara, I'm sure Issei-kun might be very interested in me too. Akeno said it quite animatedly, floating in front of me to see Kara head on. Watch what you say, Akeno, I feel like I don't control my powers well, I could melt your head. Although the threat seemed to be quite serious, Kara's voice was quite friendly and fun. That's weird, I didn't realize it was so popular until now. Ignoring what was happening around me, Rias continued talking to Gasper. Please, can we go outside? Yes. You won't have to be sealed in here anymore, you know. Rias spoke to Gasper in a rather kind manner, but No. The outside world is pretty scary to me. I don't want to leave my room. It scares me. I'm really scared of going outside. If I do that, I'll cause a lot of trouble for others. Is this really the Bishop Serzich has asked us to make? A little annoyed, I approached Gasper, and Kara, who was still wrapping her arms around my neck, also floated over. Come on, do what Rias tells you. I insisted to Gasper, grabbing his left wrist with my right hand. It happened the moment he gave that scream, I saw a purple light and suddenly he was no longer there. What happened? Kara was also equally surprised, and upon finding it she pointed towards one of the corners inside this room. That was really weird, I didn't feel any electricity coming from him, so it wasn't the speed force, even if it was, Kara would have seen him running, and that didn't happen. He certainly did something to us. But what did he do? Zenovia and Asia were also surprised by the strange phenomenon that had occurred while the demon sighed. They already knew what was going on. Don't get angry. Please don't get angry. Please don't hit me. As usual, Gasper just screamed. What did he do? As our doubts grew, Akeno explained to us. That boy has a sacred gear, when he gets excited, the time of everything within his sight stops for a certain period of time. Wait, stop time? There's really a sacred gear capable of doing something like that? This dumb-looking kid had a sacred gear with such a powerful ability. He was even able to momentarily stop Kara, a Kryptonian. Gosh, now I understand why Serzich has asked Kara and me to take care of him. Since he couldn't control his sacred gear, by order of the Archduke and the Devil, Serzich's Sama, he was sealed. Akeno finished explaining to us. Later. Forbidden Baylor view? Rias nodded to my question. Now we found ourselves gathered in Rias' office inside the building. Rias was sitting in her desk chair, Akeno was standing near her, Kara, Asia, Zenovia, and I were sharing the left sofa, and on the right sofa were Kiba and Kaneko with Gasper in the middle. Yes, that's the name of the sacred gear Gasper possesses. It's very powerful. Stopping time, isn't that too much? My words, Rias responded. Yes, that's true. But your ability to duplicate your power and your power dividing reverse are also true. Do you understand? Well, that's true, although I hadn't considered it that broken since until now I had to use it a lot of times to gain a lot of power, and it wasn't enough to defeat Kakabiel, although well, he is someone biblical and I have barely developed. And my rival, Volley with the ability Divide, destroyed Kakabiel in seconds. Also, one of the main reasons why Gasper was sealed is because the power of his sacred gear grows excessively to the point of risking reaching balance breaker. Reaching balance break. That's definitely not good for reaching that stage when you barely have control of your sacred gear. My case was very different from yours, I had to push myself through quite demanding training for a whole month, pushing my body to the limit, and even when I reached it, the power I had achieved remained within my capabilities. The balance breaker of someone like me, who has a legendary dragon, is very different and special, as it has a special safety feature that keeps my power leveled. In Kiba's case, although he doesn't possess a being with unimaginable powers, it's also very well structured to his abilities. But Gasper, whose ability is to freeze time, what kind of balance breaker could be developed from something that uses time stopping as its basis? That's definitely very dangerous. What kind of balance breaker can someone like Gasper develop? In Ice's case, it's the scale mail armor, which allows him to double his power without the 10-second restriction, as well as giving him a small portion of Ddraig's power that he can control. And I understand that Kiba creates holy demonic swords. Kara asked, quite intrigued with the possibilities that Gasper could achieve. Rias was about to answer Kara's question, but she sighed in resignation when she realized something had happened. Please don't talk about me anymore, please. There was a cardboard box at the back of the room, to the right of the doors. Gasper had hidden inside it, huh? A little annoyed, I got up from the couch, walked over to the box, and kicked it a little. Aye. Gasper squealed when I kicked the box, although I didn't mean to hurt him. For God's sake, please get out of there. I'm quite happy here in this box. Please leave me locked here. Hey Rias, I know I haven't been on Earth for long, but aren't vampires supposed to be weak to sunlight? Is it okay for him to be exposed? Kara asked, worried about Gasper's health. How did I not think of that too? He possesses the blood of a very special vampire known as Daywalkers. If he wanted he could walk all day long, however he hates sunlight. Rias explained and Gasper stood up inside his box. Yes, I hate it, I hate sunlight. It's better if the sun disappears. Gasper squealed in a rather annoyed manner and went back into his box. Sunlight isn't bad, stop being so fussy. Kara stood up a little annoyed by Gasper's attitude with his arms crossed. Of course it's bad. Sunlight and the outdoors are my worst enemies. Leave me alone inside my box. This is terrible. I asked him what his problem is. Do you need to drink blood too? Because you're a vampire, right? I asked Rias. Since he's half vampire, he doesn't crave blood. If we give him blood every 10 days, then there won't be any problems. Although he hates drinking blood. I hate blood. Liver and fish too. This little vampire was extremely fussy. What a good-for-nothing vampire. You're a good-for-nothing vampire. Kara and Kaneko said it at the same time without any show of mercy. Supergirl and Kaneko-chan are so mean to me. I understand Kaneko's attitude, but Kara. Was she really upset about how Gasper rejected the sunlight? Or is it something else? I wonder what it is. Rias, it's almost time. Akeno said to Rias, and she stood up nodding her head. Akeno and I must go to Gotham City to discuss the summit of the leaders of the 3 factions that will be held at Wayne Manor. Hyoudou. Yes, Rias-sama. Ani-sama wants to know more about your balance breaker. Come with me. Understood. Thibaut also stood up and approached Rias and Akeno, who created a teleportation magic circle. Issei, I trust that you and Kara will be able to train Gasper. Rias said it with a rather kind smile. Yes. After all, the devil Serzich's Lucifer trusts us, we won't let him down. Rias smiled when she heard me say that, and together with Akeno and Kiba, they teleported to Gotham City. Awaken, you're going to get used to going outside, and you're going to like it. Kaneko said this to Gasper, lifting the box in her hands as if it were weightless. Just at that moment, Zenovia summoned Durandal and a rather pleased and ruthless smile formed on her face. Then, Ice. Would you do me the honor of disciplining your apprentice? A weak man is no good. And I've also always wanted to face a vampire since childhood. Please allow me to do this. Do you want to attack Gasper? Train him by force. I don't know if that's a good idea, but… Okay Zenovia, do what you want. As soon as I said that, Zenovia threw the box Gasper was in and forcibly pulled him out of the box. No way. I don't want to face the wielder of Durandal. She'll destroy me. Gasper quickly turned around and started running for his life. Stop yelling, Gasper. Ice, if you want, I can also prepare a cross and some holy water, as well as some garlic to attack him, what do you say? Help, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. I feel a little cruel for allowing this to happen, but it's the least I can accept after they interrupted my most romantic, sacred, and intimate moment with Kara. Yeah, I think I'll let it go for now. Chapter 29. Training an antisocial half-vampire. Former Kuo Academy Building, Japan. June 19, 2017, 4:15 p.m. If you want to live, run. Run for your life. You're a daywalker, so run. Don't chase me while wielding Durandal. As evening approached here in Kuo City, the former half-vampire was chased throughout the day by Zenovia, who was brandishing Durandal with dangerous intentions towards the poor demon. Looking at it from another perspective, this was like watching a vampire hunting marathon, and Durandal was letting out a dangerous sound while emanating a bit of a holy aura. Gasper was running away quite terrified and desperate. Well, if Zenovia manages to reach him, he would be destroyed in an instant, and we might get into trouble for having executed a relative of the devil's sister. Kara had whispered to me that she promised to intervene if really necessary in case of an incident, but so far everything was going relatively well. Zenovia started it all under the guise of beginning physical training by saying, a healthy spirit begins with a healthy body, and ever since this hunt began, she has been immensely happy. Now that I think about it, Zenovia's attitude changed from 0 to 100 since she joined the league. The times I've met her she's been quite nice, and she's always with Asia. Since Zenovia started living with me on the Kent farm, she has become very cheerful and active, and she also loves running. Asia explained to Kara and me as we watched the aforementioned continue chasing the poor little vampire. Ice. I request that you share some of your power with me to intensify my training. Zenovia exclaimed, quite motivated. Sure, but I have to activate my boosted gear first, so don't hold back. I encouraged her with an amused smile. Understood. Kara frowned at me when I said that to Zenovia. Why do I think this is getting personal? I don't agree with this, Ice. Kara told me what she thought in a reproachful tone. Have you already forgotten that because of Gasper's situation, you and I couldn't continue our moment alone? If Gasper had control of his sacred gear, the devil Serzich as Lucifer wouldn't have requested our help, and who knows how far we would have advanced when we became quite passionate. For a moment Kara opened her eyes wide and then smiled at me in a very flirtatious way, wrapping her arms around my neck again in a very romantic way. Are you still up for it, Ice? Feeling her arms around my neck made me smile with a slight blush, and I immediately reciprocated by taking her by the waist to pull her closer to me. I always want my girl of steel, is that bad? Kara shook her head, her cheeks turning a little pink. No, it's not bad, I would never complain about something like that, Ice. After she told me that, Kara brought her lips closer to mine and I did the same. We were about to kiss, Gasper's screams, Zenovia's chase, Asia and Kaneko's looks, none of that mattered when Kara became the center of my attention and I of hers at this moment. Oh. I heard you're back, Hyoudou. Just then, when my lips and Kara's were less than an inch away from overlapping each other, Saji's voice interrupted me. Oh, Saji, it's been a long time. Saji approached the place where I was with Kara, she removed her arms from my neck and looked slightly confused at Saji, since it was the first time they had met officially. Saji was wearing a zip-up gym shirt, sports gloves, and a small garden shovel in his left hand. Was he gardening? I heard that Lord Devil Lucifer tasked you and Supergirl with training an antisocial bishop, so I came to see. Kara, this is Saji Genshiro of the Sona Citri nobility. He helped me a lot when I was stuck with the Excalibur and Kiba thing. Saji, this is Kara Zor-El, whom everyone knows as Supergirl. She's my partner and also my girlfriend. When I mentioned that Kara was my girlfriend, there was a flash of pride in my voice. Nice to finally meet you, Saji. I hope we get along. Kara greeted him with a rather happy smile. It's quite an honor. Supergirl, you're much more beautiful in person than on TV, Hyoudou is truly lucky to have you. Garlic scares me. Gasper's desperate screams interrupted us at that moment and the three of us turned to see the scene that was now happening. Kaneko was chasing Gasper a bit abusively using garlic and the poor little vampire was running very desperately. I heard that Zenovia joined the league and I see that she and Kaneko are chasing after the bishop is that blonde girl over there, right? Saji exclaimed quite happily. Actually he is a man dressed as a woman. Kara told him with a rather amused smile. Upon learning that Gasper was a man, Saji was deeply dejected and heartbroken as he fell to his knees, supporting himself with his hands. Damn, this can't be happening, is it April Fool's Day? How can he be cross-dressing and being antisocial? Is there something wrong with this world? The clothes girls wear are for going out and everyone's seeing them. Hearing him say those things, I stood with my arms crossed, smiling nostalgically. I understand you. I know exactly how you feel, Saji. Saji had the same reaction I had when I found out Gasper was a man, I felt so identified with him in those moments. By the way, what are you doing? Kara asked very curiously when she saw that Saji was carrying a gardening tool in one of his hands and he quickly got back to his feet. Since the battle with Kakabiel, my king has given me the task of maintenance, so I must take care of the city's vegetation. Tomorrow is the big meeting and I must finish before midnight. I will attend the summit in Gotham City like the rest of my Lady Sona's nobility. I see, so they're going too, huh? It'll be quite a special reunion. After hearing that, I felt the presence of someone else watching us. When I looked in the direction that seemed suspicious, I felt a strong chill. Ha! So the Justice League and the Devil's Little Sister's servants are having fun. He was an evil man who wore a silver yukata. Ice, do you know him? Kara asked me, looking at this guy suspiciously, who was approaching us. Yes, I know who it is. Hello Sekiryuutei. It's been a while since we met that night. Ddraig and I reacted at the same time and I was immediately completely enveloped in the bright red aura, activating my balance breaker. Azazel. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Kara reacted immediately and also went on guard, taking an offensive defensive stance to my right. The rest of our friends also looked suspiciously at Azazel, the atmosphere had changed radically from one moment to the next. Zenovia also approached the place where she was with Kara, Asia and Saji, brandishing Durandal in an attack-defense position, in front of Asia. Saji was quite surprised and with a face of horror, he also activated his sacred gear on pure impulse. Hi Hyoudou, by Azazel you mean. Yes, he is the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. What I said caused Saji to also take a fighting stance, and in the distance Kaneko did so as well. I don't feel like fighting. You can all drop your stances, low-class demons and members of the Justice League. You should be aware that you can't beat me, right? I don't mean to bully you. I just decided to take a trip to Japan to visit the home of the demons. Is the wielder of the holy demonic sword here? I came to see him. Despite what he said, no one changed their stance. How could we believe anything a fallen angel says after everything that's happened? So your target is Kiba, huh? Kiba isn't here. And if you're behind him. Boost. Really? You weren't able to beat Kakabiel on your own. What makes you think you could stand a chance against me? Azazel asked in a somewhat mocking tone of voice. Be careful what you say next, Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels. Kara threatened him by cracking her knuckles threateningly, and this time Azazel did seem a little worried. My goodness, you seem as energetic as on the news. I see, the wielder of the holy demonic sword isn't here. What a pity. While scratching his head, Azazel didn't emanate any hostile intent. That's what's scarier. Even in Balance Breaker, I can feel my hands trembling. He is immensely superior to Kakabiel, perhaps even stronger than Vali, although I have not seen how strong Vali can become, I only know that he is simply superior. Azazel now looked towards one of the trees. You, the vampire hiding there. Gasper panicked when he was seen by Azazel. Azazel looked at him carefully for a few seconds. Your sacred gear is forbidden Baylor view, right? If you can't use it properly, then it will become something that hurts others. Like any sacred gear, if it can supplement its deficiencies, it should be fine, but now that I think about it, the research into sacred gears by the devils hasn't advanced much. If you summon it using all 5 senses, and if the sacred gear wielder's ability is insufficient, then it will naturally overflow, and it will be extremely dangerous. Gasper was trembling as Azazel stared at him. For him, a demon, standing in front of the supreme leader of the fallen angels must be too much. Despite this, Azazel still showed no signs of hostility. It was then that he turned around to look at Saji. Saji's first reaction was pure panic. Is that the absorption line? If you're practicing, try it. Connect that vampire. If you summon him, you'll absorb the sacred gear's excess power, so it'll probably be less violent. With Azazel's explanation, Saji shows a surprised reaction. My sacred gear, can it absorb the power of other sacred gears? I thought it just absorbs my opponent's power and weakens them. Hearing this, Azazel also has a surprised expression. Good heavens, is the Sekiryuutei here the only one who actually cares about their sacred gear? The absorption line holds the power of one of the legendary 5 dragon kings, the prison dragon, Vritra. Well, this was discovered thanks to recent research. That thing can connect to any object and absorb its power. If it's for a short time, it's possible to detach the line from one side and connect it to another person or object. That's right. I'd forgotten what Ddraig told me about Saji's sacred gear and I never told him. Then, the line on my side for example, could I connect it to Hyoudou or someone else? And then the power will flow into Hyoudou? Yes, and the more you develop it, the number of lines will also increase. If you do, the absorption output will increase many times over as well. Saji fell silent. Azazel's knowledge of sacred gears is truly impressive. It's as if he were a physical library of sacred gears. To improve a vampire's sacred gear, the fastest way would be to drink the Sekiryuutei's blood. If the vampire drinks your blood, then they'll be able to control their powers. Well, you do the rest. The supreme ruler of the fallen angels, after saying that, decided to leave the place. However, he stopped and turned to look at Kara and me. I apologize to Vali, the hacker Yuku, for making contact like that on his own. You were surprised, right? He's a bit of an oddball, but he doesn't plan on settling the score between red and white anytime soon. Even if Azazel says that. And you, won't you apologize for contacting me several times without telling me your true identity? At my complaint, Azazel showed a rather mischievous smile and said, because that's my hobby. I won't apologize for it. After answering me in that way, he left this place. So that's the supreme ruler of the fallen angels, huh? He's a difficult man to understand. Zenovia commented once Azazel disappeared and I deactivated my balance breaker, having the same thoughts as her. Half an hour passed since that meeting with Azazel, it was already getting dark and I made a contract with Saji so that he could lend me his power so I could help Gasper. This was the second time I had made a contract with him. Saji was very excited to be able to use his power and to have a contract with me again, since living in New York, Sona keeps it forbidden. He connected his sacred gear absorption line to Gasper's head to extract his excess power. It is worth noting that the little vampire was now wearing gym girl clothes that looked quite nice on him in a way that is difficult to explain. The sport we would play with Gasper would be volleyball. What he had to do was use his power to stop the ball that would be thrown at him. For this, we went to the Kuo Academy gym, where the Devils attended during their time in middle school. Aizel and Zenovia remained in the corner of the court to my left, while Serzich stood to the right, keeping his sacred gear connected to Gasper's head at all times. Kara and I grabbed some volleyballs and were tasked with throwing as many balls at him as possible. Kara was the first to start and she started floating in the air very excited while holding the volleyball in her hands. "Here it goes, Gasper." Kara exclaimed, throwing the volleyball very quickly. In fact, she threw it harder than she should have. Ay. Gasper screamed in fear and all I saw was a purple flash. The ball Kara threw hit the ground and bounced up to the ceiling of the gym again and again. Wow, it disappeared. Serzich was surprised and Kara descended a little while still floating. He was supposed to stop the ball. It's useless if he stops us all at the same time. Kara said it sighing, and in the distance Zenovia threw another ball to her, and Kaneko was in charge of dragging Gasper back to her playing point. He was trying to escape again. I'm sorry. It was quite fun to watch the scene between Kaneko and Gasper. Getting him trained will be a pain. Your power isn't helping. I heard Aizel and Zenovia say from where they were. Maybe he still has a lot of power. Kara suggested me. Serzich, could you absorb more of his energy? I asked my friend after hearing Kara's suggestion. Of course. Serzich responded and the line of his sacred gear took on a purple hue, similar to Gasper's eyes. Gasper's squeal was quite feminine as Serzich absorbed more of his power. I'm sorry for using you like this. Serzich shook his head, smiling at me very happily. Don't worry, the work you gave is also improving my new skill. Oh, that's right, Aizel said something strange about me. Kara descended in front of me when I said that. Yes, he mentioned that if Gasper drank your blood. No. I hate blood. Gasper started screaming in quite a panic when he heard Kara. But you're a vampire. A vampire who hates blood. I don't like the smell of it. Kaneko sighed upon hearing this. You're a failure as a vampire. You're still so mean to me, Kaneko-chan. Gasper started crying once more. Well, this is getting more and more problematic. Zenovia said in the distance. Without a doubt, training Gasper was more difficult than I originally thought. For quite some time we were pressuring Gasper by taking him from one place to another so he could train properly, but nothing worked. The more he used his sacred gear, the more he rejected it. And at some point before the sun set completely, he locked himself inside his room back in the old building. At first we tried to force him out, but it didn't work and he started crying as if he was dying. Kara and I had no choice but to call Rias to try to convince Gasper to leave his room. Gasper, please come out. I'm sorry I forced you out like that. Gasper continued crying so intensely that Kara and I started to feel very sorry for him. Sorry Rias, I didn't mean to interrupt the meeting you were having but. It's okay. I know you tried everything you could to help him. Rias responded to me in a very understanding manner. The outside world scares me so much. Gasper continued crying as if his life depended on it and Kara approached Rias. Is there a reason why Gasper is like this? Kara asked, feeling quite bad for the poor ex-vampire. Rias looked at Kara and nodded. Gasper's father is a famous noble vampire, but his mother is human. Vampires value bloodlines more than we demons do. So Gasper was discriminated against even by his own family members. He was born only to be treated as if he were a monster. To top it all off, he has the problematic ability that stops time and he can't control it. He was feared. Or rather, hated by his own people. He can stop time and do anything to people without them realizing it. No one wants to get close to him because of that, even though Gasper would never do such a thing. Rias gave us a summary of the life Gasper lived with his family. Gasper's past is pretty depressing. I can't imagine what it's like to be discriminated against for something like that, to be bullied by your own family, to be treated like a monster. That's beyond anything I could imagine. I thought Aizel and Kiba's pasts were already very sad, but Gasper's is even worse because he had a family and that family despised him to the point of making him antisocial. Apparently, he never had a real home. He probably tried to make friends, but he couldn't because his sacred gear was activated involuntarily. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't know how to feel. Unlike him, I had an ordinary life until the accident in Central City, and even when I became the Sekiryuutei, the people of my city never hated me. Even the most Catholic people who knew the story of the celestial dragons didn't say or do anything against me. I suppose it was because I never showed any sway and I was lucky that no one got hurt. But what if things had been different? What if I made a really big mistake? Well, at this point, asking those questions is irrelevant since my reputation is already established and I'm even part of the Justice League. Besides, I was never alone because I had my parents, Zez and Ddraig with me. In fact, just having Ddraig changes everything because he was always with me and with him, I never felt alone. Gasper doesn't have someone like Ddraig in his sacred gear who can talk to him, take care of him, help him understand his power better. His life is really depressing. I guess that makes me someone who's never experienced the sadness that everyone who owns a sacred gear feels. Aizel also experienced something similar to Gasper, going from being called a saint to a witch. The sacred gears are supposed to be a gift from God, and it turns out God is no longer here, but since the sacred gear system is still functioning, they're not going to disappear. These powerful weapons are causing a miserable life for most of their wielders. The two celestial dragons, Welsh dragon and vanishing dragon. All the people associated with the red and white couldn't get a happy ending. How do you think things will end for you? In my mind, I repeated what Vali had said to Kara. I don't want that to happen to us. I trust that somehow I'll be the exception to that rule and that I'll be able to have my happy ending with her and all the friends I know. I don't need a sacred gear like this. Because I always stop everyone. I scare them. I make them despise me. Even I despise it. I don't want my friends and comrades to have to see their faces stopped. I don't want that. Gasper continued sobbing inside his room. I'm a total failure as king, don't you think? Rias asked us very sadly about Gasper's situation. Rias, Kara. Please. Let me take care of him. I requested Rias and Kara too. Do you want to take care of him alone? Kara crossed her arms with a very confused expression and Rias just remained silent to listen to me. I know I can do something about it. Whereas. Issei. Don't worry, I just ask that you let me be alone with Gasper. As someone who owns a longinus, I think I'll have better luck being alone with him. I promise I won't let you down. Rias smiled quite happily. Issei, it's okay, I'll trust you. She formed a teleportation magic circle beneath her feet and retreated, then Kara moved closer to me and placed her hands on my shoulders, giving me a rather affectionate peck on the lips. Let me know if you need anything, I'll take a tour of the city with Asia, Kaneko and Zenovia. Of course, go and have fun with your friends, make this your girls' night. I told him with a rather flirtatious wink. When Kara left, I sat in front of the door to Gasper's room. Gasper, I'm not moving from here until you come out. Do you hear me? In a battle of endurance, I sat with my back against Gasper's bedroom door. A long time had passed and nothing had changed. There were no signs that anything would change anytime soon. I knew that just sitting here in silence wouldn't work, so I started talking to him, hoping he would listen. Hey, are you afraid of sacred gears? And us? I spoke to him, placing my hands against the door and resting them on my head. You know that, like you, I possess a sacred gear that houses one of the most powerful dragons that ever existed. However, my life wasn't as impressive as yours as a vampire or Kiba's and Asia's. I was just an ordinary boy with an ordinary life. I don't know how much what I'm saying will resonate with Gasper. However, I'm going to tell him my most honest feelings. My life was pretty normal and boring until I was able to awaken my sacred gear and communicate with Ddraig, the Red Dragon Emperor. At first, I only had fun using his powers for the thrill of being a hero, but over time I realized that with great power comes great responsibility. Power attracts more power, it makes you a target for multiple targets, it's like carrying a bullseye on your back without knowing when you will receive the arrow. However, I want to move forward. After I said that there was silence. Why? Why do you keep going? You could lose something really important if you keep going like this, you know, Lord Issei, why do you have such a desire to keep going if you know it's very dangerous? Oh, Gasper answered me. That's good. So he's listening to what I'm telling him. Yes, it's very dangerous. I never know when I might lose control like my Sekiryuutei predecessors. But I must do it because this is my responsibility. This is why I achieved Balance Breaker. This is why my feelings led me to this, but you know. Yeah. There was a time when my own feelings betrayed me and I lost my Balance Breaker. That happened when a fallen angel from my past appeared and tried to kill one of my good friends. My girlfriend Kara was injured by a kryptonite spear and I almost lost her forever. As I told that, I closed my left fist tightly, remembering that moment and the blood, his blood that filled my hands. I felt like she was going to die that day, but thanks to the power of my sacred gear, I was able to save her. It was then that my feelings for Kara allowed me to break the balance of the world and regain my balance breaker. As someone who possesses a sacred gear, I can assure you that it's not a bad thing to use this power. Gee. But the thud, the door opened a little. I heard a little bit about that story. It happened before the raiding game. Gasper's face appeared behind the door and he looked like he was trying to hold back his tears. That's true, I understand that Rias lost that match. I wasn't present at that raiding game, I couldn't do anything for my mistress. Don't blame yourself for that, but you should be aware that things will be different from now on, right? But my power will only end up causing trouble for everyone. I don't consider you a problem. Huh? You are my precious apprentice whom I must help to control his sacred gear, a new friend I just made. Gasper opened the door to his room wider as he hugged a black stuffed animal tightly, and now I could see it completely. Do you want to teach me how to control my sacred gear? Let me help you, Gasper. I asked him, raising my left fist up, and continued talking to him. I will put an end to everything that scares you. But. So, how about you drink my blood? Huh? That way you would be able to better control your ability. That scares me. Gasper shook his head and refused. I'm afraid of drinking the blood of living beings. It's hard enough limiting myself to drinking bags of blood every now and then. My power already scares me. If I get stronger, I'll. Is that so bad? I think your power is pretty spectacular. With just those words, Gasper showed me an expression of surprise from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Stopping time is pretty spectacular. Do you know all the things I could do if I had your ability? For starters, I wouldn't have to face those criminal bastards anymore because I could stop them just by looking at them. I could also stop Flash and draw several doodles on his face without him noticing. What's more, I could even stop Kara and enjoy her breasts and legs too much. I could even detain her boss for hours so I could spend more time with Kara. I could even go to Themyscira and use that ability on all the Amazons while they were bathing. Gosh, there are so many things I would do. I'm a little jealous of your ability. Wait. This isn't the time to let my imagination get the better of me, I might scare Gasper away. I thought so, until Gasper smiled happily at me. You're a very kind person. This is the first time anyone has ever said something like that to me. No one has ever said they were jealous of me. Let alone giving specific examples. You're very funny. Until now, I just thought people hated my powers. Don't be an idiot. I yelled at Gasper, raising my left fist again with determination. We were blessed with the sacred gears. If this is our inevitable fate, then we have to take it positively. Are you planning on spending your whole life whining and cursing your destiny? Gasper made a surprised expression, and then I stood up. Listen to me carefully, Gasper. I will use the powers of the Red Dragon Emperor to protect not only my city but the entire world as a celestial dragon who will always make a difference, saving people, as a noble Sekiryuutei. That's why I joined the Justice League. And that's why I'll take you on as an apprentice. I will inspire you to keep going. Gasper's surprise was greater than before, his eyes became moist again, but the expression on his face was one of pure happiness. Gasper stood up. Amazing. You're incredible, Master Issei. Even though most of your predecessors were evil and corrupted by their power, you take your courage to the next level and use your powers to inspire people. I am inspired. I know I could never achieve the feats you would, but now I want to strive to do so. Please take me as your apprentice. I want to follow in your footsteps. Good. It's decided, from today on we'll be teacher and student. I placed my hands on Gasper's shoulders and we both entered his room. Get ready to hear something amazing, Gasper. Before I met you, Kara and I were having a very passionate moment and I was able to fondle her Kryptonian breasts with my hands. Gasper saw me more surprised. Did that really happen? Did you have a rather passionate moment with a Kryptonian? Did you get to enjoy the breasts of one of the most powerful women on the planet? Please tell me more about your great exploits. Chapter 30. The Prelude to the Summit. Former Kuo Academy Building, Japan. June 19, 2017, 11:35 p.m. At this moment, I, Issei Hyoudou, was inside Gasper's room, sitting in front of him in a corner while I told him several of the adventures I had before or after being part of the Justice League. That's right, although they weren't copies as powerful as the original Doomsday, they were considerably stronger than any high-class devil like Rias or Akeno. I used the ability that Ddraig taught me to use and shot a large blast of fire and burned them all. Oh. Using the flames of a dragon with a considerable amount of power duplication to eradicate copies that were at a power level equivalent to high-class devils. That's incredible. And what happened next? Gasper had become very excited. Superman, Batman, Diana, Zez and I found out that Darkseid kidnapped Kara, who at that time was not yet my girlfriend, so without thinking I went to her rescue and… Gee. The door to Gasper's room opened again and the person who entered was Kiba. Way to go, Ice-kun. You managed to break the ice with Gasper-kun. Did he just get here? Did he worry about Gasper? I see he's always such a good guy. Good night, Kiba. You're just in time. I was telling Gasper about the time Kara was kidnapped by Darkseid and, along with the Trinity and Zez, I went to Apocalypse to rescue her. Oh, I never heard that story, please tell it from where you left off. Dibba sat next to Gasper, and I proceeded to tell them about how Zez and I took care of the dragon-shaped tanks, the demon dogs, and Batman's plan to use the hell spores, until I got to the part where I looked Darkseid in the eye and demanded he release Kara. When he got to that part, Gasper started to shake. "Excuse me, but is it okay if I go inside my box? I won't close the lid. It's just that after listening to that story, I don't feel comfortable not being inside it." Imagining Darkseid made him shiver. He's probably scared of stopping us in time. It shouldn't be like this, but I'll give it to him. There's no other way since this is the first time, and forcing him won't help. I just have to slowly ease him out of his cardboard box. "Here you go, Gasper." I smiled at him as I handed him his box. "Ah, this is reassuring, it really is, this box is the oasis of my heart." Gasper sighed with happiness being inside that box. "So much so. The box is so comforting for you. However, this guy, the box suits him very well, or rather, I'm used to seeing him in there. The vampire in the cardboard box. Since this is an extremely new experience, I'm worried about how to react. You know, if making eye contact with other people bothers you, I propose this." I took a paper bag that was in the room, made 2 holes in it, and put it over Gasper's head. This is." The young cross-dressing half-vampire was wearing a paper bag in a dimly lit room. His eyes glowed red from the gaping holes. How is it? Does it fit me?" He approached slowly, like a zombie. "How intense. No matter how you look at it, he's a degenerate. I'm seriously scared." Dibba's expression also confirmed it, Gasper was now really scary. "Ah, but it's fine, right? I could stay." He was enjoying having a bag on his head. "Gasper, for the first time I've felt that you're incredible. Really, if I use this then maybe my value as a vampire will increase." Of course. More than a vampire, he's a full-blown pervert. I'm defeated. These people around me are very strange. In this way, Gasper and I continued chatting about very trivial things, and one thing led to another, and we ended up talking about what we like most about women. I made it clear that I liked breasts and legs with great excitement. Kibba smiled bitterly, but he didn't seem displeased. On the contrary, he seemed delighted to learn more about what I like, and the bag Gasper had on his head twitched with happiness. After talking, I asked Kibba to tell Gasper and me what he likes most about women, and boy was I surprised when he actually gave me an answer. What he likes most are a woman's lips, which is very curious since someone who seems to be so reserved and chivalrous seems to have never given himself the opportunity to kiss a girl. What are you waiting for? Odd, sometimes I find it hard to believe that Kibba hasn't kissed a girl, even though he was the only man in a peerage for years. Oh Kibba, it seems to me that you are wasting your male potential, especially with that handsome prince face you were born with. Kuo City, Japan. The next day arrived and the summit of the leaders of the 3 major factions with the Justice League would begin in a couple of hours. Here in Kuo City, it was 9 AM, so in Gotham City at this time, it would have been around 8 PM yesterday. Daylight comes earlier in the eastern hemisphere than in the western. The summit would begin well after midnight, probably in about 5 or 6 hours. That's why I decided to take advantage of this moment to walk the streets of Kuo City again with Kara before we return to training Gasper. Up to today we both appeared in the city of Kuo on 3 occasions. The first was to discover the mystery of the ancient simplified pentagram that I carried in my jacket, and that led us to meet the Gremory clan. The next thing that happened could be described as a domino effect. We met Asia for the first time, then Rainer appeared, I lost my balance breaker, we planned to rescue Asia, we succeeded, Kara was seriously injured, my feelings for her are unleashed, I recover the balance breaker. We return to the Watchtower and a lot of events happen in the other Earth, in the underworld and in our home New York City. This city had become very special to us, and that's why we were now taking a walk together, like the couple we are. For this occasion, Kara wore a fairly short white top, which covered half of her torso, being slightly longer than the blue top of her Supergirl costume. She also wore an open long-sleeved red jacket and a relatively short light blue skirt, which covered her thighs a little, highlighting her exotic and divine legs that I like so much. Aside from that, she also wore sneakers, and I looked exactly the same as yesterday, because I had packed 2 identical sets of clothes consisting of a red shirt, an open short-sleeved white t-shirt, dark pants, and sneakers. Just like what happened the first time we came to the city, Rias had taken care of giving us a temporary apartment for Kara, Asia, Zenovia and me, so we could spend the night, have a shower and be ready for the summit. What a perfect day. Kara whispered happily, hugging my left arm as we walked. The sky was blue and clear. The morning air was crisp, and Kuo City looked quite beautiful and picturesque, having almost fully recovered from the scars it suffered during Kakabiel's attack. It's funny, it's the first time we've been in Kuo as an official couple and without the need to face a supernatural being. I said to Kara with a smile, making her laugh a little, then I felt her rest her head on my left shoulder, using me as her pillow. You're right, the first time doesn't count, we were just teammates, the second time we left quickly, yes, this is the first time we enjoyed the city as a couple. Kara took a deep, very calm breath as she said that before continuing to speak. It feels good not to have to deal with something supernatural or save the world right now. I hope it continues like this after the summit. The wind blew stronger, and our walk took us to the streets near the temple where we had confronted Rainer and her followers. My gaze had focused on a specific spot, the wall of a building. It was there that I helped Asia save Kara's life, the place where we had our first kiss. It was magical. Kara whispered in a rather tender voice, looking at the same building as me, then she looked at me with a happy smile and raised eyebrows. Although the context wasn't favorable, it's still a wonderful memory for me. I felt very special that time, as I have every time since. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same as her, we both stood there for a while before continuing walking. Maybe that time, we saved Asia, and then Asia and I saved you, but the truth is I feel like you saved me. I spoke to Kara from the heart, turning around to face her and still smiling contentedly, I looked into her eyes, her beautiful blue eyes. In that way? Kara asked with a confused expression, she tried to understand my point of view and waited anxiously for my answer. Seeing Rainer that day unleashed my feelings for her that I had buried, that caused me to lose my balance breaker, then you spoke to me from the heart, you cared more about my heart than anything else, you took your time to listen to my story with Rainer, the story that was actually a lie of hers. As I told Kara this, I held her hands in mine for a few seconds, never taking my eyes off hers. Your love, your desire to support me saved me. If you're by my side, I feel like I can keep going, no matter who's in front of me. That's what I told you that time, right? That day, we both said that phrase to each other, before and after saving Asia, without forgetting that our first kiss was able to break the balance of the world, allowing me to recover my balance breaker. Oh, ice. My answer took Kara by surprise, her eyes filled with tears, and the expression on her face became more tender. Tracks. She couldn't hold back and hugged me pretty tight. You know, Ice. Yeah. I want you to know that I will always be by your side. His hug got tighter. I also felt him hide his face in the side of my neck. Ugh, I really appreciate it, but what, Ice? The hug I was receiving had already become so strong that I felt like my bones would explode. Her air. Oh, I'm so sorry. She quickly let go of me and put her hands to her mouth, looking very embarrassed. It's okay, it usually happens. I told him, able to breathe calmly now, stretching my arms and back a little. His hugs would have killed me if he were the same boy he was 4 years ago. I've become very resilient thanks to all the training I've received from Zez since I became the Sekiryuutei. I guess I should thank Aizel for that too, since he was partly responsible for me getting struck by lightning. Ugh, feeling grateful to Aizel is not good at all with everything that happened. Kara and I continued walking until we reached that bench where we sat down and met Asia for the first time. I still can't believe everything we've been through these past few months, Ice. Kara looked at me with quite a bit of affection and amazement, and I could tell she was about to ask me for something. What's going on? I was thinking, well, in my free time I saw the couples do this, so would you allow me to do that to you, Ice? She started to blush. I don't know what he's babbling about, but I'll do it. Sure, whatever it is, do it, Kara. Kara nodded smiling, took my face in her hands and pulled my head down to her thighs. Oh my god, this is the best. The feel of her soft thighs filled my face. Oh, I feel like I could die right now from the happiness I'm having. The affection she's giving me is causing me to start crying with emotion. I felt her hands gently run over my head, caressing my hair, the touch of her hands, the softness of her thighs were overwhelming me. Oh, there they were. Just then, I heard Ria's voice, and when I opened my eyes, I saw that she and Akeno were standing in front of the bench where I was lying on Kara's thighs. Hello, Rias, Akeno. Kara greeted our friends without stopping petting my head. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Gotham City? Kara asked them as I continued to enjoy the wonderful divine sensation that her thighs caused on my face. We were looking for them. Rias answered Kara's question. That caught my attention and I looked back at Rias and Akeno. Kara, could you lend us Issei-kun for a few moments? Akeno asked very politely, and then I sat down properly very reluctantly. Lend? What's going on? What for? What happened? Kara asked with honest curiosity, and Akeno gave a light giggle before answering. There is a special guest who wants to see Issei-kun before the summit in Gotham City begins, well, if you want you can come too. Hearing Akeno, we both looked at each other in confusion and agreed to accompany them wherever they were taking us. Who will be that special guest? Rias and Akeno led Kara and me to the outskirts of the city. Rias was wearing a rather casual outfit while Akeno was dressed in her shrine clothes. Curiously, they led us to a sanctuary. If I'm not mistaken, that's a bad place for demons. Is it okay for our demon friends to walk around here? Girls, it won't be long before the summit starts, right? I asked our friends. Yes, the meeting will start well after midnight in Gotham City. There are still a few hours left, but everything is ready. Rias answered me, turning her gaze towards me with a smile. Is it okay for them to walk toward a shrine? They're demons, aren't they? Rias and Akeno laughed a little at Kara's concern when she said that. Actually, I live here. Rias guarded this sanctuary after the priestess of the last generation passed away, that way no one with bad intentions would approach us. Akeno explained and Rias nodded as we took the last step. So Akeno's home was a splendid sanctuary. The place was already old, but its damaged parts didn't betray her. What is this meeting about? Kara asked full of curiosity, just as several breezes of wind moved her beautiful blonde hair. Are they the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl? An unknown, male voice was heard in the sanctuary, but there was no one in sight. Who's there? I asked confused and Kara started looking at the sanctuary with her supervision becoming very confused. I don't see anyone, but I heard it too. Just as we were asking ourselves these questions, a divine golden light shone across the sky above the sanctuary. Amidst that light, a rather handsome male figure appeared, possessing a total of 12 extremely bright golden wings, giving him the appearance of a deity. His body was wrapped in a red tunic with a golden cross on the front of his wide alb, his shoulder pads were golden, and on his head, he wore a very bright golden halo that floated. It's a pleasure to meet you, Issei Hyoudou, Kara Zor-El. The sanctuary glowed a deep golden color from the presence of this divine man. Golden wings. It was the first time I saw someone like that. My name is Michael. I'm the leader of the angels. With Rias and Akeno guiding us, Kara, Michael, and I headed to the main shrine. The main shrine was quite spacious. When the 5 of us were inside, Rias and Akeno sat in a corner, between the side where Michael stood and the side where Kara and I were sitting. The 4 of us sat respectfully in front of this deity who kept looking at me and Kara with a rather angelic smile. This was the first time I'd ever seen an angel, no, actually, an archangel. That would explain why his wings shone a brilliant gold. I understand angel wings are white. But why would someone as important as God's successor decide to meet with me and Kara just hours before the summit in Gotham City? What's going on? Why is my body sensing so much danger? I felt a great chill in my left hand, but that feeling of danger didn't come from Michael, but from something else. It was then that a new glow of golden light formed in front of Michael. The blazing light was so intense that it covered the entire sanctuary. The chills I felt grew worse as the light intensified, and the source of this enormous holy aura was the sword. Yes, it was a European sword with a reddish-purple hilt, also featuring gold tips with stylized crosses on the edges of the guard. The sword's blade is colored silver, gold, and reddish-purple with a religious symbol near the hilt. This is the second time I've felt the chills from being near a sword. This sword in front of me was a holy sword, but why does it give me the chills? I'm not a demon, unless… Issei Hyoudou? He named me Michael in a rather kind and calm voice. Why yes. This is a dragon slayer, a sacred sword created to kill dragons. Its name is Ascalon. Ascalon, the famous Ascalon that St. George used. In the past, Ddraig and Zez told me about the dragon slayer swords, though I didn't expect that this way I would meet the legendary sword Ascalon. Yes, I can feel the danger that sword represents to us. So that sword, like Graham, can be used to kill dragons. Kara was also surprised by the sword, though unlike me, she couldn't sense the danger I'm feeling now. If there were a way to accurately describe what I feel, it would be like a kind of kryptonite, but without the overwhelming effects from a distance, although with the same damaging effects on contact. I see, that's what's been giving me the creeps. Michael, who continued looking at me and with a smiling expression, said to me. Issei Hyoudou, I want to give you this sword. Huh? Me? Before you possess it, it would be most appropriate for you to assimilate it with your boosted gear. Michael said it as if it were possible. Is he serious, or is it April Fool's Day? That's up to you. The sacred gear responds to your feelings. If you wish for that, then it's possible. So, really? I can absorb anything I want. Even holy swords. Although wouldn't giving me a dragon-slaying sword be the equivalent of giving Kara a sword made of kryptonite? Is it really okay for me to possess it? Why are you giving me this sword? Yeah, wouldn't that be bad for eyes? His sacred gear is a boosted gear, a dragon type 1, that wouldn't hurt him, right? Kara also questioned Michael. In her eyes there was a lot of concern about what might happen to me if I come into contact with something designed to harm me. I can understand your concern. If she were openly given kryptonite weapons I would feel the same. Michael smiled a little laugh at Kara's concern. The great battles have ceased to take place since the last Great War, but as I'm sure you're aware, to this day the three great factions still continue to have smaller scale conflicts with each other in the universe. Michael is talking about the battle that happened here with Kakabiel. Was that really on a smaller scale? What other smaller scale conflicts have occurred across the universe between these factions, if so? Michael continued speaking. If this continues, we'll all eventually perish. No, a faction other than ours could make its move before that happens. There are several mythological systems very different from the three major factions. Mythological systems? I mean, wait a minute, does that mean? About that. Aside from the angels, fallen angels and demons in the Bible, there are other mythologies as well, or have you forgotten Gram's mythological origin? Gram is that sword from Norse mythology, right? Greek mythology and Norse mythology are the best known along with the Bible. They also have their own dimension and do not set foot outside their territories since they have implicit agreements with the god of the Bible to avoid wars, although there are special cases where the most well-known figures leave their territories to do trivial things. It is very likely that they will act once they discover that God left. Surely at the summit they will talk about this to avoid the leak of this information on a large scale. Wait, why would they do that only after discovering that God has abandoned us? Because God, among all the gods, was the only one capable of defeating all other mythologies. Was God so strong? Why then was there a great war if he was so powerful? Those are the hardest questions to answer, but I'd bet it was something trivial like what happened with me and Albion. The only difference is Albion and I didn't care about the possibility of destroying the universe in the fight. Michael continued talking while I had been talking to Ddraig inside my mind. Shit. What was I saying? That's why I want to take advantage of the upcoming summit as a very special opportunity. Very special? I asked Michael without understanding. Yes, a very special opportunity for the three major factions to end all our conflicts and form an alliance, as well as a special alliance with the Justice League. Alliance? Wait, are you saying they want? Now that their god has abandoned them, it would not be strange if they also form an alliance with the League. If that means there will be a chance between all the factions, then it would be a very special opportunity that could save everyone from a future fight or war. Hara pondered the things that might happen if that were to become involved. However, what does that have to do with you handing that sword to Ice? Michael smiled, still with his angelic expression. In the last Great War, the angels, fallen angels and demons joined forces. It was when the red and white dragons were out of control and turned the universe into their battlefield. I want us all to be able to cooperate once more, and because of that, I want to give this sword to the Sekiryuutei of this generation who joined the Justice League to defend this world. I have placed all my hopes in Issei Hyoudou. So will Ice be able to use that sword safely? Michael nodded to Kara's question. Yes, even though Issei Hyoudou has the power of a dragon, he will be able to assimilate and use Ascalon. Dr. Fate helped me make several adjustments so that the dragon's slaying power can bond with Ddraig without causing damage. Did Dr. Fate help? I looked at Kara in disbelief, not knowing what to do or say. You should accept it, Ice, having a sword like that will be a great opportunity for you. Kara was convinced. Well, to be honest, I want that sword too. I stood up, activating my boosted gear, and approached the sword that was still floating in the middle of this room. Yes, I gladly accept the sword, Archangel Michael. Michael made a movement with his hands, and the sword came towards me, as if it had a will of its own. Ascalon did a 180-degree turn and floated horizontally in front of me. Partner, focus your energy on the boosted gear and take the sword. Yeah. I did exactly as Ddraig told me and grabbed the hilt of the sword with my left hand. Try to make the sword in your hand combine with the power of your sacred gear. As I did as Ddraig instructed, I felt the aura of Ascalon flow into my boosted gear and the sensation also spread to my body. It was an immense sacred aura. The glow of the aura began to take on a reddish hue, completely illuminating the interior of the sanctuary. Slowly, the aura of Ascalon became familiar, and I felt as if the power had been taken by Ddraig. The brightness of the aura became so intense that I closed my eyes, and when I was able to open them again, the aura disappeared and the sword was no longer in my hand. Now part of my boosted gear, the sword blade grew out of the front portion of the back of my left hand. They have combined. Saying that, Kara, who was next to me, saw in amazement the fusion that occurred between Ascalon and my boosted gear, then she stood up and smiled at me quite happily. That's great, are you feeling good about Ascalon? Yes. It feels like it's an extension of my body. Kara began to touch the blade of the sword with her fingers, and her eyes seemed to shine, very enchanted with the blade. With that, my duty here is done. He's leaving so soon. There's still time before the summit. Wait, there's something important I need to ask you. Unfortunately, I don't have time right now. I'll listen to what you have to say at the summit or after it. Archangel Michael promised. Please, I hope so. Of course. I give you my word, Issei Hyoudou. After giving me his word, Archangel Michael revealed his 12 golden and very resplendent wings again. He was enveloped in the divine aura, and then, he disappeared along with that flash of light. Here's some tea. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Akeno. After Archangel Michael left, Akeno made some tea for me, Kara, and Rias as well. The four of us were having a good time before going back to training Gasper and going to the summit. It was at that moment that I remembered something I hadn't had time to ask, and it has to do with Akeno. I looked back at Kara, who looked back at me smiling, taking a sip of her tea, then I looked at Rias, who had the same smiling expression, although with her eyes closed, and finally at Akeno, who looked quite happy. Everything okay, Ice? Kara asked me with a smile, noticing my concern. I still haven't taken my eyes off Akeno, and with a sigh I said to my friend. Hey Akeno. Can I ask you something? Of course, Issei-kun. Ask whatever you need. How can I help you? Akeno responded to me with all the kindness and empathy in the world, and she is a kind and very nice person. She never had any problems helping someone. She is also always smiling and has that older sister aura similar to Diana. Do you remember what Kakabiel said when we were fighting him? There was silence from Akeno and Rias when I asked that question. Kara looked at me strangely since I never mentioned what Kakabiel said to her. Akeno, is it true that you are the daughter of a fallen angel named Barakiel? Akeno's expression clouded and she nodded. That's true. I was originally born between a leader of the fallen angels, Barakiel, and a human. So that's true. Well, it's not that I doubted Kakabiel's words. He spoke many truths that day despite his madness. My mother was a priest somewhere in this country. I heard that one day, she saved Barakiel, who had collapsed from his wounds, and by fate, I was born that day. Akeno stood up and revealed the wings on her back by pulling down the top of her outfit a little. On the right side of his shoulder was his demon wing, which is similar to that of a bat, and on the left side was seen the black wing of a fallen angel. The hatred I feel for my filthy fallen angel wings is what led me to meet Rias and become a devil. But that ended up giving birth to a repulsive being with both devil and fallen angel wings. I guess this goes well with the filthy blood that runs through my veins. Akeno spoke quite melancholically and depressingly as she scorned her wings and birth. Akeno. I heard Kara mutter, her voice quite broken by the words Akeno said to herself. Issei-kun Kara. The fallen angels have caused you a lot of trouble, haven't they? Various memories of Rainer flashed through my mind when she said that. The last time I saw her 4 years ago, the reunion we had, the moment that happened after she managed to inflict a fatal wound on Kara. Well, that's true. Rainer made us go through very difficult things, mainly ice for obvious reasons. Kara started talking, and hearing that, Akeno nodded with a sad expression. But it's also true that we can't blame all the fallen angels for Rainer and Kakabiel's actions, because that's not the right thing to do. Akeno looked up at Kara as she said that. I also looked at Kara and a big smile formed on my face, because that was the exact same thing I was thinking. Then I stood up and said to Akeno. Kara is right, not all fallen angels are like Rainer or Kakabiel. I want to believe there are good and bad mixed in equally. Akeno, you are my friend and Kara's too. You are not a bad person, and no matter who your father is, that is not going to change our feelings towards you. Akeno was doubly surprised by my statement. Akeno, you're still Akeno, no matter what kind of wings you have. You're my good and dear friend, a very beautiful girl, and you'll never be a bad person just because of your wings. It's your actions that define you, not your origins. Saying Akeno is a bad person just because she's the daughter of a fallen angel is like saying I'm a bad person because of the past actions of my predecessors. That's not how things work. It's just like I says. It's people's hearts that matter, no matter whose daughter you are, it's your actions that matter. Besides, if you look on the bright side, you're the only person who has the wings of both a fallen angel and a demon at the same time. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Akeno started crying with a smile, then wiped her tears. I've just heard some very powerful words. When I hear them I can't help but get emotional. Her tears were of happiness, and Rias, who was silent, was also the same as Akeno. The fact that Kara and I had accepted Akeno moved her quite a bit. Hey Kara. Do you mind if I hug Issei-kun for a moment? Kara sounded quite surprised by Akeno's request. I was too. Of course not, do it if you want. Akeno quickly stepped forward upon hearing Kara's confirmation and hugged me as if her life depended on it. Akeno was quite affectionate and her hug made me feel quite warm, so I hugged her as tightly as I could, just like Akeno was hugging me. The smell of her hair, the softness of her body, the large size of her breasts, I felt it all in the same instant while I was hugging her. This was a quite wonderful and unique moment. Wow, you seem to be enjoying it a lot, Akeno. Rias said, quite excited for her friend, causing a slight laugh in Kara. Hey Kara, can I also have fun with Issei-kun in bed and kiss him like he's my boyfriend? Akeno's voice was quite seductive when she said those words. Of course not. Kara rejected that proposal by raising her voice too much, and both Akeno and Rias laughed again with very funny laughs. It was a very fun and emotional moment, this meeting before the summit. Chapter 31. The summit between the three great factions and the Justice League. Tory Wayne, Gotham City. June 20, 2017, 0 AM. The time of the meeting is approaching, the sky is clear and full of stars, there was a full moon, and every now and then strong gusts of wind whipped the highest corners of the city of the night. On the roof of this tower, there were two men. A young man with silver hair and an adult with brown hair with blonde streaks in the front. The younger man was standing leaning against a pillar, while the other was sitting in a yoga position. Both viewed the city, where the future of the three factions would be decided, with different feelings. Azazel, do I really have to attend the summit? Of course, Vali. Since you are the hacker Yuku. Hey Azazel. Will there be no more wars when the summit is over? I want to defeat the strongest. You're just looking for fights. You're actually with a dragon who suits you well. If you continue like this, you won't live long. Vali stopped leaning against the pillar and looked at the city with a bored expression. Okay, I'm not interested in a long life. I just regret being born in this era, in a world where God seems to no longer exist and everyone wants to play hero. I would have loved to defeat God. As expected of the hacker Yuku. But after defeating the strongest, what will you do? I'll just die. I have no interest in such a boring world. After midnight arrived in Gotham City, Rias Gremory's Gremory clan and I, Issei Hyoudou, along with Kara, Asia, and Zenovia left Kuo City. During the day, Rias had made reservations at one of Gotham City's hotels, and that's why we were now there. It's time to go. Rias announced. Yes, it's time. The time for the summit of the three major factions with the Justice League. If all goes well, there will be peace, and we may even be allies. If this goes wrong, there will be war, and this city, Batman City, will become a battlefield. I understand the meeting will be held in the dining room inside Wayne Manor. I'm so excited and scared about what might happen. The leaders of each faction had also done two special things. The first was to cast a very powerful spell that would put all the human inhabitants of Gotham City to sleep, clearing the city so no one would be aware of what had happened. Then, together with his subjects, they formed an immense magical barrier that completely covered the city. This barrier would be in charge of keeping the current state of Gotham City hidden, so anyone outside would not see the difference from what this city looks like on other nights. The troops of angels, fallen angels, and demons completely surrounded the city, guarding the outside of the barrier as well as the inside. The atmosphere felt very heavy due to the number of supernatural beings. While I was in the hotel, I saw through a window the immense group of troops from all the factions of the Bible. Rias and her Peerage had already left this hotel, and after a few minutes of their departure, I decided that it was also time for my team and I to leave as well. Kara was wearing her Supergirl outfit and Zenovia her red battle outfit, while Asia was still wearing a civilian outfit. Well, now we're leaving too. Master girls. The moment I announced our departure, the cardboard box inside the room began to shake. Of course, that was Gasper. Of Rias' Peerage, he was the only person who had to stay behind. Gasper, this summit is very important. You need to stay here since you don't have good control of your sacred gear yet, you know that. I told him in a gentle way. During my stay in Kuo City, I trained him as best I could. Much of it consisted of him using his sacred gear to stop the balls that Kara, Asia, Zenovia, and I would throw at him, one at a time, then two at a time, three at a time, and finally all at once. He had managed to stop 4 out of 20 balls. He's made good progress compared to the first time I met him, but his training isn't something that can be done overnight, not to mention that I had to be beaten up for a whole month to even awaken my balance breaker. Gasper, be a good boy, okay? Yay, Maestro Issei. Kara and I approached Gasper. I'll leave my handheld console for you, so have as much fun as you want. Gasper sat inside his box and took my handheld console with a rather pleased smile. I brought you several sweets, you can eat as many as you want. Kara said to Gasper holding a huge bag in her arms filled with a bunch of candy. Thank you very much, Kara Zor-El. Gasper took the bag in his arms while still clutching my handheld console. I'll also leave your paper bag here. Put it on if you're feeling lonely. I told Gasper, handing him his bag after the gift he received from Kara. I will, Master Issei. Gasper replied, still smiling happily, using the bag as a cap. After that, Kara and I stood up again and approached Asia and Zenovia, the latter had a rather flirtatious smile. If Gasper were much younger, anyone would think he was your son. You really care about him, don't you? Well, he's my first apprentice, it's normal for something like that to happen. I replied to Zenovia with a smile while Kara and Asia laughed playfully, although Kara blushed a little since she understood Zenovia's hint regarding Gasper's hair. Although I felt confident, deep down I wasn't comfortable. I don't know if I could ever be a good teacher for Gasper, like Zez was for me. In fact, I can't be like Zez. Gasper was rejected even by his family. It seems he never had a proper father figure. I don't know if I could ever achieve a good role as his teacher in the long run. Gosh, how I wish I had a sacred gear expert by my side whom I could call master. Wayne Manor. Upon arriving at Wayne Manor, I knocked on the door and the person who answered was Alfred. Young Issei, it's good to see you again, even if it's the first time, it's good to see you, Miss Kara, Miss Asia and Miss Zenovia. Alfred allowed us to pass with a polite bow, and both Asia and Zenovia's mouths dropped open. That man lives here. Zenovia whispered in amazement until we reached the dining room door. After closing the front door, Alfred opened the dining room door and then we saw everyone. Excuse me, young master, your last guests are here. Alfred introduced us. The table in this dining room was magnificently larger than I remembered. The chairs around it were filled with almost everyone I knew. The air was quite calm, but everyone sitting around the table had a rather serious look. I swallowed a little saliva from the feeling of nervousness. At the head of the table was Batman, to his right was Flash, and to his left was Diana. On Flash's right side sat Johns the Martian Manhunter, and to his right was Mr. Serzich's, who was wearing an outfit similar to that of a diplomatic ambassador from ancient times. To his right was a young woman he had never seen before, her hair was black and had 2 pigtails, and her eyes were blue. On the opposite side of the head of the table was Superman, and to his right was Aizel, who was wearing a long maroon trench coat with a V-shaped neck and a high, wide-open collar that opened at the hem. On the trench coat there were also 2 black belts that were around his waist and 4 black bands on his arms, 2 at the wrist and 2 near the elbow. His pants were grey and his shoes were brown. To the right side of Aizel was Green Lantern, and to his right was Archangel Michael who had Diana to his right, thus ending the table. The seating for this occasion was quite elegant and comfortable, and the table was so wide that there was a good amount of distance between each person sitting. If I had to compare sizes, the table was at least 3 times wider than the one during the Thanagarian invasion. Behind Serzich's was his wife Grafia, who was still wearing a maid outfit, Rias, and her Peerage were also beside her. Behind the girl who was next to her was Sona Citri with Tsubaki, Saji and more people she didn't know well. Behind Michael was a girl with pigtails wearing the white-hooded exorcist outfit that Zenovia previously wore. Kara, Asia, Zenovia and I immediately recognized that girl. Irina. Zenovia was the first to react to the girl who looked away. Yes, she was my childhood friend, Irina Hyoudou. Apparently they did tell her the truth about God after all. However, the person who made me feel nervous wasn't her, but the person standing behind Aizel with his arms crossed. Bali, the Hakuryuku vanishing dragon. My opponent was looking at me with a very challenging smile. Behind Diana was an Amazon she had seen before, if I am not mistaken her name was Artemis. She looked at Kara with a smile. So there will be Amazons at this meeting too, huh? Behind Batman were 3 people I hadn't met until now, but I identified them as Nightwing or Nightwing, Batgirl and a Robin. Zez was also among them, but I did recognize him. And last but not least, Vibe and Killer Frost, each were behind Flash. Let me introduce you. Superman said this while politely pointing towards the door. My cousin Kara's Orel, the Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou, Asia Argento the young woman with twilight healing and Zenovia Korda the user of the sacred sword Durandal. Each one, like the Sekiryuutei, belonged to the Justice League. They also faced Kakabiel to defend the city of Kuo, along with the relatives of Rias Gremory, the sister of the current Lord Lucifer. Archangel Michael smiled at us. I've heard the report. I thank each and every one of you once again. Archangel Michael thanked us. I apologize for what happened with Kakabiel. He belongs to my faction and caused you a lot of trouble. Aizel said it with a rather relaxed expression. What an attitude. You can stand behind me. Superman invited us and the 4 of us stood behind him and Batman started the meeting. Now that everyone has arrived, I'll outline the prerequisites for the meeting. Those present here recognize the most important event and the forbidden topic, namely, the disappearance of God. Everyone in the room knew this and nodded, some more somberly than others. Superman spoke after Batman. So, recognizing that, let's continue the conversation. Thus, the summit began. After Archangel Michael and the Devil Serzich's Lucifer were talking about the current politics, what happened during the First Great War and the small-scale fighting that has been going on, with Aizel interrupting several times by saying things out of place, Serzich's Lucifer asked Rias to talk about the incident. Rias, along with Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki, began to discuss the incident in Kuo City, an event she had also experienced, and she did so in a clear and calm manner. Perhaps due to her extreme level of nervousness, her hands seemed to be shaking as she held a sheet of report. Each person present listened calmly to his report. Some sighed, others frowned, others smiled. Each person had a different reaction. Those were the details of the incident where I, Rias Gremory, my family, and the Justice League were involved. I, Sona Citri, testify that said report is true. Thanks for the report, Rias. Serzich said to his sister. The girl next to Serzich winked at Rias and Sona. Thank you, Rias-chan. Sona-chan. Sona became nervous at the girl's words, and the four of them returned to the place where they had been before. Now, Azazel. After hearing this report, I want the opinion of the Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels. At Serzich's question, everyone's gaze focused on the Supreme Ruler of the Fallen Angels. Azazel began to speak after letting out a fearless smile. Regarding the incident a few days ago, Kakabiel, a leader of our central organization, Gregory, remained silent to the other leaders, as well as to me, the Supreme Governor, and acted independently. The one who dealt with him was Vali. After that, his punishment was decided in our court-martial. His punishment is eternal freezing in Cocytus. He will never leave there again. The explanation about all this was written in the material delivered to you, that's all I can tell you. Archangel Michael then said while sighing. Although the explanation was of the worst kind, I understand that you, personally, have no desire to start a war against us or the Justice League. Is that true? Azazel let out a slight laugh before answering. Of course. I have no interest in wars. Don't you have the report of when Kakabiel looked down on me for that very reason? I just have a huge fanaticism for sacred gears. I'm not a bad guy, just a huge fan. Yes, as Azazel mentioned, Kakabiel at the time said many bad things about him and the rest of the leaders of his organization. He is a person who does not desire war and is only interested in sacred gears. This time, it was Superman who asked Azazel a question. Azazel, I want to ask you something. Why have you been gathering the owners of the sacred gears for the past few decades? Serzich nodded in agreement with Superman's question and spoke after him. I'm with Superman. At first, I thought you were gathering humans to try to increase your battle potential. You even helped create the particle accelerator to create metahumans. Everything seemed to indicate that you were planning to declare war on heaven or on us, but… Archangel Michael spoke after Serzich's. Yes, no matter how much time has passed, you haven't declared war on us. When I found out you had the Vanishing Dragon, I could only start taking precautions. Hearing the opinions of Superman, Serzich's, and Archangel Michael, Azazel smiled bitterly and said to them. It's for the sake of my research into the sacred gears. If that's the case, should I send some of the research results to you? Even if I do research them, I won't start a war against you or anything like that. I have no interest in waging war. I'm satisfied with the world as it is now. I told my subordinates not to interfere with the politics of the human world, you know. I have no intention of interfering in religion, nor in the business of the demons, or going to challenge the Justice League to a fight as a Thanagarian. Damn it. Do none of you trust me? Indeed. That's how it is. You're right. Not even a little bit. I would never trust you. I trust Ares more than you. You're a troublemaker. You're almost as bad as Thawne. I trust Shiera more than you, even though she betrayed us. The opinions of Serzich's, Superman, Archangel Michael, the girl with pigtails, Batman, Diana, John, Flash and Green Lantern agreed. To what extent does everyone distrust Azazel? Upon hearing this, Azazel brought one of his hands to his forehead, acting embarrassed and offended. TCH. You're supposed to be the Justice League, and I thought you were better than God and the original devil, but you're all equally troublesome. You don't like me doing secret investigations, huh? Okay, I got it. Azazel stood up and looked at everyone gathered at the table. Let's make peace between the three factions and form an alliance with the Justice League. Wasn't that the purpose of this meeting? Azazel's proposal briefly surprised most of those involved. Of all the people present, the one from whom a quick proposal was least expected was Azazel. Will this be the most historic moment between the three major factions? Archangel Michael, who was one of those surprised by Azazel's proposal, smiled and stood up. Yes, I too was planning to propose peace with the demons and Gregory and form an alliance with the Justice League. If we continue with the old conflicts, the universe could be harmed. I, the leader of the angels, think so since the original cause of the war, God and the devil, have abandoned us, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Michael supported Azazel's proposed peace, and the latter's laughter erupted. Ha! Even stubborn Michael said that, even though he used to say, God this, God that, God, God, God. I've lost a lot of things. There's no reason to keep thinking about things that are no longer present. It's our duty to help guide humans. We Seraphim share the view that the most important thing is to guide God's children on the right path from now on. Hey. With what you just said, you would have fallen, you know, that would be the normal thing to do, but you've already mastered the system, this has turned into a good time. Completely different from how it was when we Gregory fell. Serzich also nodded. We think the same, even though the real Lucifer is no longer with us to continue our species, we demons have moved on. The girl next to Serzich spoke. We do not want war, if we carry out another one of such a scale we would annihilate our race. Johns also stood up. The war between the three factions could lead to a tragedy on a larger scale than what happened on Mars. We are the Justice League. We can't allow that. Diana also stood up. Things change, times change, something like this would never have been possible in my mother's time, as Queen of the Amazons and a founding member of the Justice League, I also support this union. Following his example, Flash and Green Lantern also stood up. If we all join forces, we will save not only the Earth, but the entire universe. And a full-scale invasion will be impossible since we will all be united. The next to stand up was Superman. My cousin and I lost our home planet, not necessarily because a war broke out, but we lost it. She suffered that loss more than I did, and I will not let the Earth be destroyed. Perhaps God is already with us, but his hope, the hope of my people, still stands and will continue to endure. It is our duty to maintain that hope for those who are no longer with us and those who are still with us. Batman for the first time in this meeting smiled and stood up as well. Even with all the tragedies we've all experienced in this room, we're aware of a great truth. The world keeps turning even without God. Even without God, this world and the universe continue to endure. What Batman said is true, despite all the tragedies they've experienced over the past few decades, despite all the founding members of the Justice League, along with the leaders of the three major factions, losing very important loved ones, they're still standing. Now it's up to all of us to bear the responsibility of keeping everything running. Batman's words were etched in my mind. After that, everyone's conversation moved on to the next topic, such as the potential for war, weapons, etc. Batman mentioned the weapon being developed at the Enhanced Watchtower and the upcoming project called Justice League Unlimited. Apparently, they already had a long list of candidates they would be recruiting in the coming years. The leaders of the three major factions showed great interest in the project and even offered their big names to be included on this list. It was then that I heard names I had never heard of before, such as Dulio Gesualdo, Sekiryuutei, Tobio Ikus. There were also names that were familiar to me, such as Kibayudo. My friend was surprised when he was chosen, as was Saji Genshiro, and not only them, Irina Shidou was also chosen, much to the surprise of Zenovia and Irina herself. Zenovia and Irina were still estranged and didn't say anything to each other. The strangest thing is that on the list, the only one who was never named was Bali, the hacker Yuku. In fact, he didn't even care that he wasn't chosen. While Grafia was serving him tea as a waitress, Archangel Michael turned his gaze towards me. Now that the discussion has gone on very good terms, if you allow me, I will listen to the questions that the Sekiryuutei wanted to ask me before starting the summit. Everyone's gaze focused on me. For a few seconds, I felt quite nervous since everyone I knew, including those I hadn't met yet, was staring at me, but I managed to remain calm. Okay, I've been wanting to know this. Saying that, I took a few steps towards Archangel Michael, stopping, taking a breath and then saying to him. Asia, being such a good girl and so devoted to God, why was she exiled from the church? This was something I wanted to ask the angel faction. Asia trusted in God her entire life, so why was she exiled from the church? I know the fallen angels tried to kill her, but what the angels did in the first place, I feel, was unforgivable. Archangel Michael was silent for a few seconds and answered me in a serious and somber manner. About that I can only express my sincere apologies. After God disappeared, only the system that controls divine protection, mercy, and miracles remained. This system was what God used to generate miracles and other things. He created it and used it to bring miracles from heaven to earth. So that humans could use the light, so that things like crosses and exorcisms could take effect. Listening to Archangel Michael's explanation, I followed up with more questions on the same topic. After his disappearance, did something happen to that system? In response to my question, Archangel Michael nodded. To be honest, the system places an enormous burden on anyone who uses it, except for him himself. With me at the center, all the seraphim were able to initiate the system, but, compared to when God was with us, divine protection and mercy for believers was incomplete. It's unfortunate, but the number of people we can protect with the system is limited. Now that you mention it, Kakabiel had said something similar. Something about how God isn't here anymore, and there are limits to how many people can be saved. Archangel Michael continued speaking. For that reason, there was a need to keep those who might have any influence on the system out of the church. Examples include the wielders of sacred gears like the boosted gear, the divine dividing, and Asia Argento's twilight healing. Is it because it can cure demons and fallen angels? Archangel Michael nodded to my question and continued to explain. Yes, if there's a person who can heal demons and fallen angels among our followers, this can influence the faith of those around them. The key to the system's functioning is the faith of the believers, which is why twilight healing was banned, because it can influence the system, and also as an example of that. People who know about God's disappearance, right? Zenovia interrupted Archangel Michael. Yes, that's right, Zenovia. Losing you was a great blow to us, but if aside from us, the Seraphim and some of the high-ranking angels, if a good amount of people who don't know about God being gone were to find out, it would affect the entire system. Please accept my apologies. There was no other way but to make you and Asia Argento heretics. Archangel Michael bowed his head with great regret. He sincerely apologized to Zenovia and Asia. The two in question were amazed. Asia didn't know how to respond, and Zenovia shook her neck from side to side, smiling. No, Archangel Michael, please don't apologize. Even though I was raised by the church at a young age, I felt a little irrational about everything that happened. But now that I know the reason, there's no problem anymore. It's okay, I repented a long time ago when I was excommunicated, but now I'm happy. I'm still alive, I still have faith in the Lord, and I've made a lot of friends. I live in a pretty nice place with a family that cares a lot about me. Zenovia and Asia were fine with what Archangel Michael told them, then Asia clasped her hands at the last thing he said. The words they both said made Archangel Michael's expression fill with relief. I'm sorry. I'm very grateful that your hearts can forgive me. I leave Durandal in your hands, Zenovia. Since you're part of the Justice League, I'll be happy to let you continue to wield it. At that moment, Azazel was staring at Asia. Asia noticed this as well, and her body shuddered slightly. It seems that one of my subordinates tried to kill her without telling me, but failed, and now she is a prisoner in the watchtower. I received the report. Azazel said it clearly and I moved a little towards him. That's true, and she'll remain a prisoner. That fallen angel tried to kill Asia and then almost killed Kara because of the stupid decisions one of your organization's leaders made. He even played with me a long time ago. I felt like the actions of Azazel's subordinates toward me had become very personal. No, they were already very personal considering this guy also did the same thing, but in his own way. It's true that the fallen angels have been eliminating those sacred gear users who might cause us any problems. Being an organization, it's obvious, don't you think? If you feel that a person could become a threat in the future, you'll want to eliminate them. With the particle accelerator, it seemed like a very fascinating and different path, since one never knows how a sacred gear user can change when they become a metahuman. If you were a human, you would have been eliminated, since an untalented human could have caused disasters by not being able to control the power of the Sekiryuutei, and that would have had a negative effect on the world. However, thanks to the particle accelerator, you became someone very special and capable of controlling the power of the Sekiryuutei without going out of control. You are living proof that I was right to support Eobard Vaughn with the development of the particle accelerator. TCH. And thanks to you, now I'm a metahuman. I thought you liked being one. I took a few seconds to breathe and calm down. Yes, I'm happy to have become a metahuman, thanks to you. I've been able to defend my city for the past few years, now I'm part of the League, and I have someone very special with me. After agreeing with her, I felt Kara's soft and very comforting right hand attached to my left hand. I stopped looking at Azazel to see Kara, who smiled at me with quite a bit of affection and understanding. Just by joining our hands, she calmed me down. I felt quite calm, happy and complete. After a few seconds, I saw Azazel again and this time I did so without the bitterness of before. If it's any consolation, I apologize for my actions and the way I approached you over the past year. I'm glad to know that, for the first time in a long time, there's a noble Sekiryuutei who doesn't adhere to the principles of domination, not to mention that you're surrounded by many powerful people who appreciate you for who you are. Do you know that's even quite rare for you? Well, I know what I'm going to do to make it up to you. I've already planned everything. It's something only I can do to make it up to you. I don't know what Azazel meant by that, but as long as it's nothing bad, everything will be fine. Now then, it's time to hear the opinions of these two people who, although they have nothing to do with the three great factions, like the League, have the power to influence the entire universe. Sekiryuutei, Hacker Yuaku. I'd like to hear your opinions. What do you want to do in the universe? At Azazel's sudden question, the Hacker Yuaku volley smiled. I'm not interested in peace, I'm only interested in fighting with powerful beings. Is that the Hacker Yuaku's only goal? Is all he wants to do is fight? Most of those present looked at Volley with a frown. It's not an answer they like. HMPH. Although you don't need a war to be able to do that. Azazel said it as if he had anticipated Volley's response. I knew you'd say that. Volley responded indifferently and Azazel looked back at me. Well, Sekiryuutei. What about you? The question I received from Azazel was the same one he asked Volley. I already know how to answer, it's what I've always said and will continue to say. I will make sure to be far better than my predecessors. I will continue to inspire people to the best of my ability. I will continue to protect this world alongside the Justice League. As the Sekiryuutei of this era, I stand for peace. Everyone sitting at the table smiled in a satisfied manner at my answer. Chapter 32. Chaos Brigade. Wayne Manor, Gotham City. June 20, 2017, 1:10 a.m. A second passed after I gave Azazel my answer to his question, and suddenly I felt a strange source of energy shock me, and everything around me changed to a rather purple shade of light. What would happen? I asked in bewilderment as I realized my boosted gear had activated automatically. In this room, Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki, Saji, Alfred, Artemis, Nightwing, Batgirl, Robin, Asia, Vibe and Killer Frost had been immobilized by a purple aura, similar to the one Gasper generates to stop time. Tiba, Irina, Zenovia and Zez could move, and each one was wielding their own swords, and these emitted their respective auras. Green Lantern was enveloped in the emerald aura generated by his ring. Flash was generating yellow electricity in his body. Batman was enveloped in a strange red aura. The only ones who looked normal were Superman, Serzich's, the girl with pigtails, Azazel, Archangel Michael, Diana, John and Kara, who was still holding my hand. Did someone stop time? It was the only thing I could think about. It seems so. We weren't affected thanks to our immense power. Azazel answered my question, referring to himself and the other leaders who looked quite normal. And we, because we have our dragons. Bali spoke after Azazel. So the reason I wasn't affected is because of Ddraig, huh? The others were protected by their holy and demonic swords, Green Lantern by his power ring, and the Scarlet Speedster by his connection to the Speed Force. Yeah, that makes sense, but what about Batman? As if Zez knew what I was thinking, he pointed his gaze at me. If you're wondering why he wasn't affected, it's because I shared some of Graham's demonic aura with his batarangs before the meeting started. Batman pulled one of his batarangs imbued with Graham's aura from his bat belt and looked at it analytically. His protection won't last long, but maybe it'll keep me active long enough to find out what just happened. Hey boo. The loud explosion was heard from outside the mansion, and we all rushed to the windows inside this room. Looking through the windows, we saw multiple human silhouettes appear from the shadows and from the sky, attacking Wayne Manor, which seemed to resist each of these attacks. It appears to be a terrorist attack. Regardless of the era, whenever a power tries to make peace with another, there's always a group that disagrees and tries to prevent it. Azazel explained to us, and the human silhouettes were revealed as individuals wearing black robes who launched attacks that were practically very powerful magic bullets. These attacks continued to fail to breach the mansion, but they showed no signs of stopping. This meeting had become so good. We had practically agreed to peace and an alliance, but no, these terrorists had to show up. Azazel at some point in his explanation positioned himself near me and showed a fearless smile as he continued speaking. These guys call themselves magicians. They use a type of magic that was interpreted from the demon magic system by the legendary wizard Merlin Ambrosius and rebuilt as sorcery. Compared to the power we emit, I guess each of them possesses the equivalent of a middle-class devil. Simply put, it means these humans can use powers similar to those of devils. Though of course, it doesn't seem like they can become one. It's annoying when a sacred gear user learns magic. Well, their attacks aren't able to damage this mansion because we've created a more powerful barrier between Serzich's, Michael, and me. Though thanks to that, we won't be able to get out either. The Supreme Governor knows everything and explains it wonderfully. So who is responsible for time standing still? Superman questioned, waiting for an explanation. Most likely, they used the sacred gear or magic to transfer power to the half-vampire boy's sacred gear and forced him to enter a balance breaker state. Although it's only a temporary balance breaker state, despite that, it even affected the people here present, who weren't in his field of vision, so the half-vampire's potential capability is definitely quite high. Well, it seems he still lacks the power to stop us, the most powerful ones. No way. So Gasper, who was at the hotel far from Wayne Manor, has been captured and is being used. But Azazel, you're saying power was transferred to him. Are there other sacred gears that have that kind of ability besides mine? Azazel smiled at my question. The boosted gear combines both powers at once, the ability to duplicate power almost infinitely, and the ability to transfer, aside from certain difficult to unlock abilities, such as the ability to ignore almost any type of defense or barrier. There are independent sacred gears with any of those abilities. There may be a sacred gear that only duplicates power, and another that is in charge of transferring power. The vast majority of Longinus are the combination of different abilities and powerful capabilities that are not supposed to be able to combine. Perhaps the Longinus are born because of certain errors in the sacred gear program built by God. That is one of the theories that we of Gregory maintain. If I had to put it in a way easy for you to understand, it is a fact that there are other powers similar to yours. Thank you so much for your rather easy to understand explanation. Or rather, does that mean they're using Gasper, just as I thought? At that moment, Serzich's approached Aizel and me. Gasper, my little sister's relative has become a terrorist weapon for Gotham City. Where did they get that information from? But the fact that it was used in such an important meeting. Serzich's was feeling frustrated. I can't imagine what kind of reaction Rias would have had if she wasn't detained. By the way, our armies outside the city have also been detained. Gosh, did they reincarnate that bishop with a mutated piece? Aizel asked Serzich's, and his words left me quite confused. What is a mutation piece? Power asked them, just as confused as me and the rest of us who didn't know much about the demon system. A mutation piece is an anomaly within the evil gear system. It could be the equivalent of a Longinus among sacred gears, but only evil gears. The gear Rias used to reincarnate Gasper is a mutation piece. Otherwise, she would never have been able to reincarnate him as a demon. Its power is impossible to measure, and that's why Rias sealed it. If the terrorists manage to unleash the power of their evil gear, perhaps all of us who haven't been affected yet could be affected as well. What Serzich said wasn't encouraging at all. If that were to happen, then we'd all be lost. Gasper must be rescued as soon as possible. Aizel raised his hand toward the window in front of us. Then, countless spears of light appeared in the skies above the Wayne Manor courtyard. They all fell at the same time. Aizel swung his hand, and they impaled countless mages in the blink of an eye. The terrorists didn't even have time to protect themselves. It was an instant attack. The mages had become countless stiff corpses scattered across the grounds of Wayne Manor. It became a gruesome scene. I knew Aizel was very powerful, but to accomplish such a feat with just a flick of his hands, he's a monster in terms of annihilation. Aizel turned around. Gotham City and Wayne Manor are protected by immensely powerful barriers. But despite that, the mages appeared inside the barrier. There must be a magic transfer circle, or someone is connecting them from within. Their timing and strategy are good, so there must be someone knowledgeable giving away information about us. There must be a traitor among us. The traitor among us? Who would be capable of doing something like that? Looking at my companions and the people from the other factions, I couldn't identify a possible traitor. No, that would simply be impossible to know, since it must be good enough. Shouldn't we be able to get out of here? Archangel Michael shook his head at my question. We won't be able to until the barrier is removed, but if that were to happen, Gotham City could suffer even more damage than Kuo City did when Kakabiel attacked it. The barriers surrounding Wayne Manor and Gotham City were created to absorb large-scale supernatural impacts. We must wait here until the enemy boss appears. After Archangel Michael said that, Batman added. If we stay here long enough, they'll get tired of waiting and take the next step. I'd like to know who's the mastermind behind all this. Besides, if we all abandon the mansion and go outside to fight, we'd be doing exactly what the other side wants. Is that the grand plan? Wait for the enemy to make the next move. Serzich added after Batman. But that out of the way, we, the leaders and founding members, are unable to take any action while we prepare everything. The Wayne Manor barrier also keeps current sword users contained. But our main objective is to retrieve Gasper from the terrorists. And how are we supposed to get Gasper back from the enemy if we can't get out of here in the first place? If the barrier is also capable of containing the current founding members, that means Flash and John, who can phase through solid objects, won't be able to pass through this barrier. Damn it. Why did this have to happen? If only we had Shair's deck. Diana muttered with a wry grimace, and Aizel smiled again. Well, here we have two individuals who can negate almost all types of magic. Seriously? Who can do that? The Sekiryuutei and Hakuryuuku have many abilities beyond those already known. They can likely also ignore magical barriers. In the past during the Great War, there were several occasions when they seemed to negate almost any type of magic created by beings from the three great factions. Hearing Aizel's explanation, I gasped and looked at the jewel on my boosted gear. Ddraig, can I do that? No, the ability that would allow you to negate most of the magic of other races should be unlocked for you after you are able to keep Balance Breaker active for several days or weeks. If it were up to me, you would already have all of my abilities, but God made sure to seal most of my abilities. The more developed your Balance Breaker is, and the longer you are able to keep it active, the more those seals will be removed. That's right, huh? I'm still lacking development. No, apparently I can't reach that level yet. I told Aizel regretfully, though it didn't disappoint him. Aizel simply smiled at me and took two rather wide golden-colored rings out of one of his trench coat pockets. On those rings were multiple layers of strange characters carved around the circumference. Issei Hyoudou, here you go. Azazel handed me the rings and then explained their function. These bracelets have the ability to control sacred gears to a certain extent. If you find the vampire boy, give one to him. It will help him control his power. The other is for you. It will allow you to temporarily remove some of the restrictions on your boosted gear so you can negate the magic. Oh. Is that so? Will they be able to remove the seals placed even by God to such an extent? So your big idea is to send one of our men alone? Without reinforcements? Diana frowned with her arms crossed, glaring at Azazel who shrugged. It might be possible to go with someone else. The Sekiryuutei is capable of transferring power. If its current wielder is good enough, they might even be able to temporarily share that ability. Am I good enough? But we're talking about a skill I didn't know I had. How good can I be with something that's temporary? You're good enough now, so you can leave here with 2 people. Ddraig just confirmed to me that I can go out with 2 people. As I explained this, Kara took my left hand in hers again. I'll go with you, you know that, right? It wasn't a question, Kara had already decided. Me too, one of us has to get out of here. The one who said that was Flash, who also approached in front of me. That man looked at the leaders of each faction, Superman and Diana, and said. It's decided, Flash, Seki and Supergirl will be the ones who will leave here to rescue the half-vampire. Azazel turned around and pointed his gaze towards where Volley was. Volley, can I ask you something? That. He responded by stopping, leaning against one of the walls. Go out and attract the enemy's attention. If the Hakuryuuku goes out and engages them, that will affect their strategy somewhat. It could also change the situation we're in. Don't they know I'm here? You will attract enough attention to divide our enemies, although so far we have only confirmed the magicians. We do not know who else is lurking in Gotham City. This city has several psychopaths who may have allied against this meeting. Flash can take care of securing the city once he is outside the mansion's barrier, and the Sekiryuutei along with Supergirl will save the half-vampire. And wouldn't it be easier to blow all our enemies and the half-vampire to bits? I could do that. Volley said it quite naturally. That made me feel a surge of anger towards him. I could also notice that both Serzich's and Grafia glared at him. There was also a crimson flash in Kara's eyes. Of course not, we just agreed to peace. In the worst case, we would have to do that. But if we save a family member from the current devil, it would be beneficial for us now and in the future. I understand. Volley accepted Azazel's suggestion while letting out a sigh. In the blink of an eye, the wings of light of the sacred gear developed on Volley's back. Flash. A streak of heavenly light flew past me and pierced one of the windows of Wayne Manor. Balance breaker. We all heard that scream coming from high in the sky, and when I looked up, I saw a figure in the sky wrapped in an aura as white as snow. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. After that sound was heard, the aura of light stopped, and Volley's body was wrapped in armor, emitting a powerful white glow. The power Volley was emitting with his armor was so dense that I felt chills all over my body. For me, it was like watching a skyscraper that never ends. I can't measure the power my rival has. It's simply absurd. All the mages opened fire on him, but their magic bullets vanished without even reaching his armor. Does he? It's even able to nullify magic that passes near it. I wonder what kind of monster we're destined to face. Ddraig sounded quite excited. Hey, that's not right. HMPH. Volley gathered some aura in the palm of his left hand and let it fall towards the magicians. Ooh. The white aura exploded halfway to the ground and covered both the sky and the ground, enveloping all the mages. When the aura disappeared, there was no one left. Damn, he's too strong. More magicians appeared from the sky, and at first glance Volley became a line of light that danced across the skies, passing smoothly over the barriers and the magicians. Everything he crossed simply vanished into a white light. Azazel, returning to the conversation from before. Serzich's approached Azazel again to ask him that while placing the bracelet on my left arm, and I began to feel as if something inside my body was being removed. Yes, what? What were you trying to achieve by gathering the sacred gears? You even gathered some who possess longinus. Do you intend to kill some god from another mythology? Azazel shook his head at that question. It's for preparation. Preparation? That sounds a bit ominous after we agreed to form an alliance. Superman also joined the conversation, looking amazed by Azazel's words. I have no plans to kill any gods or start a war. However, self-defense is necessary. Against whom? Archangel Michael asked, and Azazel looked at Batman, and the Dark Knight said. Cow's Brigade. Cow's Brigade. I think this is the first time I've heard that name. Azazel nodded, confirming what Batman said. It's an organization that has been forming in secret for the past few years. Until recently, I was only able to confirm the name of the organization, but my deputy governor, Shimhaza, has also had his eye on this suspicious group operating since before that. Azazel said it, and then Batman continued his explanation. According to my personal investigation, they are gathering personnel belonging to the three major factions and some enemies that we have faced alone in the past. It is confirmed that there is a speedster among their ranks, but the most alarming thing. Batman paused to look at Superman before continuing. It is confirmed that there are unknown Kryptonians among them. That news shook everyone in more ways than one. Are there more Kryptonians besides Kara and Superman, and are they in the Chaos Brigade? Azazel followed where Batman left off. It is also said that among them there are humans with sacred gears who have reached balance breaker, among them, those who possess longinus. And your goal is? John asked very thoughtfully. The vast majority seek chaos and destruction. They don't want peace in this world. They're terrorists and above all, sick extremists. The Kryptonians seem to have different plans, but it seems they're looking to take over this world. They've been quite secretive and won't come out of hiding. Azazel replied. And who can be strong enough to control such a dangerous organization? Diana questioned. The leader is the powerful dragon Ouroboros' office. The leaders of the three major factions, John and even Kara, seemed to understand what Azazel said. I see, so the mastermind behind this is. Just then the bracelet on my left arm flashed with a bright purple light. It's done. Flash. Batman exclaimed, and Flash approached me and Kara, and true to his name, he quickly took us out of Wayne Manor while my boosted gear gave the announcement transfer. Azazel. After the Scarlet Speedster left with the Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou and the Kryptonian Supergirl Kara's Or-El, I, Azazel, along with the other VIPs, Michael, Serzich's and the founding members of the Justice League, saw appear on the floor of this room, the original magic circle of the true Leviathan. Michael and Seraphil, the girl with pigtails, who uses the name Leviathan and is Sona Citri's older sister, were surprised. Serzich's had a bitter expression, and I just laughed. The person who appeared was a dark-skinned woman, her dress was very low-cut, her hair was brown and tied with a tiara-shaped bow, she wore glasses, and her body was very well endowed with good attributes, excellent hips, excellent legs and good breast size. HMPH, is it just me or are all descendants of a former demon king quite exotic in beauty? How are you? Demon Lord Serzich's Lucifer. For those who don't know me, I am Kateria Leviathan, the one with the blood of the previous and true Leviathan. This woman spoke with a rather bold tone of voice. It seems that she is problematic. What does this mean? Kateria Leviathan. Serzich's asked quite seriously. Are you related to the ancient demons? I heard the Durandal user ask. Yes, when the devil disappeared and the other kings of the underworld died, an attempt was made to elect new leaders. It is said that the descendants of the former rulers objected and a rebellion broke out. The devils were exhausted after the previous war and exiled the families of their former leaders to a corner of the underworld. After that, the underworld continued under the administration of four new Satans. Serzich's Lucifer, Seraphil Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus. The girl who owns Durandal was surprised by my explanation. What? You thought I was just an expert on sacred gears, right? Come on, I know a lot of things and a lot of secrets. I am Azazel, the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. The only leader of the three great factions still alive and active. Members of the ancient demon faction have mostly decided to cooperate with the Chaos Brigade. The Terrier revealed as if that was no big deal. So the squabbles between the old and new factions of demons are still ongoing. You demons are certainly difficult. The Terrier shrugged at my observation. Why did you join Chaos Brigade? Serzich's asked him. Quite simply Serzich's. Since God and the devil have disappeared, we of the ancient demon faction have come to a decision opposite to the one you dared to make tonight. With office on our side, most of the factions will follow our lead and we will destroy this universe to rebuild a new one. A universe that will be perfect in every way. Kateria-chan, please stop. Seraphil pleaded after hearing Kateria's barbaric statements. The descendant of the ancient demon looked at Seraphil with great contempt. Seraphil, how dare you act so shamelessly? You, who stole the name Leviathan from me, I was more suitable than you to be a Satan. No matter, today I will kill you and reclaim the title of Leviathan. Office will become the new god, the system, the laws, the doctrines will be destroyed by us, Michael, Azazel, Kal-El, Diana, Batman and Serzich's Lucifer. The era of all of you will end before dawn. PFF. HMPH ha 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 ha. Azazel, what's so funny? Kateria's anger saturated her expression. Ha 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 ha. So, you know, your people will reform the universe. That's right. That's exactly right, Azazel. This world is. I had to grab my stomach and sit back down, crossing my legs over each other, as Kateria's words did nothing but make me laugh as if I were watching some funny, well-done parody. Destroy this universe to rebuild a new one. Those are the words a villain would say before dying and turning to dust. What's next, Kateria? Will you say you're inevitable before you turn to dust? Stop making fun of me, Azazel. Bataria became so upset that a demonic aura erupted from her, and the pleasant atmosphere in this room became quite tense for the young humans and demons. Bataria's aura was orange. Some interpreted Kataria's power as something extremely dangerous, but I interpreted it as a fun challenge, so I let my own aura flow throughout my body and stood up from my seat. Serzich's, Michael, Kal-El, Diana, Bats, I'll take care of her. Don't help me, okay? Bataria, do you have any intention of giving up? Serzich's tried to negotiate one last time. That's right, Serzich's. You've been a good devil. But you weren't, and you never will be, the best. Bataria answered him, and Serzich's bowed his head down in regret. I see, what a pity. Bataria and I left Wayne Manor in the blink of an eye and soared high into the sky within the barrier protecting Bat's grounds. My 12 fallen angel wings had already been deployed and Kataria unleashed her signature demon wings. Bataria advanced towards me using her staff as a weapon and I blocked her movement by creating a lightsaber in my hands. The clash of powers was quite strong, but the collateral damage was absorbed by the magical barrier. He could defeat her now that Volley was in charge of wiping out all the mages. Descendant of the ancient demon Leviathan. Are you ready to enjoy this Armageddon with me? I was waiting for this, Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels. Sekiryuutei Supergirl. When I realized it, Kara, Barry and I, Issei Hyoudou, were on the streets of Gotham City. We had crossed that powerful magical barrier long before a blink could be made. Okay guys, you guys take care of rescuing the half-vampire, I'll take care of all the magicians besieging Gotham City. Before Kara and I could say anything, Barry was already gone. Kara pointed her gaze towards the buildings on her left and focused her gaze on them. I found it. She confirmed this with a rather happy smile, then picked me up in her arms and shot off into the sky. That way, we quickly reached the top of the building. Shock. Suddenly a flash of yellow light collided with a blue one in the city streets. What was that? I asked worriedly and Kara focused her vision as best she could on those luminous objects. It's Flash and he seems to be fighting a guy dressed in black. Zoom. That's impossible. That's impossible. It's been almost 2 years since that speedster was permanently defeated, according to Barry, trapped inside the Speed Force and turned into the Black Flash. It is not impossible for things like this to happen when there are divine beings involved in Chaos Brigade. Is that so? Let Barry take care of Zoom, Gasper doesn't need it, Ice. Kara approached the roof door, knocking it down with a slap. I followed her steps, and in a short time we arrived at the room where the magicians had Gasper prisoner. Kara knocked down the door again with a slap, and the magicians were alarmed. What was that? Damn it. N. The magician couldn't finish speaking because Kara hit him hard and knocked him out. Kryptoniana. One of the female magicians shouted and formed a bunch of defensive magic circles to try to stop her. Gasper. Master Issei. Miss Kara. Gasper's voice. When I turned my gaze in the direction of his voice, I found him. The boy dressed as a girl was tied up in a cross-shaped magic circle against the wall of the room. His eyes looked quite strange. They had a red hexagonal line, and his eyes glowed with a yellow light. They looked very different from the bright purple color they usually had. Don't worry, Gasper, it'll all be over soon. Kara promised him and the young half-vampire began to sob. It's best if I die, please kill me because of these eyes, I can't make friends with anyone, I'm just a nuisance and a coward. Gasper's voice was slurred as tears shed. Captured and used by the enemy, he thought he was being a nuisance to us, and that was far from the truth. Kara smiled at him kindly, shaking her head. Don't be an idiot, you're not a nuisance, you're a fun and antisocial apprentice of Ice, a rather adorable boy, my dear friend who loves to dress up as a girl to look pretty. We're not going to abandon you to your fate just like that, and I'm sure Rias would tell you something similar if she were here. That's right, Gasper. Kara and I have come to save you. I'm not going to abandon him. We may live in different territories, we won't be able to be together with him for long, and it will be very difficult to teach him how to control his sacred gear, but even so, despite the difficulty, neither Kara nor I are going to leave him to his fate. And right before my eyes, Gasper was hit by a female mage, and Kara tried to advance with her super speed towards Gasper, but a strange force field stopped her and shot her towards the wall behind us. The wall was destroyed and a large cloud of smoke formed around Kara. She stood up and shook the dust off her arms and looked very intensely at the female mages who began to laugh loudly at her. You Kryptonians may be strong and all you want. But you're pathetic when it comes to magic. Ah. I think I'll hate magic from now on. Oops, now he's really angry. You should never anger a Kryptonian, no matter how much advantage you have over her. Kara took a small breath and then smiled defiantly at the female mages. Go ahead, make fun of me all you want, at least I won't have to worry about changing my appearance, well you'll get very ugly and wrinkled with age. He humiliated them. Silence. The female mages fell silent, their eyes looking at Kara with considerable hatred and contempt. Even Ddraig was surprised that someone like Kara could say that without blinking. What a cheeky mouth you have. Besides, I don't like you because you're beautiful and powerful, you damn Kryptonian. That witch's words were filled with jealousy, and Kara struck a rather low blow. The witch put a knife to Gasper's neck. If you move, the child dies. The mage threatened as she pointed her other hand at Kara, creating a strange magic circle that turned emerald, and then a green magic bullet shot out of it. Is that? Without thinking twice, I stood in front of Kara and blocked the attack that was directed towards her face. I became his shield. Boom. The bullet hit me, or rather, my boosted gear, which I used to protect my face. Wow. That wasn't just any magic bullet. When it hit the jewel on my gauntlet, a bit of emerald dust formed, and with a quick movement, I made sure it didn't come into contact with Kara. Yes, that bullet had kryptonite. That damn sorceress. Unforgivable. How dare she? When I turned around, I saw that Kara was as surprised as I was, then she smiled at me, very relieved and grateful for what I did. After protecting her, I stepped back to my previous position, next to her, and she looked back at Gasper and then said to our young half-vampire friend. Gasper, you're free to cause us all the trouble you want or not. No matter what you do, we'll always be there to support you. The words Kara said to Gasper not only touched him, but me as well. This Kara Kara, my dear girlfriend, is without a doubt the best. Very well. Very well. In that case, Gasper. The following is a gift of fighting spirit from me to you. Gasper. I raised my voice, which echoed throughout the room. Gasper. My feelings. I'm going to convey them to you through my words and make sure they're etched in your soul. Don't run on the road. Don't be scared. Don't cry. Me. Kara. Rias. Akeno. Asia. Kiba, Kaneko, and Zenovia too. We're all your friends. And we'll never abandon you no matter where you are. I raised my left arm up. Boost. Ashlon. Blyayod. The blade of the dragon-slaying sword extended from the knuckles of my gauntlet. The female mages looked at me cautiously, and I moved the tip of my sword to point it towards the palm of my right hand. The next thing I did was grab the tip of Ascalon with my right hand and cut my hand, filling the tip of my sword with my blood. It hurts. I can feel the pain of being cut with my own dragon-slaying sword, but this pain is necessary so I can help Gasper. Whereas. Kara was confused at first, but quickly realized what I was planning and smiled at me. But you know what, Gasper, nothing will start unless you take the first step. So accept my gift to you. I brought my left elbow back and then extended my left fist forward, and the Ascalon blade extended greatly, piercing through the magical energy fields until it almost reached Gasper's face. My movement caught the female mages off guard, and the blood from the tip of Ascalon splattered onto Gasper's right cheek. You're supposed to be my apprentice. Are you really? If so, drink my Sekiryuutei blood and show us we haven't wasted our time on you. Be a man, Gasper. Gasper nodded at my words with a sharp look. He tasted the blood that had reached his cheek with his tongue. The instant Gasper swallowed my blood, the atmosphere inside the room changed drastically. A mysterious, indescribable chill ran through my body, and when I looked ahead, Gasper was gone. The female mages were also surprised that Gasper had disappeared so suddenly and looked around. They swept their gazes across the room, and a rather strange sound was heard. Countless amounts of red-eyed bats pounced on the magicians. The vampire turned into bats. Did he stop time? But how? We had his sacred gear in our possession. The magicians said, shooting their magic bullets at the bats, letting out a lot of curses, but they were knocked down by something dark and lost their balance greatly. The great number of dark hands extended from the shadows of the magicians and grabbed them. So this is the ability of a vampire. Take this. The magicians continued firing their magic bullets at the shadows, but the shadow hands only scattered. The bats gathered around the magicians, leaving small bites on them. Do you intend to suck our blood? No. Our magic power is being absorbed too. The witches were having a terrible time. They were at the mercy of bats, and the shadow hands kept reaching out for them. Is this Gasper's normal power? Or does it have to do with the powers Serzich has mentioned? Though I hate to admit it, I think we owe him one, don't we, Ice? Kara was referring to Aizel, since he was the one who gave us the idea the day before. Yes, when all this is over I'll thank you. Suddenly, all the magicians stopped. It's useless. I can see every single one of your movements. Gasper's voice gave me chills when he said that. One moment. If Gasper stops time and I have an ability that destroys women's clothes, doesn't that make us the ultimate combination? Any logical thought went to the background for me, and without wasting time I ran towards each of the magicians and touched them one by one, then I stopped on the other side of the room and, making a cool pose, I shouted. Press break. Click. The clothes the magicians were wearing completely ripped off, revealing their naked bodies in a very brilliant way. It's a fair of naked women before my eyes. Gasper? Together we are invincible. Yes. Master Issei Hyoudou. At that moment crimson rays passed close to me in a very dangerous way. Seeing that I froze a little, and when I looked where it came from, I found a Kara who was smiling dangerously with her eyes still glowing crimson. Do that again and I'll melt your head off. Fear. For the first time I felt fear towards Kara. Chapter 33. The Great Battle Between the Two Celestial Dragons. After stopping those witches, Kara took several steel pipes and used them to tie them up and make sure they don't escape when they recover from the influence of Gasper's sacred gear. In this brief moment of quiet I remembered what Azazel and Batman said about Chaos Brigade and its leader. If I remember correctly, they said something about a dragon. Suddenly I felt the soft caress of a hand whose touch was very relaxing. That touch was given to me by Kara, who saw me a little worried. What's wrong, Ice? I was thinking who is Office. I could feel a slight change in his pulse as I asked him that question. Yes, it's a name I know, it's part of Kryptonian mythology. Is that so? I thought in your world there was only Rao. Office is a rather nostalgic name for me. Ddraig joined our conversation. This is the strongest dragon in the universe, the infinite dragon god. Kara nodded, looking at the jewel on my boosted gear. Even on Krypton, Office's name is recognized. It is said that she does not have a true physical form. She is an infinite being known for being one of the strongest dragons, a rather chaotic, problematic, very dangerous existence. One of the strongest dragons. I thought the strongest dragons were Ddraig and Albion. Albion and I are very powerful enough to try to take on the three great factions at their best. But Office is ridiculously superior to Albion and I at our best. To give you an example, it would be like comparing the Earth to the Sun in combat. How strong? No, the word strong can't even finish describing that. Master, will your hand be okay? Gasper, who had regained his normal appearance, told me that. He was now wearing one of the bracelets I received from Azazel on his left arm, just like me, although in his case, it was so he wouldn't lose control over his sacred gear. Yeah, don't worry. Look, the wound's even healed now. As proof of this, there were only blood stains on it without any cuts. How did you feel when you drank my blood? Yes, I felt my power temporarily erupt from within, but I'm back to normal. So he had a time limit, maybe because he only tried a few drops. Either way, and regardless of the reason, he temporarily became quite strong, and I'm glad for that. Out of nowhere, the building we were in started shaking like there was a pretty high category earthquake. What's going on now? Gasper got scared and grabbed onto Kara's cloak. It's Azazel and he's fighting with someone. Kara told me, and Gasper and the three of us quickly left this hotel. When we were halfway to Wayne Manor, Gasper and I could see Azazel fighting with a brunette woman in the skies, although both were no longer inside the barrier protecting Wayne Manor. How will it be that there will be? Boom. The demon woman extended her left hand towards Azazel and fired an immense jet of demonic blast that impacted against the barrier and caused it to fracture enough for someone to get out before it regenerated again. That answers my question. Wait a minute. Did she just damage a barrier reinforced by the leaders of the three major factions? What kind of monster is Azazel facing? I hope you're ready for this, Azazel. The woman exclaimed like a lunatic, and there are enough lunatics in this city. TCH. That intensity and natural aura is something special, let me guess, it's Office's, right? What did he say? Are you facing someone who received an enhancement from the dragon described as infinite by Ddraig and Kara? Yes, the dragon that represents infinity donated a small portion of his power to our cause. My first act in creating a new universe will be to destroy the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. Faced with this threat, Azazel became quite motivated and smiled in a rather mischievous way and said. In that case, it's time to finish. He took out a very strange golden dagger that had a purple jewel on top. What's that? The brunette questioned. Odd, whoever developed the sacred gears was incredible. That's the only thing I respect about him, and my passion for sacred gears reached the point where I decided to create my own artificial sacred gear. This is the Downfall Dragon Spear. Azazel explained to the dark-haired woman, raising his right hand with the object in it, and when he slowly lowered that same hand, he said. Balance breaker. Azazel's dagger shattered, releasing a large amount of brilliant golden light. It was a momentary flash, and after that light faded, the supreme ruler of the fallen angels was wrapped in golden armor. The golden glow was very bright, and it was a suit of armor very similar to my balance breaker, but with a very different design. The jewels glowed with an intense aura of purple light. Black feathers also waved around it, and a large spear of yellow light formed in its right hand. Downfall dragon armor. Downfall dragon, another armor. I could sense the presence of a dragon within him. That's not common. Azazel's aura, it was beyond anything I could have imagined. Azazel was already immensely powerful as the supreme ruler of the fallen angels, and now that he literally pulled Balance Breaker out of his sleeve. Oh my god. He could beat Kakabiel way easier than Volley did. No. He might even be able to Kakabiel Volley. But this doesn't make sense. There are supposedly only 2 balance breakers of that type, the one from boosted gear and the one from divine dividing. That's not a real balance breaker. No. What do you mean by that, Ddraig? He made a sacred gear and released its power in an explosion, forcing it to awaken. Sort of out of control. That sacred gear will break after the battle is over. Simply put, it's a disposable artificial sacred gear. Disposable, huh? I still don't understand how he can have the dragon's aura. An artificial sacred. That's impossible. The dark-haired woman was terrified. I was able to make the impossible possible by introducing the Gigantus dragon into a sacred gear, and as you can see, the result worked. The Gigantus dragon, hey, that name sounds familiar. He is one of the 5 great dragon kings. I already told you about Vritra. Besides him there are Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat, the Mischievous Dragon, Yulong, the Sleeping Dragon Midgardsormr. Despite that, it is said that Vritra was eliminated a long time ago and sealed into different sacred gears. If what Azazel says is true, then Fafnir was also sealed. Although originally, they were 6 dragon kings. Oh, right, and now that you mention it, you once told me I should watch out for Tiamat. Yes, you might meet Tiamat at some point since she hates me. But you don't have to worry. As a last resort, in case you run into Tiamat, transfer all your power to your Kryptonian girlfriend and let her take care of it. Huh? As a last resort. Is that why Archangel Michael gave me Ascalon? Azazel. Even though you already have so much power, you. The woman Azazel was fighting with sounded quite desperate. That's strange, coming from someone who uses Office's power. I am Kateria Leviathan, and I carry the blood of true Leviathan. I can't lose to a son of a bitch fallen angel like you. The woman named Kateria, who is a Leviathan, released large amounts of demonic aura, and Azazel simply gestured at her in defiance. Then. Don't underestimate me. Kateria, whose aura had become ridiculously large, quickly advanced towards Azazel and then. Oz. It was an instantaneous movement. Azazel pierced her with his spear of light. She's a demon, that attack was everything to her. Blood began to flow in large quantities throughout Kateria's body. Incredible. Kara exclaimed, looking down at the floor, and when I did the same, my eyes had the same expression as hers. The earth was split miles deep. Azazel's move with his spear of light was so fatal that the impact overwhelmed the containment barriers. Incredible. What power. If it weren't for the barriers, could Azazel have made it to the bottom of the planet? It's not over. Kateria, who was supposed to collapse on the ground, transformed her arms into a rather strange thing with tentacles and wrapped them around Azazel's left arm. A suspicious pattern surrounded the lady. A new universe is about to be created and there's no place for you in it. If I can kill one of the leaders of the 3 great factions, I don't mind giving my life in exchange. I am inevitable. Oh. You said it. You said the phrase. Are you going to self-destruct? HMPH. Sorry, but I won't play this game. There's no point in running away. My arms can't be cut off. Oz. The lady was so sure of herself, but instead of trying to cut off the tentacles, Azazel decided to cut off his own left arm with his spear of light, and Kateria's face was a poem. I'll let you keep my arm. Azazel proceeded to throw the spear of light at Kateria, and it hit her head. Kateria screamed in agony, and within seconds she turned to dust. He died. After Kateria's death, Azazel's armor disappeared and his left shoulder continued to ooze a lot of blood, but he was able to stop the bleeding by creating a magic circle around his left shoulder. The only thing left of his sacred gear was the purple jewel that fell into his right hand. So this is the limit of an artificial sacred gear, huh? But it seems we can improve, probably. Azazel kissed the jewel. Stay with me for now, Gigantus Dragon Fafnir. As the fight ended, the 3 of us approached Azazel, who turned around upon noticing our presence. Oh, they're finally back. What took them so long? Were they even there? Huh? Boom. The massive white aura struck Azazel from behind and he fell in front of us all. But what? The energy blast was so great that I was forced to cover myself with my arms just like Gasper, while Kara was perplexed. Ouch, I must be getting old. Azazel muttered as he stepped out of the crater that had formed when he fell and turned to face his attacker, who turned out to be the hacker Yuiku, Volley. After everything we've been through, are you really going to betray me, Volley? That's right. Sorry, Azazel. But this side is much more fun. Wait. So he was the one who betrayed us. Divide. 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 Volley's sacred gear began to announce the use of its main ability, but Azazel was unaffected. Ah. Kara, who was next to me, almost collapsed on the floor. Kara. Before she fell I held her in my arms and I saw the rather exhausted expression on her face. Volley just took away all of Kara's power. But at what moment you touched me before flying away at Wayne Manor when Aizel gave you the order? Kara spoke quite haltingly, looking up to see Volley with his eyes wide open in shock. I did. Since you'd be such a problem, are you wondering why you're not getting your power back? Volley pointed towards the magic barrier with his left hand. This barrier is responsible for keeping solar radiation out of your cells. Since the meeting began, you and your cousin were disconnected from the sun, so taking away your powers was extremely easy. You wretch. How dare you touch my girlfriend and strip her of her powers? So the Vanishing Dragon submitted to office? Aizel asked as he looked away from Kara and back at Volley after standing up. No, I'm cooperating on my own. They gave me a tempting offer, wouldn't you like to fight Asgard? As someone who loves testing their power against others, I couldn't refuse, Aizel. You don't like the idea of fighting the gods of Valhalla, do you? You hate wars. TCH. I told you to be strong, but I also told you not to support anything that threatens to destroy this world. That has no relation to me, I just want to fight forever. Aizel then spoke in a somewhat depressed voice. I see. No, I could have foreseen in my heart that you would leave my side from the moment we met, you only wanted to fight against the strongest, despite that even though I knew your true nature, it's disappointing. I wonder if God felt the same way I did when your great-grandfather decided to betray him. Aizel was saying things I couldn't understand. Hey Aizel. Do you know we're not keeping up with you guys? What are you talking about? Volley stopped looking at Aizel and pointed his gaze at me. My name is Volley Lucifer. What Lucifer? He is. Even Gasper was shocked. I am a direct descendant of the true devil. Fathered by Lucifer's grandson and born to a human woman, I am half human and half demon. Me, Kara and Gasper stood so still, anyone would think that Gasper had used his sacred gear on himself, Kara and me, although that was not the case. Aizel at some point stood in front of Kara and me. I still continued to hold Kara with my arms since Volley had managed to weaken her considerably. It was then that Aizel said. Lucifer's blood runs through him, and being half human he was able to have the Vanishing Dragon. It's even hard to believe that someone like him exists. Perhaps I represent the word, miracle. A total of 4 silver angelic wings formed on Volley's back. They weren't white, nor were they black. They were silver. Surprising, the wings of the demons I knew until now were wings similar to those of bats, but Volley's wings were angelic and of a color that until now I had not seen in any supernatural being. Is that proof that he is a descendant of Lucifer? The silver wings disappeared after a few seconds, and the only ones left were those of his sacred gear, and Aizel spoke again. Of all the wielders of the Sekiryuutei, past, present and future, this man will undoubtedly be the most powerful of all. The most powerful. Issei Hyoudou, don't you think fate is a little cruel? What are you saying? At that moment, Albion's spectral figure formed behind Volley, as if possessing Volley. On one side, there's me, the strongest existence one can think of, a descendant of the devil, and I possess one of the 2 celestial dragons. And on the other side, there's you, a mere human like yourself, who possesses the other celestial dragon. Say what you will, but I believe this to be a cruel trick of fate. Although we're supposed to be rivals, enemies, opposites, reverses of each other, and possess the same type of sacred gear, the gap between us is too great. This guy said it with a voice full of pity and continued talking. I've been researching you. Your father is an ordinary office worker in New York, your mother occasionally works part-time and is a simple full-time housewife. Ordinary parents, ordinary offspring, ordinary ancestors. You're just a mere human who was struck by lightning and turned into a metahuman, but even if you're a metahuman, you're not that great. When I first saw you on the news, I said, ah, this is my rival. I can't handle this. Volley started laughing and didn't stop. Ah, if only your parents had been magicians this might be different, but I only had to laugh at the disappointment, since you are just a pathetic superhero. No, you can't even call yourself a hero, for that you need at least a tragedy in your existence, no matter how pitiful it is, doesn't count. Suddenly Volley stopped talking and his helmet disappeared completely. He looked me straight in the eyes, as if he was planning something evil. If you want to keep playing the hero, then I'll gladly take on the role of your worst and greatest enemy. I'll be the opposite of everything you've built over the years. The more people you save, and the more you are loved, the more I can divide you. That's why I've made a decision. Just as Eobard Thawne murdered Barry Allen's mother and Hunter Zolomon murdered his father, I will murder yours. Why you wretch how do you dare to say that? Kara screamed with a very broken and weak voice. I could feel the fear in her for my parents and me. It's my right to have to kill your parents since I'm your greatest enemy, don't you think? I couldn't express it, but a very strong feeling was born in my heart. The feeling of a degree I had never felt before was beginning to be born within me. Azazel, can you do something for me? Kara, Gasper and Azazel, I could feel their eyes on me, even though I didn't make eye contact with any of them. Of course. Take care of Kara and Gasper. Kara, I wasn't even able to see or hear her during Volley's entire speech, on top of that she was attacked by him without me being able to prevent it. Whereas Azazel held Kara with his only arm, and I separated from her. I felt one of her hands desperately cling to my white shirt, but it was too late. I continued on my way. Kill my parents, he really is a descendant of the devil. And it was just like he said, my father is a simple office worker who works from morning to night to protect his family and ensure they have a roof over their heads. My mother is a homemaker who cooks delicious food in the morning, noon and night and cares for us. They can be boring like my life is for Volley. However, they raised me. For me, they are the best parents that could exist in the whole world. Why would they, those who don't even know about my other life, why would they have to get mixed up in this? And be killed by a psychopath like Volley? I looked up at the sky where he was. My rival, my worst enemy, the entity that only seeks to torment me. I have to finish you off. No. I have to kill you. Whereas I heard Kar yell my name, but it was too late and I was more than willing to cross that path. You heard me, Volley, I'm going to kill you. You are the only entity I cannot forgive. I'll be damned if I let my parents die because of the whims of someone like you. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. My sacred gear responded to my anger and hatred, and my entire body was enveloped in an immense mass of red aura. The burst of power I had was so great that the ground sank beneath my feet, and finally the aura turned into my balance breaker armor. Volley's eyes flashed with a rather insane emotion, and he began to laugh with a loud laugh. Look, Albion. Issei's powers have increased to great levels. The power of a sacred gear comes from the will of its wielder. It is consumed by their anger and hatred toward you. And anger, of all emotions, is the most effective at empowering a dragon. I see. That means he's a better dragon carrier than I am. I couldn't expect anything less from my rival. Stop talking nonsense, Volley. Volley made a challenging gesture for me to approach him, and with a great power of speed I shot towards Volley. When I was about to catch up with him, he distanced himself from me, and the two of us began a race across Gotham City. I still don't have enough speed. I need more power. Boost. 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 The power I was having at this moment doubled a total of 8 times, and I was able to catch up to Volley a bit in the chase we were having. Just a little more and I've got it. Just a little. Boost. My power doubled again and I got. Flash. In a rather absurd manner, Volley increased his aura immensely and disappeared from my sight. Coo. Volley slammed his right punch into my face and shattered the part of my armor that was covering my face. The blow I felt was so strong that if it weren't for the power I had released in anger, Volley would have easily torn my head off even with my balance breaker. Boost. My power doubled again, and in the blink of an eye the damaged parts of my armor were rebuilt. My rival and I continued moving through the skies at ever-increasing speeds, and in the next collision we had failed. I was so close to hitting Volley the same way he hit me. But he managed to dodge me at the last moment and I received a powerful counterattack. Cracks. Volley had hit me with a powerful uppercut with his left punch, and for the second time he managed to smash my face through the helmet of my armor. His blows hurt me like I couldn't imagine. But my willpower was so great that it allowed me to ignore the damage I had already received. I immediately grabbed Volley's left arm with my hands and used all my strength to hold him down so that he couldn't escape from me. Using some of my latent magical power along with the energy from my nano gears and the dragon power I was releasing, I created a small flame inside my stomach. You already know what to do, Ddraig. Yeah. Transfer. Ddraig transferred all the power he had released so far into that flame and spat a very powerful flame of fire at Volley that went straight to his face. I kept the range of the flame only towards Volley's face. The flames I spat out were highly concentrated and very hot, enough to heat my opponent's armor to very high temperatures. Coo. Ag. As I spit out those powerful flames from my mouth, Volley charged up a lot of aura into his fist that was free from my grip and delivered a powerful blow with his right straight punch right to my stomach. The blow he gave me took all the air out of my lungs and I fell from the sky in a straight line against the asphalt of the streets of Gotham City. Boom. He had fallen from the highest skies of Gotham City. Now there was a gigantic crater in the streets of Batman City. Damn, I'm sure he'll deduct it from my salary. Flash. Not bad at all. Volley came down to where I fell just as I stood up and grabbed me by the neck and slammed me back into the ground. But you still lack power. Boost. 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 The aura I had and my power were restored to the maximum level I had reached and also rose even further, and with great skill, I sent my right punch towards the left side of Volley's face. Volley wasn't able to react in time and took that hit. My blow barely grazed the face of his armor's helmet and my opponent moved away from me again, moving at his insane speed, and I chased him, moving almost at the same speed as him using my armor's propellants. Now he and I continue our fight in the middle of the streets of Gotham City. Every blow I tried to give him, he blocked it very successfully using his palms or his entire arms. As I was trying to land a hit on him, Volley managed to trap my right arm by closing his right arm with mine trapped in his and gave me a really strong blow to the upper part of my chest with his left punch, then he kicked me towards one of my ankles to make me lose my balance, and I again received one of his really strong blows, charged with quite a bit of insane aura right on my face, then I received another blow and another and one more to the point where Volley's fists were filled with my blood. Boost. Before I could take another hit from him, my power doubled again, and just before I could hit him, Volley flew off quickly near a building. I chased after him with quite a bit of bloodlust, but I wasn't able to catch up to him. Ddraig rebuilt the damaged parts of my armor, and for the next few seconds I continued chasing Volley all over the city, without being able to catch him, since he was still much faster than me. I need more power. Boost. 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 My power doubled another 3 times, and I was able to catch up to Volley's speed. Volley and I flew at the same speed in the highest part of the skies of Gotham City, both of us looking at each other, as if this were some kind of race, while we made hundreds of laps throughout the city. I already had my next move prepared and extended my tightly closed left fist towards Volley, unleashing the Ascalon blade over the knuckles of my glove. I was about to take his head off with my Ascalon extended towards him but… Flash. Before he could receive a slash from Ascalon, he turned hundreds of times faster than me, disappearing from my sight. All I could see was the line of light traced by its wings. Ddraig can't see him. Where is he? In front of you. Ddraig yelled at me and when I tried to slow down my speed. On. Uha. At that instant, I choked on my own blood. Volley appeared in front of me and kicked me quite hard, stomping on my stomach with his feet filled with an immense amount of aura. That double kick made me spit up quite a bit of blood. You're not that fast, Issei. Divide. When Volley's sacred gear made that announcement, I felt my entire strength being cut in half and I fell back from the sky like a rock struggling against gravity. Boom. But my power divided, the fall was much more painful and my sword was stored back inside my sacred gear. He was face down against the asphalt of the street, but he didn't understand why. He divided my power, but why did he wait so long to do that? Whereas. Pain. Looking ahead, I saw her, Gasper, and Aizel. The kick Volley gave me sent me flying back to where we started fighting. Even though she had lost her powers, she didn't think twice about running towards me, and using what little strength she had left, she took my hands in hers and helped me stand up. Hara, you shouldn't. I don't care that I've lost my powers. If necessary, I'll find a way to help you. When I looked at his face, I saw his eyes filled with such determination, love, and hope. Something that moved me deeply. Master Issei, please don't lose. Gasper cheered me up by standing next to Aizel. Yeah. I turned around again and looking up at the sky, I was not surprised to find Volley perched high above, waiting to continue our battle. My girlfriend and my apprentice are watching me. I must win. Boost. Buddy, I'm sorry for the delay, I've restored the power that reduced you, I've also been analyzing the battle until now, and I didn't understand why he waited so long to use his ability. And what is the reason? The power that reduced your Kryptonian girlfriend has been keeping him at full capacity for quite some time now, and when he spent enough power, he split your power to keep himself in peak condition. Wait a minute. Can't he use his ability the same way I use mine? Exactly, no matter how impressive the host is, he has a limit. Power beyond his capacity will be released through the wings of light on his back, although forcing him to reach that limit will not be easy. Come on, Issei Hyoudou. Your break is over. Hurry up if you want to save your parents' lives. With my power restored I quickly soared back into the sky, but now instead of going after Volley, I traveled in the opposite direction, while gaining more speed as I flew high into the sky inside the barrier. What are you up to with that? Volley wondered, very confused without losing sight of me. Okay Ddraig, I'm going to need more power, I'll try to attack him with the flames again. I understand. Boost. 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 This time I didn't create one flame inside my stomach, but 2 flames. Transfer. Since there were 2 flames, Ddraig only transferred half of the duplicated power to one of the flames and immediately spat out large amounts of dragon flames in Volley's direction again. Are you serious? Don't you have any other techniques? Volley mocked my attack by raising his aura a little to resist the powerful flames I was spitting out. As I continued to spit out flames, I moved closer to him, who seemed unfazed by my attack. Okay. Ddraig, transfer Ascalon's aura to my second flame and then all the remaining duplicate power. Very good. Transfer. Transfer. The first flame I was spitting out ran out and I spat out the second flame, which was a very different color due to the power of Ascalon added to the latter, being a much more resplendent flame. Ah. What the hell? Volley reacted quite late to this move I made and his armor started to take quite a bit of damage. When my second flame ran out, Volley's bright white armor darkened considerably and for a few seconds he was caught off guard. Boost. 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 I quickly got back in front of him and punched him in the face with my straight left fist, with the power doubled 5 times. Cracks. The face of Volley's armor broke like it was made of paper. My flames with the power of Ascalon reduced the resistance of his armor that much. Divide. The bastard divided my power again and in that same instant he fully recovered, restoring the resistance of his armor. Boost. Good. Ddraig restored the power I lost and with both hands I held the bases of the light wings of Volley's armor. Now Ddraig, transfer all my power into his absorbing abilities and the power he emits at the same time. Transfer. My power was transferred to Volley to the point of overkill. At that moment, I felt like all my power was gone, leaving me vulnerable, but I wasn't alone. Volley was also vulnerable, unable to move due to the excess power. Ugh. All the jewels on my opponent's armor emitted a strong white, red, blue, and green glow, repeating that cycle of auras. As I imagined, the dragon energy throughout his body reached the point of being absurd, even for him. Just now, as I circled before launching my flames at him, I thought, what if I accelerate his stealing abilities and his elimination power at the same time? Volley has a limit, I just have to force him to maintain that limit and exploit his maximum capacity until he can't take it anymore. He stole so much power from me that I couldn't even process it anymore, and at the same time, he spurted the power back at me when it was excessive. As a result, the armor stopped all its functions. What a thing, Volley, pull yourself together, now. Volley tried to defend himself with his arms crossed upon hearing Albion's voice, but… Comrade, I have transferred the power of Ascalon to your left hand. Excellent. Who? I punched Volley straight in the abdomen with my left fist, filled with Ascalon's aura, just below the large jewel on his chest, easily destroying his armor's defenses. The blow I landed was so severe that his entire armor was destroyed. His scale mail was unable to withstand such power, and it also couldn't resist Ascalon's power. The most powerful Sekiryuutei plummeted to the ground and vomited a lot of blood. I then landed on the ground as well and saw Volley, who took a step back, staggering while holding his abdomen. When blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he smiled at me as if he were happy. Haha, impressive. He said as he wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his right hand. You completely destroyed my sacred gear. Not bad. Just what I expected from my greatest rival. Volley stood back up and an immense white light completely enveloped him again, and as if nothing had happened, Volley entered Balance Breaker again. Are you kidding? Can he still get up after everything I did? You know this battle won't end until the wielder is unable to fight. You've caused quite a bit of damage, that's true, but how much damage do you think he'll be able to take before he can finally no longer stand? Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm just surprised that someone like Volley can endure so much punishment and continue on as if nothing happened. He was engulfed in flames by the power of Ascalon. I pushed him to the limits of his balance breaker's power, and in the process, I tore his armor to pieces with the power of Ascalon. So what are you going to do? Running away is not an option, I know you well enough to know that. What could I do? Just then, something within my field of vision was reflected off the ground near my feet. Looking at that item, I saw that it was one of my opponent's balance breaker jewels that had fallen off when I destroyed his armor. Hey Ddraig. The sacred gear responds to feelings and evolves, you always tell me that, don't you? Yes, that's true. Why are you asking what you already know? I took the jewel lying near my feet with my left hand and looked at the jewel in my right glove. I'm transmitting my image to you. Let's try it. What I imagined was the jewel on my right glove removed so I could insert Albion's jewel and steal its power. Comrade, what you've shown me is something very dangerous. But, it's interesting. Although we could end up dying just by trying. Are you willing to die? I can't die. I haven't had the chance to have Hex with Kara yet. But I'm willing to endure all the pain I have to endure. I like your determination, in that case I'm with you. I'll endure all that pain with you. I am the manifestation of pure power, the Red Dragon Emperor. Let's show them what we're going to live and overcome this pain together, comrade. No. Ice. Yeah. I responded very happily, as this was the first time he had called me the same way Kara does. I then extended my left arm upwards holding the Albion jewel in it, while Ddraig restored the power we spent and removed the jewel from my right glove. "What are you up to?" Vali asked me with great interest. "Vanishing dragon, Albion and Vali. Ddraig and I will take their power." With a great blow I inserted the Albion jewel into the hollow of my right glove. "I'm going to combine the powers of the Vanishing Dragon with the powers of the Welsh Dragon." During the fight with Kakabiel, my friend Kibble was able to accomplish the impossible by fusing holy and demonic powers to create a holy demonic sword. A silver aura erupted from my right hand and expanded around my right arm. Is this a jewel phenomenon? Ah. Something was throbbing inside me, like a pain that was hard to describe. That sensation was circulating throughout my body, coming from the jewel embedded in my right glove. Listen. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Damn. What is this? But, My thoughts raced with overwhelming pain. God. I've never felt so much pain in my life. I can even feel my nano gears hurting in my cells. Are you trying to take my power? Realizing what he was trying to do, Vali showed a surprised expression. What a reckless thing to do, Ddraig. We are opposite existences. That is nothing but an act of self-destruction. Aren't you willing to annihilate yourself for such a thing? Albion spoke indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Ddraig also sounded in agony. He and I were feeling the same pain. But Draig's cry of pain was mixed with laughter. Albion. You're as unyielding as ever. For countless eons, and ever since we've reincarnated into the various human hosts and continued to fight each other. It's a repeat of the same thing, each and every time. That's right, Ddraig. That's our destiny, even if our respective hosts are different, the way we fight is the same. You increase your power, I steal half of your power. The side that skillfully uses their sacred gear delivers the finishing blow and finishes it off. That's how it has always been and always will be. Ddraig laughed fearlessly at Albion's words. Since I met this guest, Issei Hyoudou, I have learned one thing. That the impossible is possible only with a stupid determination. Stupid determination is good enough. If I can't beat him in ability, I'll still excel through my stupid determination. Evolve at my will. Vanishing dragon, power is taken. My right hand was enveloped in a dazzling white aura. A pure white aura surrounded my right arm. What was once a red glove became a white glove with the Albion jewel. Vali and Albion were left speechless. Hahaha. I guess we could call it the dividing gear. Impossible. Such a thing is impossible. Albion said this in a very astonished voice. Fusing opposing powers when it comes to the power of dragons you could even die no. Normally, you would have died right now. Your lifespan is still similar to that of a human. Vali couldn't believe what he'd achieved either. Well, to be honest, I was desperate too. Yeah, it was stupid. If I were a human I would have died, but have you already forgotten that I'm a metahuman thanks to Aizel? I have my damn nano gears, I'm the bucking Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. Speaking of your nano gears, things are getting bad. The nano gears in the cells of your right arm had to change to adapt to the power of the dividing gear. Now they are in a constant fight with your nano gears that maintain the powers of the boosted gear. You have already lost 30 of your remaining lifespan. Keeping the dividing gear active for too long could cause your life to start shortening even more. Worse, lose your right arm forever. Calm down, Ddraig, an arm in exchange for being able to defeat Albion and Vali. That sounds like a bargain to me. Vali started clapping after hearing my words. Interesting. Then I'm going to get a little more serious too. If you don't excel, I'll slash this entire city and everything around it in half with the power of the hacker Yuku. Vali soared back into the sky, his armor's wings releasing strange waves that completely surrounded Gotham City. Half dimension. Vali stretched out both arms and made an effort to squeeze with his hands. Gotham City's hundreds of buildings. No. Gotham City began to shrink until it was half its size. Oh no. Vali, you're going to get into so much trouble with Batman. Oh my row, this is crazy. I heard Kara exclaim behind me, just as worried as I was about the hacker Yuku's actions. Yes, this is literally beyond my imagination. Destroying cities is one thing, but having their size. Oh my god. This is something different than dividing power, but what do you gain by cutting the city in half? Vali started laughing at me. Hey Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou. Allow me to explain that ability to you clearly. Aizel, who was next to Kara and Gasper, told me that. I turned around and looked at him. Please, Mr. Supreme Governor. Help me understand. Aizel's expression changed to an extremely serious one. The ability Vali is using will reduce the city and its surroundings by half. Do you know what that means? I shook my head in denial. It means that all of Kara Zor-El's attributes, her legs, her hips, her waist, her curves and the size of her breasts, especially the size of her breasts, will be reduced by half. Yes. My thoughts soared higher than ever before and my mind was filled with questions. I can't understand it. Azazel's explanation shattered my entire worldview. I really can't understand it. However, an extraordinary rage erupted throughout my body. Her super legs will be reduced by half. Her Kryptonian hips will be cut in half. Your perfect waist will be reduced by half. Her sensual curves will be reduced by half. The size of her breasts, which represent hope, will be reduced by half. Will my hope be halved? I mechanically moved my head in Kara's direction and stared at her blankly. She could see the expression on my face even with my armor covering my face. She was embarrassed by what Azazel said and shuddered at my slightly fearful expression. Yes, all the attributes Azazel mentioned are going to be halved. Her divine and exotic body will be halved. My girlfriend. My everything. My world. My universe. Kara cut in half. Leldita Savandia. Boost. Filled with anger, I turned around again and glared at Vali who was still cutting everything in half. How are you going to cut Kara's super boobs and legs and everything else in half? What are you taking about? And on top of that, he dares to act like he doesn't know what's going on. I will never forgive you for that. Boost. I will never do it. Boost. Volley of volley sweet. Boost. 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 The voices of all the jewels on my armor resonated quite loudly in unison. My surroundings flew away. The ground I was standing on became a crater that covered the entire city. The aura emanating from it grew larger and larger, so large that several buildings seemed to be blown to pieces. My whole body was enveloped in a great mass of aura that I had never had before. Boost. 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 Azazel let out a loud laugh and began to giggle. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is this? Seriously? Your dragon power sprouted on a probably universal scale just because your Kryptonian blonde's breasts and legs and everything else could get smaller. This is no laughing matter. This matter is nothing to laugh about. To me, this is more serious than even the threat of death to my parents, more serious than if heaven and earth were reversed. This is unforgivable. It's now a well-established fact that Vali is my worst and greatest enemy. He's the only one capable of destroying what I care about most. He's not a descendant of the devil. He is the devil. Boost. You won't lay a finger on my Kara Zor-El, you damn bastard. I'm going to hit you so many times that you'll go in pieces to reunite with your great-granddad. This day is full of surprises. Who would have thought you'd unleash your full power just for a woman? This is incredibly entertaining. The hacker Yuaku Vali flew towards me, but this time I didn't feel slow before him. No. It was the opposite, he moved so slowly in my eyes that. Feeling faster, I took a boxing stance and punched his abdomen with my straight left fist. Cracks. Vali's abdominal armor plates were brutally dented by my blow. Ugh. The blow I gave him was so severe that he spat out a lot of blood from his mouth after receiving it. Ha 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 ha. You can do it, buddy. Finish him. After making that hit, I took a few steps back and returned to an offensive-defensive stance. Vali released an immense amount of aura after receiving that blow, and with quite fast speed, he tried to attack me with his right punch wrapped with quite a lot of aura, but before he could do so, I blocked his blow quite easily using my left elbow. Vali tried the same move with his other fist, but before he could land that blow on me, I dodged it by taking a step back and hit him again with my left straight fist on the right side of his armor's face, with so much power that the face of his armor was completely fractured. It's like his armor is made of paper. Blood filled his mouth again after that blow, but instead of getting angry, he smiled quite satisfied and continued trying to attack me with all his power, looking more motivated than before. Vali did a 360-degree somersault and tried to hit me with several flying kicks to the jaw. Each of his kicks I dodged without any problem by ducking or jumping before receiving them, or simply turning to one of his sides before he realized. After dodging all his kicks I sent my right fist forward, but Volley managed to block it with his left elbow, using the same movement that I did a few moments ago. Then I tried to hit him with my left punch, but he dodged it by ducking for a second before receiving my blow, and then he held that arm, by closing his left arm, to try to hit me with a right punch, with quite a bit of speed and precision, but before receiving his blow, I tilted my head back, dodging it perfectly. With Volley's right arm extended, I copied the movement he made. I closed my left arm with his right fist trapped in mine and took a stance to do not one, but 3 consecutive kicks to Volley. The first one went directly to his right arm, the second kick to his left arm breaking his guard, the last one was with my other leg after turning 360 degrees so that the blow had enough momentum, and boy did it. That kick hit Volley right in the head and he was dragged in a huge straight line across the asphalt of Gotham City. After that last blow, Volley remained on one knee and wiped the blood from his mouth, again using the back of one of his hands. Ha ha ha. This is how our fights should be. Volley soared to the top of the city and extended both arms with his hands outstretched. In the palms of his hands he concentrated an immense amount of aura. Demonic power with bright white dragon power. That accumulation of power was so powerful that it covered the skies of Gotham City, and he threw them at the same time at me. Those attacks are much more powerful and dangerous than my dragon shot. Despite how immensely powerful those attacks were and that they moved at a speed that in normal situations he would never have been able to follow. However, this was not a normal situation. If I don't finish off Volley he'll cut everything that's important to me in half. I extended my right arm forward and opened my palm and then divide, 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 divide. The immense attacks that Volley launched, which were capable of covering all of Gotham City, were reduced until they simply disappeared. Ah. I could feel the power of that attack now becoming my power, but as a result I felt like the bones inside my right arm were going to shatter at any second. The pain I felt when I used the power of divide was too much. But that's okay, I can go on with this. If this continues my body will be destroyed before I can eliminate it. I have to get this over with quickly. The power I divided into him became the exclusive fuel for my thrusters, and I shot towards Volley with such insane speed that he moved very slowly in my eyes. The speed I had was so high that I positioned myself behind Volley and he wasn't fast enough to react in time, although he noticed my presence. In my eyes, Volley slowly turned around and I descended towards him, concentrating a lot of aura on my right leg. Volley formed a magic circle around himself and I gave him a brutal kick in the face, or rather, in that blue magic circle that he created to protect himself, since that thing was strong enough to withstand my kick, but it still didn't stop the impact and my rival was shot at such high speeds that he simply crossed the magic barrier within Gotham City and was propelled at thousands of kilometers per second, reaching the Atlantic Ocean. You won't escape. Play Ash. Once again, I flew at high speed and without losing sight of Volley, I advanced towards him in a straight line. Volley was standing over the ocean, quite agitated. He felt my presence when I arrived and I was about to kick him again, but out of pure impulse, Volley predicted my movement, quickly retreating backwards with a flap of his wings of light. He immediately tried to counterattack me with his right fist that was filled with aura, but I moved to his right side dodging his blow, and in a very brutal way I gave him another powerful kick, this time with my left leg, and the blow was to his waist. Cracks. The kick I gave him caused a part of Volley's waist armor to make a breaking sound, and my punch caused him to fly away again, but this time it was twice the distance. Volley tried to stop himself as best he could by spreading his wings of light quite a bit. We were still over the ocean, but the place where our fight had taken us had already dawned, since it was still nighttime in Gotham City. Without any intention of stopping, I continued chasing Volley with all the speed I had at my disposal, going straight in front of him. Volley saw me coming. I was about to attack him with my left punch, but he brought his right hand forward and with the palm of his hand tried to block my blow. Ooh. He managed to stop my blow, but the impact was so strong that it left his arm stiff, and then I attacked him with a series of punches to every part of his stomach, abdomen, and chest. Thud. 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 Left, right. Each blow from my fists reverberated with such force that it could reach the ocean that had become part of our battlefield, and each of my blows dented and shattered the torso plates of his armor, which was filled with his aura to try and withstand my blows. After the fourth blow I gave him with my fists, I gave him a karate kick with my left heel right to his jaw, and my opponent shot up to the highest part of the sky where the clouds were. The skies turned pure white and I saw my opponent brimming with aura and his armor fully repaired. He swooped down at me at full speed. Volley arrived in front of me instantly. I was still faster than him. I could see that his right arm was still stiff, and with quite a bit of force, he tried to hit me with his left fist by fully extending his arm, but I managed to stop his punch with the palm of my left hand, and at that instant, Volley managed to regain the flexibility of his right arm and did not hesitate to try to hit me with that arm, but I blocked it with my left elbow anyway. Volley launched a series of punches at me with both fists, but none of his punches were able to reach me until Shaki. My left fist and Volley's right fist collided with each other. Large amounts of red, white, green and blue sparks formed in that collision, and Volley immediately tried to hit me with his left fist, but before receiving his blow, I propelled myself upwards using my armor's propellants. Bang. The last blow Volley failed to land sent large amounts of water into the sky. As the water fell back into the ocean, I extended my arms and in the palms of my hands, I accumulated all the dragon aura and the energy of my nano gears, and with them I created 2 dragon shot. The dragon shot in my left hand was bright red and the one in my right hand was bright white. It's time to combine both powers. I put my hands together and combined the bright red dragon shot with the bright white dragon shot, causing an immense amount of red and white lightning to be released into the sky. Ahahahaha. I'll help you, buddy. Ddraig helped me do that, and both dragon shots could be combined into one. The result was a dragon shot that combined the colors. Bright red and bright white, but it's still not enough. Ddraig, transfer the aura of Ascalon. In fact, that was just what I was about to do. Transfer. My dragon shot was enveloped by Ascalon's dragon-killing aura and took on an appearance similar to the midday sun, also having bright red and white colors. Volley saw what my next move would be, but what he didn't expect was that I would fly towards him with the dragon shot still in my hands. I won't allow it. Volley formed multiple gigantic blue magic circles on top of each other to tank my attack. You damn maniac who enjoys cutting everything in half. This shot is for not just Kara, but all my friends and all the girls I've met and will surely meet. This is the dragon shot of the celestial dragons. Bang. In the short distance I was with my opponent, I hit my Draco shot very hard using my left fist. At first, Volley's magic circles resisted my attack, but over time those magic circles were fractured one by one. Half dimension. Divide. 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 Volley used his powers to have my attack and also used his ability to split the power. Divide. I did the same, dividing everything he stole from me, and all that power returned to my dragon shot, which managed to pierce through Volley's last magic circle and then exploded in a very large and devastating blast of aura that covered the sky and much of the ocean alike. Hey boom. The dragon shot I fired roared like a dragon in the explosion, and Volley's body flew high into the sky without his balance breaker. My rival flew across the entire ocean until he plummeted back to Gotham City. Before crashing into the ground, the wings of his sacred gear reappeared and he managed to stop a few meters before falling to the ground. Almost instantly I arrived too, and when I landed on the ground, my rival who was covered in multiple wounds and with his blood spread all over his body, he began to laugh. Interesting, you are really very interesting. The white light completely covered his body again and he stood up again as if nothing had happened. Once again, Volley Lucifer was back in the balance breaker state and turned around to face me. How is he still standing? I heard Carr gasp quite incredulously. I don't even know how he can get up after everything I did to him. Volley, I've been analyzing his having power, along with the tremendous power he unleashed. I know we can handle this situation. Albion said to Volley, who made his face disappear from his armor, revealing a rather satisfied smile with everything that happened so far. Forget about that, Issei Hyoudou has proven himself to be my worthy rival, so it's time to use my Juggernaut Drive. Am I hearing wrong or did he just say he'll use the Volley? It wouldn't be a good decision to do it here. If you enter Juggernaut Drive, Ddraig's curse might be removed. Volley shrugged with a rather calm expression. Everything will be fine, Albion. I, the one who will awaken, I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. Oh my god. That bastard is really going to do it. I need to stop him from. It was at that moment that I realized I was no longer able to advance with my super speed, barely able to take 1 or 2 fairly slow steps towards Volley. Don't be reckless, Volley. Is it your wish to be at the mercy of my power? Even Albion got angry. Just as I was about to take another step towards Volley, a silhouette landed in front of me, standing next to Volley. It was a man wearing armor similar to that of an Oriental military commander and carrying a staff on his shoulders. Volley, I've come for you. This cool-looking man said to Volley very cheerfully. What are you doing here, Bhikkhu? Volley stopped the chanting of Juggernaut Drive. Aren't you being a little cruel? I made a long trip and came all the way to Gotham City since my partner was in trouble. They really got the shit out of you, huh? We should head back since the battle against the Northern Aesir is about to begin. Vali let out a sigh. I see, so it's time. What are they talking about? Who are you? Where the hell do you come from? I pointed at the person talking to Vali and they both saw me. That is Bhikkhu, the descendant of Buddha, the victorious fighter. The one who answered was Azazel, who approached me along with Kara and Gasper. What thing of what for what? I asked Azazel, making the face disappear from the helmet of my armor. This is Son Wukong, the famous ape from Journey to the West. The character Son Goku from the manganum Dragon Ball Z and Super is based on him, or rather, on his ancestor. How what? I looked back at Bhikkhu. Is Son Goku inspired by him? I was so shocked, and all the rage I'd felt in my head until now was gone. It's because of him, right, his old man, that Dragon Ball was created. I looked back at the newcomer in disbelief, and Azazel continued speaking. I didn't expect you to be part of the Chaos Brigade. This is crazy. Well, on one side we have the Red Dragon and Supergirl, and on the other side the White Dragon and Son Goku, both dragons are in good company. Bhikkhu burst out laughing upon hearing Azazel's words. I'm different from the first generation guy who became Buddha. And I have nothing to do with Dragon Ball. I always do what I want. My name is Bhikkhu. Nice to meet you, Sekiryuutei, and you too, Supergirl. Bhikkhu greeted us casually, then twirled his cane and crossed the ground with it. Instantly, black darkness spread across the ground. That darkness gripped Vali and Bhikkhu, causing them to sink completely into it. So they intend to escape. Don't joke around. This isn't over yet. I can still fight. Vali looked at me with a rather sinister and happy smile and then said to me. I, the hacker Yuiku, am a blood relative of the devil. My enemies are not only angels, fallen angels, and demons. You and I are destined to face each other eternally, as enemies, rivals, opposites, and opposites of one another. In the future, you and I will fight again, our battle much fiercer, and we will be much stronger. You're not going to. Just at that moment my balance breaker disappeared and I fell to the ground, losing all my strength. You used an enormous amount of power in a very short time, even for you that was too much. Azazel said it quite calmly, and I heard some very quick footsteps approaching me. Whereas? Maestro Issei. They were Kara and Gasper. Kara sat on the floor on her knees, gently took me in her arms and cradled my head on her breasts. She also hugged me very affectionately. Are you okay, Ice? She sounded quite concerned and a rather happy smile spread across my face. Vali didn't cut Kara's anything in half, thankfully. However, Kara asked in a confused whisper, and I hid my face further against her breasts, burying my face deeper into them. Yes, since I was able to protect you from Vali being able to reduce your breasts or your legs, your curves, you're a fool, but you're my dear fool. I felt Kara bury my face deeper into her breasts, and I felt a deep sense of peace. The battle against my greatest rival was over, at least for now. Chapter 34. The beginning of a new era. Upon returning to Wayne Manor, the armies of angels, fallen angels, and demons outside the city barrier arrived and carried out the process of restoring the city. They were also in charge of carrying the corpses of the dead magicians and those Gasper defeated. When we arrived at the center, we saw Serzich's, the girl who still didn't know who she was, and Archangel Michael giving orders to people who seemed to be their subordinates. Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Sona, Tsubaki and Saji recovered from the influence of Gasper's sacred gear. The founding members of the Justice League, along with new members as Asia, Zenovia, along with the members of Team Flash, spoke with the Scarlet Speedster who had apparently told them that Zoom had returned. That information made Cisco and Killer Frost pale. The first to notice we had arrived were Superman and Serzich's. They both raised their hands, and those next to them turned to look at us. Ria's Gremory group ran towards Gasper, who this time didn't panic, and Rias gave her young bishop a very warm hug. Serzich's, the founding members of the Justice League. Superman, Batman, Diana, Flash, Green Lantern, John Johns, and the new members, as well as the members of Team Flash, also approached us. The first to speak was Serzich's. So you're okay, what a relief. But what happened to your arm, Azazel? Pteria caught me and almost made me self-destruct with her, so I had to cut it off. Azazel answered Serzich's calmly. I understand. The fight with her was our fault. About that wound. Serzich's tried to say words to make up for it in some way, but Azazel stopped him with his one hand. No need. I also caused a lot of trouble with Vali. So he betrayed you? That man told him in a rather calm voice. From the beginning he was a boy who only craved power. I didn't notice this before, so it's also my fault for not preventing it. Azazel's eyes look lonely somehow. Does he feel any remorse for the time he spent with Vali? Archangel Michael stood between them and the founding members of the League. This is just the beginning. Now we'll all be working together. I would recommend continuing to discuss the agreements in the Watchtower. You are very welcome, Archangel Michael. Superman suggested with a warm smile. Excuse me, Archangel Michael. May I ask you to do something for me? I asked Archangel Michael, who looked at me with a calm smile. If it is within my capabilities, young Sekiryuutei. Since the peace accords were accepted, there was something I wanted to ask Archangel Michael for, and now was the time. Could you please have Aizel and Zenovia accepted back into the faith system? That was my wish. The two of them had been secretly depressed since they were abandoned by the system and excommunicated. My wish was for the leader of the angels to accept them back, despite everything that had happened. Archangel Michael showed a surprised expression. Was my request rather strange? Aizel and Zenovia, who were not far from me, were also surprised. Archangel Michael showed a small smile and nodded. I understand. If it's just two people, I think I can do that. Even though Aizel's twilight healing is a sacred gear that can heal fallen angels and devils, now that peace has been agreed upon, I think there won't be any problems. Aizel, Zenovia, let me ask you. You know that God is already with us. Still, do you wish to return? To Archangel Michael's question, the two nodded. Yes, I long to return, even if God is not there. Me too. As part of the Justice League, I also want to continue serving the Lord God and you, Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael smiled at the two's response, and someone else approached them. I too would like to pray that they may return, Archangel Michael. It was Irina. Zenovia looked at her in surprise. Irina. She looked at Zenovia with a rather regretful look. I blindly believed you were a traitor, sorry. You don't need to apologize. Aizel, I also spoke to you very badly. Irina now saw her and she got a little nervous. Don't worry about it, please. I really apologize. And no, I am fine, really. Archangel Michael laughed a little as he watched the religious girl's interaction. I'll just have to make some adjustments to the system and notify the Vatican. The footsteps of someone approaching were heard, and when I looked at who it was, I saw that it was Kiba. Archangel Michael, regarding what we discussed earlier, please do as we agreed. Oh, Kiba. Of course, I swear on the holy demonic sword you gave us that I won't allow holy sword research to produce any more victims. It was a grave mistake to eliminate so many important believers in such a vile manner. Things continue, but I won't involve any more believers. Kiba bowed, smiling quite happily. Thank you so much, I'm really grateful for this. Oh, so Archangel Michael will be going with that too, huh? That's better than I thought. That's great, Kiba. Yes, thank you, Ice-kun. Azazel, who was still with us, spoke to Archangel Michael. Michael, I'll leave the explanation to you in Valhalla, as it would be troublesome if I were to take charge of it. Afterwards, you'll have to relay what happened today to Mount Sumeru as well. Yes, since there would be no power of persuasion, even if the supreme ruler of the fallen angels or the new devil explained it. After all, I'm already used to God's reports. Azazel smiled and advanced ahead of his troops of fallen angels. I have chosen peace. The fallen angels will no longer fight angels, demons, or attempt to fight the Justice League from this moment on. Those who are not satisfied with this may leave. However, I will kill you without resentment the next time we meet. Only those who wish to continue may come with me. Let's live for the sake of Supreme Governor Azazel until the day we die. The loyalty of his subordinates was demonstrated with a roar. Azazel saw this and expressed his gratitude with a small thank you. What incredible charisma. After that, Azazel gave orders to his troops, and the fallen angels deployed magic circles and retreated. Turning around, I saw that Archangel Michael had also approached his troops and was about to leave. Archangel Michael. I called out as I approached him again. He turned around to look at me. I want to thank you again for listening to my request. Archangel Michael smiled as he stepped in front of me. After all, you're one of the heroes of this incident. I don't think that was enough for your reward. No, really, it's fine. I'll now return to heaven and I'll make a full report of this incident. I'll also include everything we know about the Chaos Brigade. Archangel Michael spread his 12 golden wings and rose into the sky along with the other angels and disappeared in a blaze of divine light. See you. It was at that moment that I felt Kara approaching me, and when I saw her smiling. She had already regained her powers when the magical barrier was lifted. Kara held her right arm with her left hand, and when I looked at her I saw there was a bit of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry I wasn't much help to you because of that moron's stupid ability. Oh Kara. Don't worry about it, you're fine and I'm fine. I even managed to steal Volley's powers. I couldn't help but say that proudly as I raised my right hand triumphantly, even though my right arm was still hurting like you had no idea. Kara smiled with a slight blush, shaking her head at my attitude, and before I knew it, she wrapped her arms around me in a strong hug that didn't hurt me. I was really worried about you, I really am. You're very important to me, Ice. I felt his face hide in the side of my neck, my smile became quite warm and a little blushy. I also wrapped my arms around her, reciprocating her embrace. My feelings and emotions exploded with joy. I also felt the pressure of Kara's breasts against my body, which was quite gratifying. Kara seemed even more delighted as she clung to me a little more. I could feel her hugging me tighter. I also felt her heartbeat and I wanted to kiss her so badly now. Gosh. You guys keep being so sweet in front of everyone. Why don't you go and get yourselves a room instead? Hearing Azazel's words I blushed quite hard, we both separated a little without stopping hugging each other and looked in Azazel's direction. I could also see that Kara was blushing. He was the only fallen angel present in a fairly clear landscape that was already showing the first rays of the sun. Are you still here? Azazel smiled mischievously when I asked him that. That's right, Sekiryuutei, and since I intend to stay here longer, I'll help you with that Bishop of Rias Gremories. I can't stand seeing a sacred gear that can't be controlled. Huh? I was puzzled by what Azazel said, then he turned around. For the red, the important thing is his wife. For the white, it's power. They're both so simple and direct that they drive me crazy. I don't understand what Azazel meant. Kara, who was still hugging me, told me that. We both looked at each other again, and with great desire, I brought my lips to hers. Kara did the same, and we both kissed. It was a kiss at the first rays of this new dawn. This moment was certainly fiery, somewhat passionate, and romantic enough. We didn't even care where we were doing it or in front of whom. July 1, 2017. The chief representative of the heavens and leader of the angels, the Archangel Michael, the governor of the fallen angel organization Gregory Azazel, the representative of the underworld the devil Serzich's Lucifer, and the representatives of the Justice League, the founding members, the Man of Steel Superman, the Queen of the Amazons, Diana of Themyscira, Batman the Dark Knight, the Scarlet Speedster, the Flash, the last son of Mars John Johns, and John Stewart Green Lantern. But these 9 representatives, the 3 great factions of the Bible, have signed a peace treaty and an alliance with the Justice League. From then on, disputes between the 3 major factions were prohibited within the framework of the operation. This treaty was named after the city that became its setting and the place where the 2 celestial dragons of this generation held their first confrontation and was called the Gotham Treaty. The Watchtower. And so, from today onwards, I will be the advisor to both Rias Gremory's family and some of the younger members of the Justice League. Please call me Master Azazel. Or Supreme Governor, that's fine too. Dressed in a worn suit, Azazel sat at the head of the table where Superman should have sat at the Justice League headquarters. Why did you call us here? Touching her forehead with her hand, Rias was filled with puzzlement. It's been several days since the alliance became official and both Rias Gremory's group as well as me, Kara, Asia and Zenovia were called for an important meeting that turned out to be this. After talking this over with Serzich's, Kal-El, Batman and the Queen of the Amazons, I was asked for this. Azazel said it with a rather relaxed attitude, resting his left elbow on the table with a posture as relaxed as his attitude. Wait, what about that arm? I pointed at Master Azazel's arm. I thought he'd amputated it when he fought Kateria. Oh, this. It's a real artificial arm, which I produced during my research into sacred gears. It's a multi-purpose arm, it's charged with my power, it has a bunch of things like light lasers and a missile sight. I always wanted to be equipped with something like this at least once. I got it in commemoration of my lost arm. Azazel's arm flew off. It also made several rotations throughout the headquarters and I had to take cover on more than one occasion until the arm returned to Azazel. Listen, it's our mission to stop the Chaos Brigade, who are fighting maniacs as you've seen. Especially hacker Yuku Vali. He'll come after Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou sooner or later. Azazel looked at me with a rather mischievous smile. Sekiryuutei, Kara's Orel, no matter how powerful you are as a duo, you will not be able to face Vali, not without my help, that is why I will be your advisor and also of Rias Gremory's group, who are made up of several relatives with sacred gear and a candidate to be part of the Justice League. What can you tell us about the Chaos Brigade? Or rather, what can you tell us about the enemy at Ice? Kara asked, crossing her arms after Azazel finished his explanation. Vali seems to already have his own group called the Hakuryuku team, that means that Vali and Son Goku Biku are not the only ones. Is it possible that Vali is trying to attack us in New York? I asked Azazel. It's possible, New York may become a battlefield several times being one of the main cities and the place where Supergirl and you live, although it won't always be, only at certain specific times when the enemy attacks from several places at the same time. Vali doesn't care about the chaos and the objectives of Chaos Brigade, he only cares about fighting with the strongest, and you prove to be a good rival, so wherever you go, he could follow you. That's scary. The first fight you two had was special. You were able to hold your own against him because you had the Ascalon dragon slaying sword given to you by Michael, which you combined with the boosted gear's power several times. Furthermore, Volley didn't use his full power. If that had been the case you would have lost. On the other hand, you were able to fight him because of your compatibility. If it had been a non-dragon opponent on the same level as Volley, you would have died. It was exactly as Azazel said, I wouldn't have been able to face Volley so well if it weren't for Ascalon who was key at a decisive moment in our fight. So if Biku hadn't shown up, I would have. And tell me, can you use the power of the Hakuryuku? No, I haven't been able to activate it since my battle against Volley. I had managed to create the dividing gear with a jewel from Volley's sacred gear, but the gauntlet hasn't reappeared since. Ddraig told me that power has already been registered in our boosted gear, so maybe I'll be able to use it sometime later. It all depends on my feelings and emotions and how complicated the fight I'm having is. The bad thing is that every time I use it, my right arm suffers a lot of damage, and if I abuse it, I could even lose my arm or my life. As I thought, you can't acquire something so powerful so easily. While it's beneficial to obtain the power of another dragon, being able to control it at will is a different story. Although with the help of your nano gears and my knowledge, anything will be possible. You've had Balance Breaker for at least 3 years, right? You already have the basics, you just need to polish them. Tell me, how long are you able to maintain Balance Breaker? At the moment I can maintain it for 3 hours, although the time is reduced if I use all my energy like I did in my confrontation with Volley. Azazel looked at me with wide eyes when I told him that. Huh? Just 3 hours or less. That's no good. At least you should be doing it for 3 days at this point. 3 days, that's not being quite demanding. Do you think 3 days is too long? The Hakuryuku can maintain Balance Break for at least 3 months. The difference between you two is huge. Azazel read my thoughts. 3 months. Well, I used to be a human before I became a metahuman, and Volley is a descendant of Lucifer's bloodline. Even if I can briefly reach him, the gap between our powers is as wide as the distance from the sky to the ground. And even though I was able to reach him and inflict damage, Volley kept getting up as if all my efforts had meant nothing to him. Can I get stronger? I'm going to make you stronger. Since I'm a fallen angel with plenty of time and you're a boosted gear metahuman, I'm going to have a lot of fun making sure you're strong enough to handle Volley. Azazel said this with a pleased, mischievous smile. I guess I can take his word for it. Well, you make sure I get stronger, I'll make sure to train Gasper to get stronger too. That way, the next time the Cows Brigade shows up, he'll use his powers. I said confidently, pointing at Gasper, who got nervous. Teacher. What are you saying? Gasper yelled at my suggestion. It's no use if you're on your own, we don't know what kind of people are in Cows Brigade. Azazel said it without much importance, and Gasper hid inside his cardboard box. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so useless. I'm trash. I'm pig food. I'm at the bottom of the ocean with a goal higher than Everest. I'm sorry, Master Issei. Gasper started screaming and crying while huddled inside his cardboard box. Hey, you need to stop doing that. You, the boy who also developed a balance breaker, how long are you able to maintain it? Azazel referred to Kiba. Nowadays, 1 hour is my limit. An hour? That's longer than I was able to hold it the first time I got it. That's no good, just like the Sekiryuutei, you must make sure you are able to maintain it for at least 3 days. Kiba was quite excited about what Azazel said. Yes. I want to be at Ice-kun's level. Now Azazel looked at Akeno as Kiba, and I slapped the backs of our hands, making the promise to improve our balance breakers. Akeno, do you still hate us? The fallen angels Barakiel. Azazel mentioned Akeno's father. I have no intention of forgiving him. Since it's his fault my mother died. Akeno responded with a very stern look. Akeno, when you became a demon. He didn't say anything. Normally that person doesn't have the right to tell me anything. I don't mean that. No, well, it might be a little reckless of me to get involved in a father-daughter affair. I don't consider him my father. Akeno stated that clearly. I understand. But I don't think it was a bad decision for you to join the Gremory family. If things had turned out differently, I wonder what Barakiel would have thought. Akeno didn't respond to Azazel's words. She remained silent, her expression complicated. Then, Azazel's eyes shifted toward me again. Hey Sekiryuutei. Can I call you Ice? Like Kara does. Listen, I have a proposition for you. What? A proposal? I don't understand, what kind of proposal? I smiled, scratching one of my cheeks, and Azazel pulled a document from his worn suit jacket. He held it out to me with his artificial arm, which he extended toward me. I took the document in my hands, then the artificial arm returned to him. Reading the document, I saw that it was a job offer for me to become the. Do you expect me to work as your assistant? I asked with a frown. That's right, you see in recent weeks I have built a large tower in New York, the Aizel Tower located not far from the Empire State Building. There will be most of my subordinates, developing new technologies, as well as it will be the place where I will train and polish several of their sacred gears, unlike what Batman offered you. Yes, you will work as my assistant, I already talked this over with him, and he is in favor if you want to sign. To be the assistant to the Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels. Why do I feel like that sounds so good and so bad at the same time? Don't know. I'll pay you double what you were earning at Wayne Enterprises. I accept immediately. Without a second thought I placed the contract on the table, Aizel threw out a black ink pen, and I signed the contract. There were several bitter smiles at how easily I accepted that. I handed the document to Aizel, and he smiled at me quite amused and macabre. Ahahaha. Now I can have fun developing and experimenting with your power. It'll be so much fun seeing everything I can do to you from my research. If you're my assistant, you should also be prepared for everything I have in mind. So I'll be your guinea pig too. I sold myself very quickly to the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. You'll have to call me Master Aizel or Lord Aizel, make sure to always give me what I want and give me good results with your boosted gear. I'll make sure you evolve into something that surpasses both Volley and the previous Sekiryuuteis. Well, I guess within everything that being his assistant means, I'll become stronger in the end. Plus it's practically much closer than Gotham City. In the face of everything that is coming, I can only smile with great joy. Aizel Tower. As night fell, I, Aizel, called the vice-governor of my organization, Gregory, from the balcony of the top floor in my office. Sorry for calling you that, Shimhaza. That's why I'm staying in New York. I understand. But, Aizel. There are subordinates who don't think highly of you because of this piece. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Leaving that aside, it's you I'm worried about. Your child will be born soon, right? Aizel always getting off topic, aye. Take good care of that demon wife of yours. She's a good woman. You went so far even though you knew she could be killed. Your son will become the link between demons and fallen angels. I would have been happy if she had only resented me you. Don't cry, buddy. I'm used to people holding me against you. Leave the matter of Akeno to me. I'll carry the burden using these 12 black wings. Just keep quiet and follow me, Shimhaza. Yes, sir. One of the main reasons I proposed this peace between the three major factions was because of my second-in-command, Shimhaza. I couldn't do anything for Barakiel and Shuri in the past, and I won't let Akeno's tragedy repeat itself, not now, not ever. Well. Now I have to make sure the Sekiryuutei gets stronger, he also has a good woman accompanying him. Ahahaha. Who would have thought, the Sekiryuutei of this generation, thanks to the particle accelerator that I built with Eobard Thawne, became a metahuman of his own sacred gear and is now accompanied by the last daughter of Krypton. I wonder what will become of you in the future, Issei Hyoudou. Alhala. And this was the report of Archangel Michael, Lord Odin. The young and very beautiful woman with silver hair wearing warrior armor told the chief god of Norse mythology. These young people have emerged again. It's an act of courage to pretend to be God, that damn Michael. Said the chief god. What shall we do? It was unexpected that the god described in the Bible had disappeared. Actually, that young Michael, the one pretending to be Lucifer, and that mischievous child Azazelthi are a collection of playful brats, and on top of that, alliance with the so-called Justice League. So, let's teach the young people what the Asgardians are like, the true gods. The silver-haired woman asked fearfully, not knowing what the chief god would say. After so much time, with my old body, I don't feel like participating in a war that ravages the world. However, the seriousness of these young people is interesting. I'm going to see them in the underworld and in that place they call the Watchtower. They seem interesting, don't they? It sounds fun. The struggle of these young people who have been abandoned by their god. Now, what will happen from now on? Chapter 35. Time to live together. Tori Aizel, Manhattan. July 24, 2017, 9:25 a.m. It's been 3 weeks since the three major factions formed a peace treaty and an alliance with the Justice League. Thanks to technology from the supernatural side, the Watchtower was being modified into a second, much larger and more powerful version in less time. There were no incidents with Chaos Brigade, and normal criminals have so far remained off the radar. It was a pretty peaceful 3 weeks, although for me, they were a real pain in the ass. I am Issei Hyoudou, and right now I was in the training room of the Aizel Tower, which was at least 10 times wider than the outside of this tower. Ever since I started working as Azazel's assistant, my routine has been to remain in balance breaker without using my boost ability or raising my aura while holding a giant cube whose weight varies over time in my hands above my head. At first it was a ton, then the weight increased until it was too much for me, and I kept lifting 45 for about an hour. When the hour was up, a cube would reduce its weight until it was as light as a feather and I could collapse on the floor to try to recover, staying in balance breaker. 10 minutes later, he had to go to the speed lab inside this tower and run as fast as he could for the next hour, and finally he had to go to the combat room, whose dimensions were similar to the entire city of New York, being an artificial dimension created to fight, based on the technology used in the raiding game taken to another level. That is why the landscape could vary for each occasion, and that was when one of them arrived. Sometimes, it was Azazel, other times the scary man called Barakiel, whose appearance was gruff, with black hair, a matching beard and a very muscular body. That person is Akeno's father, and Azazel forbade me from mentioning his daughter, but this time it was neither of them who appeared. This time the one who appeared was the crimson-haired man, the current devil of demons, Rias' older brother, Serzich's Lucifer. "Good morning, Ice." He greeted me kindly. "Good morning, Mr. Serzich's. May I ask what you are doing here?" It's quite rare for the devil to appear so suddenly in Azazel Tower, especially in the training room. Wait a minute. Is he going to? Serzich's could sense the panic in me and started laughing, waving one of his hands in denial. "Calm down, I'm not going to do that. I spent some time at the new watchtower, talking with the Justice League. Now I came here to speak in person with Azazel about the gathering of young demons and future candidates for the Unlimited project, and among other matters, I also came to introduce you to your new instructor." Serzich's looked back and the ground began to shake. That already gave me a very bad feeling, and the one who originated those footsteps was a gigantic purple creature that measured a total of 15 meters. Seeing him made me feel the same chills I felt when I had to face Barakiel. It was a monster. Its enormous jaws opened, revealing very brutal-looking fangs. Its arms were very thick, and so were its legs. It also had 2 wings spread out at its sides. It was a humanoid dragon. It had black armored shoulder pads extending down its arms, and it also wore a fender decorated with metallic fittings. Is that a dragon? I fell to the ground in shock, and Serzich's nodded with a rather cheerful smile. "Ice, allow me to introduce you to a former dragon king." Serzich's looked up to see this gigantic being. Blaze Meteor Dragon Tannen. He used to be one of the 6 dragon kings, but he was reincarnated as a demon as part of Mephistopheles' nobility. From now on, you will be under his care. The dragon opened his great jaws again to speak and pointed his gaze in my direction. "As Lord Serzich's requested, I will be your instructor from now on. It's been a long time, Ddraig. Can you hear me?" The green jewel on my gauntlet glowed brighter. "Ah, how nostalgic, Tannen." Tannen, former dragon king. I was so surprised by the presentation Serzich's made about this dragon and the interaction this gigantic and terrifying being had with Ddraig. "I have to leave, good luck, Ice." Serzich's said goodbye, disappearing from this room, and I was left alone with the imposing Tannen who smiled in a macabre way. This is the first time I've trained someone who houses Ddraig. "Please, Tannen. Pull yourself together. My partner may be very strong, but if you're serious, you'll definitely kill him." "Oh, Ddraig. Always worried about my well-being. As expected of my partner." "Okay, as long as he doesn't die, right? Leave it to me. I'll make sure I get all the shit out of him." Tannen cracked his knuckles in a very scary way. The aura that Tannen emanated became so dense that at that moment I could only feel one thing. Fear. Kara department. As night fell, after taking a shower in one of the bathrooms inside Azazel Tower, following the absurd training I went through with my current instructor, the former Dragon King Tannen, I headed to Kara's apartment with my balance breaker in tatters. I didn't even have enough energy left in my nano gears to restore my armor. I could barely fly in the air, and my thrusters sounded like an old broken-down jalopy. Kara always kept the large windows of her apartment open. Today was no exception, and upon landing on it, I floated forward until I reached her couch. Then my balance breaker couldn't take it anymore and simply vanished with me falling onto the couch. When that old man Tannen said he'd make sure not to kill me, but he'd beat the shit out of me, he meant it. A short time later, Kara came to her apartment by entering through the window. "Pizza?" she exclaimed with great excitement, and I instantly smelled the tantalizing aroma of Coast City pizzas. "Oh, wow." Kara went to buy pizzas across the country. That explains why she came dressed in her blue superhero costume. "What happened to you?" It was the first thing Kara asked, changing her excitement to concern as she lowered the pizza boxes onto the small table in front of the couch. Then she used her super speed to sit on the couch and carefully placed my head on her thighs. "Oh, it feels so good to use your thighs as pillows." I feel like the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs tried to make a sequel out of me. For the next few minutes I explained everything I experienced today at Aizel Tower and that my new master instructor was now the former Dragon King, Tannen. As I told her this, we both enjoyed the delicious piping hot pizza she brought from Coast City, a city known for having some of the best pizza in the country and also for being Green Lantern's home turf. As I savored these delicious pizzas, I couldn't help but cry with emotion. What a great taste. Coast City pizzas taste so good. I can see you've improved. Your muscles are growing. Your stamina too, right? This time, how long were you able to maintain balance breaker? Kara asked curiously and I felt her touch quite soft on one of my arms. Well, being Tannen's punching bag, I was able to last 8 hours, which would be almost triple my time before Azazel hired me as his assistant. Kara became excited as she tilted her head to mine. That's great, Ice. If you keep this up, you'll be able to maintain balance breaker for a whole day. Seeing her so excited about something like that warmed my heart even more. I'm so glad I survived Tannen. After finishing eating the pizzas, I felt like some of the power to my nano gears was being significantly restored. Kara went to her bathroom and after almost half an hour I was finally able to activate my boosted gear. I felt like I could use my balance breaker for 10 or 15 seconds and that would be enough time for me to go home, so I approached the window and just as I was about to activate my balance breaker. Oh, no. Stay here with me. Kara, who came out of her bathroom after showering, brushing her teeth and changing her clothes for bed, said that, stopping me in my tracks. She approached me using her super speed and immediately grabbed my right arm with her hands to move me away from her window. You shouldn't even think about using scale mail right now, you've done enough for today, you should rest. Kara insisted. Are you sure? When I hesitated, Kara smiled at me in a flirtatious way. Yes, I'm sure. Come, Ice, accompany me to bed. Accompany Malakama. Accompany Malakama. Accompany Malakama. My mind stopped working when she said those magical words. Wouldn't you mind sleeping with me? Kara asked me, looking into my eyes in that captivating way that was irresistible to me. Of course not. I want to. I responded quite excitedly, making her laugh with amusement, and she smiled at me from ear to ear, then she wrapped her hands around my neck to get closer to me. I'm so happy you want to sleep with me, Ice. Kara stood on her tiptoes and kissed me gently on the forehead, then her lips overlapped mine and we kissed quite tenderly. Her lips were so soft and stimulating to me that I simply fell asleep, leaning on top of her. The next day. The sun's rays hit my face and the moment I started to wake up I felt quite revitalized, as if all the fatigue, bruises from my bruises had vanished. I also felt a little weight on my body, along with soft arms that were wrapped around my torso, soft legs that were intertwined between mine, and when I opened my eyes, I looked down at my chest and saw Kara's beautiful, shiny blonde hair. She was resting on me like I was her pillow. My heart started beating quite fast and a warm smile formed on my face as I watched her rest so peacefully. Before long she made a sound of annoyance and then lifted her face from my chest, turning her gaze towards me. Upon seeing me, Kara smiled and bit her lower lip, then carefully sat on my thighs and brought her face close to mine. She placed a rather affectionate kiss on my forehead and my liking for her increased greatly. This feels amazing. Good morning, Ice. Good morning, Kara. Now, Kara sighed in relief with a rather content expression. It feels so good to wake up next to you. She whispered, quite pleased, and I couldn't agree more. Yes, the feeling is mutual. I've never slept as well as I did last night. I told him quite affectionately. Kara wrapped her hands around my neck, still looking at me with that warm and happy smile that she was having just like me. I loved that you were my pillow. Kara whispered again and then joined her lips with mine, giving me a very tender morning kiss, and when I reciprocated it, I felt her gently bite my lower lip. That soft bite made me blush a little and I hugged her as tight as I could. The scent of her hair filled my nostrils and I breathed in quite pleased. Now it won't be the same every time I go home. In just one night I had already gotten so used to sleeping next to Kara that it will never be the same for me to go to sleep in my room in the house where I live with my parents. The warmth, softness and affection of my partner made me feel so good that I feel like I simply could not rest without her by my side. Kara laughed a little at my words and without taking her face too far from mine, she nodded. Of course not, Ice. We should sleep together whenever possible, right? Without waiting for me to answer, Kara gently bit my lower lip again and I let out a soft moan. She was being quite flirtatious and very persuasive. This level of seduction is very strong for me. Maybe it's time I stopped living with my parents. Hearing me say that, Kara stopped playing with my lip and moved her face slightly away from mine. We could live together. That is, if you're happy to move in with me. Hara kissed my forehead again and rested her face on her right hand, waiting for my answer. I didn't need to think about it too much, she had already convinced me. I can't think of anywhere else to move to. I answered her, leaning on my elbows, looking at her beautiful face, as her breasts were resting on mine, and raising one of my eyebrows I added. Or is it too early for you to want that? At my question, Kara looked at me quite determined. Maybe, but why wait? You're my boyfriend, I'm your girlfriend. We each work in our own way, and it'll be great to rest like last night from now on. She was insisting and in passing gave me a kiss on one of my cheeks, filling me even more with that special feeling of warmth that builds up in my heart. Is that a yes? Yes, it's a big, resounding yes ice. That's when Kara's gaze turned a little mischievous. Or do I have to get on all fours and beg you to live here with me? She asked as she moved in a rather suggestive way as she loomed over me, which led me to laugh a little, shaking my head and smiling happily at her. I have to tell my parents pack a few things, and the training at Aizel Tower leaves me quite exhausted, both physically and mentally, even more so since it's Tannen who will be doing it from now on. The image of Tannen in attack mode filled my thoughts, but being with Kara didn't send chills down my spine. Don't worry about telling them, Ice. I'll help you pack your things, and when you see the time is right we'll do it together. Don't go telling them alone, or they'll get angry with you or disappointed by the news. I don't see in what universe my parents would be disappointed by that news, although knowing them maybe they'll ask too many annoying questions. Kara took her hands in mine, and the way she looked at me now was quite tender and innocent. What if we do it now? Now? I swallowed a little as I asked that. Kara nodded with a very happy smile and gently squeezed my hands. Yes, right now. I assure you it's going to be fun. Imagine, we'll go to your house together, greet your parents, and tell them the news. Kara's squeeze of my hands became quite affectionate and her eyes became quite flirtatious. It's okay, Kara, it's okay. I agreed and she got out of bed, pulling me out of bed with her, although deep down I felt ashamed of what my parents would say when we went to see them. You might be a little embarrassed, but it'll be a very emotional and happy moment for our relationship. Come on, I'll take you home to your parents' house so we can talk to them and then get on with our activities. Oh God, he guessed what I was thinking. Kara separated from me, left her room and came in as soon as she left, already dressed for today with a rather attractive white blouse, blue jeans and heels, apart from having her hair tied in a beautiful ponytail and of course, those glasses that made everyone fool of her. Before I could say anything, she had already picked me up in her arms and flown out the open window of her room. Aizel, Manhattan. The conversation with my parents had gone just as I suspected from the beginning. At first, they questioned why I didn't come home, but they understood that I was so tired and Kara was very kind to let me stay with her. Then they asked a lot of questions about whether I was gentle with her, whether I used protection, and a whole bunch of other things that made Kara blush quite a bit and we had to really clarify the fact that nothing happened. And when the time came to make the announcement, my parents started crying, but they weren't "oh no, my son is leaving home" tears, they were actually the opposite, they were "oh God, my son is finally leaving home" tears. The news touched them so much because I was taking a huge leap in my relationship with Kara, but they also insisted that we occasionally come over for dinner with them at this house. Kara also hosted family dinners at the apartment from time to time, and after many warnings about bringing a child into this world, we were finally able to resume our daily activities. I took her to her job at Catco, which was a few blocks from Gregory Tower, and when it was my turn to get to work. Legas Tard Haidu Issei. The moment I reached the levels where supernatural activities occur, the former Dragon King Tannen waited for me at the entrance with his arms crossed and a very threatening look. Sorry old Tannen, I had commitments with. Enough excuses. You made a commitment to get stronger. Don't you realize how badly you're portraying yourself by being late to the second day of your training under my tutelage? You should be ashamed of yourself. Old Tannen didn't even let me explain my justification. I'm telling you that. I'll teach you how to never be late again, Haidu Issei. Old Tannen grabbed me with one of his giant hands and carried me to the artificial battlefield inside Aizel Tower. This is going to get ugly. Old Tannen attacked me with gigantic flames of fire that could easily cover several cities. I wasn't able to dodge them as they covered large amounts of ground, and all I could do was withstand them with my balance breaker raised to its maximum defensive capacity. Hey boom. The battlefield was filled with quite a powerful fire. The damage I received in my balance breaker state was quite severe and I started breathing quite heavily. Are you still standing? Okay, that's how I like it. Now I'll use a little more power. Tannen's aura became much thicker and then. Goo. Palazzo. Dragon fire breath. Footsteps. Old Tannen beat the shit out of me so much I was flat on the floor like a pizza in a pizza box. The power he used against me was so great that I simply wasn't able to dodge or resist it. My balance breaker is much worse than yesterday. Hahaha. It's only been 2 days, but you've honestly seen improvement, otherwise you would have already died for being late today. Suddenly, as I struggled to get off the ground, I heard a rather familiar voice. Looking back, I saw the supreme ruler of the fallen angels, Master Azazel, wearing that elegant worn suit. Don't buck with me, Master Azazel. I've almost died more than once since I started training with Old Man Tannen. He's immensely stronger. Well, I've been told many times that I have the strength of someone within the devil class. Tannen said it without much importance and as if it was no big deal. Did you hear him, Master Azazel? This dragon has the strength of a devil. Old Man Tannen doesn't even know how to hold back, and when we fight and I give my best, he just brings out more power and turns me into mincemeat. Do you even realize the immense pain I've been experiencing with him these past few hours? I shouted at Master Azazel, pointing at Old Man Tannen who was behind me and stomped on the ground several times. HMPH. There's a saying that goes if it doesn't hurt, it's useless. When you get stronger, maybe it won't hurt so much. That was Old Tannen's reply. TCH, at least you still have the energy to keep using balance breaker and keep training with Tannen, right? Don't get mad anymore, I just stopped by Big Belly Burgers and brought you your favorite. Master Azazel showed me an order he just placed for a Seki balance breaker from Big Belly Burgers. The part of the helmet that covered my face disappeared, as did my scale mail gloves, then I sat down, Master Azazel handed me the package, and the first thing I did was savor the delicious fries and the super extra large hamburger that has my name on it. Ah. I could live off Big Belly Burgers almost all day. Master Azazel sat in front of me using a magic circle and analyzed the state I was in by placing his non-artificial hand on his chin. Judging by your condition, are you able to maintain balance breaker for 12 hours? Until yesterday, you were barely able to maintain it for at least 8 hours. What have you been doing besides basic training and training with Tannen? As Mr. Azazel asked me that question, I answered with my mouth full of potatoes. TCH, at least finish eating. I finished swallowing all the chips in my mouth, paused, and looked back at Mr. Azazel. Well, yesterday, after all the beating I got from Old Man Tannen, I went to Kara's apartment and I was so tired that after dinner we slept together. It was wonderful. I want to sleep with her every day. And that's why I was late today. I had to tell my parents that from now on I'll be living with Kara in her apartment. As I finished saying that, Old Tannen sat behind me. And why didn't you say so before? I thought you were a coward and afraid of arriving on time. Are you serious, Old Tannen? I tried to tell you, but you didn't listen to me. Oh, well. It was part of your training anyway, so I don't have to apologize for it. This ex-Dragon King is being pretty lax since we stopped training so I could eat. Tannen is right, you are making very good progress, and you need to keep improving, since Volley is still far ahead of you, and since he joined the Cows Brigade, his power has probably increased dangerously. Master Azazel said things that made me feel quite uncomfortable. You're saying he could be even more powerful than the time when he and I. Ice, how strong have you become since then? Well, so far I haven't been able to reach the same level of power as when I faced Volley. But I've become much more powerful. Master Azazel nodded. Yes, you have become stronger than your standard self in Balance Breaker, you could say that you are at least 4 or 5 times stronger than you would normally have been during your battle against Volley. My boss paused before continuing. Still, you're still lacking too much. Even though your Nano Gear's energy is powerful, it's no match for Volley's magic. So you have no choice but to surpass him in physical strength and endurance. It was exactly as Lord Azazel said. Even though the energy from my Nano Gears is incredibly powerful, Volley is a direct descendant of Lucifer, and his demonic energy, in terms of quantity, would be like comparing a lake to an ocean. I suddenly remembered something that happened at the end of my fight against Volley. Master, why did Volley try to use the Juggernaut Drive in our fight? Master Azazel looked at me, quite surprised by what I said. Not because Volley used that, but because I mentioned it as something he already knew. Did you already know about that power? You never mentioned it. Yes, once I almost activated it by mistake when I felt Kara was in danger. I know that would be my berserker form, where I would use powers outside my imagination, at the cost of my lifespan and my sanity. Master Azazel sighed in relief when I mentioned almost. That power is impossible to master in real combat, but Volley can wield it for several minutes, consuming enormous amounts of his demonic energy, so that instead of giving up his lifespan, he wastes his magical power. Although he is capable of using the Juggernaut Drive, Albion was terrified, so even for Volley, using that move is extremely dangerous. Suddenly, he looked at me quite seriously and continued talking. I, who uses an artificial sacred gear in a forced state, am not one to say this. But using a sacred gear in a way that sacrifices one's lifespan is not the way. That is a cursed power, available to those willing to sacrifice everything. I will not make you follow, nor do I want you to follow in Vali's footsteps. There was sadness in Azazel's eyes. Was he somehow worried about Vali? He talked about teaching him how to use his power when he was still his subordinate. So the current Sekiryuutei can wield the Juggernaut Drive. That's a problem. This young Sekiryuutei might actually die if that were the case. Either the white or red form, when they awaken that power, clearly surpasses the other. In other words, the first to activate it wins. Old Tannen said something very shocking. Suddenly, I received a call from Kara through the jewel on my armor's left gauntlet. Hi Kara. What's up? This Grand just gave me some time off and I thought we could do it now. Azazel let out a whistle, smiling mischievously at me. Do it, huh? Seems like the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl are living life to the fullest. He's misinterpreting everything. I'll ignore what he said, but what are you saying? Kara sounded quite embarrassed and looked at Master Azazel. I'm going to pack my things from my parents' house to Kara's apartment, can I? Azazel nodded with an amused smile, and Tannen shrugged. No tards mucho, Hyoudou Issei. It'll be faster if I go with you too. HMPH. It'll be fun to see what you pack. Azazel gave a knowing smile. What's he up to? The Hyoudou residence Brooklyn. The only condition on which Azazel let me go was that I allowed him to accompany me, and that's why he is now with me and Kara, along with my parents. Well, I gathered in a box all the things that I would definitely want to take with me. In the box I was holding, I gathered my 3 video game consoles, the PS2, the chipped PS3, and the PS4, along with its physical video games. I also packed my jackets and the scale mail action figure I had gotten last year. Azazel, who was passing by me, noticed something and removed the PS3 from my belongings. Is this a chipped console? Yes, is there anything wrong? Azazel smiled at me with amusement. I'll keep it for my collection, thank you very much. Hey, that's not fair. And by the way, I'll keep this one too. He also took my PS2 away. Hey teacher, I'm not going to. The contract you signed also states that if you have any material belongings that interest me, I can keep them. I should have guessed. And since you'll be living with a Kryptonian, I'll take care of this for you. Under his business jacket he revealed that he kept all the porn magazines that were in my secret stash. At what point did he? Oh, does that mean you're going to be hitting your hand and not the controller, Master Azazel? A playful smile formed on my face as I told him that. Not necessarily, I have many women for myself. Ah, he has a distant look in his eyes for a moment there. Are relationships taboo for him? What is this? Now he also took my scale mail figure and examined it closely. Ah, that. I'll keep it too. I'll make sure Gregory takes the rights and develops more of these figures, but in better quality. Thanks. So he just came to take some of my belongings, huh? Master Azazel and I walked outside, watching my parents help Kara pack some of my clothes into the trunk of my car. I hope there's still room. I said as I reached my vehicle, placing my box in the trunk, but before closing it I looked back at Azazel whose hands were empty. Where is what you took from me? I carried it to my office. What? Did you think I'd be carrying it around the whole time? Yes, I should have expected that. I approached Kara again, who was talking non-stop to my parents, and I hugged her shoulders with one of my arms. Well, we're leaving now. Nice to meet you Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, I hope to see you again. My parents nodded happily. Issei, you better behave. Don't embarrass us, is that clear? I've heard that several times and I'll probably hear it more. Chapter 36. Training completed. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. August 23, 2017, 11:35 p.m. A total of 31 days have passed since my training with the former Dragon King, Old Tannen, began, and for the past 3 days, I had not left the battlefield inside the building, since up until that point, I had kept my balance breaker active without needing to deactivate it. At this moment I was maintaining my balance breaker at maximum power while facing Old Tannen as best I could. Tried to reject this. Old Tannen opened his gigantic mouth and spat out a gigantic flame of fire so hot it lit up the skies in a rather hellish color, as if a gigantic meteorite were about to fall from the sky. Transfer. All the power of my sacred gear was transferred to the flame in my stomach, and in response to Old Man Tannen's attack, I spat out a gigantic flame of fire which collided with the old man's flames in the middle of the sky. Hey boo. The clash of our flames was so brutal that in a short time they caused an immense explosion of fire that completely engulfed the entire battlefield. This turned into a real hell. But Tannen and I continued to fight. I rose into the skies to the same height as Old Tannen and pointed at him with my left hand. Boost. 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 boost, 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 boost. With the power I duplicated, I formed a dragon shot in the palm of my hand and fired it at Old Tannen, and it was the size of half his body. HMPH. So you've made it this far. Old Tannen said it quite proudly and stopped the dragon shot with the palms of his hands, although in doing so he realized that the attack was more powerful than he expected. The dragon shot kept getting bigger and bigger, and then it exploded brutally. Hey boo. Old Tannen was engulfed in the blast, as was much of the battlefield. It was a very powerful bright red explosion. After throwing that power, I felt some fatigue throughout my body, but my balance breaker was still active. The smoke and the red aura disappeared after about 10 very intense seconds, and the figure of Old Tannen became visible to me. His hands were very injured and seemed to be shaking, while a good amount of smoke emanated from them. The only moderate injuries I saw on him were on his hands and half of his arms. Despite the damage I caused him and the amount of blood on his hands, Old Tannen smiled at me with a rather satisfied smile. That was quite a shot from a Ddraig host. With your current power, you'd definitely be on par with several ultimate class devils, not all of them. You still have a long way to go and plenty of room for improvement. You've reached a point where we can fight with some seriousness for 3 days. Old Tannen was praising my current power. I was breathing heavily as I hovered in the air. My balance breaker looked quite uneven. The plates covering my chest and above were badly cracked, pieces were missing along my thighs, there was a diagonal cut down the middle of my armor's face, and my right eye had darkened. The day was August 23, 2017, a Wednesday around midnight. Next Wednesday, there's a very important party in the underworld that I must attend as a representative of the Justice League. I should be recovered by then. 5 minutes passed and one of the fallen angels who works at Aizel Tower brought me a canteen with plenty of fresh water, which I boosted with my boosted gear, and when I felt better, after thanking the fallen angel, I looked up to see Old Man Tannen again. I thank you for everything, Old Tannen. I feel like my strength has increased tremendously and I'm now able to properly adjust the power of my balance breaker depending on who I have to face. Not to mention, I haven't lost it yet and it's been a while. Old Tannen raised one of his thumbs. I'm going to the party the devil is hosting next Wednesday. We're going to meet there, Hyoudou, Issei. And Ddraig. With a rather happy smile I raised my left arm up in farewell. Yeah, thanks old man. See you at the party. Kar is coming with me too and I want you to meet her. Sorry for the inconvenience, Tannen. See you again. Old Tannen shook his head smiling. You're welcome, I really had a lot of fun this month. It was fun working with you, Ddraig, to help your host. And speaking of the Kryptonian, would you like me to carry you both on my back to the party? Really? Are you okay? Yes, no problem. I'll bring my family and I'll be back here for the day of the party. I'll contact Lucifer later and let him know about this. Actually, Old Tannen is quite a kind and sensible dragon. We'll see each other on Wednesday, Hyoudou, Issei. I'll be waiting for you, Old Tannen. Old Tannen flapped his wings, forming a magic circle in the sky of the battlefield, and upon entering it, he disappeared. I watched him disappear as I continued to raise and wave one of my hands. How easy you get along with the former Dragon King. He's a good dragon. The first few days we met, he scared me a lot, but he's awesome. Very awesome for a dragon. You and I are dragons too, you know. Yes, that's true, but right now, Old Man Tannen is a real dragon, and he's truly magnificent and enormous. You and I are different, since you don't have a physical body and you possess me, a metahuman, like a sacred gear. Well, that's true. But if I had physical form, it would be even better. As I left the place where I had been living for 3 days straight, I ran into a good friend who had apparently also finished her training. Oh, I see you're done too, Ice. This friend of mine is Zenovia Quarta. She had her arms, wrists, hands, legs and forehead covered in bandages. Seeing her, the part of my armor that covered my face disappeared. Just like me and our other friend, Zenovia trained here in Aizel Tower, though I didn't expect her to be in such a state. Zenovia, what happened to you? When I asked her that question, Zenovia looked at her hands before answering me. I ended up like this because of my routine. I would hurt myself and bandage myself, then hurt myself again, and so I stayed that way. Was it like that? I don't think his routine was as aggressive as mine, fighting a former Dragon King for a whole month. Although it may have been more due to my metahuman status, I still couldn't help but laugh a little. But Zenovia, you're like a female mummy, are you Imhotep's girlfriend? Zenovia looked at me with an angry grimace while puffing out her cheeks in an adorable expression. How rude you are, Ice. Gosh, not all of us are blessed with metahumans with accelerated healing factors. And I have no intention of being preserved forever, you know. Now I don't know what she's talking about, but it's actually fun to tease her a little. At that moment, I felt a rather dense and calm aura. Zenovia also seemed to notice that aura, and we both turned our gaze towards the person who had approached us. Issei-san. Zenovia-san. The powerful presence came from Asia. The girl was wearing her nun outfit and looked quite adorable. Asia, it's been a while even though we were in the same tower. Zenovia ran to Asia and gave her a pretty tight hug which she reciprocated with a rather tender expression. Then the two of them separated and looked at me. It's good to see you again, Asia, but what do you mean it's been a while? I looked at both of them feeling very strange as I placed both hands on my waist. Since I started training I haven't gone out until this date. Zenovia commented as if it was the most obvious thing, and Asia nodded with an amused smile. Me too, I've been training a lot and I miss going back to the Kent farm. Really? Zenovia crossed her arms, raising one of her eyebrows as she looked at me suspiciously. Do you think Asia and I could come and go to Aizel Tower while living in Kansas? Zenovia, there's a teleporter in the watchtower, and Kara can take you there in seconds. Zenovia was stunned and quite embarrassed. It didn't occur to him to do that. Well I'll keep that in mind for next time. Although if you left the tower wasn't it strange for your parents that you came home so tired? A sly smile formed on my face at Zenovia's question. I no longer live with my parents, I now live with Kara in her apartment. Both girls were perplexed by what I told them. That makes things very complicated, it's hard to keep up with Supergirl. Keeping up with Supergirl? What's Zenovia talking about? So, are you coming to the party Lucifer is having in the underworld? When I asked that question both girls looked at me with a smile. Yes, I'm very interested in demon culture and what a party would be like now that there's peace. I'm scared, but if Issei-san is willing to go, then I'll follow you and Kara-san as well as Zez-san. Asia said that nodding with a very cheerful smile, and then my stomach started growling quite loudly. I haven't been able to eat anything for 3 days now, as I was in the middle of a battle against Old Man Tannen and was really starving. Well, I'll see you soon, I'm starving. I said goodbye to my two friends, and using a lot of aura power and energy in my thrusters, I left the Aizel Tower. Kara department. It felt really good to finally leave Aizel Tower and fly over the skies of my city, seeing the tall buildings and lights dwarfed by the height. Even though I was fighting at my best during that period of time, I was still able to maintain my balance breaker. I wonder how long the limit is now. Your limit now varies depending on how much power you use. If you enter balance breaker using low power, you can maintain it for 7 days. At medium power, the time is reduced to 6 days. At high power, it is reduced to 5 days. And at maximum power, the time will be reduced to 3 days and 12 hours. Ddraig explained to me, revealing that I currently had 12 hours left before I reached my limit. Throughout my training with Old Tannen, I had developed a new system within my balance breaker, which depending on what type of enemy I face, will allow me to use less or greater power, reducing or increasing the amount of aura and energy released from my scale mail. Against Tannen I was using my maximum capacity, and for that reason I had 12 hours left before reaching my time limit. In that time period, as in this entire month, there weren't many threats in the city that never sleeps, but even if there were, Kara can easily take care of them, as long as they aren't guys with kryptonite. Ao's brigade hadn't made their move yet, so they're probably somehow preparing for the worst, recruiting more people, or upgrading their arsenals. When I saw Kara's apartment building, I swooped down at such a high speed that I looked like a streak of red light. Her apartment windows were open, and I instantly burst through them, removing my scale mail after deactivating it. Oh. Ice, you're back. Kara appeared faster than I could perceive her without my balance breaker, and hugged me a little tight, but not enough to make the bones in my back crack. I missed you so much. Kara, who still hadn't let go of me, began kissing me repeatedly on the cheeks, making me blush. Ah, the feeling of being with her again after those last 3 days made me immensely happy. I missed her warmth, her scent, her softness, and her strength so much that sometimes it was too much for me. I missed you so much these past few days too, Kara. I hugged Kara back as tightly as I could at the moment, being very charmed by her and her displays of affection. After several seconds, Kara moved away from me a little and evaluated me from head to toe, looking at me with a rather surprised expression. Ice, every time you come back from your training with Tannen, I notice you're more muscular, your torso is getting thicker and thicker. Kara blushed quite a bit as she whispered those words with great emotion. Old Tannen really helped me a lot in everything. Tell me you have something, I haven't been able to eat anything for the last 3 days. Kara's eyes lit up and she smiled quite happily. Yes. Just wait, I'll make you something your mother taught me the last few days. Kara quickly moved into the kitchen and I entered the small living room. Since I moved in here with her, there hadn't been that many changes, except the TV was a newer, higher quality one, and I had to buy several controllers, since whenever I played video games with Kara, she ended up breaking them. She's the #1 enemy of console controllers. You should take a shower before you start playing. Ddraig told me before I could sit down on the couch. Yes, you're right. 40 minutes later. He had gotten out of the shower about 10 minutes ago, now he was sitting in one of the chairs at the dining room table, and Kara brought down a tray that was loaded with a lot of lasagna. Seeing that made my mouth water. I didn't know Kara knew how to make this pasta. She served the tray on 2 plates and sat next to me. It was complicated, but I was able to learn thanks to your mother. I don't know if it's as good as the one she makes. I hope you like it. I cut a piece and put it in my mouth. When I tasted it, I don't know if it was because I hadn't eaten anything in days or simply because it was so delicious, but I felt a great emotion. It's delicious. Yes, this is definitely very delicious. I'm glad you like it, and tell me, were you able to see Aizel and Zenovia before returning? Are they okay? When Kara asked me that question, I had already finished eating and my stomach was no longer empty. Aizel improved a lot, Zenovia too. Although I don't know to what extent. When I saw her, she looked like a mummy because of all the bandages she had and the face she was making. Kara let out several laughs and then said. Maybe Aizel already cured her. I can't even imagine the face Mr. and Mrs. Kent would make if they saw Zenovia looking like that. I don't know if he's speaking from his own experience. Ready for this Wednesday? Of course I'm ready. Last time we went, it was just to help Rias. This time we can really have fun. I want to dance, maybe sing. But in both cases, you'll be my partner at all times. Kara took my right arm with both arms and then rested her head against my shoulder. Oh, it feels so good to have her with me. I love it. By the way, old Tannen offered to give us a ride. Really? I'm delighted to meet you, of course I accept. Apparently she loved the idea of old Tannen taking us this Wednesday, and now she was looking at me with a very adorable smile, as if I were a little girl. I think I can excite her more. Imagine flying through the skies of the underworld riding a gigantic X-Dragon King. Immediately, her eyes lit up with excitement. I never thought I'd be able to ride a dragon. How exciting. Ahahahahaha. What's up, Ddraig? No, nothing. I found it strange that Ddraig started laughing at what Kara said, but I decided to ignore it and looked quite happily at my girlfriend, who had become quite happy and excited since we would go to the party riding a dragon. Wednesday, August 30th, 2017. The days before the underworld party passed quickly, now the day or rather the night arrived. Due to my new physical condition, I had to go to a tailor's on Monday to have a suit made to measure, well Kara already had hers before the party was announced, even though I never had the chance to see it. I guess we'll go to Azazel Tower. I highly doubt old Tannen will show up around here. I told Kara as I finished adjusting my tie and that's when she came out of our room. I'm ready, Ice. So. Kara's dress was red, western, with a low neckline and an open back. Amazing. She looked like a princess, a Kryptonian princess, her beauty had once again surpassed my own expectations. You look great. No, you're already great, what could be better than great? Mega. Hyper. Ultra. That's right. Kara let out a slight laugh, blushing a little from the interaction she just had with Ddraig, and then we heard a slight tremor. That surprised us and when we looked out the window, we saw the head of a gigantic dragon. That was old Tannen. I thought we'd see it at Azazel Tower, not. I have come as promised, Hyoudou Issei. Kara and I looked at each other with rather astonished expressions and walked over to the window. Dude, isn't it dangerous to appear out of nowhere in New York? I can already imagine the news saying that Godzilla is real. Old Tannen smiled. Right now, only you and your partner can see us. For the rest of the people, whose magical power level is quite low, my family and I are invisible. Your family? Kara peeked her head out the window and then let out a loud gasp. I did the same and saw the same thing, just as amazed. In the skies of New York there were a total of 10 dragons flying in circles. So you are the former Dragon King Tannen, it is a pleasure to meet you, I am Kara's Orel, thank you for helping Ice develop his power. Kara clasped her hands as she said that, still unable to get over her astonishment, her eyes still shining with excitement at the fact that there were several dragons in New York, along with a former Dragon King. The pleasure is mine, Miss Kara's Orel. It is an honor to meet the last daughter of Krypton. Hyoudou Issei is very lucky to have you. You are very beautiful. Thank you. And that isn't entirely true, I'm also lucky to have met someone like Ice and to have him with me. Kara answered old Tannen, her face a little redder. Please allow me to carry you. While you're riding on me, I'll place a special barrier around you. This will prevent your hair and the clothes you're both wearing from being damaged by the wind. This dragon is so considerate. As expected of a former Dragon King and an ultimate class demon. Thank you, Mr. Tannen. We'll trust you. Kara took my right hand and led me to old Tannen, flying through the air until we reached his back, landing on the dragon's enormous neck. Being on Tannen's neck, I settled on top of him and Kara settled behind me, wrapping her arms around my abdomen. The magical purple aura surrounded us, it was the aura of old Tannen, the aura also enveloped him. Old Tannen flexed his legs as he spread his wings upwards and at great speed shot into the night sky, being guarded by the 10 dragons that followed his example. Oh my god. In the blink of an eye, old Tannen had soared above the clouds, but the scenery looked and felt very different from all those times I'd flown with my balance breaker or been held in Kara's arms. Old Tannen flew horizontally like all the other dragons. The view was magnificent. By stretching out my hands I could touch the clouds as old Tannen flew at impressive speeds. Kara rested her head on my right shoulder, looking out at the landscape beneath the clouds with me. Surely the feeling was different for her too. The scenery, riding behind the neck of a dragon was simply magnificent. For me, seeing this landscape from the top of a dragon was an experience I couldn't describe. Ddraig said with a bitter smile, he originally had the body of a dragon too, after all. I felt Kara's left hand caress the back of mine, which was still shining with an emerald light, and her head stopped resting on my right shoulder and began resting on my left. It must be very nostalgic for you, Ddraig, I hope you can do this again someday. Kara whispered to him quite affectionately, and then old Tannen spoke. Haha, yes, it is a very interesting experience, Ddraig. However, there are only 3 powerful dragons still active, including myself. No, since I was reborn as a demon, the only true dragons left are Office and Tiamat. The rest have been sealed or retired. Yulong and Midgardsormr never surface. Ddraig, Albion, Fafnir and Vritra have been sealed within sacred gears. Throughout the ages, the strongest dragons in the universe have been suppressed. After all, we dragons are very terrifying existences. Old Tannen said it in a very lonely tone. Later, gigantic purple magic circles appeared, 11 in total. Old Tannen and his family went through those magic circles and the feeling it gave me was quite strange. I could see different lines of lights with different colors, it was like entering a tunnel, and when leaving it, the night sky changed to the sky of the underworld that I had only seen once, and that was when Kara took me home and Kiba took Rias on that griffin. We've teleported to the underworld. Lord Tannen, I'm very curious to know why did you decide to become a demon? Kara asked him very curiously and old Tannen, very serious, answered. One of the reasons, Miss Kara's Orel, is that, in this day and age, there are no longer large-scale battles like in the past. I love participating in the underworld raiding games, facing very powerful demons. And the other reason. We both listened attentively to old Tannen. Do you know about the fruit called the dragon apple? It's an apple that dragons eat. Kara shook her head, still on my left shoulder, and I did the same. No, it's the first time I've heard something like that. Yes, even when I lived on Krypton I never heard of anything like that, but the name is pretty obvious. Old Tannen told us. There is a certain race of dragons that can only survive by eating that fruit. However, those that grew in the human world, as on the rest of the planets where life can support, have become extinct due to sudden changes in the environment or simply to avoid coexisting with dragons. Now, that fruit only grows in the underworld. However, dragons are hated by both demons and fallen angels, for that reason there is no way they will kindly give us that fruit. I see. That's why I became a demon, and the territory where that fruit grows is now my territory. When you climb to the top of demon society, you receive a share of the underworld from Lucifer. That was my goal. After finishing listening to old Tannen, I said to him. So, all the dragons that have trouble getting food live in your territory? Yes, thanks to that, I prevented its extinction. And I'm also conducting research on how to artificially cultivate that apple. It's a very special fruit, so the research will take a long time. Still, if there's a future for the dragon race, it's better to try. Incredible. So he went so far to help his race. That's why you are well deserving of the title Dragon King, you are truly a very nice guy. When I said that, Kara nodded her head happily. You really are, Mr. Tannen. You're a very good dragon. Hearing us, old Tannen burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Am I a very nice and very good dragon? This is the first time I've been told something like that, but I feel quite flattered. It's not every day you get praised by the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl at the same time. However, like humans and any other race, we all seek the same thing, survival. I try to help my fellow dragons, since I have the power I want to support those who don't. Survive, huh? It's the same for Cal and me since our race is extinct. Kara sounded quite nostalgic. Aside from the aforementioned Kryptonians who are in the Cows Brigade, the only good ones left are Kara and her cousin Clark. I can't imagine the weight they must be carrying, being the only ones. Every demon I've met has a special goal. Diba sought revenge for the project. Holy sword, now his wish is to serve Rias Gremory forever. Saji, if I am not mistaken, seeks to marry his king Sona Citri and impregnate her, and Old Tannen's goal was to save his race from extinction. While I was thinking about these things, we finally arrived at the meeting place, a hotel that was super gigantic. Old Tannen left us on one of the balconies inside the hotel, and it was time to say goodbye, for now. Thank you for everything, Old Tannen. I mean it sincerely. I hope we meet again soon. I'd like to one day explore the territory you know here in the underworld. Old Tannen nodded with a smile. It will be an honor if one of these days you come to visit my territory. I will go to the area for large demons. Take care, both of you. It was nothing, Hyoudou Issei, I had a lot of fun training you. Old Tannen turned around and took flight again. Hara took my left arm in her hands, looking at me with a warm smile, and together we entered the party. In the Great Hall there were hundreds of demons of the highest class, it was the second time we attended a party in the underworld. Everyone noticed the appearance of Kara and me, we weren't demons, but for some reason there were several sighs of admiration towards us. Wow, you guys came pretty early, Issei, Kara. Rias greeted us with a friendly smile, accompanied by Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba, and Gasper. The girls were dressed in beautiful dresses, Kiba wore a suit worthy of a knight, and as for Gasper. Master Issei. He was also wearing a woman's dress and hugged me like I was a little boy. Gasper, why are you wearing a dress? I always wanted to use one. Kara stroked Gasper's head, smiling at him quite tenderly, and said. Look, you're not using your sacred gear accidentally anymore. Gasper nodded very happily and moved away from me a little, allowing Kiba to approach me. How are you, Ice-kun? Great. We both bumped fists and more familiar voices were heard around me. Oh, the super couple, Ice and Kara, are here. How do I look? Issei-san. Kara-san. Aizel and Zenovia also joined us, both of them dressed in beautiful gowns. I didn't know they would arrive before me. Girls, you all look very beautiful. Kara greeted them with great joy, and the next ones to join us was Sona's group. It's good to see you again, Hyoudou-kun, Kara Zor-el. Sona greeted us, she was also very well dressed in a dress. What's up, Hyoudou? Always in such good company, huh? That was Saji. Hey, Kara, can I have a moment with Saji? Of course, Ice. Kara nodded with a smile, letting go of my left arm. The last time I saw him was in Gotham City, and when that happened, we didn't even have a good conversation, and I wanted to keep up with a good friend of mine. Saji and I headed to another of the balconies inside the hall, although it was a bit complicated to get there, since several high-class demons greeted me as if I were some kind of celebrity, and I had to respond to each one in the most polite way. I felt a little nervous, but I managed to overcome it and perform the way everyone expected me to. Tomorrow is your meeting with Rias group, huh? Yes, I've been preparing for this moment for a long time, I'm going to win. He was full of confidence. It's not like it will affect tomorrow's match, but I've been training hard too. I've been training for a whole month for the former Dragon King Tannen, and now I'm able to maintain my balance breaker for days. Seriously? Gosh, I haven't even managed to reach balance breaker yet, and you can maintain it for days. You really live a full life. Saji acted a bit nervous with what I said, and then he told me quite excitedly. Did you know that the Young Demons meeting took place a month ago? Yeah, I think Kiba mentioned something like that, what about it? I want you to know, my dream is to be a teacher. I thought your dream was to take Sona to bed. Saji got quite red and nervous when I told him that. No. Well, yes. But no, not now. But yes in the future. Why, you see, Sona-sama wants to create a raiding game school in the underworld, not a normal one. It will be for all classes of devils regardless of whether they are low, middle, or upper class, aristocrats or commoners. I heard from her that discrimination is decreasing among devils, but there is a part at the bottom of society that refuses to accept that change. The game should be equal for everyone. That is what the current devils decided, although it is the same. The path of the raiding game is still very harsh for low-class devils. Even if a devil does not belong to the aristocracy, they can still be promoted to the upper class, so the odds shouldn't be zero, right? Sona-sama wants to do something about that, that's why she wants to teach even low-class devils, so they can participate in the raiding game. As Saji continued speaking, I rested my arms on the edge of the balcony. He was truly motivated, and I was willing to listen. That's why he wants to found a school that anyone can attend. That's why he studied in the world, human, for his dream. To give those who don't have a chance at least a chance. Even if it's one, at least Hess no longer a zero. As long as Hess not a zero, he can become a high-class devil. Hyoudou, I believe in that possibility of being able to become a high-class devil. That's why I will work here as a teacher, fighting in many raiding games, accumulating a lot of experience to teach about the pawns. Sona-sama will help me. She said that even someone like me can be a teacher. I only did stupid things in the past, causing trouble for my parents and being disowned by others. But if it's for Sona-sama, I feel like I can make that goal a reality. I will support her eternally, her dream is my dream because I am her servant. After telling me all this, he felt embarrassed and placed his hands on the bar at the edge of the balcony. Sorry I got a little excited, I really wanted you to be the first one I told all this to, even though you haven't been reincarnated as a demon, it's just well. Saji was stumbling over his words. It's okay, Saji. It doesn't matter that I'm not a reincarnated demon like you, I'm listening and you have my support. Follow your dreams and goals and become a good teacher. Saji was moved by the words I said and nodded happily. Thank you Hyoudou, but you know there's another reason why I'm telling you this. Is there another reason? I looked closely at Saji hoping to know what that other reason was. Saji took a breath and looked at me quite determinedly, then spoke to me as if it were a second statement. That day you saved Rias-sama, I was at the party and I saw you. You who is not a reincarnated devil was invited by Lucifer and you faced a very powerful high-class devil. Not only that, but you managed to defeat him and saved both Rias-sama and Kara's Orel. Then you returned to Kuo City to save Issei Hyoudou and you succeeded. Lucifer thinks highly of you and trusts you a lot. You even went toe-to-toe against Kakabiel and the strongest hacker Yuku who turned out to be a descendant of the real Lucifer. Wherever I go I see you. You, without being part of the Devil Society, are elevated from above. Even the high-class devils when they saw you enter with Kara's Orel could not stop murmuring things about you in amazement. You're part of the Justice League that's allied with the three major factions. We may not face each other tomorrow, but you're my target. I want to defeat you, Hyoudou. And let everyone see me defeat the almighty Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. But what a bold statement. Saji just openly declared to me that I am his target without being a demon like him. With a confident smile, I accepted. I understand, I accept it, for the sake of your dream one day you'll have to face me. Maybe it won't be tomorrow or the day after, but one day, it'll be just you and me, and I assure you, I'll defeat you. No Hyoudou, I will be the one to defeat you. Chapter 37. The Dragon, the Cat, the Monkey and the Blonde. Underworld Capital Lilith. August 30th 2017, 11:55 p.m. As the party continued in the hall of this gigantic super hotel, Issei Hyoudou continued chatting with Saji, who declared that from now on, I would be his rival. We were both on one of the many balconies and that's when I decided to bring up a new topic of conversation. By the way, Saji. What's wrong Hyoudou? I took a deep breath, smiling as I closed my eyes, allowing the memories of each night to flow through my mind. There's nothing more comforting than waking up hugged by the woman you love most in this life, being her pillow every night. That, my dear friend, is one of the greatest pleasures in this life. What are you saying? Oh, Saji was listening with great interest. As expected of someone who might be as lustful as me. Ever since I started training with Old Man Tannen I've moved in with Kara in her apartment. Every time I finished my training session with Old Man Tannen, she would greet me with such affection, so much love, and even though her touch alone was enough to make me feel quite alive, her thighs are the best pillows one could wish for, and you could say that her breasts are on the same level of softness and grandeur. Maybe God no longer exists, but with her by my side, I know who I should pray to. Hey Hyoudou. What about me? When will I be able to sleep with my teacher? When will I be able to wake up with her being the first thing I see? Saji asked those questions quite seriously. Well, who knows, I haven't been able to enjoy her breasts much either, and before meeting Gasper, I had already touched and groped them, well we gave each other a very passionate and intense French kiss. Saji gave an expression that showed the shock he received in the depths of his heart. He unsteadily moved away from me and weakly hugged his legs. He was in a terrible state. His eyes were wide open and his whole body began to tremble. Live together? Sleep together? French kiss too? I've never ever in my entire life done that with Sona-sama. Saji, hey, did I say too much? I called him several times but he didn't react or respond, he just kept muttering those things under his breath. Do you want me to call Sona? I'll go in and see if I can get you anything. Even though I told him that, Saji still didn't react to anything other than the whispers I made. Walking back into the living room, I politely greeted a few people again until Kara approached me again, hugging my right arm affectionately and pecking me on the lips. I was talking to Sona, I already informed her about Saji's condition. Kara told me with a very happy and flirtatious smile, letting me know that she heard my entire conversation with Saji, which made me blush quite a bit. You might think my girlfriend would be upset that I had talked about private things with one of my friends, but it was quite the opposite, she seemed to love it and her smile gave her away quite a bit. Maybe I shouldn't have been so explicit about our relationship. I think Saji has just developed an inferiority complex. Kara shook her head from side to side. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure he'll understand. After all, he's your friend, and even if he does judge you, he sees you as his rival, so it'll surely motivate him to try harder with Sona. After finishing telling me that, Kara hugged me sweetly with both arms, resting her head against my chest. I love you too, Ice. And I love waking up next to you like this every day. Suddenly I felt something between Kara and me and I was shaking, we both separated a little and saw Gasper who was shaking and in fact, had taken refuge between us. Ugh, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but there are a lot of people and I don't have my box. Haven't you done special training to avoid running away? I remember that long before I started training with Gasper, I had established a routine for him to get out of his comfort zone and learn how to socialize since I couldn't be behind him all the time. And he's had to continue this over the last 2 months. Yes, but just thinking about it makes my body tremble. Gasper put both hands on his cheeks on the verge of panic and Kara tried to comfort him by stroking his head several times. Their progress is a little slow, calm, one step at a time. Ice, Kara, Asia, Gasper, I got some food, eat something. Zenovia, who had been browsing the food tables for quite some time, skillfully took a large tray of snacks and drinks. The food looked quite extravagant and appetizing. Thank you, Zenovia. It's nothing, Ice. It wasn't difficult to bring them. Here, Asia, this is your favorite juice. There's also a tomato one for Gasper and sticky buns for Kara. The girls and Gasper were delighted with Zenovia. Wow, really, thank you Zenovia-san. Yay. Oh, thank you so much, Zenovia, you're the best. For a good while, the 5 of us enjoyed the snacks and drinks that Zenovia brought on her tray. It's my first time at this kind of event. So I got nervous and my throat felt dry. As Asia said that, a silhouette appeared in front of me. It was a girl wearing a very beautiful and expensive dress. She was staring at me very hard. Who was she? I feel like I've seen it somewhere else before. That was the girl who stood in front of me after I defeated that high-class demon. I couldn't forget those drill-shaped pigtails. Oh, you. It's been a while, Sekiryuutei. Excuse me, but who are you? Kara ventured to ask, looking at the girl who gave a rather smug smile. My name is Ravel Phoenix, I used to be a bishop of my older brother, Rias Gremory's ex-fiancé, Riser Phoenix. The girl introduced herself and then I was able to tie up the loose ends. She's Riser Phoenix's bishop. The guy I had to defeat to break off his forced engagement to Rias Gremory and also to stop that bastard from trying to take my girlfriend Kara. Ah, I see, you're the sister of that bastard fried chicken. I said my name is Ravel Phoenix. HMPH. Geez, that's why humans are as unpleasant as low-class devils. She was very angry. Well, I was thinking, could she be mad because I screwed up her older brother's marriage? Kara took a step in front of Ravel Phoenix without leaving my side. Excuse me, Ravel, I know that people often make mistakes judging by appearance, but I must speak the truth and say that I don't like you. Kara wrapped her left arm around my right arm and gently patted my chest with her right hand, giving Ravel a challenging look. I guess you're late to the party. I'm about to have my first dance with my boyfriend. Could you wait a bit? Or, I don't know, find someone else. What is going on here? Kara and Ravel looked at each other very intensely and without me realizing it, Asia, Gasper and Zenovia took several steps back watching the scene that was unfolding. Yeah girls, don't fight, this is a party. I said as I separated from Kara so I could stand between them to try to calm this strange tension, then I turned around to look at Ravel with a somewhat awkward smile. I apologize for what happened with Riser and also for Kara's hostility, she's not usually like this. I said that last bit, uncomfortably turning my gaze towards my girlfriend, whose eyes were wide open and she was making a face of really. Then I looked back at Ravel in a very friendly way. And how are you? Ravel. Ravel shrugged, ignoring Kara. I'm fine, but thanks to you my older brother is very depressed, it seems that his defeat against you and losing Rias-sama had a great impact on him. Ravel said this very embarrassedly, but then her face turned annoyed and she continued speaking. Well, he always relied on his ability and became conceited. So that must have been a good lesson for him. Wow, she's tough. She has quite a sharp tongue, even toward her poor older brother. Ahaha, you have no compassion for him, didn't you say you were part of his nobility? Ravel denied my question with a rather cheerful smile. No. About that, I was exchanged and now I'm part of my mother's nobility. Exchanges? I asked curiously. You don't know about exchanges? Ravel coughed a little and began to explain to me other rules of the demon raiding game. According to the rules of raiding game, it is possible to exchange pieces between the kings, provided that the pieces are of the same type. Wow, I didn't know there were those kinds of rules, it sounds like football team signings. For the moment I am a free bishop without obligations since my mother does not participate in the raiding game, but I am also a high-class demon with a box of evil pieces at my disposal. Ravel started blushing and started clicking her index fingers together, making a rather adorable gesture. You know, if in the future you decide to reincarnate as a demon, I want you to know I could save my queen piece for you, if well you know Sekiryuutei with Phoenix would be pretty good, right? I think so. Was Ravel offering me to become her servant? First of all, could you stop calling me Sekiryuutei? We're the same age and everyone already knows who I am. Besides, my name is Issei, or you can call me Ice, like Kara does all the time. After all, we're the same age. Is it okay for me to call you by your name? What's with that reaction? Is she a little happy? She's staring at me a lot. Ravel then lets out another cough. Why, if you insist so much I'll call you, Sama. Sama? No, it's not okay if you don't use Sama. Besides, I live in New York, so we don't use those honorifics there. No, it's important that you call him that, Sama. Haha, I don't understand her. This girl is a little weirder than Zenovia. I can't understand what she wants from me other than for me to join her peerage. And as for joining your nobility. Hey. No, no. Kara burst out laughing, grew tired of listening, and stood by my right side, hugging my right arm a little tightly. You will not become anyone's servant, Ice. What's wrong with him now? Well, actually. No. Kara exclaimed vehemently, looking at me very intensely. Oh, come on. Kara, can't I choose? I asked with an amused smile, although it was more to annoy her. I'm your girlfriend and you seem to love me, so I'm obviously not happy that someone else wants to steal you. Kara looked Ravel up and down again suspiciously, as if she were evaluating her with various types of visions to detect something. Kara shook her head, her gaze somewhat firm and serious directed at me. No, you can't choose. Sama, perhaps we should talk another time. Would you like to have tea with me next time we meet? And if it's okay with you, tea taste a cake I made. Ravel said this, visibly blushing, and handed me a simplified pentagram with the symbol of the House of Phoenix drawn on it. Apparently, she wants me to summon her one of these days. Ravel suddenly lifted the hem of her dress, bowed, and then left. What a strange girl. Are you seriously thinking of accepting his proposal? Kara asked me, eyeing me with some suspicion, which I still found quite disconcerting. How was it that a girl like Ravel was able to make such an impression on Kara? Which of all of them? Which of them all, you say? Kara's expression turned strange and a little bitter. I could even notice some disappointment in her at my question. The cake thing, it's something I can overlook. But asking her out on a date alone, it's pretty weird, don't you think? Sita? I asked, tilting my head in doubt. Did Ravel ask me out? Yes, seriously, did you not notice his intentions? Kara looked back in the direction Ravel had gone, apparently already thinking the worst. It seems like he has intentions that aren't as good as they seem, don't you think? I turned my gaze to where Ravel had gone upon hearing those words Kara said, then looked back at her with an amused smile. Do you really think she asked me out? That's what I've been trying to tell you. Ice, I think you need to be more cautious with the others. I may be your partner, but you're still an attractive man to some people. And yes, I'm pretty sure Ravel wanted a date with you alone. Some people? I don't know whether to take that as an insult or a compliment. I smiled a funny face at my girlfriend. I never meant it as an insult. I just wanted you to understand that there are many people who will be attracted to you. Although I haven't met anyone yet who loves and respects you as much as I do. How strange, I could hear Kara say that, but her lips didn't open. Did I imagine it? You may not be as handsome as Henry Calvin, Tom Cruise or Chris Hemsworth, but in my heart you're more handsome because of who you are. Kara smiled at me quite happily as she told me that. At that moment I saw a small shadow leave the party. That shadow was at Kaneko. For some reason, she had quickly left the party. Her expression seemed absorbed in something. Is something wrong? I suddenly felt a little anxious, as if it were a bad feeling. What's wrong, Ice? Kara asked, paying close attention to me. Kaneko just ran out of the party, I think something caught her attention. Kara saw the place I was looking at and increased her vision. What if it's an emergency? He asked with concern, without raising his voice too much. We have to go for her. I don't know much about Kaneko, but with the little I know, I understand that something is wrong with her. Of course, we have to go. At that moment, she picked me up in her arms and without anyone seeing us, Kara quickly took off from the party by flying out of the nearest balcony. Can you see her? Yes, she's heading for the forest. Wait a second, there's someone else in the forest, sitting on the branches of a tree. Kara landed deep in the forest and pulled me out of her arms. She and I hid behind the trunk of a rather large tree, and with her super vision and super hearing, she began to watch Kaneko from the distance we were at. Gosh, I'd like to see and hear the same thing as Kara. If you know you can do it. I summoned my boosted gear, doubling my power, then I touched my head with my left hand and transferred power to my eyes and hearing. When my boosted gear is activated, a small portion of my balance breaker's power is stored within the gauntlet's emerald jewel, allowing me to use some of my already duplicated power to do things like enhance my vision, hearing, and anything else depending on the situation. It's been a long time since we saw each other again, Shirin. An unfamiliar voice spoke, that voice belonging to the woman Kara had mentioned. This woman was wearing a black kimono and looked somewhat similar to Kaneko. The strange thing is that woman had cat ears on her head and called Kaneko by another name. Did you miss me, Naya? Kuroka ni sama. Kaneko's entire body shook as she called out to the unknown catwoman like that. Ni sama, what did that word mean? It means sister, he just referred to that Nekomata as his sister. What Ddraig said caught my and Kara's attention quite a bit. Does Kaneko have a sister? What is a Nekomata? This is a race of yokai that have an appearance similar to that of cats who are very good at jujutsu, also in the field of senjutsu, in addition to kai. Oh, so those things exist. Thanks for explaining it, Ddraig. Kaneko's sister jumped from the branch, landing on her hands and feet. She's quite a beautiful woman. Will Kaneko become the spitting image of this woman in the future? I couldn't help but get a little excited thinking about that. You noticed the little cat? I sneaked into that party and followed him here. Near Kaneko's sister was a small black cat. Was that what Kaneko was chasing? The one Isama is really impressed, Naya. Nisama, what have you come for? There was anger in Kaneko's voice, and her sister just smiled. Don't make that face, I just came for some small business and heard that the demons were having a party, so I got curious, Naya. Kaneko's sister waved her hands like a kitten and winked one of her eyes cutely. How cute. Boy, Kuroka. A male voice spoke, hidden behind the bushes and shadows behind Kaneko's sister. What's wrong, Naya? Kuroka stood up straight and turned around to see that man. Isn't she from the Gremory group? That voice sounded familiar, and when the man stepped out of the shadows, he revealed himself to be someone wearing ancient Chinese armor, holding a massive staff in his right hand. That man was the current Son Wukong or Son Goku, Biku. Hess, the one partnered with my worst enemy, the hacker Yuku, Volley Lucifer. Him being allied with Kuroka tells me that Kaneko's sister is not only part of the Cows Brigade, but also part of Valis' team. Suddenly, Biku's gaze shifted to the distant place where Kara and I were hiding. Hiding from a distance is useless. We're masters of senjutsu. So we can detect you even if you're miles away. They've discovered us. I would have preferred not to have to fight. I don't have my suit. Kara was only wearing her beautiful dress. We hadn't anticipated something like this would happen. Kara took me in her arms again and rose into the air, quickly approaching where Biku and the Nekomata sisters were. Kara landed in front of Kaneko, surprising our little friend. Senpai, Kara senpai. Appearing, Kara and I looked at Biku and Kuroka. The heir of Son Wukong looked at Kara and me in a way that could only be described as excited. Oh. I didn't think we'd meet so soon. This is trouble, Kuroka. We'll have no choice but to fight. Kuroka looked quite confused at Biku. She put one hand on her waist and the other on one of her cheeks. You seem very happy, little monkey. Who are your acquaintances? Son of the Secret Service and Supergirl. Biku could barely contain the emotion in his words as he said that. Kuroka's ears stood up straight and her eyes widened at what he said. Really, Naya? So this is the Sekiryuutei and she's his lover Supergirl. If I remember correctly, you said he surpassed Volley out of fear that Volley would shrink that woman's breasts, legs, and everything else. Kuroka fiddled with the index finger of her right hand, pointing at me and Kara repeatedly with every word she said. I couldn't help but blush at the last thing she described about me, and Kara seemed to blush a little too. What did you come for? I suppose you know that no one is invited to the party. I asked them both. Kuroka and I are having our free time. We heard there was going to be a party and decided to check it out. Now, if you'd allow me, can I have some fun fighting your partner? I've never fought a Kryptonian before. Biku was really crazy to fight Kara. Come to me, Kinton. We have to fight Supergirl. When Biku shouted that, a cloud of gold appeared at his feet and he advanced straight towards Kara. Extend yourself. Nioi Bo. Daoon. The staff Biku was holding in his right hand extended and tried to hit Kara, but she avoided it by quickly rising into the air. Biku followed Kara high into the sky and the two began to fight at such high speeds that it was difficult for me to follow in my current state. Shock. 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 Several shock waves formed in the sky. Doost. Now in the skies were seen the rays of Kara's heat vision. Ahahaha. Not bad, Supergirl. Biku laughed. His armor and clothes had been hit by Kara's lightning, but his body looked pretty good. He survived Kara's heat vision. As expected of Son Wukong. HMPH. I always wondered what kind of man you were compared to the Son Goku on TV. You seem very happy to have received my attacks. I love fighting with you. Give it your all, Supergirl. Do you realize I'm holding back? Ugh. My dress will be ruined if we keep this up. Oh, so you're holding back for fear of ruining your clothes. Too bad for you. I'm the descendant of a legendary yokai, so whether you're holding back or not, I won't lose to you easily, Supergirl. Deku attacked Kara several times with his staff that expanded and reduced on several occasions, and she defended herself by dodging it with much greater precision, other times striking the tip of the staff with her fists, causing strong shock waves in the air. Kara can take care of Biku, which left me to take care of Kuroka, who was looking very annoyed at the sky. Everyone will notice a battle as flashy as this, Naya. Suddenly, I felt the strange sensation of being transported to another space, although the landscape had not changed at all. Kara was still fighting Biku in the air, and now Kuroka was looking at me with a playful smile. What have you done? I covered the entire forest with a barrier and isolated it from the outside world, Naya. That way, even with a flashy battle above, the demons from outside won't come, and you won't be able to escape, Naya. Kuroka explained to me in a voice that was still playful. Just then, more shockwaves formed in the sky, and Kara's heat vision once again covered the skies as a straight line of light. Let that silly monkey and your Supergirl settle their differences. Now, if you allow me, I will take Shirin. Kaneko got quite nervous when Kuroka said that. She was scared. I'm sorry, but I won't let you kidnap Kaneko. She's a good friend of mine, and she's also Rias Gremory's rook. She's my little sister. A metahuman has no right to get in my way. You're very annoying, so I'll kill you immediately. A strange mist emerged from Kuroka and slowly spread and reached Kaneko and me. The mist did not stop there and continued its way past Kaneko and me. The fog was very thick. I could see it right in front of me. There was something unsettling in the air I breathed, which made me shudder a little. Ah. At that moment, Kaneko knelt beside me. Huh. What happened? This is. Kaneko covered her mouth and looked pretty awful. I approached her and touched her gently, quickly realizing that Kuroka's mist was responsible for this. So this mist won't work on you, because you're the Sekiryuutei, huh? This is a poisonous mist that only works on humans, demons, and yokai, Naya. Because the poison is thin, it takes a bit of time for it to spread throughout your body. It doesn't kill quickly. I'll kill you both slowly, Naya. Are the plans matching the bone? If I can't have her, then no one will, Naya. That's a pretty cruel way of thinking. What terrible intentions. Why do you love Kaneko? Kuroka shrugged. One yokai can't help another, however, this time I just want her as another piece under my command. I understand her power better than anyone in the Gremory clan. Tell me, Shirin, don't you want to get stronger? I know how you think, Naya. In response, Kaneko, who was still by my side, started to cry. No, I don't want that kind of power. I don't need a power like that. I don't need a power that brings misfortune to those I love. Misfortune? How do you think things will end for you? I remembered what Vali once told Kara. He mentioned something similar about those associated with the red and white, that they don't have a happy ending, that there is misfortune for those around them. Kaneko, I can't understand what happened between you and your sister. I didn't even know you had a sister, but if I had to guess, the power you say will bring misfortune, is it perhaps the powers of a Nekomata? Like your sisters, right? Yes, my older sister, she was dominated by that power. The same thing happened to the previous Sekiryuuteis. My predecessors, huh? I can't answer for the actions of my predecessors, nor should you answer for the actions of your sister. It doesn't matter how dangerous the power is, as long as one can use it for the good of their loved ones, right? Hey, did you know that Kara was originally afraid of her powers? Kaneko shook her head in surprise. You, like her, are afraid of what might happen if you use them, but let me ask you this, what do you think will happen to Rias and the rest of the Gremory clan when you could have used that power to protect them, but you refused to do so? Your powers are not what define you, Kaneko, it is what you do with that power that defines you. Saying that, I wiped the tears from her face and stood up straight to face Kuroka, who, upon seeing me, started laughing loudly. I would understand if you said that if you were a handsome, strong prince wielding his sword, but for someone like you to say that is unpleasant. I don't know what the Kryptonians saw in you. Okay. I've had enough of this woman, Ddraig. I thought you would never say that. The light on my boosted gear jewel shone with quite a strong intensity. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The large mass of a very deep red aura completely enveloped me, forming my scale mail. My balance breaker's ability currently remained at high, all the jewels on my armor emanated a rather strong aura. Kuroka's hair became quite spiky, and she glared at me with quite a bit of killing intent. Ahahaha. What an intense aura you have. Is this Vali's rival? Interesting. As a courtesy, you'll receive a mixed Jujutsu and Senjutsu shot. Kuroka's hands began to be wrapped with two types of powers. Do. She combined both powers and fired them at me. I didn't even bother to deflect them. I decided to meet them head-on. Boom. I felt the impact of that attack and a huge explosion of aura erupted around me, but I didn't feel any pain. Smoke rose from my armor, but there wasn't even the slightest damage. When the smoke disappeared, Kuroka's expression changed completely, becoming surprised. Is that the best you have? No way. I've used a considerable amount of spiritual power. As Kuroka said that in a rather disbelieving manner, I quickly advanced towards her, flying in a straight line using a lot of energy and aura in my scale mail's thrusters. Don't be so arrogant. Kuroka placed her hands on the ground for a few moments, and giant rock pillars rose up in front of her. Those pillars were reinforced with Kuroka's powers, but she didn't stop me. I continued to advance forward, clenching my right fist quite tightly, gathering quite a bit of aura in it. I sent my fist forward and destroyed every pillar in front of me until I reached Kuroka. I stopped my fist right in front of Kuroka's nose. The air around us trembled as a result of stopping my fist, and the mist dispersed completely, as did the surrounding plants. The battlefield within Kuroka's barrier changed completely. Don't make my dear friend Kaneko cry again. Next time you go after Kaneko, I won't care if you're a woman or Kaneko's older sister. You'll simply be my enemy. Kuroka immediately jumped back, putting quite a distance between her and him. Damn red dragon. Kuroka cursed that, but there was fear in her eyes. Who? The moment Kuroka stepped back, Biku plummeted in front of her, creating a crater with his body. TCH. Ha 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 ha. The Sekiryuutei woman's blows really hurt. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't enjoying this. Biku exclaimed this quite happily, although he had a rather ugly bruise along his left cheek and his nose looked somewhat damaged and bleeding. Kara landed in front of me with her dress quite ruined, having a very offensive posture. That monkey is really crazy, he's a fight maniac like that stupid volley. Kara sighed as she said that, shaking her head, and I pointed at Biku and Kuroka with my left hand. Are you planning on continuing? Kara and I could finish you off if we wanted to. Kuroka put on a rather serious and psychopathic expression when I said that. That's something I'd like to see. I don't care if I'm fighting a damn oxygenated Kryptonian or a super-powered red dragon. In the end, they'll just be a pile of corpses in the big mound I have. Kuroka's power surged dramatically when she said that. Her aura was still inferior to mine, but there was still so much murderous intent pent up within it. We've talked enough, haven't we? Biku said this as he stood back up on his flying cloud, and then, Kara and I, as well as Kuroka and him, quickly moved forward in a straight line. At the moment of collision, I brought forward my right fist, and Kara brought forward her left, while Biku extended her staff, and Kuroka fired large amounts of Yujutsu and Senjutsu powers at me. A very strong shock wave was formed. The punches Kara and I performed surpassed Biku and Kuroka who were sent backward by the shockwave. Biku quickly recovered from the shockwave and rose back into the air, being chased by Kara, who kept using her heat vision against him. Kuroka on the other hand multiplied in an amount that seemed uncountable to me and from different places, bombarded me with multiple bursts of her most powerful attacks. His attacks were stronger than the first attack he made against me, but even so, he couldn't break through my armor's defenses. Suddenly, one of Kuroka's clones tried to attack me from behind with a kamikaze attack, but then, Kaneko jumped and kicked Kuroka's clone, which turned into smoke and disappeared. Kaneko looked different, her face was no longer scared, but full of determination, and cat ears appeared on her head. What about? I don't want to just sit around doing nothing. Even if you don't need my help, I want to be of help to you, senpai. Okay, hold on to my back. She didn't protest, she listened to me and held on firmly to my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, then I shot up into the sky thanks to my propellants. It's no use trying to escape with Shirin. All of Kuroka's clones shouted in unison. Escape? On the contrary. You're the one who'll have to escape. Ddraig. I'll take care of it. Time to scare away that stray cat. Boost. 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 My power doubled 5 times, and that accumulation was concentrated in the palm of my left hand. With my dragon powers and the energy from my nano gears, I formed a dragon shot which I fired straight towards the ground. My dragon shot fell to the ground and then. Kaboom! My dragon shot exploded into a gigantic mass of red aura that completely covered the entire place inside Kuroka's barrier, but it didn't stop there and continued to expand until it completely eliminated Kuroka's barrier. My attack raised immense currents of rather warm wind, and Kaneko hit her face in my neck. As the aura and smoke from my dragon shot faded, it was revealed that the battlefield had now become an immense crater with absurd depth. My powers had increased tremendously thanks to Old Tannen. Amazing, your power is amazing, senpai. Thank you Kaneko, it was all thanks to old man Tannen. Just then, a figure began to emerge from the center of the crater. It was a female figure and she shook the dust off her head several times. It was Kuroka. If you think you can kill me with that damn attack, you are. I don't plan on taking your life. But like I've already told you, if you keep trying to go after Kaneko. Crack. Before he could finish speaking, a blade that emitted an immense amount of holy aura cut through space-time, causing a huge fissure. That was enough, Biku, Kuroka. A male voice spoke from within the fissure. That man wore an elegant suit, glasses and in his right hand he wielded a very powerful holy sword. On the left side of his waist, there was also another holy sword, neither of them resembled anything I had seen before. Amazing, I was wondering why it was taking so long, but this is beyond my expectations. Biku landed near Kuroka upon seeing that guy, sitting in a yoga position on his flying cloud. Weren't you Vali's personal assistant? Biku asked with amusement despite the bumps on his face. The man adjusted his glasses and spoke. I've come to bring you back. Enough of your selfish and senseless actions. Biku and Kuroka were uncomfortable and son Wukong's descendant began to scratch his head. Ah well, I'm done anyway. Biku's words caused Kuroka to look at him like a very annoying cat. Huh? What are you saying? We've just started. I'm not even finished with the Sekiryuutei yet. If you want to keep dancing with him, go ahead, maybe he'll take you to bed since Vali has rejected you time and time again. Shut up, you damn underdeveloped monkey. Vali doesn't love you, Vali doesn't love you, Vali doesn't love you. Biku repeated it several times, making a face while sticking out his tongue, annoying Kuroka even more. The unknown man sighed at the behavior of his companions, then looked at me and Kara who also descended to the ground but keeping a good distance from them. This is the first time I've seen a sacred sword cut through reality, who are you? I asked, pointing at him with my right hand. My name is Arthur Pendragon. The sword you're looking at is called Kalbrand, also known as Caliburn. It's the most powerful holy sword in existence. The one I carry at my waist is the latest Excalibur, recently discovered. The strongest Excalibur of all, Excalibur ruler. The last Excalibur. Irina and Zenovia had two, if I remember correctly, Freed once had three, plus the one that belonged to Irina. There's a sixth one I haven't heard of yet, but this man associated with Vali has what is known as the strongest of the Excalibur and incidentally the one called the most powerful holy sword of all. Before I go, Sekiryuutei, could you please send my regards to the users of the sacred demonic swords, Durandal and Graham? Did he just mention Kiba, Zenovia and Zez? Arthur's expression changed to that of a battle maniac. I'd like to see Zez again. Besides, I'm looking forward to facing the other two. We're each master swordsmen, so sooner or later, just like Vali and you, they and I will clash. Arthur's expression relaxed again as he looked at his companions Biku and Kuroka. Now then, we're leaving. Move, or I'll have to move you myself. Kuroka, who was still very angry, kicked Biku in the back, entering the fissure after him, then the fissure became smaller until it disappeared. Even another one, Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. The fissure closed and Vali's companions left. After what happened, the demons from Lucifer's party appeared, sensing the aura he had released, especially Old Man Tannen. By the time Diana and Martian Manhunter of the Justice League appeared, everything was already over and the meeting between Rias and Sona that was supposed to take place tomorrow was cancelled. Chapter 38. Gremory Group vs Citri Group. Underworld Lucifer's Territory. August 31, 2017, 4:25 am. What a fiasco. It was the first thing my deputy governor Shimhaza said in the conference room in Lucifer territory. As I listened to him say that, I, Azazel, had to rest my head on my left hand in boredom while listening to my deputy governor chatter on. On the night of the party sponsored by Serzich's, the rogue SS-class devil, Kuroka, had infiltrated one of her familiars into Lucifer's party. After that, Rias Gremory's tower, along with the Sekiryuutei Ice and Supergirl, followed her and encountered not only Kuroka, but also the son Wukong, Biku. The situation was under control, and the only damage was caused by the power ice unleashed in the battle. However, the fact that these types of attacks had occurred caused a certain distrust toward the demons, especially since they were unable to contain the threat. Shimhaza on the side of the fallen angels, the Seraphim on the side of the angels, and the founding members of the Justice League were angry. Well, you could also say I was a little annoyed by the situation, since having the treaty violated so soon was a terrible thing. Shimhaza continued with her report. It was the Hakuryuku team, an independent attack unit of the Cows Brigade, the third son Wukong known as Biku, the Nekomata Kuroka, who used a familiar to spy and is an SS-rank criminal, and finally the user of the holy sword Kalbrand. The fact that three beings with tremendous power have come moreover, the management ability of the demons is. When this man starts nagging, he never stops. Now we're lost. The incident has been brought under control. Kaneko had been exposed to the poison, but fortunately the detoxification had been completed immediately and she only suffered a mild illness. There was nothing to worry about, Ice and Kara were able to easily contain Biku and Kuroka, they didn't stand a chance against a dragon and Kryptonian pair, even though they were both holding back in the fight. If Ice weren't the noble and stupid Sekiryuutei that everyone seems to like, he could have used enough power to eliminate Kuroka, and the same goes for Kara who fought against Biku. Although if that Arthur hadn't appeared, it's most likely that both the Nekomata and the descendant of Sun Wukong would already be captured. Here everyone seems to understand that in their hearts. The only bad thing was that the meeting between Serzich's little sisters and Seraphol had been cancelled. HMPH. If the user of the Holy Sword Kalbrand hadn't intervened, the Sekiryuutei would have been able to capture the Nekomata without any problems. I confirm this since I was the one who trained him, and I can testify to what he is capable of. Far from me was Tannen, in his mini-dragon form, talking about Ice whom he was training for a whole month in the Azazel Tower, using the battlefield that was developed by the skill demons of Ajuka. We know, my cousin Kara has been telling me every day how much you pushed Ice to the limit. Al said this, looking at Tannen with a very cheerful smile. I wonder if he knows about Ice moving into his cousin's apartment. If I had to guess, I'd say he doesn't. I wonder if he'll find out about this at some point and maybe I'll have to be there just to see how he reacts to Ice. Will he be happy? Will he be content? Whatever the outcome, what's done is done, and it'll only be a matter of time before Ice officially joins the family. There are so many questions that arise in my head about Ice's future. Until now all the Sekiryuuteis have been surrounded by many women, Ice being no exception, but Kara being an ex-element, it is most likely that they only have each other. Serzich's sister, Barakiel's daughter, Zenovia, Asia, surely Kaneko too, all have interest in Ice, but Ice so far is only interested in Kara. What should I do if Ice and Kara get together? Should I experiment on Ice to get him to start forming a harem? Should I create Ice clones? Should I create a gender-bending gun to see endless possibilities? I wonder what will happen if I get another bolt of lightning to strike Ice. What if I borrow your Ferrari 458 to make some improvements, like a hidden bedroom with lights that emit the radiation of a red sun? While all these questions were running through my mind, I kept a rather serious expression, pretending to pay attention to everything Shimhaza was saying. Just then, the hall doors opened. The person who appeared there left almost everyone quite stunned. So the youngsters have forgotten how to greet an old man like me, huh? He was an old man who looked ancient. He had a white beard, which was so long it seemed to touch the ground. His clothes, instead of being luxurious, also consisted of a single tunic. Odin. Yes, this man was actually the chief god of all the Norse gods, Odin. There's also a warrior Valkyrie wearing tough exotic armor who had arrived with him. Oh, it's been a while, you crazy old Asgardian. I rudely greeted Odin who rubbed his beard. That's right, fallen angel brat. It seems you've become close to the people you fought with in the past. Are you plotting something? You seem to have several plans in mind, huh? HMPH. HMPH. Unlike the gods of other old-fashioned mythologies, we here have flexible minds. Instead of clinging to troublesome and hostile ways, we prefer the advancement and progress of our own interests. That's the way of thinking of weaklings and losers. After all, this is a meeting between brats who have lost their god and their devil, who joined a group of vigilante explorers. This guy as usual, is a talker. It's called being independent and standing on the path to tomorrow. Watching a bunch of kids pretending to hold an important meeting, I can't stop laughing. PCH. At this rate, we're never going to reach an agreement. Kal-El and Serzich's then stood up from their seats to greet this guy. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Odin, my apologies for the lack of reaction. It's good to see you, chief god of Asgard. Kal-El, Serzich's. I came here in response to your invitation to watch the underworld matches with the Kryptonian and the beautiful Amazon. However, things got complicated for you. Lucifer's descendant is now the hacker Yuku. On the other hand, he's become a terrorist. The future of the devils won't be easy, eh? Odin made several sarcastic comments, but both Kal-El and Serzich's simply smiled. The old fool's gaze then shifted to Seraphol. By the way, Seraphol. What's up with that look? Seraphol was dressed as a magical girl, like in a Japanese anime. This crazy old codger is a cosplay lover. After all, he's always loved Diana's costume. Oh, Odin-sama. Don't you know? These are magical girl clothes. She turned sideways and posed with a peace sign. Had she forgotten the tricks of this Norse god? So this is what's popular with young people these days. Not bad at all. Yeah, quite nice. Damn dirty old man. He placed a hand under his chin and examined Seraphol's panties, legs, abdomen, and breasts very closely. There was a silhouette that intervened at that moment. It was the Valkyrie who accompanied him. Lord Auden, you mustn't do indecent things. Valhalla's reputation will suffer. Gosh. As rigid as ever. That's why you can't get a boyfriend with all the heroes in the world. The Valkyrie immediately burst into tears at Auden's words. Hey, what's wrong with her? Sorry for being late, I'm a Valkyrie and oh of course in my entire life I've never had a boyfriend, even though I wish with all my heart to have a boyfriend ooh. The Valkyrie turned around, placed her right hand against the door and began to cry very depressed. Auden immediately sighed. I apologize, this is my assistant Rossweisse. Although she's very beautiful, her rigidity has only driven men away from her. Damn crazy old fool, you should only make a beautiful young woman cry when you're in bed. I also can't understand how this dirty old man selects his staff like this. In fact, why does he even need an assistant? Despite his age, he's strong enough to do everything on his own. The whole Cows Brigade thing is fine, but I've come to watch the raiding game, so what's the agreed upon date? I heard that your relatives, Serzich's and Serafol, will be fighting. Right. How can you do that, let your little sisters fight when you're close friends? You devils really are quite cruel, huh? Serzich's and Serafol smiled quite convincingly. If you can't overcome this, then your hopes for the future will be fruitless. It's already decided that my Sona-chan is going to win the raiding game. Each devil decided that his little sister will win the trading game. That's when I got up from my seat. Take it easy, old man. You finish this, Shimhaza. I'll take a break. Understand? Shimhaza replied, and before leaving, I heard a whisper from Auden to me. I heard that brat Ddraig is now your assistant, you can't afford to be without a celestial dragon, huh? Hee. Nothing escapes this dirty old man, eh? As I left the meeting hall, Serzich has followed me. Azazel, can I ask you something? What is it? If you had to face Rias as an opponent, who would you retreat first? The right question is not who you would remove, but who you would prevent from entering. Ice. Ever since Rias and the others met him, they've developed ambivalent feelings toward the boy. He may not be part of their clan, but he is, in a spiritual sense. Even without being present with them on the battlefield, he maintains the tension and spirit of that family. What will happen next? This is a rather peculiar situation. Will Rias' team be able to overtake Sona's team? They only have less than half of their peerage, although the power seems balanced on both sides. Could Sona anticipate that? If she knows at least half of the influence Ice had on the Gremory clan, perhaps she has a strategy in mind in case Ice is somehow summoned through the Dragon Gate. Pacts with supernatural beings would not be alien to him, although Rias could take it as a last resort in case she manages to make a pact, but it is also very likely that she does not have any pact with him, and everything will be decided with their normal formation. In other words, she may win or she may lose, depending on the decision she makes. What if Rias managed to reincarnate him as a devil? Do you think I could? Honestly, no. Serzich seemed a little discouraged when he answered me that. For my part, I just hope it's an entertaining encounter. A week passed and the time came for the long-awaited raiding game to take place between Rias' group and Sona's group. I, Azazel, along with Serzich's, Serafol, most of the founding members of the Justice League and Auden, were in a VIP room watching the match that had already started. The battlefield was a replica of the Kuo City shopping mall, the rules were to not cause too much destruction, and there was a 3-hour countdown until the end of this match. Rias currently has a knight, a rook, a bishop, and the queen. Sona, on the other hand, has 2 pawns, a rook, a knight, 2 bishops, and the queen. It was a 5 versus 8 duel. For this match, Rias' group's disadvantage was not only the numerical quantity, but also the fact that Gasper's sacred gear had to be restricted since he was not yet able to control it. That half-vampire still lacked a lot of strength, but at least he could be used in the raiding games. The downside was that he was severely limited for this first raiding game he'd participated in. I had created special glasses to contain the powers of his sacred gear, that's why the half-vampire boy was now wearing glasses. Rias separated her servants, sending Kiba toward the garage section of the mall. Kaneko made a beeline for the front. Gasper transformed into small vampires and scattered toward Sona's territory. Rias and Akeno stayed close to the base, hoping their servants would overcome the numerical disadvantage and defeat their enemies. In the garage, Kiba found himself in a rather complicated situation. Sona's knight, rook, and queen had surrounded him, and that started a 3-on-1 battle. The impressive thing was that despite the great numerical disadvantage, Kiba was fast enough to face those 3 enemies without getting hurt. He was wielding 2 Sekin swords, the name Kiba gave to his holy demonic sword. The queen of Sona was fiercely attacking him with her naginata, while the knight was wielding a katana, and the rook was using his fists. From the Gremory group, a bishop retreats. The first to be removed turned out to be Gasper. That boy was cornered by garlic, since the Citri group had obtained a good amount of garlic from the grocery store inside the mall. The boy couldn't stand that much garlic when he was cornered and retreated. Well, a defeat was a defeat. An hour after the raiding game began. From the Citri group, a knight and a rook retreat. Oh. It seemed that Kiba had managed to knock down 2 of his 3 opponents, as expected of Rias Gremory's horse. Despite losing her companions, the Queen of Sona did not retreat and Kiba launched himself at her, but the Queen summoned a mirror and it turned out to be no ordinary mirror. It was Mirror Alice. A sacred gear capable of countering attacks by returning them with more than double the power. If Kiba hits that mirror he will receive the damage of his own Sekin, but Kiba didn't take any chances and before hitting the mirror, he threw his swords to his sides, touched the edge of the mirror with his hands, and flexed his hands to make an improvised jump and get away from the Queen of Sona. He is very cautious, a rather formidable opponent, which is why he was one of the candidates to join the league later on. The Queen proceeded to leave the garage, but Kiba didn't let her go and chased her until they reached the central part of the mall. There was Sona, along with her 2 bishops and 2 pawns, shortly after Kaneko, Akeno and Rias arrived. The frontal attack. No, there must be a trap on Sona's part. Kiba continued his confrontation with Sona's queen, Kaneko went for the 2 pawns, Akeno went after the bishops, and Rias faced Sona. The halftime of the fight arrived quickly, and the next to fall was Sona's female pawn. Kaneko was about to attack Saji, but he managed to escape in time, extending a line towards a pillar, then connected another line but to his heart, which allowed him to fire very powerful demonic bullets at the Gremory group. He was giving his life force in this fight. Saji in a desperate attempt kept performing that movement against all members of the Gremory group including Rias. All of her attacks were blocked or repelled, but the boy didn't give up and didn't seem to mind wasting his life on those attacks as long as Sona won the battle. That battle continued to drag on for a long time, now there was only an hour left until the raiding game ended and Saji continued to wear out his life without fear of death. Even though the Citri group had the numerical advantage, the Gremory group had greater power and Kiba's balance breaker was able to turn the tide of the battle, not to mention that Kaneko decided to use her true Nekomata power. Saji took Akeno's lightning bolts, Kiba's slashes, and Kaneko's punches, but his willpower kept him standing until he plummeted down into the basement of this replica of the mall. With all the damage they were receiving from the Gremory group, I'm surprised the message of their retreat didn't come out. At that moment, Kiba was able to defeat Sona's queen after performing multiple feints at a divine speed to the point where Sona's queen would not be able to predict Kiba's final move, leaving the Citri group with only their 2 bishops. The Citri group fought quite well until the end, but when everything seemed to be going in favor of the Gremory group, the Sona present on the battlefield turned out to be an illusion, since the real one was on the rooftop. By then the Gremory group was already quite worn down, and everything came down to a confrontation between the 2 kings on the rooftop. This could easily have been a 4-on-1, now it was Rias who had the numerical advantage, but she refused to let her servants help her in this fight. If I sense she's in danger, I'll rush in and help her immediately. I'm not going to listen to her selfishness. Kiba assured Rias. That boy defeated a knight, a rook, the queen, and contributed to the brutal beating of the pawn that owns a piece of Vritra and one of the bishops. It seems Kiba still had some fuel left and was ready to keep fighting. Apparently, he was the one who was most influenced by ice. That's when the fight between kings seems to come to an end. Rias is almost out of demonic power. Wham! Kiba threw one of his swords like a bullet and it pierced Sona's chest. The light of retreat enveloped Sona, but there was no announcement of her defeat. It was another illusion. Bang. The second water dragon fell from the sky, catching the Gremory group off guard, but not Kiba. Careful. Kiba screamed and was about to launch himself with his great divine speed towards Rias to remove her from the impact zone. It was then that a lion caught Kiba off guard and grabbed his ankle with great force. I will not fall until my time of death comes. I will continue fighting for my king Sona-sama until my entire life is spent if necessary. It was Saji. Sona's pawn not only had he used up a great deal of his lifespan, he was bleeding to death, his face looked unrecognizable and it seemed like at any moment he would lose consciousness or his life. No. He shouldn't be in this fight anymore. He's literally dying from the injuries he sustained. He's crazy. He'll do anything to help Sona win, even if it means dying in the process. No one could stop Sona's immense final attack that struck Rias. From the Gremory group, the king retreats. Victory goes to Sona Citri. None of the Gremory group was able to react in time. The wear and tear of the long struggle between the 2 groups and Saji's determination were the key. Kiba dropped the sword he was still wielding, and the real Sona landed on the rooftop. This time, technology stood in the way of power. Sekiryuutei Supergirl. No. This can't be happening. I, Issei Hyoudou, stood up from my seat, putting my hands to my head with a face of horror. This must be an act of the gentleman. Zenovia fell to her knees, staring blankly at the ground. I'm sorry for you, Issei-san, Zenovia-san. Asia apologized with a rather tender smile and her hands in prayer shape. The only one who had no compassion was Kara, who made herself more comfortable in her seat and began to laugh out loud. There you have it, Ice, Zenovia. Kara placed both hands on her stomach as she continued to laugh, quite pleased with the outcome of this rating game. Before the rating game began, the four of us had gone to a private room that was located on the floor below the VIPs to be able to enjoy that match, and Zenovia came up with the brilliant idea of saying, "I bet all my money that Rias group will win this match." Motivated by Zenovia, I was the next to respond saying, "I bet my entire salary this month that Rias group will win." Kara and Asia were initially perplexed by the statements that Zenovia and I made, but they accepted the challenge. Asia said, "I bet what I earn this month that Sona's group wins," and Kara, although I doubted, said, "I bet my salary this month that Sona wins," while biting her lower lip. With Gasper's retreat, Zenovia and I were a little worried, but then my friend Kiba got into a ruckus and started beating up the maids in Sona's group. I was quite surprised by Saji's tenacity in not letting himself be defeated and even risking his life for his master's victory, but in the end he went beyond his limit to the point of almost dying, and the Gremory group was 4 against 1 against Sona. But when everything seemed perfect, a surprise attack from Sona caused Rias to be defeated. If it weren't for Saji continuing to crawl with his willpower, Kiba would have saved Rias, but it wasn't like that, and that ended the rating game. Never again will I bet against Sona. Zenovia continued to lament on the ground. Damn it. If only Gasper wasn't pulled back and his sacred gear wasn't blocked, damn it, they had victory assured. Why didn't you accept help, Rias? You had Kiba, Akeno and Kaneko to support you. You failed me, Gasper. How could you be taken away like that? Why? I told you not to bet against Vritra. Rias Gremory's horse may be very powerful and fast, but the Citri group was counting on a dragon. Silence, Ddraig. I wasn't going to bet against my friends. At least you didn't become so stupid as to bet your car. This is so unfair. I wanted Rias to win. I wanted to see my friend Kiba win. He tried so hard, damn it. Sona Citri's pawn also tried hard and gave his life, stop complaining. Well, that's true, I'm not going to deny it. Hey. Kara smiled, extending the palm of her right hand towards me. Alright. I sighed, handing Kara my credit card. I'd never lost so much on a bet, although deep down I knew it was the best bet I could have ever lost. You did very well, Saji. The next day, I decided to go to the underworld hospital to see how Saji was. Kara had accompanied me, while Zenovia and Asia had already left the underworld. Looks like he already has company. Kara stopped me from entering Saji's room when she noticed some voices. Please take this. That was Serzich's voice. The door was slightly open, and I could see Serzich's, Sona and Saji, who was lying in his bed covered in bandages. Saji had received something from Serzich's, a small, expensive-looking box. What is this? Saji trembled nervously. This is a gift for the most outstanding person who fought against the most impressive in the rating game. Serzich said it while smiling, but Saji on the other hand. I couldn't do anything against Kiba, Akeno and Kaneko. I shouldn't be receiving this. Saji grabbed the sheets on his bed in considerable frustration and regret. That's true, but as a result, Ria's group was quite worn down, and your attempted sacrifice ensured your master's victory. We watched your fight with quite a bit of enthusiasm. It was a fine spectacle. Even the Norse chief god, Odin, praised you. Serzich took a medal out of the box and placed it on Saji's chest. Don't feel humiliated by the beating you took. Even a demon like you can rise to the top. I'm glad there are promising young demons like you. Put more effort into it. I have high expectations for you. Then, Serzich patted Saji on the head. Okay, no matter how many years or decades it takes me, I will continue with my goal of becoming a rating game master. Saji started crying as he said those words. His tears flowed unceasingly and his face became very messy. Saji, you showed a great performance in front of many people. Because you faced off in a great battle against Ria's servants. Sona is full of calm and self-control as she takes off her glasses to wipe the tears from her eyes. Saji continued to caress the medal on his chest, then wiped his tears with one of his hands and nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you very much. I felt like it wasn't right for Kara and I to be here right now, so I looked into her eyes and she nodded smiling. We both turned around and left Saji with Serzich's and Sona. I wonder if Ali felt the same way I did when I tried to give my life in exchange for taking his power. When I saw Saji's determination to give his life for victory. I think one day he'll be a good rival for me. As we neared the hallway where the elevators were, we both encountered an old man escorted by a beautiful, silver-haired woman. Oh. I didn't think I'd meet the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl so soon. This elderly old man greeted us, leaving me as confused as Kara. Well, no wonder you recognize Kara as Supergirl, since she's currently wearing her Girl of Steel costume. I'm sorry, and you are. The old man was perplexed by my question and laughed. I am Odin, father of all except Loki, the chief god of Asgard. I came to the underworld to watch the match between Serzich's and Seraphal's sisters. Kara's and my eyes widened at this old man's introduction. No, this old man is. This has to be a joke. I thought Odin would be someone like Anthony Hopkins. Ah, I see you're the god of Norse mythology. Nice to meet you, my name is Kara Zor-El of Krypton. Kara smiled a little awkwardly and the old man moved quite close to Kara. I see you have a very nice and fine abdomen, your legs are very beautiful, the curves your hips, the size of your waist is correct, and your breasts have a very good size that exceeds the average of women your age. Yes, very attractive. There is divinity in you if we talk about beauty, and that I know. Freya. Odin is looking at my girlfriend's body with rather lascivious eyes. He. Perverted old god. Kara is mine. No one but me should look at her with lascivious eyes. Just as he was about to do something against this god, Odin's companion hit him on the head with a paper fan. Geez. I've already told you, leering is prohibited. Since you're about to attend an important meeting right now, please calm down like the god you should be. You truly are a Valkyrie without openings, I know it. This is a lecture on countermeasures against terrorism involving angels, demons, fallen angels, Zeus of Greece, and Indra of Mount Sumeru. The old man muttered, his one eye half closed as he rubbed his head. The silver-haired woman then took a step towards Kara and me and bowed. I am Rossweisse, a Valkyrie warrior, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Yes, a pleasure. I am Issei Hyoudou, the Sekiryuutei, and this is Kara Zor-El, Supergirl, my girlfriend. Kara put on a happy expression despite the discomfort she felt at Odin's lascivious gaze and greeted Rossweisse and Odin by gently raising her right hand. The moment I introduced Kara as my girlfriend, Odin smiled quite boldly and the Valkyrie Rossweisse was left with wide eyes and a look of bewilderment. Why does everyone have a boyfriend except me? Why does fate have to be so cruel? Rossweisse turned around, leaned her head against a wall and looked quite depressed. Ignore my assistant, she's so rigid she can't even get a boyfriend. Congratulations to you two on your relationship. This woman has my seal of approval, Sekiryuutei. Odin continued on his way after saying that and Rossweisse followed him from behind, quite depressed. Definitely I didn't expect it to be like this, Odin. I feel somewhat cheated. And that's why I told you not to take Marvel movies so literally. Kara found my reaction quite funny and we both left the underworld hospital. Now it was time to return home. Zenovia. After an entertaining week in the underworld, I, Zenovia Quarta, along with Asia returned to Kansas. When we arrived at the Kent farm, there was an unknown person near the house and on his face there was a smile that made me feel uncomfortable. As we approached that person, I realized that his aura was demonic. Yes, the one here is a demon and not just any demon. I remember seeing him at that party in the underworld. At that party I noticed that this guy, whoever he was, kept staring at Asia even though they were so far away at that party. Is he a renegade demon? Are you from Cow's Brigade? Should I take off his head with Durandal? Even though all my instincts told me I should kill this demon, I didn't do it because up until now, he didn't show a threatening aura, although his intentions gave me a very bad feeling. Asia Argento, I finally found you. This young demon had blonde hair and his eyes were golden pain. Asia was baffled. Is he a perverted stalker demon? Alright. I'll kill him right here with Durandal. I don't know what kind of business you have with my best friend, but I'm warning you that if you try anything with her. At that very moment I summoned Durandal, taking it firmly in its hilt. So you've forgotten me. When I saw you at that party I knew who you were. I apologize for following you, maybe this will refresh your memory. This man unbuttoned his shirt and revealed his bare chest to Asia and me, revealing a rather large scar. Asia's eyes widened at the sight of the wound. That wound are you? Yes, my face could not be seen back then, but I am that demon. Asia was speechless at this guy's words. My name is Diodora Astareth. Back then, I couldn't be treated enough to remove the scar, but my life was saved thanks to you. Is this the demon Asia cured? The one who had to be saved by Asia and who caused her to be excommunicated? Diodora tenderly took Asia's hand and kissed it. Asia, I got to know you. I apologize for not meeting you during the party. However, I believe the meeting you and I had was fate. I want you to be my wife. I love you. He just proposed to Asia like it was nothing. Summer was coming to an end and fall was about to begin, and it seems things have just gotten more complicated than expected. Chapter 39. The Young Demon Tournament continues. Issei Kara Department. September 13, 2017, 9:15 p.m. Boom. At this moment, Issei Hyoudou, along with my girlfriend Kara Danvers, or Kara's Orel, which is her real name, were on the couch in the small living room of our apartment, watching the replay of the rating game that took place between Sekiryuutei Bale of the Bale House against Zephyr Glaciolabolas. Kara was sitting on my lap, leaning against my chest as we watched the trading game on TV. There was only one thing anyone could say about the rating game. Beating. After seeing the duel between Rias and Sonaliv, I didn't think the following duels were going to be so striking, but I was really wrong because this man named Sekiryuutei impressed me almost as much as Superman did the first time he was introduced. Zephyr had attacked Sekiryuutei accompanied by his queen and several pawns promoted to queen, and Sekiryuutei crushed all the queens with his bare fists without anything special. The last of Zephyr's servants was sent flying by a single punch from Sekiryuutei and was removed from the fight. Now only the rival king remained, Sekiryuutei and all his nobility who kept their distance since they had no need to support him, although throughout the match, they also made their moves to defeat the rest of Zephyr's servants. Let's end this, Sekiryuutei. Zephyr challenged Sekiryuutei. Whenever you want. Sekiryuutei answered him without any hesitation. Damn you. Zephyr rose into the air and used all his demonic powers to bombard Sekiryuutei with an immense barrage of demonic bullets, but Sekiryuutei eliminated each barrage by punching with his right fist. Sekiryuutei's fist seemed like an automatic machine gun from the sounds it generated as it destroyed Zephyr's attacks, as if they were made of paper. Zephyr stopped his attack, realizing that this was nothing more than a waste of power. Sekiryuutei took a stance to jump and said quite calmly. Now, it's my turn. Sekiryuutei leaped upwards, and Zephyr extended both hands forward forming countless defensive magic circles, but Sekiryuutei extended his right punch forward again and shattered each magic circle like sheets of paper until it reached Zephyr. Boom. Sekiryuutei's right punch sank deep into Zephyr's stomach and the sound of his broken ribs and damaged organs echoed in the replay audio. Ugh. After that blow, Sekiryuutei threw Zephyr's body against the ground, causing a large explosion of smoke to form upon crashing, completely covering the cameras that recorded that confrontation. Despite being a replay, the intensity generated by Sekiryuutei and the power of his blows could be felt. Incredible, so this is the #1 candidate for the demons to join the league. Yes. I'm surprised too. It's the first time I've seen a demon fight without demonic powers. Ddraig was also quite impressed and we weren't the only ones. That was impressive. Kara, who was still on my lap, said this with her mouth half open. The next thing we saw on the recorded replay was Zephyr lying unconscious on the ground in a crater formed by his fall, and Sekiryuutei standing at the edge of the crater, not a single drop of sweat or sign of having exerted himself. He only landed one hit on Zephyr, and that was it for him. That blow was extremely powerful. I can't believe that Zephyr guy lost consciousness after taking a single blow. I know it was a fair victory, but I feel bad for him. The beating Sekiryuutei gave Zephyr was so great that Kara felt sorry for that guy. Will this young high-class demon be able to recover from this humiliating defeat? It's been a week since the Young Demons tournament event started. It took Rias several days, but she was able to recover from her defeat at the hands of Sona, although it considerably lowered her esteem as king, while Kiba's performance despite losing raised it quite a bit. In fact, the most valued of that match were Kiba and Saji, with Sona below them. The rating game rerun came to an end after the fall of Zephyr. By now, it was already nighttime, so Kara and I had no plans to go out on any dates, nor did we have to take care of the city like Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. So what do we do now? Kara asked me that question, turning around to look me in the eyes and made herself more comfortable on my lap. Oh. I can feel the weight of her soft thighs against mine, her breasts are just inches away from pressing against my chest, her breathing is quite close to mine, and her beautiful face, she was looking at me with such affection that I couldn't stop admiring it. You know, I never told you what my ideal type of woman is. My comment took Kara by surprise and she blushed a little without taking her eyes off me. Really? What is your ideal type of woman? His question was quite intriguing. That was something I hadn't mentioned to him until now. By now, my ideal type of woman was already defined. My ideal woman would be blonde, with blue eyes, long hair, white skin, with long and hexy legs, her curves should emanate quite a lot of sensuality, as well as her hips, with a good and thin waist, and as for her breasts, they should be quite large, so that my hands cannot grab them all. As she finished saying that, Kara's face blushed deeply, although her expression was quite happy. Oh, so it seems I'm my boyfriend's ideal woman. Kara confirmed it, since it met all those requirements that I liked, and she saw me with a very happy and very seductive smile. There are still more requirements. I whispered to him with a sly smile. Are there more? What are they? He asked me quite curiously. Her hair should have a delicious, natural scent. As for her personality, she should know what she wants and be direct. She should also be strong and brave and if possible, not say silly things like what am I to you. And of course, she should be by my side, either as Issei or as the Sekiryuutei. Well, I still meet almost all of those requirements. Kara nodded, though the word almost was out of place, but she probably said it to avoid sounding so arrogant. Now, if you're done talking about the ideal woman you like, can I talk about what I like about my ideal man? Kara essentially moved her hips towards me, asking me that question while staring at me. I'm listening. I responded affectionately, taking her by the waist, hoping to fulfill whatever she was about to tell me. I want someone who always protects me without being exasperating, who cares deeply about me and treats me like the most important person in their life, and who cares about themselves as much as they do about me. Someone who's always there for me, no matter what. I mean, always, in my good times and bad, especially in my happy times and my sad times, who's always there for me. Kara thought for a few seconds after finishing saying that and looked at me in a rather flirtatious way. I feel like the person who fits with what I just said is you. Even if that person is quite perverted. I ventured to ask. Oh, that's an extra plus. Kara smiled mischievously as she said that, with a rather flirtatious and suggestive gesture, and that was it. I attacked her lips with mine, in a rather soft and sensual touch. It was a loving kiss, which became more intense as I tasted her lips a little with my tongue and lowered my hands to her thighs, to hold her a little tightly. Kara hugged me a little tight, squeezing my back as she reciprocated our kiss. If it weren't for the hellish training I had with old man Tannen, I wouldn't have been able to bear the pain of his super strong hug. Oh, old Tannen. I truly thank you for the suffering you caused me. Now I can enjoy it in ways you can't imagine. The kiss he was having with Kara had more passion. Her tongue wrestled with mine as our kiss deepened, and I could feel her body growing hotter the longer it was in contact with mine. The sensation was overwhelming, and I could feel Kara's body begin to tense up from the proximity we were in. I need more strength, I need to take this to the next level. With a little effort, I stood up from the couch, holding Kara by her thighs as we continued to kiss so passionately, our tongues tightly intertwined. It didn't take long for me to get to our bedroom, and as I walked into the bedroom, I felt Kara squeeze me a little tighter. The sound of our kiss was already too obscene, and the sensations I felt throughout my body kept increasing. I lost count of how much of Kara's saliva had reached my mouth. Then, after a good while, she separated her lips from mine. Her tongue moved away from my mouth, leaving a trickle of saliva between our lips. Ah, Ice, tonight I'd love to do that with you. His eyes looked at me very seductively when he asked me. You're saying what, are you ready? Is this happening, is this that special moment I mean, am I going to make love to Kara for the first time? Today no more like tonight. Yeah. I'll take her virginity. Ddraig, we must be prepared, my pelvis must survive and resist. I don't think there's a better night to do it. Kara's words were music to my ears. I was so attracted to her, and she reciprocated that attraction. I'm ready, she's ready, I hope my body is ready. Carefully, I lowered Kara onto the beater bed. I was still leaning against her, and I felt as much like kissing her as I had a few moments ago, and I did. I kissed her again, our lips were so attracted to each other that once we started we couldn't separate them. I slowly and sensually removed her blouse. Kara felt even more aroused by the reactions her sensual body was giving her, and for a few seconds, our lips parted. Before they came back together, she looked into my eyes. You're mine. And you're mine. Before we could continue our kiss, I felt like everything happened so fast, and now I was the one lying on the bed, while Kara was the one sitting on the bed above me. I heard a click sound and Kara dropped her bra. I could see her big and very beautiful breasts, and the hardness inside my boxers was getting bigger and bigger. This is something new for me. Kara whispered to me, making gestures of excessive pleasure. Her face seemed very anxious and excited to do this. I didn't look very closely, my eyes were already fixed on her breasts, especially on her beautiful pink nipples. I don't want to wait any longer, Ice. Her words were like melodies sung by angels themselves, and I didn't hesitate to grab Kara's breasts, sinking my hands into them as best I could, since they were big enough that they couldn't fit in my hand. Kara made a rather erotic moan as I squeezed her breasts, and then she hunched forward as I squeezed her breasts a little harder. The expression on her face became more pleasurable as I squeezed her harder, and we both kissed again, as if we were very hungry. Kara's body felt so good against mine, and the pleasure increased with each minute and then between pleased screams and moans. Do you mind if I join you? Sitting in an armchair, with one leg crossed over the other and with a very mischievous look, was Azazel wearing his classic grey yukata. Maestro Azazel. Azazel. What are you doing here? Kara and I screamed in horror at his sudden appearance. Embarrassed, Kara covered her breasts with her arms, and two crimson rays shot out of her eyes towards Azazel's head. Azazel created a magic circle with one of his hands which absorbed Kara's attack. Seeing that that would not be enough, Kara stopped attacking him and sighed quite angrily. "Damn you fallen angel. Damn Azazel, don't you know better?" This was the moment where he was finally going to make love to Kara. "How dare you interrupt our most sacred moment. You damn degenerate. Wait a minute, does Azazel have feelings for?" "Damn it, Azazel. No. Kara is only mine. No one else's." I hugged Kara as tightly as I could, sitting with her on the bed, holding her very defensively to cover her breasts, along with her entire beautiful torso. "No. There's no way I'm sharing Kara. I'd rather die than that. And even if I die, I'll revive, and I won't allow that." "How dare you interrupt my first time with ice?" Kara asked Azazel, trying to keep her voice as controlled as possible, even though her eyes were still glowing a dangerous crimson. I could feel the anger in her. By God, everything was going great until Azazel had the brilliant idea to show up. "What are you doing here?" Kara asked him, still very angry with him. Yeah, sorry, I didn't come with the intention of bothering you, not in that way at least." Azazel said it with a rather playful and mischievous smile, then his expression became quite serious. "I just finished watching the rating game between the heir of House Astaroth, Diodora Astaroth, against the heir of House Aigers, Sekiryuutei Aigers, and two very strange things happened." "Very strange?" Kara asked quite curiously and Azazel nodded. Even though we were both very upset by Azazel's audacity in interrupting our romantic moment, we couldn't help but feel curious about the words he said. "Could you explain it better?" Kara asked in a calmer tone of voice, waiting for Azazel's response, although her expression was still very annoyed. "Yes, do it." I nodded in agreement with Kara, but I continued to hold her close, hiding the nakedness of her torso against mine, since her breasts were something that only I could and should see and touch. Azazel then told us. In a way that turns out to be difficult to explain, Diodora Astaroth considerably increased his demonic powers, defeating Sekiryuutei Aigers with a display of power that he shouldn't have, not if we take into account how strong he was before the encounter. Diodora. I don't know much about that person, except that he's one of the young demons participating in that tournament. On the other hand, I know who Sekiryuutei Aigers is thanks to Rias. The Aigers clan, the second highest ranking among the 72 pillars and holds the rank of Archduke. So he became significantly more powerful in the second thing. Kara asked Azazel, clinging closer to me. Asia Argento accompanied him before and after the rating game. Zenovia was also there, but the closeness that Diodora showed with Asia was quite strange. Asia is with Diodora. But when did this happen? Asia and this Diodora, do they know each other? I asked with an expression full of confusion. That's the strange thing, there are no records of them knowing each other before, much less Asia having been reincarnated as a demon, but all this happened so suddenly, the increase in Diodora Astaroth's excessive power, the interactions he had with Asia, everything seems very strange to me. Azazel explained to us. That's definitely odd, especially if they didn't know each other. And the fact that Diodora has increased his power leaves more questions than answers in my mind. Do you think we should investigate this? Kara asked Azazel and looked at me with a rather questioning expression. In her words there was a lot of confusion and perplexity. Azazel got up from the chair and placed a USB on the small table near the bed where we were still sitting and hugging. Here is the battle between Diodora and Sekiryuutei. Watch the video when you can and draw your own conclusions. It would also be good if you spoke with Asia or Zenovia tomorrow at the watchtower. Azazel said that as he was ready to leave, but before leaving, he looked at me with a rather mischievous expression. Do you need me to buy you condoms? The question he asked me embarrassed me a lot. Get out of here, you damn perverted fallen angel. Azazel, enough. Kara also yelled at him, very annoyed. Thanks for the USB, Ice and I will look at it in a moment. Now go and let us be alone. Azazel nodded, making the peace sign, and left by teleporting away using a magic circle. We both looked at the USB that Azazel left without knowing what to do. Now, where were we? Kara ventured to ask, looking back into my eyes. Now that we are in privacy, I would like to be with you. Yes, me too. Although that was what I answered Kara, I felt more like checking the contents of the USB, at least for the moment, since Azazel's presence was the equivalent of being very hot and receiving a bucket of very cold water. I felt a little disconnected from Kara, and rather than wanting to make love to her, I felt concerned for Asia and the closeness she had with this unknown man. Okay, Ice, I understand. Maybe we can do that some other time. Kara seemed to read me like I was an open book. She wasn't bothered, she just understood me in a way that only she seemed to be able to. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm really confused about knowing about Asia and that Diodora guy. I know you're my priority. I apologized to Kara, taking her face in my hands as I looked at her lovingly. You don't have to apologize. Kara insisted on giving me a kiss on the cheek as consolation and continued talking to me. Anyway, I think we should talk to Aizel and Zenovia tomorrow. It's important to know who this Diodora really is and what intentions he has with our dear friend. Apparently, we couldn't make love today, not until we knew Aizel was really okay. Good night, Kara. I settled a little more comfortably in bed, still holding her, to sleep next to her. Good evening, Ice. Kara pecked me on the lips, then hugged me as she settled on top of me, resting her head against my chest, and we both slept peacefully. The next day. After waking up, kissing good morning, taking a shower, and later buying breakfast, Kara and I started watching the rating game that took place between that Diodora Astareth against Sekiryuutei. We both felt good, our minds clear, and we wanted to finish watching that game as soon as possible. What Aizel said was quite justified as the match progressed. That power that Diodora used was very abnormal for him, who is a registered high-class devil with demonic powers that were inferior to those of Rias, Gremory or Sona Citri. The battle itself was not as overwhelming as Serzich against Zephyrdor. Even so, Diodora's performance was inexplicable, and he easily overwhelmed the bespectacled girl named Sekiryuutei. The result was an overwhelming and inexplicable victory. I would understand his power increase if it was at least a few months away, but not even a day has passed since the last record of his stats. He's not supposed to be that strong. It was my opinion about Diodora. Kara agreed with what I said, nodding her head and looking at me. What do you think we should do, Ice? We should talk to Aizel about this, maybe she knows something, although I really doubt it. Yes, we should talk to Aizel. Maybe she has some clues or knows something we don't know about Diodora. I highly doubt she would have gone with him without at least knowing something about him. We both agreed and went to the watchtower. The watchtower. In a short time we arrived at the watchtower. At this moment there were some angels, fallen angels and demons circulating around here, lifting heavy boxes, improving the defense systems. Of the founding members, only Johns and Green Lantern were present, the rest were in their cities or islands. In Diana's case, of the new members, only Kara and I were there, and we hoped that Aizel and Zenovia would also be there. Zez had returned to Europe following new leads on the humans, with sacred gear being backed up by the fallen angels. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, after greeting our superior colleagues, we found Aizel and Zenovia sitting at one of the many tables. Here there were demons and fallen angels who socialized peacefully. It was no longer an empty place. When the Justice League Unlimited project is completed, I imagine this place will be filled with all kinds of heroes. Hello, Aizel, Zenovia. How are you? Kara went ahead to greet them both, and we both took seats across from them. Nice to see you girls again. What's with the long faces? I noticed that both Aizel and Zenovia didn't look happy. In fact, Aizel looked a little embarrassed, while Zenovia had an annoyed expression. I'm fine. Aizel just said, and Zenovia sighed. That's not true, not while that guy maintains much interest in you, Aizel. Zenovia said to her friend in a rather serious manner. Are you referring to Diodora Astareth? Kara ventured to ask, and Aizel looked at her very surprised. Wait a second, what do you know about this Diodora? Zenovia looked at me in a rather fixed and questioning manner. Not much, we only know what my master Aizel told us. We also just saw the rating game he had against Sekiryuutei. The power he acquired is very suspicious. I explained to Zenovia, who nodded. Diodora is the demon I saved in the past. Aizel told Kara and me, clasping her hands together as she looked down at the table. Diodora Astareth was that demon. So the demon Aizel interacted with in the past was a high-class one, and not just any demon. But why did he wait so long to approach Aizel? If he really wanted to interact with her, why didn't he do it sooner when Aizel was alone? Is there anything we should know about this demon? Kara asked, but Aizel didn't dare to answer, which made Zenovia sigh. Yes, apparently that guy wants Aizel to become his wife. Being the wife of a high-class demon. Kara said it with quite a bit of disbelief. Zenovia nodded her head in a relentlessly serious manner. Aizel, do you want to marry Diodora? I asked my friend, who shook her head from side to side. Let me see if I understand. They all paid attention to me. Diodora, a high-class demon, whom you saved with your healing powers, after so long reappears, and as soon as he sees you, he wants to have you as his wife. I don't know, I don't like that. No, that's not right. Whether or not that guy is a high-class devil doesn't give him the right to ask something like that so casually. Also, that power boost he had, no, I don't trust a guy like Diodora. Maybe that demon had that idea in mind for a long time, but decided to wait patiently to carry out some secret plan. Kara spoke her mind, maybe that demon had wanted Aizel as his wife for quite some time. But that leads back to the same thing as before. If this guy was already interested in Aizel, why did he wait so long? Just thinking about when Aizel went through those difficult times made me bang the table hard. My reaction scared Kara and Aizel a little. You don't like the idea of Aizel marrying him? Kara asked in a rather sympathetic manner, and I let out a heavy sigh. No, I don't like it that this guy says he loves Asia, that he wants her, after everything Asia had to live through. If he really feels something for her, why didn't he deign to be by her side when Asia needed friends the most? Do you think Diodora is lying when he says he loves her? He's a demon. I don't know much about it, but maybe that's how he loves her. Demons' love must be different, right? Love doesn't change according to species. Kara, I'm a metahuman and you're Kryptonian. Is what you feel for me any different than what I feel for you? When I asked her that question, Kara looked quite embarrassed. She had no argument with what I said, and that's because there really is no difference between what we feel, even though we are from different worlds. Well, I guess you're right. She nodded with a pleased smile and then looked at Zenovia. What do you think about Diodora? I don't like it. It was Zenovia's quick response. The only one who didn't want to say anything was Asia. I understand that everything that's happening must be uncomfortable for her. Maybe it would be best to stop thinking about him and just go out and have fun. How about we stop thinking about Diodora and go out and have some fun? I suggested and my girlfriend and friends looked quite happy. Of course, Ice. Please, yes. I like the idea. I was very happy with everyone's positive response. We'll see the Diodora issue another time. Now the important thing is for us to have fun. As I stood up from my seat, Kara followed my example by taking my left arm with her arms in the affectionate way that characterizes her. Asia and Zenovia also stood up going to my right and we left the Watchtower cafeteria. Manhattan, New York. Kara, Asia, Zenovia and I spent the rest of the day wandering the streets of New York. My girlfriend, our friends and I visited different places such as the zoo, museums, and different places that served really good food. At the end of the day, we headed back to Times Square and that's when we suddenly heard someone calling Kara's name. Kara and I turned around and saw a man who looked to be in his 20s or early 20s. He was wearing a dress shirt with a tie, blue pants, dress shoes, and his hair was slightly raised at the forehead. Was he a Catco worker? Win. Kara exclaimed quite happily and went to give him a hug. Win. I feel like I've heard that name before, but I couldn't put my finger on it. He reciprocated Kara's hug and after a few seconds they separated. Kara looked at me with a smile and I was confused. This is Win. He's a friend of mine from work. In fact, he helped me get the job at Catco, just like you did, and we've been good friends ever since. Yes, although it's rare that you only show up at work, where are you usually the rest of the day? The question everyone with a secret identity gets, huh? Hi, Win, my name is. You must be Issei. Kara keeps talking about you at work. Kara was quite embarrassed and looked at me with a rather adorable expression. Wow, that really makes me happy. By the way, these are our friends, Asia and Zenovia. Kara quickly introduced our friends, adjusting her glasses as she still seemed embarrassed. Nice to meet you, Win. Friends from work, huh? I used to have a friend like that, well I still do, although I rarely talk to her these days. Asia and Zenovia greeted Win and I subtly approached Kara. So, you really always talk about me even at work? Well, I love talking about you at work, you're a great boyfriend. A playful smile formed on my face and I took Kara by the waist to pull her towards me and our faces were as close as they should always be. And you are a great girlfriend, or should I say, super girlfriend. Kara let out a slight laugh when I said that and we both joined lips in a rather tender kiss, in full view of our friends. She wrapped her arms around my neck a little tightly, not enough to hurt, but enough to let me understand how excited she felt. This outing turned out to be pretty good. What happens with Diodora will be history for another day. Right now the only thing that matters to me is being with Kara, with my friends, and getting to know Kara's friend from work a little. It wasn't dark yet, so there was plenty of time for everything. Hello everyone. We are the two celestial dragons, Seki and Vali, who bring you this story. Seki. At the end of last week, we learned that we lost a great man in the manga and anime industry. Master Akira Toriyama inspired many people over the years, including the creator of High School DxD. His works will be etched forever, and I sincerely hope that Toyotaro and the rest of those in charge can bring a fitting closure to the great legacy that this great man left us over the past few decades. May you rest in peace, Akira Toriyama, and thank you for giving us the privilege of meeting Goku, Vegeta, the rest of the Z Fighters, and the Dragon Balls. Ali. As you all know, at the end of last week, the master Akira Toriyama passed away. His stories inspired me greatly to write, to improve, to be very creative. I hope that wherever you are, you feel as proud of the inspiration you were to several mangakas, but also to several people like me. With all my heart, I wish the best to his family, and I wish Toyotaro, as well as the team in charge of both the manga and the anime, that they can give us a great ending to such a magnificent franchise. Never stop dreaming and chasing your dreams, no matter how crazy they are, keep dreaming and creating great things and stories. Sincerely, the Two Heavenly Dragons. Chapter 40. Traitor of the House of Astereth. New York, Manhattan. September 19, 2017, 10:12 p.m. It was around midnight, a rather cold night in the city that never sleeps. The traffic on the streets was normal by its standards, autumn was present. Everything seemed to be calm until… Zoom. A flash of white light flew at immense speeds, followed by a flash of bright red light, accompanied by a feminine blur of blue and red. My name is Issei Hyoudou. Right now I was in my balance breaker state at maximum power in the company of my girlfriend Kara Zor-El, who was wearing her Supergirl costume. We were both in a chase at fairly high speeds against the guy who is my worst enemy, the hacker Vali Lucifer. Vali was going at speeds that were far greater than my partner and I combined, but after several seconds of chasing, we managed to close the gap. Kara went to Vali's left and I went to his right. Vali and I looked at each other. Like me, he was in balance breaker mode. He looked at me with those bright heavenly blue eyes. I reached out with my left hand to try and grab him. I was close to doing it. Zoom. Just as I was about to catch him, Vali simply used even greater speed, leaving Kara and me far behind in the chase. Why is he so fast? The two of us chased Vali through every street, through the sky and the ground, until we lost track of him inside the Parker Stadium football stadium. It shouldn't be far. Kara said this to prevent him from making any reckless moves, and just at that moment all the lights in the stadium turned on and a flash of white light passed over us, and the next thing we saw was Vali on the other side of the field. It's been 2 months, Issei Hyoudou and Supergirl. Vali said it in a very relaxed tone of voice, and it was so relaxed that his voice only made me angry and released more power. I need to control myself better. If I lose control, he'll use it to his advantage. What is it you want, Hacker Yuku? Why did you bring us all the way here? And if you think for 1 second your skills will work on me like last time, you regret it. Kara cracked her knuckles as she said this, and her eyes glowed a very bright crimson. I felt a little chilled by the way she said that to Vali. He, on the other hand, simply let out a slight laugh. I've learned that my enemy has become considerably more powerful in the last month, and that makes me very happy. Vali pointed his gaze at me as he said that. He's still a battle maniac as always. Do you want to fight? Do you realize that we outnumber you 2-1? When I asked him that question, even though Vali's face was covered by his vanishing dragon scale mail, I could see that he just smiled in a very sick way. Haha. That would make things more fun. I wonder how much chaos and destruction the three of us could cause in your beloved city. I'd gladly agree to fight you two at the same time. Right here, right now. Go ahead, let's unleash Armageddon on Manhattan. Nothing. We didn't dare move toward Vali, we couldn't. A fight between us and him would easily wipe out Manhattan and the rest of the boroughs in New York. What? Aren't you going to do anything? Vali questioned in a very amused voice. HMPH. I thought so. Well, it's not like I came here to fight you guys. It would be very disappointing to take down my opponent and his partner right now. Vali said this in a reproachful voice as he shook his head. He's underestimating us, huh? Can he have that much confidence just because he's in balance breaker? So why did you come here? Kara asked and lowered the bright crimson intensity of her eyes. The rating game between Rias Gremory and Diodora Astereth will be tomorrow, right? The part of my armor that covered my face vanished, and Kara and I looked at each other with an expression full of disbelief. How did he find out about that? Is it because he belongs to Cow's brigade? I wonder what else he knows. What's up with that? I asked Vali, looking back at him. I want you to tell Aizel that he is right to question the origin of the increase in his powers. Let's see. It's one thing to find out about a rating game, I can understand that, but how does he know that Aizel questioned Diodora's powers? It's really worrying everything my rival knows. Kara looked back at Vali with a confused expression. Is that all? Why don't you tell him in person? She challenged him by crossing her arms, making him laugh. You think I'm an idiot? He must have more than one plan to stop me if we ever see each other. That's true, my master Aizel must have some plan against Vali, since he knows better than I do the possible capabilities he may possess at this moment. That's all I wanted to say. See you soon, Issei Hyoudou, Supergirl. His armor began to release an immense amount of very bright white aura that blinded Kara and me for a brief moment, then we heard a burst of speed, and the next thing we saw was a line of light across the night sky which vanished in a few moments. Hey, Ice, is it just me or did your opponent seem like he was just hanging around with us with a very calm attitude? Kara also found that attitude odd. The previous times I'd seen Vali, he'd come across as a rather hostile person, eager to cause me suffering. How can he be so calm after everything he's caused in Gotham City? He even threatened to kill my parents. Yes, his rival is very strange. Ddraig agreed with Kara. They were both right. That damn Volley is a freak, and not necessarily because he's of Lucifer's lineage. Well, you're a pretty weirdo too, mate. The moment Ddraig said that to me, I raised my left hand seeing the emerald green jewel on my glove. And you're a pretty rude dragon. Kara, who was watching Ddraig and I interact from the front row, started laughing. I mean it, I always have so much fun with you. What are you trying to get at? I feel like I talk to you the most, whether in your mind or out of your mind. I haven't had a single possessor who talks to me as much as you do. You're the first one I actually have the most fun talking to, you know. Why am I not surprised? Kara commented with a very amused smile, and with her hands she caressed the jewel that was in my left glove. Well, that's because I've always needed your help. It's not like I've had many people to talk to in the last 3 years, and you've always been there for me. Maybe that's good. Besides, you don't treat me like a tool, but like a being. Hearing that, I looked back at Kara, very confused. She had an equally confused expression and shrugged. Why wouldn't I treat you like a human being? Ddraig, you're the Sekiryuutei and you're also my friend, right? Am I wrong? Ddraig is my partner, but I also consider him one of my best friends. Why wouldn't I consider him a being? That doesn't make sense to me. I think the same as Ice, I also consider you a very good friend, Ddraig. Ahahaha. Yeah, you two are really weird. There are times when I can't understand the celestial dragon. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. The next day, during the early hours of the morning. I see. So that's what Volley told you. When I came to the tower to fulfill my job as Master Azazel's assistant, the first thing I did was inform him about what happened last night. At that moment, I was on the top floor, in Azazel's office. My boss placed a hand on his chin as he thought about what had happened. He was sitting in his desk chair. After thinking about it for a few seconds, he got up and turned around to admire his large glass windows, which offered a magnificent view of the rest of the city's buildings. I'm surprised he can easily enter the city. Is it one of the special abilities of the celestial dragon's balance breaker, or did he develop that ability? I taught him that technique, and he perfected it with the power of Albion. Azazel answered me and turned around to look at me. In his eyes he seemed to regret having taught him such dangerous techniques. He is already very powerful and dangerous. I can't imagine what things he would be capable of doing now that he is in Chaos Brigade. But he doesn't seem to have such hostile intentions all in all, at least not for now. The raiding game will take place in 4 hours. I need to notify Serzich's immediately, as well as the Justice League. Fortunately, we've been suspecting that the death of the previous heir of Glacial Ebolas and the sudden increase in Diodora's demonic powers were somehow connected. Azazel had told me a week ago that, originally, Sekiryuutei Bale was not going to fight against Zephyr or Glacial Ebolas, but against another from the same clan, but that demon had apparently died accidentally. Do you suppose it was Diodora who killed him? I asked Azazel, to which he responded by shaking his head from side to side. Not him, but the ancient demon faction. Lately, relatives associated with the current demon lords have been dying mysteriously. The culprits are undoubtedly from the ancient demon faction. The previous heir of Glacial Ebolas was assassinated by this troublesome faction. Master, I don't understand. I told Azazel what I was thinking. If Folly is a descendant of the real Lucifer, why would he tell us this to tell you? Isn't he associated with that faction? Azazel smiled half-heartedly, shaking his head. I think you know the answer to that question, don't you? Yes, I suppose that for him his lineage is of no importance and he only seeks to fight to the death. Azazel nodded. Lucifer's throne, the faction of the ancient demons, for him those things are irrelevant. But what does it have to do with him revealing his plans to us? Azazel placed one of his hands on his chin again, thinking of an answer to my question. After a few seconds of thinking, Azazel gave me an answer. He wants you to take care of this. He wants to see how strong you've really become, that's why he approached you. He knows you have a good relationship with the Gremory clan, and if Rias and her servants are in danger, you won't hesitate to offer to rescue them, right? Of course, Kiba is my friend, Rias, Akeno and Kaneko are my friends, Gasper is also my friend, and I am also partly his tutor. Then. It's settled, I'll contact Asia. I'm sure Diodora will want to approach her again before the match starts. Over the past few months, she's gotten to know Zatanna. Her adorable attitude has allowed her to teach her about magic, and I'm sure she could create an alternate entrance for Kara, Zenovia, and you to access the venue where the raiding game will be held. Wait a minute, but wouldn't that put her in danger? And you think that would worry her? When it comes to her friends, Asia would do anything to help them. Where do you think she learned that? There's nothing I can argue with that. My master Azazel had a good point. You're right, I'll go inform Zenovia, she's in the training room, I'll also contact Kara. Azazel smiled in a rather mischievous way. Have you been told that your face lights up every time you say their name? Well, I have to go now. Upon reaching the training room, not the artificial battlefield, that is a different place that is also within this tower. The place I was headed to was quite large, but not the size of the entire city of New York, it was just the right size for this tower. There stood Zenovia, wielding a sword for the purpose of practicing. She was wearing training clothes, and the movements she performed were quite serious and intense. I loved seeing my friend with that attitude, and it took a few seconds before she noticed my presence. Whereas, there's something important I have to tell you. Zenovia's mouth fell open. I wouldn't want to get into trouble with Kara, but if it's with you, I'm sure the Lord God and Archangel Michael will allow it. Zenovia said with quite a strong conviction. Why would you get in trouble with Kara? You want to go out with me, right? You said there's something important you want to tell me, and if it's to go out with you, I gladly accept Supergirl's wrath. That was a pretty bold statement. It's not about that, listen Zenovia. I approached her and told her everything that happened last night and also what Aizel told me a few moments ago. Zenovia nodded with a rather serious expression as she placed her right thumb against her lips, biting it a little. I don't like that my best friend is in danger, but she would gladly do that and much more to help us. Zenovia had the same thoughts as me. By the way, what's up with that sword? I pointed at the sword she was using, as it wasn't Durandal. It's easier for me to practice with this sword than with Durandal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not a Kibber's as his level. Zenovia said it with a rather straight look. Of course, when I first met her, she was better than Kibba. But things changed after he obtained Balance Breaker. In the rating game, Kibba proved to be far more talented than I could ever hope to be. He has the speed, and when it comes to swordsman, speed trumps power. And as for Zez, he has the speed and the power too. He wields Gram with a talent that makes me envious, and we've barely interacted. Yes, the same thing happens to me, he has been quite busy. When the Kakabiel incident happened, he was with Batman. During the meeting of the three major factions, he stayed at Wayne Manor. While I was training at Azazel Tower, he went to Europe and hasn't returned yet. Well, that's because he's more known for staying in the shadows. When it comes to swords, they're better than me. And in everything else, Kara is better than me. Zenovia's eyes clouded over. She was genuinely jealous of Kibba and Zez's talents, as well as Kara's superpowers. Don't say that, Zenovia. In my eyes, you're also very surprising. You're not a metahuman, nor do you have superpowers or a sacred gear classified as a longinus. The truth is, I feel a little envious of you since you're quite good and you didn't have to be struck by lightning to become that way. Zenovia smiles at my words. Thank you Ice. Good. I decided to activate my boosted gear and Zenovia looked at me confused. Ascalon. Blade. Ascalon's blade protruded from the front of my boosted gear. I had recently discovered that I could easily separate Ascalon from my sacred gear. Since Ascalon was bonded with the boosted gear, the power of Dragon Slayer and the power of Sekiryuutei were imbued into the holy sword, making Ascalon a very powerful sword, although not on the level of Durandal or Gram. I removed Ascalon from my boosted gear and took its hilt in my right hand before handing it to Zenovia. Isala. But. It may not be as powerful as Durandal, but it's better than practicing with simple swords, isn't it? You're sure? Of course, you're my friend and also my partner. I should have shared this with you sooner, but it slipped my mind with everything that's happened in the last few months. Zenovia accepted Ascalon and took it by the hilt with her right hand. Ice, I want to thank you. Thank you. Since I met you my life has become so much fun, I was even able to move on from everything that happened. Zenovia moved closer to me and I felt her lips press against my cheek. She kissed me. I was very surprised by the loving gesture she gave me so suddenly. It's my gift for you. Should I try giving you one on the lips next time? Haha, although I should get some kryptonite first just in case. Zenovia said it with a rather bold smile and I left the training room to go to Kara and give her the news. Although I couldn't get rid of that warm feeling on my cheek that Zenovia gave me. Azazel Serzich's. I'm sorry to break it to you like the Serzich's. It concerns the mysterious death of the heir of Glacial Ebolas and the rise in power of Diodora Asterith. So they're related. The demons, even now, have a lot of problems. We don't have any evidence yet, but if we were to believe Valis Alert, then it's Diodora. I asked Ice to warn his team in case the Cows Brigade interferes with a meeting in the next few hours. If it's him, Kara and Zenovia, I'm sure your little sister and her servants will be safe. He'll also contact the founding members of the Justice League since we're talking about the entire Ancient Devils faction. Man, I already feel bad since one of my boys' wedding was supposed to be these few days, now that's going to be delayed. I heard. It seems one of the Gregory leaders is getting married. Man, everyone's rushing things. And not only that, but there's a certain couple already trying to get laid. TCH, I already feel bad that all the guys around me are having hex with women of all factions behind my back shit. Am I the only man in this universe who's left alone? Hahaha. How about you settle down with someone, Azazel? I don't want to. I'm a man who lives for his interests. There are plenty of women for me. Yes, I understand. The decision is yours. And as for the plan, I trust Ice-kun and his team. The rest of us, along with the League, will deal with the rest of the faction. Yes, you can trust him. Even if something happens, I'll take full responsibility. After all, I'm his boss. Oh, don't worry, if anything happens I'll protect my dear little brother. Sekiryuutei Supergirl. This was my first time going to the building where Kara works, and I was so used to Azazel Tower that it felt weird to be in a building that was pretty normal. The people who were walking around were humans with ordinary lives, there were no fallen angels here or there, nothing out of the ordinary. Or so I thought until I reached the top floor, which is where Kara is supposed to work. On some pillars or walls there was the occasional picture of me in balance breaker state saving the day, in many other places, there were pictures of Kara as Supergirl. Some people were surprised to see me because they didn't recognize me like I did them. In fact, there were only 2 people I did know. The further I went, the more uncomfortable I felt until I saw a familiar face. Issei. The person who greeted me was Win. What's up? We both shook hands. Whereas. Just then, Kara came up to me too, though so quickly that it almost scared Win, and gave me a hug tight enough to crack my back a little. Hi Kara. I made a slight expression of pain, reciprocating his hug, and Win, who was now behind Kara and me, looked at me with an amused expression. You seem to be in some pain, huh Issei? Kara quickly pulled away from me and looked at me with a rather worried look. Oh, I'm sorry. I just got so excited and. Don't worry, if I survived old Tannen I can withstand all your hugs and squeezes. I told him with a wink. What is an old Tannen? Win asked, quite confused, causing Kara and I to start stuttering, not knowing what excuse to use. Think. The grown woman yelled from the main office of this building, and the 3 of us looked over to see a mature woman with blonde hair sitting at a desk. She must be the famous Cat Grant. Kara, Win, and I entered Kat's office. Kara was clearly embarrassed by Miss Grant's call, even though she didn't call her, did she? Why yes, what can I help you with, Miss Grant? Miss Grant turned her laptop over and showed an image of a white flash of light captured in the sky overnight yesterday. Looks like New York is getting a 3rd superhero, and it looks like she'll be some serious competition for Seki and Supergirl. Oh no. Apparently someone was able to get a picture of Volley when Kara and I were chasing him. That thing I don't think is their competition. Kara responded, trying to hide the disgust she felt at that assumption. So it's an assistant? Miss Grant asked with a frown. It isn't. I denied it flatly before Kara could say anything, and Miss Grant looked at me confused and with her mouth open, since she apparently just noticed my presence. I would say that it could be an enemy of the Sekiryuutei, a rival, an opposite, a reverse. Win also made a strange face at my reaction. He didn't ask for my opinion, I understand. I apologized a little embarrassedly, and Kara tried to hold back her laughter. Win looked toward one of the walls of Miss Grant's office, where there were more pictures of my balance breaker in action, and Miss Grant pointed at me with a rather sharp look. Who are you? Miss Grant, meet Issei Hyoudou eyes, he is my boyfriend. Kara answered Miss Grant's question by looking at me with a rather tender smile, and then wrapped her arms around my neck in a rather affectionate manner. Next, Kara kissed me very affectionately on the same cheek where Zenovia kissed me a few moments ago. Being kissed by 2 pretty beautiful girls in the same place, what a fantastic day I've had, and it's barely dawn. It took Miss Grant a few seconds to process what Kara told her. The famous Ice. Yeah. Your favorite person in the whole world. Of the entire universe. I see, well, I need a picture of the sprinter. Now Miss Grant mistook Volley for a speedster. Not that I want to defend my worst enemy, but. Don't worry, I've already developed an image of him, I'll pass it to your hand subtly. Oh really? At that moment I felt something forming in my left hand and I had to place my hand behind my waist until Ddraig finished creating the photo. Here I have a picture. I told Miss Grant, handing her the photo. The photo was from a few months ago when he appeared in the battle against Kakabiel and stood under the moonlight. Miss Grant's mouth dropped open as it was a stunning photo. Where did you get that image? Ah. Kara, Win, and Miss Grant looked at me for a good explanation and I felt more and more nervous. Kara's eyes were saying, don't screw this up, Win's were saying, where the hell did you get that? And Miss Grant's were saying great, this will humiliate the Daily Planet. You know what? It doesn't matter. I like the image and I'm going to use it. Now I just need to give this enemy a name. It looks like he's wearing dragon armor that's very different from what Seki wears, so he'll need a good name, something similar to his but different at the same time. I want mystery. I want intrigue. I want the. Sekiryuutei? Miss Grant's eyes looked at me expectantly again. Explain. Well, Seki, he's called that because he's the Sekiryuutei, which would be the Red Dragon Emperor. Sekiryuutei, on the other hand, is the White Dragon Emperor. Win's eyes lit up when I said that. Oh my god, it was true. I knew all along there were two celestial dragons. On one side is the red one, and on the other is the white one, Vanishing Dragon, the white dragon called Albion. Win exclaimed, snapping his fingers several times and looking at Kara as if he had won the lottery. I told you there was someone like Seki out there. In mythology they were two celestial dragons, not one. The White Dragon Emperor, Albion. Sounds good. Kira, you can take the rest of the day off. Kara looked at her boss in puzzlement. Are you sure? Yes, it's very obvious that Ice needs you, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered to come here. Besides, I need peace and quiet to work on this image in the article. So go now. Miss Grant gestured for us to leave as she looked at the picture as if it were a Christmas present. Outside the office, Win stood in front of me. Seriously, how did you get that picture? I have my contacts. I replied with an amused smile, very grateful to Ddraig since thanks to that, Miss Grant was able to free Kara for the rest of the day. Anyway, Kara, something important came up. She quickly understood what I meant. Oh, I understand. Win, I'll see you tomorrow. Before he could say anything, Kara took my left arm in her hands and we quickly walked toward the elevator. The watchtower. With only a few hours left until the raiding game began, Kara and I headed to the watchtower where the rest of our Justice League colleagues would be gathered. We made our way down one of the many hallways that would lead us to headquarters, but we both happened upon the infirmary and there we saw Asia, who was using her healing powers on. Squint. Squint. The aforementioned man looked at us and smiled half-heartedly. He had several wounds on his face and his right arm was in a cast. Aside from that, he wasn't wearing his armor as his torso was bandaged. Apparently he had some kind of brutal confrontation since it is not normal for him to be so badly treated. Hello, Issei, Kara. It's been a while, I heard about Aizel Tower, what an honor for you to be trained by Tannen. Despite how badly hurt he was, he didn't change his way of being. Kara entered the infirmary and I followed her. What happened to you? Kara asked him with her arms crossed. Dude, you look terrible. Zez shrugged. Let's just say it'll be a story I'll tell later. Now the important thing is. He looked worriedly at Asia, who had just finished treating his right arm. Apparently, she had also been informed. Shortly after our arrival, all members of the Justice League gathered at headquarters and there were also holographic projections of Serzich's Lucifer, Archangel Michael and my master Azazel, who were making the final preparations. Superman, Batman, Diana, Flash, Green Lantern, John Johns, Kara, Zez, Zenovia, Asia and I. We all gathered together. Since she's Serzich's younger sister, it's possible the ancient demon faction will attack the party with everything they have. They might even go so far as to take over the battlefield. Batman said it in a very calm way. Chaos Brigade has a Dimension Lost user among its ranks, that's a top-tier longinus. There's a high probability that user will be able to take over the battlefield, which must be as large as North America or Russia. Zez added, and those who know about the more advanced sacred gear let out a sigh. There's also a high probability that individuals like Shalba Beelzebub and Crucery Asmodeus will appear. Their hatred for the new Lucifer and his family is great enough to warrant their attack. Superman said it, worried about the hell that could break loose, and Batman gave us the plan to follow. Seki, Supergirl and Zenovia. You will be in charge of protecting Lucifer's family, Asia, be careful with Diodora, and when you are inside the dimension, open a path for your companions to enter. Superman, Diana, John and John will probably be on the other side of the battlefield. It is estimated that there are between 10,000 to 100,000 demons on Shalba and Crucery's side. Flash, you and your team will be the ground support, you will be reinforcements for Seki in case things get worse. Zez, can you still use Gram in your current condition? I could use a sword created by Kiba's balance breaker, in my current state, I won't be able to use Gram for long. Green Lantern looked at him suspiciously. What exactly did you encounter? This will sound ironic, since we are the Justice League. I encountered another faction that is part of Chaos Brigade, the faction filled with humans with various sacred gears, the hero faction. My opponent was Siegfried. Zenovia let out a loud gasp upon hearing that name. Chaos Edgesieg. The traitor exorcist. Traitor exorcist. I mean, Zez faced someone like Fried. Yes, apparently, they didn't just try to create users that were compatible with the holy swords, right, Archangel Michael? Zez looked at the projection of Archangel Michael, who had an expression that reflected regret. I offer my sincere apologies. I don't know what's going on with Zez right now, I just know that he's very upset, not on Kiba's level, but still very upset. Well, we know what we have to do. We'll stop the ancient demon faction. Superman stood up from his seat as he said that, and we all followed his example. The time has come. Chapter 41. The Ancient Demon Faction Attack. Special territory for the raiding game. September 20, 2017, 3:30 p.m. When the raiding game between Rias Gremory and Diodora Astaroth began, it was just as Aizel and Batman predicted. Hell broke loose. Rias' group was ambushed by a total of 10,000 demons whose demonic power fell into the middle class and high class categories. With Asia's help, Issei Hyoudou, along with Kara, Zenovia and Zez, who was still not completely well, in terms of his stamina, arrived at the location closest to the Gremory group. Asia had arrived at this battlefield at Diodora's invitation, and the second he looked away, she teleported to the location where we were. You could say the swindler got scammed. The Chaos Brigade forces opened fire on Rias' group using their heavy artillery, which were spears that fired endless amounts of demonic bullets. It was at that moment that I had already entered Balance Breaker using the maximum capacity of my power and fired a dragon shot into the air, and when it exploded, it covered the range of all the demonic attacks of the 10,000 demons present here. The attack took the Ancient Demon Faction and the Gremory group by surprise. Looks like they need a hand, don't they? The Gremory group turned their gaze upon hearing my voice. Issei-kun. Maestro. Senpai. Ice-kun. It's the Sekiryuutei. What is he doing here? He's alone. He must be eliminated. Our names will be elevated if we carry his head. The demons of Chaos Brigade left the Gremory group aside the moment they saw me. Issei, you can't do it alone, back off. Rias screamed in panic and a large number of demons dived at me. At that moment I was floating high in the sky of this battlefield. The scenario created for this raiding game was a representation of Greek mythology, with the sky being a rather reddish-violet color. The ground looked very rocky, in the distance there were several sanctuaries, and I couldn't see if there was any kind of limit to the dimensions of this battlefield. The rest of the Justice League must be thousands of miles away from me, and who knows how many of the Ancient Demon Faction they're fighting right now. The large number of demons tried to attack me head-on. But they were frozen by a rather icy blast and fell like ice rocks to the ground. And who said he would be alone? Kara appeared next to me, floating with her arms crossed and a rather content expression on her face. At the same time, several slashes of holy aura were shot from the ground to the sky and struck a large number of demons. Ice's team. It's always together. Well, almost always. Zenovia, Asia and Zez said from where they were. Zenovia was currently using Durandal and Ascalon. Zez, despite carrying Gram on his back, had not wielded it for obvious reasons, and in the middle of the two was Asia being protected. What does this mean? Rias demanded to know since as far as she knew, this was supposed to be a meeting between her group and Diodora's. Short version, Diodora joined Chaos Brigade. The Ancient Demon Faction has taken control of this raiding game and seeks to kill you and your servants for being related to the new Lucifer. Kara quickly explained, and the enemy demons opened fire on us again. It was approximately 10,000 demonic bullets per second, each with enough demonic power to level entire streets. All those bullets were fired at us. Kara and I split up as we flew in opposite directions across this sector of the raiding game's immense battlefield. The demonic bullets were fast, but we were faster. About 1,000 or 2,000 of these demons, seeing that they could not hit Kara or me easily, changed their target and attacked our comrades on the ground. Zenovia and Zez along with Asia regrouped with the Gremory group. Kiba gave a seeking to Zez, and with the help of Rias and Akeno, the three swordsmen responded to the attack. Rias and Akeno, who wielded large amounts of magical powers, rose a little into the air and formed defensive magic circles to protect those on the ground who didn't have many offensive capabilities, such as Asia and Gasper. Kaneko activated her Nekomata powers and began firing bright white energies into the distance. Ice, share your power with our friends. Kara told me through our communicators as she took down several demons with her heat vision. Consider it done. Ddraig. Of course. Boost. 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 My power doubled about 11 times, and I flew in a straight line towards where my friends were on the ground. My speed was so high that in the sky, I had become a line of red light impossible to reach. As I approached Rias and Akeno, I touched them both and shared 10% of my doubled power to each of them. Transfer. Aiii. Both of them were enveloped in a powerful emerald aura and blushed a little from the power received. Then I arrived next to Kaneko and Zenovia and shared the same amount of power with them as I did with Rias and Akeno, and last but not least, I shared another 10% of my doubled power with Kiba and Zez. After distributing 60% of my duplicated power, I landed in front of Gasper. Ma Master Ice. You're not thinking of sharing your too. Gasper? Why yes. This is my gift for you. I told my young apprentice, making the glove of my armor that covered my left hand disappear so I could cut myself a little on the palm of my hand with the sharp thumb of my right glove. Gasper understood what I was going to do and nodded, then I brought my left hand towards him, allowing him to drink some of my blood. He received great power along with control of his sacred gear. His eyes shone brightly, and countless demonic bullets were stopped in mid-air by his sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view. Protect Asia, I trust you. Yes, Master Ice. The gauntlet on my left hand reformed and I soared back to the top of the battlefield, joining Kara again, who had defeated a large number of demons with her fists, kicks, and heat vision. It's done. I told Kara, knocking down a demon that tried to attack her from behind with a punch. Fine, but I'm already way ahead of you in taking down these demons. Kara said this while looking at me with a rather competitive smile, and with the help of Ddraig, I channeled a large amount of my dragon aura and the energy from my nano gears into my left hand to create a dragon shot and immediately fired it towards a large number of demons. Hey boom. My dragon shot exploded in the distance in an immense mass of red aura. Ha 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 ha. You just took down 85 demons with that shot. You were saying. I said this to Kara in a rather arrogant voice, and she spread her arms and clapped her hands quite loudly, creating a shockwave so strong that it knocked down a large number of demons. I'm 86. I am 87. This time I fired 2 dragon shots whose power was quite low compared to the previous one, but they were more than enough to knock down 2 demons from the large pile. Suddenly, large amounts of golden lightning and power of destruction were unleashed not far from where Kara and I were. What if they focus on the enemies instead? Ara, what's the problem, Rias? They're ahead. Apparently Rias got upset. I don't blame her, this was supposed to be her moment of glory, a raiding game against Diodora to regain the prestige she lost in the battle against Sona, but that was cancelled with the intervention of the ancient demon faction. Does it bother you that I have fun with my boyfriend? Rias. Kara said it in a rather mocking voice, as if she really enjoyed teasing Rias, and then something happened. The jewel in my left glove began to shine with unparalleled intensity. Ddraig. What's going on? I can feel the aura of a very powerful dragon. No, the word powerful, can't even finish describing that aura. This is infinite. Infinity? Perhaps. Office is in this dimension. Ouroboros. I am Azazel, and together with the allied forces of the 3 major factions and the founding members of the Justice League, we have taken care of a good number of demons from the ancient demon faction on this gigantic battlefield. At this point I decided to leave the rest to my subordinates, as well as Kal-El, Diana, Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter John Johns. A few moments ago, Fafnir's jewel had reacted to something quite strong, and I had to rise to the sky to find out what it was. Unlike Ice's group, the rest of us were teleported here, thanks to the power of Odin. The higher I rose into the sky, the brighter Fafnir's jewel shone. It was then that I began to see the silhouette of a girl. As I stood in front of the girl, I saw that her hair was black and reached her hips. She was wearing a black one-piece dress, and I could see her long, slender legs. The girl had a funny face, with the expression of her looking at something far away, in the distant sanctuaries within this battlefield. I already knew what this girl really was, and I narrowed my eyes as I looked at her and said to her. I didn't expect you to come here. The girl reacts to my voice, looks at me and laughs slightly. Azazel. It's been a while. You no longer look like an old man like before, huh? Now you prefer to look like a pretty young lady. You have my respect for seeing you like that now. Dragon Ouroboros office. The office, the symbol of infinity, head of the Cows Brigade, now understands why Fafnir's jewel had such a reaction. Her aura is still as creepy as ever. The last time I saw her, she used the form of an old man, now however, she looks like a little girl with long black hair. Well, to her, appearance is just for show as she can change as much as she wishes. But the fact that she came here in person means something is going to happen. What are you planning? Just observe. Just watch. This place has a good view, however, if I manage to defeat you here and now, the world will be a pretty peaceful place, won't it? I said to Office with a rather bitter smile, while pointing my artificial sacred gear at her. She, on the other hand, shook her head. Impossible. Azazel, you can't beat me. She made it quite clear. Yes, I already knew I couldn't defeat Office, at least not on my own, but I'm not alone, and defeating Office would mean some pretty critical damage. So, how are we all doing? The one who ascended next to me saying that was Kal-El, being accompanied by John Johns. Diana and John Stewart ascended behind Office. A rather pleased smile formed on my face as I saw them arrive next to me, and if that weren't enough, a huge dragon descended behind me flapping its enormous wings. Tannen had arrived too. We are 6 against 1. Office, what was your goal in becoming the leader of the terrorists? John Johns asked him and Kal-El frowned. Don't even think about saying that your motives are boredom because of your actions. There have been multiple casualties in every faction and also in the human world. What Kal-El says is true. Given that Office lent some of her power to dangerous individuals, many people were hurt. The death toll increases every day. That's something that can't be ignored. What led her to become part of Chaos Brigade? I can't understand that. The world in silence. For a moment, no one understood what he said, including me. Huh? Office looks at me, Kal-El or John Johns. I want to return to the dimensional gap to reach silence. That's all. So her reason for acting like this is because she wants to be the only existence within the dimensional gap that simply can't be possible since. That's where it is. Office nods at my words. Yes, the big red one is there. I see, so Office wants to get rid of Great Red. So that's her goal, and that's why she decided to ally herself with the terrorists. Now I understand. That's why you decided to go with them. That was your goal, wasn't it, Volley? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared next to Office, and a man dressed as a nobleman emerged from the magic circle. The man looked at me and the Justice League with a confident smile. This is the first time I've seen you. I am Crusory Asmodeus, the one who bears the blood of the true Asmodeus. In the name of the true Asmodeus, I have come to confront the supreme ruler of the fallen angels and his companions as well. Haha, what a stupid demon. To show up like that and try to fight the Justice League in front of 4 of the 6 founding members. It seems that the Asmodeus of the ancient faction lacks a bit of common sense. When I mocked him, Crusory released an immense amount of demonic power throughout his body. It was an intense black power. I see, the reason for his overconfidence is because he received a bit of power from Office. This isn't the old faction. I'm the real one. I'm of the true bloodline, and I've come here to avenge Kateria. Kateria? Who was that? I don't remember. Oh right, the crazy woman who took my right arm. I almost forgot her existence, she was so insignificant to me. Alright, Kal-El, John, Tannen, and Queen Diana. What are you going to do? The aforementioned told me. If your wish is to face him alone, I will not oppose you. We'll keep an eye on Office so she doesn't do anything dishonest. It's all yours. I'm not a rude guy who would interfere in a fight. Yes, a fight is a fight. Oh, the Justice League and Tannen have decided. You have my gratitude, then I will finish off Crusory. I am also sure that Ice will personally take care of Diodora. Office shakes her head in denial as she makes that statement. I also gave Diodora Astaroth a snake. Upon consuming it, his power increased considerably. He won't easily defeat Diodora, and if the Kryptonian tries to interfere, you should know that he has enough kryptonite to kill several dozen of them. Hearing Office say that, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. She doesn't know that. Damn, Office just made my day. Why are you laughing? Do you not care if Diodora kills your assistant and his companions? Office asks me, tilting her head. You gave him a snake, huh? That's why his demonic powers increased so much. Yes, he had an immense increase in power. But, unfortunately, that won't be enough. Why? My snake grants enormous power to whoever consumes it. In response, Tannen also started laughing loudly, and the founding members of the league simply smiled, leaving Office very confused. The snake won't be enough. My assistant is going to destroy Diodora like you can't imagine. The training with Tannen that took place in the tower with my name, I recorded it. Diodora Astaroth will realize the hard way that he won't stand a chance against Ice if he intentionally provokes him. Ice was trained for 31 days as a sparring partner for Tannen, a former Dragon King. A legendary dragon who made sure to beat the shit out of Ice every day until he was almost on the verge of death. It would have been normal for Ice to die in training and for me to be forced to somehow reincarnate him as a fallen angel, or for a demon to revive him as a reincarnated demon. But none of that happened. He endured until the very end, and his balance breaker can last for several days without any problems. Diodora doesn't know what that means. The only person who knows what Ice is capable of is Volley. And back then, Ice wasn't even half as strong as he is now. I spun the artificial sacred gear in my right hand for a few seconds and then pointed it at Crusory. Now, Fafnir. I'm going to have to use you. Our opponent will be Crusory Asmodeus. I just hope he's not as disappointing as the female descendant of Leviathan. I was about to enter Balance Breaker, but a magic circle appeared to my right. I immediately recognized that pattern of symbols, and the crimson color was very obvious. Yes, the person who appeared before me was the current Lucifer, Serzich's Lucifer. Serzich's, why have you come? He narrows his eyes at my question. This plan already has my little sister involved in adult political affairs. I should show up here too, right? I also thought it would be bad to let you handle this, Azazel. I want to give Crusory a chance. If I can't even do that, how will I be able to look at the face of my little sister whose match has been cancelled? Ugh, this guy really. I decided to lower my arm and allow Serzich's to take charge. You're quite noble, but do you know he's a waste of time? Still, it is my duty as Lord of the Underworld to give him one last chance at redemption. Crusory pointed his hand at Serzich's. Serzich's? You're a false existence. Appearing here personally because of all of you. Crusory. Could you surrender peacefully? If you do, we can reach an agreement. I can ensure you're away from the political spotlight, give you a remote territory in a corner of the underworld. You can live your life, have descendants, a family. I'd also like the possibility of you reaching an agreement with the current Demon King Asmodeus Falbium. A good relationship between the former and current Asmodeus would be very beneficial. Serzich spoke like a role model, a polite boy, but his words fell on deaf ears. You're very naive, Serzich. Don't talk nonsense. Not only the fallen angels, but they've allied with the angels and the Justice League. I won't listen to the words of someone who dares to sully the name of the demons. You even want me to establish a relationship with that impostor. Enough of your naive nonsense. With a sigh I said to Crusory. And by what right do you say that? You, who joined the Cows Brigade, are also allied with angels and fallen angels, renegades of course. He makes a ruthless smile. We are not allies, we are using them. The damned angels and fallen angels are only disposable tools for us demons, understanding? Peace. No. We, the true demons, the kings of the underworld, will dominate creation. Through the energy of office, we will destroy all the worlds of the universe and create a new one for the demons. And to do so, I will eliminate this impostor Lucifer. Ah, how sad. He's as grumpy and old-fashioned as the old books. Serzich's is without a doubt the best devil there could be. He does a great job and truly cares about his people. These descendants of the ancient demons are so selfish and crazy. If these clowns were still ruling the underworld, there's no doubt they would have driven their species to self-destruction. The thoughts, the beliefs, between the old and the new do not coincide, and they never will. Serzich's, with sad eyes, says to Crusory. Crusory. I just want to protect the future from the demons. I have to protect the civilians, or else our species won't prosper. I don't care if they call me naive. I want to take all children into the future. Your children deserve to be part of that future. We don't need any more war in the current underworld. This is your last chance. Crusory snorted in disgust. Naive. That's the dumbest reason I've ever heard. Do you think it's the end of the devils? Demons steal the souls of humans, we have to drag them to hell, we exist to eliminate God and the angels. There's no need to make deals. You, Serzich's. False Lucifer, you don't deserve to exist. You're a mistake. You have the power of destruction, you call yourself a devil, but you won't use that power against angels and fallen angels. You don't deserve that power, you don't deserve the name Lucifer. I, Crusory Asmodeus, who am a true Asmodeus, will kill you. That was the end of the negotiation. Serzich's then looked at Office. Office, will negotiating with you also be useless? Only if you consume my snake and swear your loyalty to me. One more thing. The part of the dimensional rift that's in the underworld's possession, you'll have to hand it over to me and give it up. Obedience and surrender, huh? There's no way a devil like Serzich's, who carries the underworld on his back, would accept that. Serzich's looked up and closed his eyes. When he opened them again his eyes were filled with a coldness so intense it gave me chills. He confirmed the distance between him and Crusory, raised both hands and formed spheres of demonic powers in them. Yes. That's right. That's easier to understand Serzich's. Crusory just wanted this to happen. There was no way Serzich's words would reach him in the first place. Still, Serzich's, you wanted to talk to him, you wanted your feelings to reach him, since you think of all the inhabitants of the underworld. Serzich's thrust his hands forward, pointing at Crusory. The demonic powers in his hands acquired an irregular aura. An aura of a rather pure crimson color. That was the power of destruction. Crusory, being the devil Lucifer, it is my duty to eliminate anyone who threatens the safety of the underworld. You. Don't you dare use that name. Crusory released large amounts of demonic powers in both hands, but Serzich's was unfazed, and with the demonic powers that were in his hands, he created in both palms several small spheres and shot them forward. Destruction. Crusory's demonic attacks perished after coming into contact with the spheres Serzich's fired, not even a trace or evidence of Crusory having executed any attacks remained. The demonic powers Serzich's fired seemed to have a mind of their own, and after completely eliminating Crusory's demonic attack, they began to orbit around him. Crusory continues to attack Serzich's small spheres with all his heavy artillery, but all his attacks are destroyed, as if they were matter coming into contact with antimatter. That's when one of Serzich's small spheres enters Crusory's mouth in a rather horrible way, inflating his neck excessively before going to his stomach. Destruction. Suddenly, Crusory's demonic power decreased drastically. Had Serzich's eliminated the office power that Crusory consumed? Burn of extinction, I got rid of the snake that was in your stomach. Now you won't be able to use that great power anymore. The snake, which was the basis of Crusory's immense power, when destroyed by Serzich's, all the confidence that this demon had vanished, and now he was quite impatient. It was the first time he had seen such an attack from Serzich's. One of the reasons he was chosen as the new Lucifer was because of his overwhelming power of destruction. It obliterates everything it touches. It didn't even leave a trace of dust. The destruction was absolute. Even if it was small, it had exorbitant power. It wasn't necessary to increase the size of the attack or the intensity of the demonic aura. All it took was a tiny bit of destructive power, and Serzich's was done for. The way he masters his power, controlling it at will, that requires a great deal of technique, quite delicate control, and a great level of talent. Serzich's certainly possesses all of those. Damn you, why those who bear the name Lucifer are blessed with these powers. First volley now you. Crusory tried to unleash more shots with what little power he had left while cursing, but the sphere in his stomach grew wider and completely obliterated Crusory's stomach, revealing an empty hollow. The spheres that were near him came into contact with several of his limbs, slowly and painfully eliminating his body. Now all that remained was a limbless torso, with half of its face intact and the other half missing. Why must the real one perish to an impostor? Serzich's and the rest of the league closed their eyes at the unpleasant sight. Serzich's swung his hand downward, and the spheres of destruction ended up eliminating Crusory, erasing his entire existence forever. He was destroyed, leaving no evidence that he ever existed. Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. After a long battle, I, Issei Hyoudou, along with my girlfriend Kara Zor-El, my friends Aizel, Zenovia, Rias, Akeno and Kaneko, and my friends Kiba, Gasper and Zez, finally defeated the 10,000 demons of Chaos Brigade that had ambushed the Gremory group. Kara and I each defeated a total of 4,000, Zenovia was able to defeat 1,000 with Durandal and Ascalon, Kiba took down 300, Zez also took down 300, Rias and Akeno together took down 400, and Kaneko took care of the remaining surplus. 92% of these demons didn't die, they were struck down with enough power so they couldn't get back up, but not with enough force to kill them, since they would be prisoners of war, and I'm almost sure that Serzich's would try to give them a second chance if possible, even if they deserved death. You could also say that the 8% were the ones who received attacks from Kaneko, and the power of Ria's destruction or Akeno's lightning, although well, these things happen since we are in a war against Chaos Brigade. Since the fight was over, I didn't need to stay in balance breaker state, so I deactivated it. In the process, we explained the situation to the Gremory group in a clearer and more understandable way. So that explains the sudden death of the heir to the house of Glaciolabolas, and Diodora's sudden rise in power. He deserves a death sentence for his transgressions. Rias said it with great contempt towards the heir of the Astaroth house that she had to face. We'll take care of him, you've done enough. Zenovia told them politely. Also, these are orders from Lucifer, the Supreme Governor, Archangel Michael, and the founding members of the Justice League. Zez added. I understand. If my older brother, the great Lucifer, wants it that way, there's nothing I can do. But I'd like to be there to see how that wretch falls. Rias insisted with an anger as calm as water. Which is kind of funny since Ona defeated her with a water dragon. I think his personality improved a little after that defeat. Well, first things first, Asia, do you know where? Suddenly, a flash of light had enveloped her and without any explanation, Asia disappeared. Asia? Did she just disappear? Haha. In front of us a magic circle was formed and in it we saw a person with blonde hair and a wicked look. Diodora's Astaroth. Rias exclaimed with quite a bit of hatred in her voice. Yes, it was that guy. I remember him from the raiding game recording, but now he just seemed so evil. Was this malicious person really the one Asia saved a while ago? Greetings, Justice League, and Rias Gremory and her servants. My name is Diodora's Astaroth. And it is my pleasure to inform you that Asia Argento is mine now. You do not know how satisfying it is to be able to have her after so long, so many plans ruined by you. Is Asia yours after all this time? Plans ruined? I can't understand what this guy is talking about. What do you mean Asia is yours, you damn bastard? She rejected you? Zenovia screamed quite angrily and Diodora smiled too smugly. I truly enjoy possessing holy women devoted to the church. I love corrupting them, desecrating them, and turning them into hex toys. Why do you think Asia Argento was expelled from the church in the first place? Wait, what you're trying to say is… Diodora looks at Kara with a rather vicious smile, nodding his head. For a long time I was searching for the perfect nun to make her my main woman, that's when I found Asia Argento. Ever since I saw her I longed to possess her, to make her mine, and for her to scream and cry while I make her mine, as her faith in God withered away. but taking Asia out of the church would have been a complicated task since she was the most adored saint, but that girl was so kind that she wouldn't avoid helping a wounded demon, right? When I learned that her sacred gear was twilight healing, I gave myself a pretty serious wound on my chest, so serious that poor Asia Argento healed me without even questioning it. Yes, the scar left its mark on me, but it doesn't matter since the result was better than I thought. Because of you, my plans to possess Asia were greatly slowed down, but now after so long finally I will make her fall before me. And what better satisfaction can there be than to desecrate a nun who had her second chance at being accepted by the church, that will be very delicious. The magic circle disappeared. I couldn't say anything, nobody could. I don't regret saving him back then. I had a memory of Asia saying those words. I will definitely save Asia. I'll make you regret it to the bottom of your soul, if you have one. I'll never forgive you. Chapter 42. Team Seki and Team Gremory attack. 3 months ago. Zenovia Quarta, had arrived in Smallville with Ice and Superman. I had nowhere to live, and the man of tomorrow offered me to live with Asia on the Kent farm. After I finished explaining the reasons to her adoptive parents, I asked Asia to go outside with me to get some fresh air, although I did so for other reasons. Asia, I want to apologize to you, because God seems to no longer exist. His love and support don't exist either. Everything I said to you when we first met has lost its meaning. I'm truly sorry. You can hit me all you want if that's what you wish. Asia looked at me with a very surprised expression, and I leaned forward, allowing her to hit me as much as she wanted, but she didn't. No. I have no intention of doing anything like that. Asia flatly refused to do anything like that, looking at me with an extremely shy look, then she smiled at me and said. Zenovia-san, I'm enjoying my current life. I've met many kind and caring people who are very important to me. I'm happy because of the place I live now and the people I've met. Despite everything Asia went through, she was very happy. Her smile quickly spread to me. I, who possessed Durandal, was also admired. But now I'm a heretic. I can't forget how their eyes and attitude changed when they saw me. So you and I are the only Christians who know of God's absence. I can't even talk about divine punishment anymore. I've become a heretic, haven't I? Asia took my hands in hers, smiling at me very tenderly. Let's be friends from now on, Zenovia-san. Come with me, there's a lot I want to show you about the Kent farm. Of course, thanks Asia. Asia and I had become best friends in a short time. And I promised to protect her, Ice, and the rest of my new companions and friends until my last breath, as the user of the holy sword Durandal. Ice and Superman gave me hope for a new life, but Asia, she was the one who helped me overcome the exile we received and the abandonment we suffered from our Lord wherever he is, if he still exists. Currently. Kaneko, can you find Asia? Rias Gremory asked her rook. Kaneko nodded using her Nekomata powers and pointed the way to the right. I can feel the presence of Asia Senpai and Diodora Astaroth about 5 kilometers from here in that direction. Yes. Wait for me, Asia. We'll come save you soon. Aren't we, Ice? When I looked in Ice's direction, I was surprised to see a rather grim expression on his face. He angrily tried to clench his fists, but Kara took Ice's hands in her own and looked at him in a way that expressed everything she felt for him. I understand how you feel, Ice. I promise we'll save Asia immediately, and we can know you can take it out on Diodora all you want. She says this to Ice calmly, although deep down she was so angry with Diodora that she longed to take it out on him too. But did she just say she'll let Ice do it? What about you? I want to do it, but you need it more than I do, don't you? For Kara, Ice is like an open book, she seems to understand him like no one else. How will we travel 5 kilometers in a short time? Gasper asked worriedly, as Issei activated his balance breaker again. Kara, Kiba, Zez and I can advance that distance in a few seconds. I'll take Rias and Akeno, you take Zenovia, Gasper and Kaneko. Kara spoke after Ice, taking Rias and Akeno in each arm. Ice nodded. Kaneko and Gasper climbed onto Ice's back. I also approached him, being taken by his arms. I couldn't help but blush a lot as Ice took me as if I were a bride, and the moment he shot up at full speed, I felt the wind hit my face hard, the sensation of running kilometers in seconds. The sensation was quite short, since Ice immediately stopped and took me down from his arms. Apparently we had already arrived and he deactivated his balance breaker again. The place Kaneko was referring to turned out to be the entrance to a chapel. The interior of the temple was a very spacious place. It feels as if there were no end to the vast room. There are giant pillars inside the sanctuary. As we passed the hermitage, we found ourselves at the entrance to another shrine. This happened a third time, causing us all to stop. When we stopped, we all got into battle stance. A total of 10 hooded people appeared. Justice League. Rias Gremory. Servants of Rias Gremory. That despicable voice again. It was that damn demon, Diodora Astaroth. Ahahaha. None of you will see me if you look around. I'm waiting at the final shrine. There are several shrines you'll have to advance through before you reach me. Come on, let's play. Since the raiding game was suspended and there are 9 of you in total, we can turn this into a very fun event. So that bastard Diodora wants to play, huh? I'm surprised at how overconfident he can be. Let's turn this into a different raiding game since the Justice League isn't part of the Gremory clan and you guys will be facing off against my Peerage. There will be special rules, participants can't repeat until they reach the end. That's all, first I'll send out my 8 pawns and my 2 rooks. By the way, my pawns have been promoted to queen. Hahaha, it's 8 queens from the start, but that's okay right? After all, the Justice League are pretty strong, right? I see, he's trying to weaken us enough, he's repeating Sona Citri's strategy from a different perspective. Alright. My servants and I will play this stupid game. But when we get to you, you'll regret it. Rias Gremory agreed to continue Diodora's game, but what about Ice? Are you aware that Kara could easily get to you and rescue Asia before you know it? I said this while pointing at Kara with great pride. You're right, we have the mighty Supergirl with us. Hahaha. That would be really fun to watch, if you want, go for it. Something's not right. Diodora's confidence, it's as if he himself wants Kara to go after him. Your plan is for Kara to come after you, because not only did you receive the snake from office, how much kryptonite did you receive from Cow's brigade? Rias said it quite seriously, and I saw Rias very surprised. What are you saying? Damn, you're very bold, Rias Gremory. Yes, I received more than enough. Okay, we'll play this stupid game. Ice reluctantly agreed. It's decided, we all accept the conditions set by Diodora, having Asia as a hostage and the trust he showed in Kara we have no choice. Ice then pointed his gaze at me. Zenovia, please, I'll leave it to you. Me. Incredulous, I pointed at my face with my left hand, Ice and Kara nodded. Ice told me. 8 pawns and 2 rooks won't be a problem for you, right? My lips were trembling. They were trembling with excitement. Of course they won't be. Please, yes. I'll take care of this. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Ice. 10 against 1? I don't know besides, it's 8 queens and 2 rooks. Rias was not convinced by that situation. Zenovia likes high difficulty. And unleash all his power. Ice and Kara told Rias. They know me so well. I can handle that, I'm good at it. I insisted full of motivation and Rias sighed nodding her head. Okay, I'll send Kaneko and Gasper if you need support. Oh, it's nice to have support. Although I'll be sure to take down all 10 of them. In that case, let's get started. Kaneko, Gasper and I advanced to the front and the rest distanced themselves so we could fight. With one hand I brandished Durandal and with the other Ascalon, before Ice or Rias could say anything, I charged at my 10 opponents. I'm going to get Asia back, my best friend. I feel the aura of Durandal and the aura of Ascalon throughout my body. I never had anyone I could call a friend before. Because I thought I could live without those people. I thought I only needed God's love. The 10 enemies attack me from the front, they are very fast and strong, but I don't even flinch at them, and I block each of their attack attempts with Durandal's blade, defending myself from the front with it and Ascalon defending my rear. It's hard to deal with all 10 at once, but that makes it much more exciting to me. Kaneko fired from the place where her Nekomata burst attacks were, she was covering me from a distance, Gasper seemed to still retain control of his sacred gear due to the bloody Ddraig from Ice. He stopped several enemies with his sacred gear and they were frozen in a line that seemed to be straight. Then those who started treating me friendly came to me. Especially Asia, who always smiled at me. She called me her friend, her best friend. Then I remembered again how I treated her when I met her. When I first met Asia, I said horrible things to her. I called her a witch. I called her a heretic. However, Asia came up to me and spoke to me as if nothing had happened. That's why I'm going to save her. My best friend. Asia. I'm going to save her. Respond to my will, Durandal. Durandal's destructive aura was released with great intensity. Durandal, I beg you, please. Answer my prayers. I wouldn't want my best friend, Asia, to disappear. If I lose Asia, I'll please. Give me the power to save my friend. Durandal. Ooh. Durandal responded to my feelings and the destructive aura continued to grow immensely. The aura had become at least 10 times greater than before. The battlefield began to shake violently, this place, this sanctuary, could not withstand Durandal's destructive aura for long. I realized this lately, I'm not able to suppress Durandal's aura very well. It might take me a long time to gain control of its power, since my talent isn't like Kibarzez's. What's more, super speed can go to hell, techniques can go to hell too. I'll increase Durandal's sharpness and destructive power because that's who I am. Lifting Durandal and Ascalon into the air, I made a cross with both swords. The ceiling above me disappeared in the destructive aura. The aura of Durandal, the aura of Ascalon, the aura of Ice's Sekiryuutei power. Those three powerful auras became one with me. It's an incredible synergy. This is the best I have. Now, let's go. Durandal. Ascalon. Let's save my best friend. Please respond to my feelings and send all my enemies to hell. Durandal and Ascalon began to create a large pillar of light. The pillar of light reached the sky, and before they could do so, I aimed the pillar of light at my 10 opponents, who were shocked by the immense holy aura I released. Gasper used his sacred gear and stopped the legs of all my enemies. They won't be able to escape from me even if they tried. The great wave of light swallowed my 10 enemies. Hey boom. The shrine split in half, and when the aura of light disappeared, my 10 enemies were already gone. Everything that came into contact with the pillar of light disappeared. This is my ultimate power. Thanks to Ascalon, I can unleash Durandal's destructive power to this extent and use it as a weapon. My opponents were not weak, they were very powerful. I know this because I saw them fight live against Ager's group, but they were no match for the combined power of Durandal and Ascalon. That attack I made consumed almost all of my stamina, and now I'm breathing very hard. It will be impossible for me to repeat this feat for the next 24 hours, but it was worth it. Incredible. I had no idea Zenovia could. Rias was impressed. That intense sacred aura gave me chills. What a terrifying girl. Fufufu. The Keno too, and laughed a little at the fear she felt from the holy aura. I see why Ice-kun decided to send her alone. Kiba had a bitter smile. He was probably expecting some technical moves, but that's not my style. A brutal but efficient attack. Kaneko gave a direct comment. Zenovia is really scary. Gasper was scared. Don't worry, I won't attack you if you don't give me a reason to do so. There were 8 queens and 2 rooks, and you were already worn out from the previous fight, my respects. Zez started clapping with a smile on his face. Well done, Zenovia. That's why Ice and I trust you. I told you, didn't I? You're amazing. My friends were making me blush with everything they were saying about me. Thank you. Now, let's go, we still have to save Asia. Everyone responded with a loud yes. And we moved on to the next shrine. Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. Zenovia, Kaneko and Gasper defeated their enemies. Now all that was left was to deal with a queen, 2 bishops and 2 knights. On my side, those who haven't fought yet were Kara, Zez and me, Issei Hyoudou. On Ria's side, she, Akeno and Kiba haven't fought either. Upon reaching the next shrine, the opponents awaiting us were the queen and the bishops. That was Diodora's strategy. He didn't even bother to change tactics. That means the last opponents will be the horses, and then, we will finally be able to reach him and rescue Asia. We were waiting for you, Supergirl, and you too, Rias Gremory. Diodora's queen removes her cloak and reveals her face. Oh my god. She's another blonde beauty with blue eyes. Damn, why are there so many blonde beauties all of a sudden? That Diodora, he doesn't deserve this queen. This queen, who fought against the queen of Sekhvera, Ager's, was very evenly matched with him. Yes, the queen of Sekhvera is a man, just like old man Tannen. I recall that her abilities are based on the fire caused by her demonic powers. I'm going against her. The one who stepped forward was Akeno. So she's the next one to fight from the Gremory group, huh? The other 2 horses will be enough with just Hyoudou. I'll fight too. And Rias too. The king and queen of the Gremory clan lined up side by side. Now, Rias. Just me would be enough. What are you saying? Even though you decided to learn how to use the holy lightning, you'll only use up the little power you have left. My power of destruction will be more than enough. When we fought the 10,000 demons of the Cows Brigade, Akeno decided to use the power of the holy lightning. That's why now, even though she's weak, she feels confident enough to defeat the queen and the bishops alone. It is at this point that my girlfriend also steps forward, cracking her knuckles and sporting a cocky grin that oozes all the confidence she has. Girls, step aside, I'll show you how to beat Diodora's queen and bishops for real. Rias and Akeno stopped in their tracks upon hearing Kara's words as she stood in front of them. Kara, you are weak against magic. Yeah, better let Akeno and I take care of them. Rias and Akeno agreed that Kara should not participate. Didn't you see the 4,000 enemies I defeated not long ago? What was missing? Kara, Rias and Akeno started arguing. Kaneko grabs the right sleeve of my clothes and pulls it a little. What's wrong, Kaneko? Kaneko asks me to bend down and whispers in my ear. Yes. I see, maybe it works, although I'm not entirely sure. Well, if you say so. This suggestion might annoy Kara, but Kaneko says she'll turn them all on. Kara, Akeno, Rias. I called out to them and all 3 of them turned around to look at me. Whoever defeats these 3 enemies first will have a date with me next Sunday. After making that exclamation I bent down again to whisper to Kaneko. Do you really think that'll work? I don't think that's enough motivation to. Buzz. 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 Ooh. Hey. Electricity and a large mass of crimson aura began to emanate from this area. When I looked ahead, I saw Akeno enveloped in an aura of holy lightning, Rias in a rather intense crimson aura, while Kara seemed to be trembling, her eyes glowing with a very dangerous crimson light. Ifufu. Ifufu. There's a chance I could go on a date with Issei-kun. Ifufu. Ifufu. No way, that chance will be mine. Geez, Ice. You already have me. How could you ask such an outrageous thing? Yeah. It can't be that it actually worked. Kara has a pretty intense look. Am I in trouble? Ifufu, Kara. I'm not going to hold back, I'm going out with Issei-kun. I'll be the one dating Issei. And I'm going to call him Ice the whole time. But what are you two assuming? No way. Ice is mine, I won't allow you to get your claws on him. You home-wrecking cats. What kind of things are happening? The aura that Rias and Akeno are giving off is getting stronger and stronger, I can even feel that Kara has no intention of holding back. The enemy queen and the bishops look confused and don't know how to respond. The queen can't seem to stand the situation. She's becoming extremely enraged and the fiery aura envelops her completely. You 3. Stop us for the love of God. How dare you ignore us for a man who isn't even attractive? Kara, Akeno and Rias stare intensely at the enemy queen. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Rias accumulated an immense amount of demonic power in her hands. Akeno accumulated an immense amount of holy lightning in her hands. Kara spread her arms as her eyes continued to shine with an intense crimson glow. Before Rias or Akeno could fire their attacks, Kara clapped her hands. The shock wave she created with that clap destroyed everything in front of her. All of us behind Kara covered our ears tightly but still felt the sonic force. Buzz. There was an annoying ringing in my ears and when I looked ahead, I couldn't find Diodora's queen or bishops. Kara turned around and with a rather happy smile, began to move her lips as if she were talking. What are you saying? I can't hear you. As expected from Supergirl, she was able to defeat all 3 of them. It was a brutal slap. I could hear Zenovia's voice, but even though she was close to me, it sounded like she was far away. Yes, the slap that Kara gave left us all half deaf. Before reaching the next shrine, we were all able to recover from the extremely strong shock wave that Kara had created with her hands. It was incredible, with a single shock wave she defeated Diodora's powerful queen and bishops. Well, she also went a bit too far, as the shockwave destroyed practically everything in front of her, including half the path she had to travel and everything in a straight line. Luckily the next shrines were further up and not in a straight line. When we arrived at the next shrine, the last servants of Diodora, the horses, although it would be better to call them knights, were waiting for their opponents who in this case were Kiba and Zez. Kiba wielded a Sekin with both hands, and Zez grabbed Gram with his right hand. Apparently, he was going seriously against the knight he had pointed out as his opponent. I'm curious to know how much you've improved, Kiba. I think the same about you, Zez-kun. Are you ready? Of course. Kiba and Zez took offensive stances and when they were supposed to face the horses. Zaz. Zaz. Kiba and Zez disappeared from my sight. A dark crimson-red trail of light and a celestial blue trail of light appeared further ahead, they were Kiba and Zez, the remaining servants of Diodora collapsed on the ground with a rather deep cut. They both did a one-shot at the same time, it was so fast that I couldn't tell who hit first. Now all that was missing was that damn bastard Diodora. We finally reached the last shrine. As we passed through, we saw what appeared to be a gigantic device. The device was circular and carved into the wall. There were various jewels everywhere, as well as mysterious symbols and unknown letters. Is it some kind of magic reactor device? It was then that I saw that in the center of the device was my friend. Issei. Asia was tied up in the center of the device. Judging by her appearance, she didn't have any injuries. Her clothes didn't seem torn off, which gave me some relief. Apparently, she hadn't been abused by Diodora yet. You finally arrived. Beneath the device was a throne, and on the chair sat the cursed demon Diodora Astareth. His sweet smile only further inflames my anger. Issei-san. Asia sees me from a distance after hearing my voice. Her eyes are swollen. It seems she's been crying. Her eyes look reddish. It seems she's been crying for a long time. When I saw that, I remembered what Diodora said before we went after him. Diodora, are you? Diodora smiled in a rather sickly way when I asked him that question. Yes. I told Asia everything. I told her from beginning to end. At that time, she had the best expression possible. Asia's face when she found out about everything that was happening to her, as well as my plan, was simply the best. I also recorded her while I was telling her. Would you like to see? She really had a splendid face. The expression of women affiliated with the church who fall, no matter how many times I see it, I will never get bored of seeing that, and Asia technically fell twice, and both times it was because of me. Asia began to sob, and the jewels on the device glowed with a bright green light. The pillars in the sanctuary also shone with that same color. The same thing happened on the ceiling too, I hadn't realized that those strange jewels were everywhere. Ugh. Kara, who was on my left, started to feel dizzy and was about to lean on her knees, her face looked quite sickly. Kara. Before she fell to her knees, I caught her with my arms. I remember this feeling. Diodora, who was in the distance, started laughing like a maniac. See all the jewels here? Yes, they're kryptonite that was highly enhanced by the Longinus user, Dimension Lost. It would be problematic if you tried to use your superpowers to rescue Asia. There's also a speedster trap at the entrance to the sanctuary, and communications are also blocked. You're alone against me. No wonder he wanted Kara to fly after him. This isn't a trap to stop a Kryptonian, it's a trap to kill him. If Kara had come here alone, she wouldn't have stood a chance against Diodora, and then he. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened. But this isn't enough. I'm not done with Asia yet. She still has a bit of faith left inside her. Yes, I'm talking about you guys. Especially you, Sekiryuutei. Remember that fallen angel, Rainer? Honestly, I'd rather not remember it. I had anticipated that Asia would die at Rainer's hands. Then I would take action and personally finish off that woman and give Asia an evil piece to reincarnate her as a demon. What are you saying? Rias asked that, she was quite incredulous, and Diodora nodded and continued speaking. Seriously, who would have thought that right at that moment the Justice League would appear in Kuo City and save Asia? I made a huge miscalculation with your appearance, and not only that, you also took Asia away, and I lost all trace of her possible whereabouts. But then, at the Young Devils meeting, I was able to see Asia again and, in the process, I managed to locate her. That's why I'm going to forgive you. Thanks to you, I'll be able to plunge Asia into even greater despair. I'll destroy all remaining hope by killing you and your companions in front of her eyes. Be quiet. The tone of my voice was quite low. It was the first time I'd spoken with such hatred. I even forgot I was a hero. It wasn't the first time I'd felt this kind of feeling, these powerful, negative emotions, this desire to make anyone I considered an enemy suffer. This son of a bitch, no, this scum in every sense of the word, is the worst. What the hell was all that about wanting Asia as his wife? Saying he loved her? This guy is even worse than Rainer. That fallen angel woman wanted to kill me, and now I realize that was far better than the torment Diodora had in mind. Even when I faced Vali, who is my worst enemy, I didn't feel that angry. I had already reached my limits, but Diodora did not stop saying disgusting things. Is Asia still a virgin? I love training virgins, and I'd hate for her to have already been used by someone. This guy. Be quiet. Although now that I think about it, it would be pretty fun not only to have Hex with Asia, it would be super fun to have a threesome with her and the Kryptonian. I can't stay calm anymore, I'm going to break this bucking demon's soul. It would be best to leave you half dead, so you can see how I grape them at the same time, while they desperately scream your name. Shut up. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Diodora. Something exploded inside me. The power of Sekiryuutei within me exploded with great rage, and I released an aura so large and red that it enveloped everything around me, the floor, the ceiling, my friends and companions. I was now wrapped in my balance breaker state again, all the jewels on my armor emanated an insane amount of aura, the power within me, in this state, was now at a range far exceeding that of my maximum capacity. The sacred gear responded to my feelings and emotions, and gave me power far superior to what I had obtained in the hellish training with Old Man Tannen. Kara. I carefully pulled away from her and spoke in a rather cold voice. She looked up and, despite her discomfort from the kryptonite, tried to force a smile on her face. Do it. Zenovia approached us and took one of Kara's arms to rest it behind her neck, she also looked at me with a smile. Finish it, Ice. I nodded and stared at Diodora. Ddraig. Yeah, tear it apart, mate. Upon seeing me, Diodora let out a loud laugh filled with joy. A strong black aura emanates from his entire body due to excitement, and he stands up. Ahahahahaha. Amazing. So this is the Sekiryuutei. My power has reached its maximum just by looking at you. Do you know that I have an office snake inside me? Even with all the power you have, I could kill you instantly. Zoom. I fired up my scale mail's thrusters, and the entire distance between Diodora and me was shortened. I punched Diodora hard in the stomach before he could finish his sentence. Diodora's body twisted. His face distorted as he received intense pain. He couldn't react to my speed. I drove my fist deeper into his stomach, destroying everything inside him. Oh. Diodora vomits everything in his stomach along with his blood. So as I pulled back my fist, I tell him feeling quite disgusted by him. What was this instant death you were talking about? Diodora sits back on his throne, both hands on his stomach. The confidence he had vanished. With my hands I grabbed him by his shoulders and threw him off his throne, as if he were a soccer ball, and his body made some pretty painful sounds as he fell into the hallway. That was music to my ears. Pooh. Don't buck with me. I'm a high-class demon. I'm a blood relative of the current great demon king Beelzebub. Diodora points one of his hands at me and forms several green magic circles, and an endless number of demonic bullets are fired towards me. There's no way a noble like me could lose so humiliatingly to a bucking metahuman like you. The endless stream of demonic bullets hits my armor, but I barely feel them, like simple raindrops. Without any difficulty and without the need to dodge, I advance toward Diodora, taking all of his demonic shots. I didn't know if this was because of Altanon's training, or because I was already at a good level before that. Whatever the answer, I'm grateful that he trained me and beat the shit out of me every day. Your armor was already pretty good before training with Tanon, but now, partner, you are immensely better than before, both in duration and stats. Yes, that's true, Ddraig. My stats have jumped significantly compared to my previous self. But you know, I wouldn't want to have to accidentally kill Diodora. I want to make him suffer. I want to break his soul. I'm going to crush his dreams and desires. I understand, I'll make sure to contain most of your power. Hahaha. Let's scare him even out of his nightmares. At that moment, I had arrived in front of Diodora and he stopped attacking me and began to form numerous defensive barriers. Cracks. Bang. With a single punch I broke all the barriers Diodora had created and slammed my right fist into his face. Due to the impact, Diodora's body was thrown further forward into the hallway. It was quite satisfying to have landed that blow to his face. Diodora covers his face with his hands, and I could also notice that there was a lot of blood on my right knuckles. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. DFF compared to volley, your defense barriers shouldn't even be called defense barriers. It was like punching air, I felt no resistance at all. The hallway where Diodora was lying quickly filled with blood and I could also see his eyes filling with tears. Why my demonic power hit you? My power was supposed to have increased drastically thanks to Office. I approached Diodora again and with my right hand I grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and lifted him into the air. Ddraig, you think a little aura on my left fist won't kill him, right? I guess a little bit of aura wouldn't do it. Fine, I'll leave it to you, please. Ddraig covered my left fist with a bit of aura and I punched Diodora in the stomach again. Bang. Though a good amount of blood spurted from Diodora's mouth after I slammed my left fist into his stomach. Now, I aimed the same fist at his face, which was quite bloody from the previous blow I gave him. Ddraig took it upon himself to administer a very small amount of aura into that fist again. I'm not going to be defeated by a dirty, rotten dragon like you. Diodora pointed both his hands at me, and before my fist could connect with his face, a dense wall made of green aura formed in front of me. Bang. My fist hit the wall, but the impact had been stopped. How did he hold up this time? Have you seen? I have so much demonic power. There's no way a bucking Sekiryuutei like you who only has pure power can beat me. Hearing him say that, I smiled wickedly. I'll ask you a question. With or without boost? How would you like me to destroy this barrier? Diodora's gaze reflects quite a bit of confusion. With or without boost? I don't understand. Then it will be with boost. Boost. My power doubled and this time Ddraig unleashed my power. An immense amount of aura gathered in my left fist and I delivered a single blow to the barrier. Bang. Tracks. Diodora's barrier shattered into thousands of pieces from the punch he received. Ah. Diodora's face filled with a single expression as I broke through his barrier with a punch. Fear. This is for making sweet innocent Asia cry. I threw my right fist from bottom to top as I shouted at Diodora. Bang. My fist sank under his jaw. With that blow, Diodora flew upwards, crashed into the ceiling, creating a huge crater with his body, and fell to the ground like a feather. This has to be a lie. There's no way this is happening to me. Diodora wailed as he stood up and leaned against a pillar behind him. I've defeated Agares. I'm also planning on winning against Baal. There's no way I can lose to the talentless heir of the great king. I would never lose to Issei Hyoudou who isn't even a damn demon. I am Diodora of the Astaroth family. Diodora pointed his right hand at me in an act of pure desperation and formed a magic circle in which all his demonic power was concentrated down to the last drop in it. In response, I also aimed at him, but with my left hand, I opened my palm and concentrated my aura and the energy of my nano gears into it, quickly forming a dragon shot. Ddraig, do you want us to use boost? At my question, I could feel Ddraig smile quite happily. Yes, we must show him what power really is. Boost. 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 Take this. Diodora screamed loudly and fired all the demonic power he possessed as a deadly demonic blast. I clenched my left fist tightly and struck out my dragon shot, causing it to shoot straight towards Diodora's demonic attack. Ruoir. My dragon shot had its power doubled up to 10 times and completely eliminated Diodora's demonic attack. There was no clash of power, my dragon shot came into contact with all of Diodora's demonic power and it was simply so powerful that Diodora's demonic power perished. My dragon shot continued on its path and passed through the pillar Diodora was leaning on. What? Diodora saw for an instant that everything to his left shone with a very intense red light and in the next instant there was nothing to his left. My dragon shot, in seconds it traveled hundreds of kilometers away and then. Kaboom! A huge bright red explosion completely filled the horizon. The entire shrine shook violently and for a moment it seemed as if everything was about to collapse. My dragon shot, which had covered the entire horizon, caused immense gusts of wind as it continued to expand into the distance in that explosion of red aura. Diodora hesitated and looked away. That was a big mistake because when he saw the explosion of my dragon shot, he peed himself. I slowly approached him, he heard my footsteps and when he turned around I was already in front of him. I grabbed him by the collar of his clothes with my right hand again and lifted him into the air. The part of my armor that covered my face was removed and Diodora looked into my eyes with great fear. I want you to remember this. Never go near Aizel again. In all the years you have left to live. In your most private moments. When you try to approach or touch any woman. You will remember that I was the man who defeated you. Diodora's eyes were tinged with too much fear. It's done, mate. His heart has already been crushed. You've just broken his soul, shattered his dreams and desires. His eyes are now those of those consumed by fear of dragons. Then I'm done with him. I released Diodora who is shaking like crazy. Ice, aren't you going to finish him off? I mean, kill him. Zenovia approached me and pointed at Diodora with Ascalon as she asked me if she should kill him. Zenovia's eyes were very cold, she was more than willing to kill him. He might try to approach Aizel in the future. Wouldn't it be nice to at least cut off his head here and now? Oh my god, the only thing stopping her from beheading Diodora is me. Calmly, I placed my right hand on her right shoulder and she looked at me very carefully. We don't kill our enemies. Besides, this man is related to one of the current demon kings. Even if he joined forces with the terrorists, we could get into trouble if we kill him. Zenovia looks very pitiful, but then she stabs the ground with Ascalon. She did this to get rid of her anger, even if it was just a little. I understand. If that's your decision I accept it, Ice. Just look at him, do you think he'll be a threat in the future? I pointed at Diodora and we both saw him. The poor man kept shaking, crying and whispering nonsense. Thinking about it a little better, I moved a little closer to Zenovia and whispered in her ear. But if he comes near Aizel again, I'll let you behead him and I'll also help you bury the body so no one finds out. What I said made Zenovia very happy and she nodded. Thank you, Ice. We both left Diodora in his misery, Zenovia took back Ascalon and together we walked to where Aizel was. It's time to free her so we can all go home. Chapter 43. The Dragon of Domination. Special territory for the raiding game. September 20th, 2017, 4:45 p.m. After having defeated Diodora, Issei Hyoudou quickly approached the place where Aizel was, being accompanied by my friends. Aizel. I patted Aizel gently on the head and she reacted positively. Issei-san. We've come for you, don't worry. Just hold on a little longer. Perhaps it was because she felt relieved that she began to shed tears of joy. Okay, after we rescue Aizel, we'll call the rest of the Justice League to come get us. There was still a lot of kryptonite in the sanctuary, so I gathered enough aura and energy from my nano gears in my hands and fired multiple small dragon shots to be able to completely destroy them. I wasn't the only one who did that, Rias and Akeno also used their powers to remove large amounts of that mineral. Kaneko also helped, as did Kiba, Zenovia, and Zez. After a while, Kiba and Zez's expressions changed completely. Hey, what the heck is going on? I don't know, I can't remove the kryptonite from the device, much less remove the restrictions in Aizel. What? Impossible. I tried to take the restraints of the device that kept Aizel bound, the aura around me increased dramatically again, but damn it, it's not coming out. I can't break them even with the power of Sekiryuutei. All of us tried to break the restrictions, we tried with various Sekin, with the power of the swords Durandal, Ascalon, Gram, Rias' demonic powers and Akeno's holy lightning enhanced with my power, even Kara tried to force herself to break the bonds, but she wasn't able to use her full strength because of the strong kryptonite that was throughout the device. And the worst thing is that none of us could remove that kryptonite unlike the rest that were in this sanctuary. What kind of security system is this? What built it in the first place? In the distance we could hear Diodora's plaintive laughter. It's useless. This device can only be used once due to its mechanism and its function is to activate Asia's sacred gear involuntarily. What do you mean? Who created this? I asked him hearing a strange activation sound on the device. Diodora hesitated with a rather pitiful expression but answered my question with a rather timid voice. That device is a special barrier created by the possessor of the Longinus Dimension Lost. The strong barrier protecting this battlefield was also made by him. Dimension Lost is the sacred gear known as the ultimate barrier. The possessor of this sacred gear, like you, has already reached balance breaker. In that state, they can create any type of barrier device the possessor desires. That device was created to activate automatically. Kara sees Diodora glaring at him and asks him. What activated it and what ability does the device possess? The device was activated the moment I was defeated. Its ability is to greatly increase the power of the user's retained sacred gear, in this case Asia's Twilight Healing. Its function is not only to increase its capacity, it will also reverse it. Invest. What does that mean? It means that it will change the ability of the girl's sacred gear to the opposite. In simple words, it would be like changing our ability from duplicate to divide. Way to minute, but if Asia's sacred gear's ability its ability is heal, then that means it will cause too much damage. What is the range of its effect? Kiba asked, realizing what the device would do. This field in the projection room where the observers are present in it. Everyone was shocked by that answer. This is bad. Asia's sacred gear's healing ability is enormous. She can heal devils, fallen angels, she was even able to heal Kara. If that's amplified and reversed, and if the range of its effect is this field in the observation room. That thing will eliminate all the leaders of every faction including the Justice League. We're all stunned by that truth. If that happens, this universe will be in serious trouble. Ddraig, can you do something about it? You're a Longinus too now, aren't you? No, Dimension Lost is a type of Longinus that's above boosted gear. And if it reached the balance breaker state, it could be almost limitless. Please remember that. There are Longinus that are far more powerful than boosted gear. Curse. Why, out of all the possible sacred gears out there, does the one with this kind of Longinus have to be part of Chaos Brigade? No. There has to be something I can do. I kept trying with all my might to break one of the restrictions, but I couldn't. Issei-san, please destroy this with me. Don't say anything stupid. If you say that again, I'll never forgive you. But at this rate the will of Lord Azazel and Archangel Michael with my power. If that happens. Asia was enveloped in a blue light. Damn, the device has already started. Once again, we all try to destroy the barrier with our powers. Kara tried taking several steps back and using her heat vision at full power, but that didn't work either. So this is what a Longinus that is superior to boosted gear is capable of. No, wait. I thought of a crazy idea and looked closely at Asia. She's connected to the device, so maybe it should work. Dragon, yo creo NT. What do you mean, mate? Ddraig asks me that question, quite intrigued, then I touch on the security system in Asia. If it's impossible by using Draig's power directly, how about a special ability where I use Draig's power in my imagination? Asia, I apologize in advance. Asia tilts her head adorably. This is for your own good, Asia. But I'm really sorry. Up with my most mundane desires. Up with my fetish for blondes. Up with my hexwill desire. Up with my justice. Boost. 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 Breast break. Balance breaker version boost. All the jewels on my armor shine with an intense emerald aura and my armor emanates an immense amount of red aura. Power flows into my left hand which is still in contact with the security system. What comes to mind is Asia's naked body. Yes, Asia's appearance. Her skin is white, soft, and delicate. A soft body. Beautiful. Click. Make a single click and then. The device created by a Longinus superior to my boosted gear is destroyed along with the clothes Asia was wearing. Yes. Asia falls into my arms without any clothes on. It worked. Akeno came up to me and created a new outfit for Asia with her demonic powers. I took Asia out of my arms, with a satisfied smile at the result. The images of Asia naked will be forever stored in my mind. This was undoubtedly the best possible result. Kara stood in front of me and looked at me, unable to understand what really happened. How did you even think dress break could work on her? Can it really destroy everything that unites a woman? Well, the balance breaker is supposed to break the balance of the world. If the direct method wasn't able to work, then I thought of trying an indirect one. Sometimes it's not about power, you also need the technique, but when you have the technique and the power, I think this kind of phenomena is capable of happening. Kara placed one of her hands on her chin, deep in thought about what I explained to her. Perhaps your wild ideas, your dangerous imagination and perversion were a key factor. Oh come on, Asia's safe anyway. I destroyed that device. Diodora's defeated too. My dress break saved the day. This was definitely the best of our missions. Kara lowered her hand from her chin, shrugged, and smiled at me rather fondly. I guess I can let it slide this time. And yes, of all the missions we've had, this was the best. I actually had a lot of fun. Issei-san. Asia ran up to me and hugged me. She cried tears of happiness. It's a shame that I'm being hugged by her in my balance breaker state, but I'm glad I was able to save her. Sorry for the delay. I always believed in you, I knew you would rescue me. Asia looks at me with a lot of emotion in her eyes. I'm sorry you had to go through such painful experiences. Asia shook her head from side to side. I'm fine. I was quite surprised, but now you're all back with me. Despite everything she went through, she was able to continue smiling as gently as ever. Zenovia, who was near me, also started crying. Asia. I'm glad. If you were to disappear, Asia separated from me to approach Zenovia and wipe the tears from her face. I'm not going anywhere. Since Issei-san, Zenovia-san, Kara-san, and Zez-san are going to protect me. Yes. I'll protect you, of course. The two girls then share a very affectionate hug. Asia and Zenovia's friendship is so beautiful to see. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that Asia-senpai was saved. Gasper is also crying a lot. He's currently getting several pats on the head from Kaneko. Awaken, you know, Lors. Now that everything is finally over, I think we can all go back to our homes. I could turn off my balance breaker if I wanted to, but since I'm already used to having it on for days, I decided not to. Also, it would be terrifying if we were ambushed by someone at the last moment. But what are the chances of someone doing that? Well, it's time to go, Asia. Yes. But before that, I have to pray. Asia got on her knees and began to pray something to the sky. When she finished, she stood up with a rather happy smile. Asia, what did you order? She smiles quite shyly when I ask her that. It's a secret. Asia ran towards us with a very happy smile and went to Zenovia and Zez. Kara, who was still at my side, wrapped her hands around my neck as she stood in front of me. I felt a very soft and pleasant touch from her hands on my neck, and when I looked at her, I saw her smile, which was so beautiful, flirtatious, and affectionate. That smile that I love so much, the sparkle in her beautiful blue eyes, the way she moved her eyebrows suggestively, her skin that was quite clear, without any imperfections, and her hair, which is that blonde color that seems to shine like the first rays of the sun every time it dawns. She's all I want. No, she's more than that, she's all I love. Yes, I love her. I love Kara's Orel with all my heart. So I was thinking, do we really have to wait until next Sunday? Why don't we have it when we get back? I'm sure we have time. The beautiful, flirtatious, and loving smile Kara was giving rubbed off on me, and I nodded happily. Sounds good to me, although I won't be able to pick you up since we technically live together. You can stay at Azazel Tower for a while so I can pick you up. Also, that is very true. We were both so close to each other, everything around us stopped mattering at this moment. That was for Kara and me. We both brought our lips closer to share a kiss. I closed my eyes and waited for that wonderful sensation that her lips caused in mine every time we kissed. The strange thing was the kiss I was going to have with Kara was taking longer than expected. How strange, maybe. Being confused by the delay, I opened my eyes and saw that Kara was no longer next to me, but rather a very bright flash of light that slowly faded away. What? Where she was, there were light particles that were fading away. I looked for her on my left and right, thinking she had distanced herself from me. I even turned around and looked up, but there was no sign of her. My friends didn't understand what happened either. Ddraig, what happened? Where did Kara go? Whatever happened to him has to do with high levels of demonic power. An object created by a Longinus perishes under attack from another Longinus. Huh. Damned misuser, he confided. Looks like plans need to be readjusted. An unfamiliar voice spoke from above. Looking up, I saw an unfamiliar man floating down from the ceiling. He was wearing light dark colored armor, along with a cape. Who is this person? I can sense an immense amount of demonic power within him. This individual is not like Diodora. In fact, this is the second time I've felt this kind of power. Could this guy be on old Tannen's level? Even though I'm now feeling chills from his presence, I don't have time to worry about him. Right now what matters to me is finding Kara. Who are you? I heard Rias ask. This is the first time we've met in person, younger sister of the annoying and false Lucifer. My name is Shalba Beelzebub. I am the true successor of Beelzebub. Very different from the blood relation of the false Beelzebub who is related to the one you recently faced. Diodor Astereth, I lent you my power and observed the situation. In the raiding game against Agares, you used Office's serpent without my authorization and let the enemy predict our plan. You are a huge fool. Former Beelzebub. So it's this guy, the one they told me about at the meeting at Watchtower headquarters. Shalba. Please help me. If it's with you, we could kill the Sekiryuutei. If the former devil and the current devil were to join forces. Stab. The blast of light shot out from Shalba's hand and headed toward Diodora. The blast pierced his chest from side to side. You're pathetic. I even told you about that girl's sacred gear and you still couldn't do anything. I even had to kidnap her because you let her get away and look how that turned out. That explains how useless you really are. Shalba said it with a dark laugh. Diodora was enveloped in a great golden light and disappeared. Was it a light attack? Is that an ability of the angels and fallen angels? Did Chaos Brigade learn how to allow demons to use powers from the angels and fallen angels? For some reason I feel like I've already seen that light. Now, Serzich's sister. This may be sudden, but you will have to die here. The reason is simple. Destroy all the blood relatives of the current demon kings. Shalba said it in a rather icy voice. So you eliminated Glacial Ebolas and now you've killed Astereth and you plan to kill me. That's correct. It's simply disgusting. We, the true successors, are called ancients by you, the familiars of the usurping demons. That will no longer be tolerated. Shalba sighed. Our plan comes to an end today. We were defeated. I never thought the boosted gear, a mid-level Longinus, would win against Dimension Lost, a high-level Longinus. We didn't anticipate this outcome. Well, we've learned from our mistakes and will be better prepared for the future. Crusory is dead, though that won't be a problem, as long as I'm still active. With me at the helm, we'll be able to advance even without volley. The true worth of the real Beelzebub is more than enough, and now. I will retire with your head as a trophy, Rias Gremory. You don't challenge the current devil directly, but you do want to kill his relatives, you damn coward. Call it what you want, first I'll kill all the relatives of the usurping Lucifer, and then I'll go after him personally. Scum. Do you really think you'll get away with this? No matter how much I listened to the conversation between Shalba and Rias, I felt like I wasn't really there. Right now, I don't care what Shalba and the Chaos Brigade are planning to do. All I cared about was finding Kara. It's not normal that she hasn't returned. I could understand that Diodora died as a result of the power of light that Shalba used on him, but Kara wasn't attacked by power. Even if she was, she wouldn't have disappeared. She's stronger, and light isn't her weakness. Are you trying to play practical jokes on me? Yeah, enough with the jokes, I know you can hear me. Kara, please get out of wherever you are, Kara. It's not funny. I ignored the stares of everyone around me and walked aimlessly, searching for any clues as to Kara's possible current whereabouts. Were you mad at me for the dress break I did in Asia? You know I did it for her sake. I care about you more than anyone else. What? Do you expect me to say that? How strange, my legs were weakening with each wobbly step I took. Kara. Didn't you tell me you wanted to move our date up to today? Come on, I want to do it too. Let's put Shalba in her place and go home, please, Kara. I couldn't walk any further and fell to my knees. Buddy. Ddraig, please find her. I know you can do it. I need you to do it. If we could rescue Asia, we can find Kara, right? My eyes filled with tears and my vision became very blurry until tears fell onto my cheeks. Why am I crying if Kara is okay, right? I won't forgive you. I'll kill you. I'll cut you. I'll cut you and kill you. You son of a bitch. How dare you do that? You damn demon from a rotten and excluded lineage. I heard Zenovia and Zez screaming loudly, and when I looked back at Shalba, I saw that they both attacked him with their swords. Useless. A huge demonic circle formed in front of Shalba, protecting him at the same time from Zenovia, who had Durandal and Ascalon, and Zez, who wielded Gram with great force. From the demonic circle comes out a lot of demonic aura that acts as a gust and brutally hits both Zenovia and Zez, who were already at their limits of physical resistance. They both fall to the ground near the rest of our friends, both covered in severe wounds. Durandal, Ascalon and Gram fall to the ground, being buried by their edges. Ddraig, why hasn't Kara come back yet? Why aren't you telling us what happened? I know you know. Come on, Ddraig, please tell me what happened. Why do I feel this way? Whereas? Rias shouted as she approached me. I think she hugged me, although it's hard to feel that sensation while still wearing my active armor. Good heavens, I never thought Princess Gremory had such bad taste. Hey, metahuman red trash, do you want to know where the Kryptonian is? Huh? I looked back up to where Shalba was still floating. I've teleported her to the place where her home planet, Krypton, once existed. You know what that means, don't you? The radiation from the red sun and the lack of a yellow one will have already undone all her powers. By now, she will have stopped breathing, meaning she's already dead. Or as her kind say, she's already one with Rao. Ice, can I ask you something? Are you happy to be with me? I'm happy to have met you, Ice, to be here with you now. A life without you would be impossible for me. You take up a lot of space in my heart. Something broke inside me. Ice, I've liked you for a while too. That's why it's sometimes hard for me to contain my strength when I have you near. I love that you are direct, honest, and that you love helping others. I like you with all your virtues and defects. I stood back up, separating myself from Rias as I walked forward, where Shalba was still floating in the air. I don't want to be anyone's champion, no offense. The footsteps he made echoed down the hall. This is what we're all about, you and I, and that's something you shouldn't forget. Are you sure you want to continue? Ddraig, please don't try to stop me. Don't you think we can go on without her? A life without Kara is not a life for me. Okay, I understand that there's nothing I can do to stop you, but I hope you understand that it won't be the same for me either. I just don't want to have another partner, it's too soon to say goodbye. Ddraig, no matter where I go, a part of me will stay with you. It won't be the same. The jewel on my left glove shone quite brightly. You, Issei Hyoudu's friends, get out of here right now. If you don't want to die, do it. Ddraig's voice sounded rather regretful. I'm sorry, my dear friend. But I can't go through with it this time. I hope your next friend is kinder to you. You, the demon who is above us. Shalba was your name, wasn't it? Huh? You made the wrong decision. The pure red aura was released throughout my body at the same time that the part of my armor covering my face reformed. The aura he released was as red as blood. And it was so hot and intense that it burned the air around me. It easily spread and broke the ceiling above me, the ground beneath my feet turned to ash, the aura that enveloped me turned the air to ash. In fact, this power was so intense and unbridled that I too was affected, for the sensation it gave me was like being engulfed in a fire so hot that it burned my skin, my blood, and every bone in my body. Stop, Issei. Don't do it. Ah. I heard Zez's voice shouting at me behind me, but the aura I released was so intense that when he tried to get close to me, he was thrown back. Don't get involved in this. This is what I have chosen. If this power will consume me, so be it. I just hope there's even a small chance I'll be reunited with Kara. I, the one who will awaken. It started. It's about to start. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. It has always been this way. That's right, it's always been that way. The consciousnesses of my predecessors manifested around me as emerald lights, similar to the jewels on my armor. I laugh at infinity and despise dream. Damn, I can feel like with every word I say of this chant the bones in my body are being forcibly ripped from my body. The world you want to protect. The world that rejects it. I will become the red dragon of domination. Something formed on my back, it felt like new limbs were being forcibly formed, tearing apart the bones and flesh of my back. This was always about power. This was always for love. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. The pain I felt was so great that I couldn't finish the chant on my own. In my mind, I saw the smiling image of Kara's face, that beautiful, loving, kind smile, that smile I fell deeply in love with. That image began to burn in a crimson fire. Everything in my mind burned with that color. Now that was all my eyes could see. A deep crimson purgatory, a bottomless abyss that consumed me completely. Peerage. Juggernaut Drive. Juggernaut Drive. I couldn't understand what happened. Ice-kun started to recite a rather strange chant, and his scale mail mutated into the form of a huge dragon. Huge wings grew on his back, the appearance of his limbs was quite terrifying, the neck of his head lengthened considerably, and the face of his armor's helmet also mutated into something organic. A mouth formed on the lips of the face of his scale mail helmet, and it was full of quite sharp fangs, but that was no comparison to the aura he released. It was an aura so intense it burned the air. An aura of blood. Of death. I am Issei Hyoudou, and the moment Ice-kun's boosted gear announced Juggernaut Drive, the aura covering Ice-kun took the form of a mass of such intense red color that it expanded like a bomb, and everything that came into contact with it was destroyed on an atomic level. Nothing could resist that extremely dangerous aura. President Rias, along with all my friends, quickly left the shrine, which had been destroyed by the bright red aura that continued to grow uncontrollably. The aura covered all the shrines where we had fought against Diodora Asteris nobility, and after a few seconds of calm, the aura disappeared, revealing an empty space and quite a bit of smoke. I could see Shalba standing in that empty space. He was confused with what happened and waited for Ice-kun to appear at any moment, but Shalba was not prepared for what would happen. The roar of a dragon echoed across the battlefield, and before Shalba could do anything, he was crushed by the enormous foot of Ice-kun, who had lost the ability to reason. Shalba tried to free himself from the stomp he received, but Ice-kun got there first by standing on all fours and grabbing Shalba in his mouth, holding him on the left side of his body. Even though I was far away from Ice-kun, I could hear the sound of Shalba's flesh and bones being crushed in a very grotesque way. Maldito. Shalba tried to break free and pointed his right arm at Ice-kun. An immense amount of demonic power began to accumulate in his hand, but strange tentacles with pincer-like ends formed on the chest of Ice-kun's armor. These tentacles grabbed Shalba's right arm and then amputated it as if it were made of butter. Shalba makes an expression of great pain due to the amputation. The right arm that was torn off fills with an immense crimson aura and is consumed until it turns into ashes. Ice-kun drops Shalba to the ground, who was still moaning in pain. It seemed like he had the intention of eating him whole. "Don't buck with me." Shalba, enraged, pointed his left hand at Ice-kun, which looked quite dislocated. He summoned a gigantic demonic circle above Ice-kun, and an immense jet of light descended upon Ice-kun, enveloping him in white light. The gigantic and terrifying wings that Ice-kun possessed were filled with emerald-colored jewels, but suddenly, those jewels changed the emerald color to a heavenly blue color. Divide. 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 That sound resounded like an echo, and the white light attack Ice-kun received shrank until it disappeared. I had heard in the past that Ice-kun stole Volley's power, and since his battle against the hacker Yuku, he had not used that power again, but apparently in that transformation, he is able to use it, although not at will. He wasn't Ice-kun anymore. He stopped being Ice-kun the moment he transformed. He didn't even have a human form. He stopped being Ice-kun and became the Domination Dragon. Yes, he became that since Ice-kun himself said so in the chant. Red Dragon of Domination, with the power he is radiating right now, I have no doubt that he could be capable of killing gods or devils. The way he attacks Shalba, whose power is out of the ordinary, is impressive. Volley's power. Damn it. How many times do you have to get in my way? Volley. Shalba shouts in despair and prepares to attack Ice-kun again. He points his one hand at her and once again unleashes an immense amount of demonic power. Shalba fires his demonic power in a burst of fire. The power Shalba used in this burst is quite overwhelming. It was more than enough power to completely destroy a medium-sized or small country. Could it be that Shalba consumed an Alpha Serpent? That could explain his extraordinary power. That attack goes straight towards Ice-kun. He doesn't move, nor does he try to dodge the attack. He just limits himself to flapping his wings, and that was more than enough to eliminate Shalba's attack. Is this happening? Was it really only necessary to flap one wing to eliminate such a destructive demonic attack? Ice-kun then opened his mouth again and fired a rapid red laser that went straight towards Shalba's remaining arm. The laser didn't stop there and continued its course to the position where I was looking at it. I had to run out of the laser range, or I would end up regretting it. Hey boo. A huge explosion of aura took place in the area of the final impact of the laser, and the entire battlefield shook. As I ran, I could see President Rias standing like a statue watching the confrontation between Ice-kun and Shalba. Throughout the fight, Ice-kun kept roaring. That was all he could do now. Roar and destroy. President Rias. She didn't answer me. President Rias. That's not Ice-kun anymore. I stopped in front of her, but President Rias didn't react to what I said. Behind me I heard several footsteps, and when I turned around I saw Keno-san, Kaneko-chan, Gasper-kun, Zez-kun, Zenovia-san and Asia-san quickly approaching the place where I was with President Rias. Everyone's gaze was on the dragon that Ice-kun had become. The damn monster. So this is the enigma known as Juggernaut Drive. I must get out of here. I can't afford to die here. Shalba's expression was one of pure fear, but he wasn't the only one trembling in fear. President Rias, Vice President Akeno, Kaneko-chan, Gasper-kun, Zenovia-san, Zez-san, Asia-san, and I. We were all trembling in fear at the terrifying power emanating from Ice-kun. Shalba tried to form a teleportation circle under her feet, but her legs stopped. I can't move my legs. Ice-Kun's armor's eyes glow a strong reddish color at the same time as Gasper-Kun's eyes did the same. He just connected with the power of Gasper-Kun's sacred gear. This was incredible, but it was still very scary. What do you plan to do now? Asking myself that question, I looked back at Ice-Kun and saw that his chest plates had opened, revealing some sort of round jewel in the center of his chest. Boost. 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 Ice-Kun's power began to double and accumulate in the jewel on his chest. The jewel was filling with a rather sharp red energy. The red jewel shone with a reddish light that grew increasingly intense. At first, it completely enveloped Shalba in that light, then that same light reached the place where I was gathered with my friends and continued to spread with each boost that was heard in all the jewels of Ice-Kun's monstrous armor. This isn't good. If this continues, it'll catch up with us. Akeno-san warned us. We have to get away as soon as possible. I agreed with Akeno-san, the only one who was lost right now was President Rias. But… Rias? Akeno-san yelled at him to make him come to his senses. I'm sorry, President Rias. I took President Rias in my arms, took out my demon wings, and flew away to get away from this area. Akeno-san did the same and took Zenovia-san, Kaneko-chan took Asia-san, and Gasper-kun took Zez-san. In the distance we went, we could all see that the aura on Ice-Kun's chest jewel was becoming larger and more intense, and the red glow it emanated was covering more and more ground. We had to get out of here and go somewhere safe. This is Zez to the Justice League. We need a portal, a breach, or whatever. We're about to be slaughtered. The Domination Dragon has been released. I repeat. The Domination Dragon has been released. A strange gap opened in the air. Everyone enter the breach. Now. Zez ordered us and I looked at Ice-Kun one last time. Impossible. I, the one who is part of the true Demon King bloodline, will be killed by a damned dragon. Shalba couldn't do anything and honestly, he deserved it. Boost. 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 Long-Ina Smasher. A huge burst of red aura shot out from Ice-Kun's chest and enveloped Shalba in the red glow. Damn you. Red dragon. White dragon. Shalba's body was consumed by that shot, the flesh and blood of his body evaporated, completely revealing his skeleton in the red glow, before it too was consumed by the shot. The red glow continued on its way, and its range continued to expand as if it had no limits. At that moment we all entered the gap in time, and it closed before the red glow reached the gap. The breach we entered led us to the other side of the battlefield, where the founding members of the Justice League, Aizel-sensei and Tannen, were. Zenovia-san and Zez-kun were explaining to him everything that had happened, and the moment Superman heard about Kara's death, he fell to his knees and his eyes filled with tears. No Kara. There is no time to mourn his loss. That man interrupted, drawing everyone's attention except Superman, who didn't seem to be recovering from the loss of his only blood relative. We have to save Issei immediately or we'll lose him too. I don't know about you, but I'd rather lose one than both. There'll be time for tears later. But I'm sorry, I don't understand. What does it mean to lose both of them? I couldn't understand what Batman meant by losing them both. Is there something wrong with Ice-Kun? When the Juggernaut Drive is activated, his lifespan will be consumed until it reaches 0, then he will die, and the boosted gear will be lost until another human who is compatible with Ddraig appears. Wonder Woman explained to us, and Superman made an effort to stand up. We won't let Ice die, we'll save him. Superman said those words with steely determination. He won't let Ice-Kun die. His eyes spoke only one word. I'll save Issei. In fact, all the members of the Justice League have that same look, in Aizel-sensei and in Tannen, it was the same thing, they all had that same look of wanting to save Ice-Kun at all costs. Cisco, open a breach. Flash called on his friend who quickly opened a breach for all the Justice League members to enter. We went too, there was no time to protest, my best friend's life was being consumed by the Dragon of Domination. The battlefield where Ice-Kun eliminated Shalba had been completely deformed, the skies had been dyed a rather intense crimson color, and there were hundreds of red lightning bolts in the sky. Looking at the sky, it could also be seen that the barrier created by the Longinus dimension lost was shattered by the shot that Ice-Kun fired. The attack was so powerful that it had destroyed the skies of this battlefield, entering the dimensional gap, continuing on its course aimlessly. Apparently, it hadn't just shattered the skies. Along the straight line where the shot was fired, there were tears in space-time, and from these tears or cracks came numerous discharges of red lightning. Where is Ice-Kun? When I asked that question, a red laser shot out of nowhere towards the direction where I was with my friends, the Justice League, the Sensei and Tannen. Hey boom. A powerful explosion of aura erupted in the skies. In the center of what remained of the battlefield, Ice-Kun appeared roaring in a painful manner, he was shouting an echo of sadness towards the sky. Even when he lost consciousness, he could still feel sadness inside for losing Kara-san. Guys, this has to be a bucking joke. Cisco said this quite terrified while he analyzed in the distance the telemetry that his tablet device was capturing from Ice-Kun. What's up, Cisco? Flash asked his friend and we all looked at Vibe. According to this, that thing is emitting power radiation and will soon reach the Chandrasekhar limit. Sensei gritted his teeth tightly upon hearing that. Ice became a metahuman because of the lightning that struck his sacred gear, allowing him to develop nano gears. I've always had many theories about what might happen to him if he were to enter the mystery of the Juggernaut Drive. What are you trying to say, Azazel? Superman asked, fearing the possible outcome that Ice-Kun's transformation would trigger. When his lifespan reaches zero, he'll explode. The range and reach of his explosion might be tied to all the energy in his nano gears, perhaps the range of reach is this entire dimension, but if we take into account the abilities of his sacred gear, the amount of power it emanates, perhaps his explosion will extend out, taking in the underworld, the heavens, and Earth as well. A final explosion, the parting gift from the ancient demon faction. There was a bitter silence when Sensei gave that explanation. Does anyone know how long it's been since he turned into a dragon? Batman asked and I nodded, taking a step towards him. 3 minutes have passed since the boosted gear announced Juggernaut Drive. Azazel Sensei approached me. What abilities did he use? Did he only use the boosted gear's abilities, or did he also use the power of the Hakuryuku he stole? He asked me that quite seriously. I used the power of the Hakuryuku a total of 8 times. Sensei sighed and looked at Batman with great resignation. His nano gears are capable of reducing his lifespan. 10 seconds is equivalent to losing a year of life, but using the Hakuryuku's power doubles the lifespan, taking away 2 years. We have less than 7 minutes left to save him. You know, this would be a good time for you to show us one of your brilliant plans, or are you hoping I'll pull one off? 7 minutes to save Ice-Kun's life. I have one, or at least half of one. All that's missing is a song and a voice that can reach it. Song? Voice? What do you mean by that? Batman looks at me and says. Right now, he's a dragon. It said that a song is the key to calming a dragon. The problem is that right now we don't have the song, nor the voice of someone who can reach him. So there's no way to save him. Batman is about to take something out of one of the cartridges on his bat belt, but then. Looks like they're in trouble. A new voice came from behind us. Turning around, I saw a strange crack form in the air. A handsome young man with silver hair appeared in it. This man, I remember seeing him at least once, it was at the summit of the 3 major factions and the Justice League in Gotham City. Paint. It's been a while, Azazel. Azazel Sensei recognized him immediately, and my face paled. Yes, this man who just arrived is Volley Lucifer, Ice-Kun's enemy. The Justice League took an offensive stance against Volley, although no one could sense any kind of hostility coming from him. I didn't come here to fight. I came to see the Sekiryuutei's Juggernaut Drive, and besides. Volley stepped aside to allow more people to come out of that strange crevice, and the next person to come out was a beautiful woman with blonde hair. Kara. We were all surprised by her sudden appearance, and the first to arrive at her side was her cousin Superman, who hugged her and lifted her in the air. Also. Cal, Air. Tracks. Superman quickly separated from his cousin. Oh God, I'm so sorry. The green aura of Asia's sacred gear enveloped Kara, and she sighed in relief. Don't worry, it's not your fault, it's just that I don't have my powers, I didn't have enough time to recharge. Kara. 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 At that moment, President Rias, Akeno-san, and Zenovia-san surrounded Kara in a tight hug. What a relief to have you alive. Asia-san went next to hug Kara. She reciprocated the hug she received from each of her friends and gently stroked each of their heads before separating and looking worriedly at Ice-kun, who continued to lament from where he was. Two other people emerged from the crevasse. One of them was someone wearing ancient Chinese warrior armor. It's the first time I've seen it, but it must be Sun Wukong Bhikkhu without a doubt. The other person was an unknown blonde man wearing a business suit. The sword he was holding had an immense amount of holy aura that might even be greater than that emitted by Durandal. I knew it immediately. This man was the one Ice-kun and Kara-san had met in the past. The wielder of King Arthur's holy sword Kalbrand. His name was Arthur Pendragon, just like the king in the legend. We were exploring something in the territory of the universe where the planet Krypton once existed and we found it by chance. Arthur explained, exchanging glances with me, Zenovia-san, and Zez-san. Are you okay, Kara? I thought. I'm fine, Cal. Seriously, now's not the time for row's sake. Ice, how's he? I heard he activated the Juggernaut Drive. All she cared about right now was Ice-kun's well-being, not the emotional reunions with her cousin and friends. How did she find out that Ice-kun activated that power if she was on the other side of the universe? She and Vali walked together to the shores where we were and looked at Ice-kun, who was enveloped in a rather dark crimson aura, full of hostility. It seems he activated an imperfect state of the Juggernaut Drive. Vali assessed the situation fairly quickly and we all made our way to the shore where they were standing. We have 6 minutes or less to save his life. Aizel warned us and Kara looked at Vali with pleading eyes. I know I'm in no position to ask you for favors, but please, I'm asking you to lend us your power. I'll help you in any way I can. So please, save Ice. Vali looked at Ice-kun doubtfully, then looked at Aizel and said. I suppose there's already a plan in progress, right? Aizel-sensei smiled half-heartedly and snapped his fingers. A gigantic teleportation magic circle formed behind us and what he summoned was a long-range demonic sound amplifier. A microphone appeared in Sensei's right hand and he handed it to Kara. Sing a song. Sensei told Kara-san and she was dumbfounded. Let me get this straight, your plan is for me to start singing. If Kara-san had her powers, she would surely have tried to melt Aizel-sensei with her heat vision, since she would think he was pulling her leg. That man stood between Kara-san and Aizel-sensei, he looked at Kara with great intensity. Song is the only thing that can calm a dragon, and you're the only one who seems able to stimulate that idiot. John will help you with his telepathic powers, and the other idiot will use his sacred gear to contain Issei's dangerous aura. Any questions? Vali glared at Batman because he called him an idiot. Kara-san looked at Batman intensely and after thinking about it for a few seconds sighed and nodded. Okay, I'm counting on you, John. Martian Manhunter, ever since we got here, the whole time that passed, was like a statue staring at Ice-kun, with his eyes shining a bright red color. It took me longer than I thought. There are thousands of negative thoughts accumulated and unleashed by the Juggernaut Drive curse, but I was able to overcome the hostile resistance. The rest is up to you, Supergirl. Kara-san bit her lower lip, it seems she already has something in mind, then she approached me looking a little embarrassed. Tiba, I'm going to need your help too. I'll do anything to save my best friend. You're good at the piano, I'll need you to play this. She whispered a song in my ear. Yes, I see. I hope the song helps. I will do so with pleasure, Kara-san. Using my demonic powers, I created a piano near the device that Aizel-sensei summoned. Kara-san and I connected our devices to the long-range demonic sound amplifier. I sat down on the chair near the piano and began to play a soft melody. The sound amplifier made sure the music could be heard throughout the battlefield. Kara-san took a deep breath and then began to sing. Moon River, wider than a mile. I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker. Wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters, off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow's end. Waitin' round the bend. My huckleberry friend. Moon River and me. Everyone fell silent, listening to Kara-san's angelic voice and the melody I was playing to the beat of the song. Apparently, no one in the Justice League, except for Batman, John Johns, Asia-san and Zenovia-san, knew that Kara could sing. Superman, Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman and Zez-kun were left with their eyes wide open. The same happened to Cisco and Killer Frost, from Team Flash. GRR. Kai-ara. Oh my god, it's working. Cisco and Killer Frost exclaimed that in unison, and when I looked back at Ice-kun, I saw that he turned around and seemed to slowly calm down because of the song Kara-san and I were making for him. Don't stop, keep going. That man said to Kara-san and me, and we both started the song again. Moon River, wider than a mile. I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker. Wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters, off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow's end. Waitin' round the bend. My huckleberry friend. Moon River and me. I, the one who will awaken. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. I envy infinity and pursue dreams. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the furthest reaches of innocence. Shall we do it? Bali took a step forward and the white aura completely enveloped him. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. Bali entered balance breaker. He shot towards Ice Kun and immediately entered the same form as Ice Kun. Juggernaut Drive. But he seemed to be in control of that transformation, unlike Ice Kun. He flew thousands of times faster than light, approached Ice Kun from behind and sank his fangs into his neck while using his own hands to grab him by the tips of his wings. Divide. 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 Bali soared into the sky and with little effort tore off Ice Kun's wingtips and threw them far away, then Ice Kun began to shrink back to his natural size. Ha! Ice Kun's voice became more human, just like I remembered. Hara-san approached where Superman was and with a somewhat blushed and slightly embarrassed look she said to him. "Pal, can you take me to ice?" Superman was confused for a second and then smiled very happily. "Of course, Kara." Hara-san took Superman's hand and he flew her until they landed where Ice Kun was. When Ice Kun lost his balance breaker, Kara helped him recover it. Will she be able to deactivate the mystery of the Juggernaut Drive? Moon River, wider than a mile. I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker. Wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters, off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow's end. Waitin' round the bend. Superman and Supergirl now stood next to Ice Kun and she sang the last line of the song for the last time. Hara-san walked until there was no more distance between Ice Kun and her. My huckleberry Issei. Moon River and me. Hara took Ice Kun by the neck and kissed the lips of his mutated scale male's face. An immense red aura was released like an explosion of very intense bright red. Ice Kun's mutated scale male disappeared and he fell onto Kara's body. She received him with great affection, allowing Ice Kun's face to be cradled in her breasts. Bali landed in front of us all, having deactivated his balance breaker. I'm confused, Kara's aura is Issei Hyoudu's girlfriend or tamer. Bali asks that with a serious face, but Bikku responds by saying, aren't you asking too much? And he laughed out loud. It's okay, no matter what happens. Ice Kun. I'm glad you're back to normal. And thank you for saving my best friend, Kara-san. Chapter 44. Dragon of Dragons. Artificial Dimension of the Rating Game. September 20, 2017, 6:45 p.m. What's going on? When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in my balance breaker form. I felt confused. Was this heaven? I was lying on the ground and someone was hugging me to my left. It was a face that at first seemed blurry to me. What I could distinguish about this woman was that she was a woman due to her breasts. I also saw that she had beautiful, radiant blonde hair. That's when her face stopped being blurry to me and when I saw her, I gasped in surprise. Hara, is it really you? Is this a dream or are we both dead? Hara smiled at me very happily, shedding many tears. We're alive, Ice. And I'm so happy that you're back to normal. We are happy. Looking to my right, I saw Diana's very smiling face. She was trying to hold back the tears in her eyes, but she wasn't the only one who had gathered around me with that smile and on the verge of shedding tears. Good thing you woke up, Ice. Friend, don't scare us like that. It's good to see you awake. You worried us a lot. Clark, Barry, John and John were a little ways away, but not out of my sight, and each had a very happy expression when I woke up. Whereas? Master Ice. Issei-san. Issei-senpai. Ice-kun. Issei-kun. Issei. Zenovia, Rias, Gasper, Asia, Kaneko, Kiba, Akeno and Zez were also around me on the verge of tears and with a very happy smile. I have the video of how this happened, I'll show it to you later if you want. I'm glad you're okay. And well done for kicking Shalba's ass. Cisco and Killer Frost were also gathered here with me, the only one who remained distant was Batman. When my gaze met his, the serious expression on his face changed to a relieved smile. I knew you'd be back to normal, Ice. It's good that you were saved, boy. A little further away from me, I recognized those voices as those of my master Azazel and Old Tannen. Hara, but how come? Still in her arms, she gently ran her left hand against my right cheek and looked at the person behind me. Vali saved me. As? Hara helped me stand up and when I turned around, I saw Vali, Bikku and Arthur. Why is he here? And why is he looking at me with a smile? It was just a coincidence. Looks like I owe you one despite our situation. Bali shrugged and turned around, his back to me. Issei Hyoudou, you have to come see this. Bali was staring up at the sky of this dimension. I walked over to him and looked up at the sky. This is what I was waiting to see. Hundreds of miles away, a crack formed from the sky to the ground. I'd never seen anything like it before. So? A gigantic red dragon emerged from that crack. That is. It wasn't the first time I'd seen that dragon. How could I forget it? It was the same dragon I had seen the night the particle accelerator exploded. The only difference was that now it was hundreds of times larger. His appearance was no longer as spectral as it had been that night. Its eyes must have been hundreds, maybe thousands. Well, I don't know the approximate size, I only know that it was the largest dragon I have ever seen. Ollie tells me. In this universe, there are two dragons called Red Dragon. One of them is the Welsh dragon that resides within you. Sekiryuutei, Red Dragon Emperor. Hakuryuku, White Dragon Emperor, also comes from the same myth. But there is one more red dragon. That is the red dragon recorded in the Apocalypse. Apocalypse? The true god Emperor Red Dragon. Dragon of the Apocalypse, also known as the Dragon of Dragons DXD, the Great Red. The Great Red DXD. He chose to live in the dimensional gap, and through that space, he's able to travel across the entire multiverse. He's one of the few existences that only exists one. My team and I followed his trail to the corner of the universe where Krypton once existed. Perhaps he hoped we'd find Kara. The Underworld's raiding game fields are within a special section of the dimensional gap, possessing a special barrier. Today, Office's true objective was to confirm that. Shalba's plan had nothing to do with us. But why does it fly through the dimensional gap? I have no idea. There are a lot of opinions on this. That's Office's goal, and my goal is to defeat him. Your goal? Bali raised his right hand towards the sky, pointing at Great Red, and then clenched his fist tightly. I want to become the true god Emperor White Dragon. Someday I will fight Great Red and defeat him. It won't look good if White is ranked below Red when he's not the ultimate of Red class, right? That's why one day I will become the true god Emperor Red Dragon and defeat Great Red. So that's Bali's dream. The reason he sided with the terrorists is because he wants to fight that dragon. I know he's doing bad things, but he just saved Kara, and despite all the evil he did, it's all for his dream. I don't know how to feel about this with my rival. Big Red. It's been a while. In front of Vali and me appeared a black-haired girl dressed in a one-piece suit. Who are you? She wasn't there until recently. Even Barry didn't see it coming. Vali makes a bitter smile after seeing her. Office. Ouroboros dragon. The Infinity Dragon. The leader of the Cows Brigade. Are you serious? She's the boss. More like, what's she doing here? The little girl made a pose as if she were shooting a gun with her hands at Big Red. I will definitely get silence. Office turned into energy particles and vanished before my eyes. Issei Hyoudou? Is your goal to defeat me? Bali asked me that question with a smile. Of course. But you're not the only one I want to surpass. There are many people I want to surpass before I get to you. Me too. There are those I want to defeat besides you. This is strange. It seems the Sekiryuutei way of life and the current Hakuryuku have bigger dreams and goals than the predestined fight. Perhaps you and I are strange dragons due to our nature. It's not wrong to converse like this from time to time. But this won't change our destiny. One day, you and I. Yes. Let's finish the fight we didn't finish. It would be terrible if you used your powers to cut my girlfriend's breasts in half. As I made that statement, I extended my right arm towards Vali, my fist clenched. Ha. You're really interesting. Get stronger, Issei Hyoudou. Vali extended his left arm and bumped his fist into mine. Zenovia, Korda and Kibayudo. The man wearing a business suit, Arthur Pendragon, called out to them. My friends approached him. I am the wielder of the most powerful holy sword, a direct descendant of King Arthur Pendragon. Call me Arthur. One day, we will have a sword fight. Goodbye. He just challenged the three of them. We know, Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. Aku also said his goodbyes and, along with Arthur, approached Vali. The three of them were about to leave when my master, Aizel, approached me. Are you really going to let this go? I asked my teacher and boss. It's the least I can do, since they saved Kara's Orel. Aizel shrugged, and we watched as the three disappeared behind a crack Arthur created with his sword. My master Aizel and I stood facing each other. Whereas. Oh, here we go, I think he'll give a scolding. Aizel placed his right hand on my head and ruffled my hair. Don't use Juggernaut Drive again. Is that clear? I'm sorry, it's just that Kara isn't the only person who should be important to you, you know. Your friends and family are with you. If you leave too, many people will be sad. Dragon Siegs Ahi. Of course. I'm sorry for the rash actions I took. I caused trouble for everyone I care about, including you. I'm sorry. Okay. We made it through this. You managed to get through the Juggernaut Drive riddle. You're my first host to pull something like that off. Next time I try something like this, could you stop me? I will do everything possible to ensure that this does not happen again, no matter what situation we find ourselves in. At that moment, Kara approached me again. I felt her hands wrap around my neck with great affection, and when I looked at her face, I was surprised to see that she wasn't smiling as usual. This time, she was smiling in a rather sad and somewhat regretful way. Sorry, Ice. I should have reacted in time, but I let my guard down. It's my fault for not reacting in time when Shalba appeared. Okay, we both let our guard down, but at the end of the day we're still together, right? Kara blushed, her gaze filled with affection, and her smile became quite happy and radiant. Her face was getting closer to mine. I did the same since I wanted to kiss her, but before my lips crashed against hers, I felt like I was fainting, and I simply lost consciousness. I heard everyone shout my name worriedly, but that was all. Volley Lucifer, unknown location. Hours after the last recorded appearance of the Great Red One and my last encounter with the one who will be my greatest rival. I, Volley Lucifer, returned with Biku and Arthur to the location of our current hideout. Volley, I've received contact from the leaders. That guy, Shalba, is definitely dead. Not even his ashes remain. It's fine, Biku. Either way, he asked for it. He tried to hold on until the very end and made many mistakes. You should never try to take away from a dragon what its heart most desires. At this moment it was just Biku and me. Hiroka was asleep, Arthur went out with his sister to gather information, and Biku had recently come to give me the good news. The guys from the ancient demon faction want you to become their leader. What are you going to do? Tell them I'm satisfied with my current position. I don't want to increase my duties as Lucifer's descendant. That means the ancient demon faction is truly finished. It seems the other factions will start mobilizing. Bateria, Crusory, Shalba. They were very jealous. They decided to live like the descendants of the previous devils. They lived proudly until the end, and that's why they perished. So, tell me. What was the reason we saved Supergirl? It was a good opportunity to get rid of her. Do you really think I'd let someone die who can make my opponent stronger? If she was able to activate Issei Hyoudu's balance breaker and also deactivate his Juggernaut Drive, I wonder what else she can do to him. I want my battle against Issei Hyoudou to be as intense as Albion's battles against Ddraig during their golden eras. Hero faction, unknown location. In what appeared to be a field of violet roses, a man was resting very relaxed, and beside him was a rather long spear that emanated a certain divinity, even when it was at rest. Shalba Beelzebub is dead. The Hakuryuku Volley also said he will not replace Shalba. Another man spoke as he approached the person resting in the field of flowers. This one had similarities with Fried Selzen, although the expression on his face was quite calm. I see. That means the ancient demon faction is over. Well, maybe it turned out that way because George is on our side. He is, after all, the person who possesses the Longinus dimension lost. I still haven't been able to wrest a demon sword gram from Zez Zatenberg. Do you think it's time for us, the hero faction, to make our move? Cow cow. Cow cow, the person who was lying down, now stood up, taking with his right hand the large spear that was resting at his side. No, we'll wait a little longer. Be patient, Siegfried. Gram would be yours one of these days. Fine, but we'll have to do it soon. Sekiryuutei, Supergirl, and the rest of the Justice League. It's almost time, isn't it? The most powerful sacred gear within you will propel us forward. The Longinus Supreme. Through Longinus, huh? I wonder if this spear is pointing toward the path of supremacy or domination or something else. Hori Azazel. HMMM. When I opened my eyes, Issei Hyoudou, was in an unfamiliar room, but at the same time, it was strangely familiar to me. Huh? I beat Diodora, I think I beat Shalba too, I met up with Volley, I was going to kiss Kara, and then what happened? It feels like I've been losing consciousness several times. Are you awake? When I looked in the direction where that voice came from, I saw Kara's cousin Clark. He was currently wearing his Superman suit. Clark sat down in the chair near my bed and spoke to me with a smile. Ice, I want to thank you for everything you did during the war against the ancient demon faction. Thanks to you and your friends, we've been able to resolve the problems that plagued the underworld. You're welcome, seriously, thanks. It was then that Clark's gaze became stern. You lost consciousness and were asleep for several days. Juggernaut Drive is a forbidden power. I don't judge you for what you've done, if I were in your position I would have done the same. What happened to Shalba was not your fault, both Crusory and Shalba sentenced their lives by blindly following their misguided beliefs, such seems to be the way of life of demons, and of course, I'm glad that you and Kara are okay. Clark had a sad smile and continued talking to me. While you were sleeping, Azazel discussed a few things with Ddraig. Your lifespan was considerably reduced. Right now you have less than 2 decades left alive. That's why in the last few days, all the founding members of the League, as well as Serzich's and Aizel, have been working on a solution that can restore the life you lost. But please, don't enter that form again, because if you die a lot of people will be sad. And I can't even imagine the face Kara will have if she loses you. Unlike me, she lived her childhood and adolescence on Krypton, training to be part of the military guild. Then she lost her world and you know the rest of that story. We are all she has left. Yes, I understand I don't remember much, but what I do remember is the pain, as if I were literally dragged into a hell worse than Apocalypse. Ddraig told me that I am the first to survive the enigma of the Juggernaut Drive. Now I know that all the previous Sekiryuutei when they used that power. It was so much fun watching Kara and Kiba help you solve the mystery of the Juggernaut Drive. Why didn't you tell me Kara can't sing? Do you really think she would have allowed me to tell you? Good point. There was a pause and I sat up in bed, then asked Clark what had been bothering me. Hey, where are we? My question left him very confused. Don't you know? You're in the medical bay of Azazel Tower in New York. I wanted to take you to the Fortress of Solitude, but Azazel insisted on bringing you here. Oh, I didn't know there was a medical bay in Azazel Tower, but it makes sense that there would be one. Clark and I had a good laugh about that. The ancient demon faction is finished. Volley decided not to take Shalba or Crusory's position. The demons associated with that faction surrendered, and many others hid in the darkness. Due to the Diodora incident, the Asterth House lost all the trust of the underworld. The crime of its heir who joined Cow's brigade was grave, and the current head of the Asterth House was dismissed. The Asterth House lost the privilege of having a new leader from their family. I'm not sure if that will ever change. Serzich's will keep me updated. Mr. Ajuka is someone very important in the demon society. I hope he is really well. Clark nodded very understandingly. Lucifer, Leviathan and Asmodeus are giving him their full support. It's only a matter of time before things calm down, now that peace seems to have finally arrived in the underworld. Clark, there's something I want to know about Office. What is it? If her goal is to eliminate Great Red and Goal Ive in the dimensional gap, if we help her with that, wouldn't she stop being a terrorist? Clark shook his head. No, unfortunately, that would be too harsh. The dimensional gap is connected to all dimensions in the multiverse. There is a balance in the multiverse because Great Red resides within it. If Great Red were to be killed by Officer Volley, all the Earths, the 52 Earths, would collapse into one another until none remained. If Office were the being ruling the dimensional gap, there could be a crisis involving infinite Earths. She is the infinite dragon trapped in this universe, the one. If it were Office from the past, nothing much would happen, but Office today has changed drastically. That means that as long as Office is in this universe, the multiverse will be in balance. The battle against the Cow's brigade is far from over. The Young Demons raiding game tournament will be suspended for the next few months due to the multiple incidents that occurred. With everything that's happened, what would be the next matches? There will be 2 duels between power and technique. Gremory against Aegers and Bale against Citri. That means Saji. He will be the one who faces Seryarg. My mouth dropped open in shock and amazement at the news. Will Saji be ready to face Seryarg? Will Sona have a strategy against the number 1 young demon? Can technique overcome power? Or will power be overwhelming enough to overcome technique? Odd, I'm so excited to watch the trading game. Well, I have to get back to Metropolis. Clark stood up and smiled at me quite happily. My cousin will take good care of you, right Kara? The doors opened and Kara appeared with a rather happy smile, holding several boxes of Coast City pizza in her hands. Of course, he's my boyfriend. Of course I have to take care of him. Kara put the pizza boxes down on the table in this room and then shared a rather tight hug with Clark. Thanks for everything, Cal. Whenever you want. They both separated and before leaving, Clark turned around again. I'll leave you 2 alone. I suppose you have a lot to talk about. Clark said goodbye as he left the room and it was just Kara and I left. She sat on the left side of my stretcher and with a rather happy smile she said to me. Well, I want you to get well soon. The pizza I brought is perfect for that, but do you know what it's missing? Huh? No, what's missing? Coast City pizza is so perfect, I don't think it could be missing anything, and if it was it would be quite rare. Kara closed the distance between us even further and responded with a rather sensual smile. It needs a kiss from you. And if you're okay with it, Ice. She laughed a little at his sudden proposal and kept her sensual smile. She looked very happy and hopeful. It's true, several days have passed since what happened with Diodora and Shalba. Since I fell unconscious, I lost track of how many days had passed. Normally, not a single day goes by without Kara and I kissing. Whether or not it is with the overflowing passion, his lips joined with mine, it is something that must happen every day. Then. As I invited her to come closer, Kara smiled even more happily and came close enough for our faces to be close together, her lips overlapping mine faster than I could react. Oh god, I had no idea how much I'd been missing kissing her again after so long. Well, it's not like a week has passed, but for us the days that passed were like an eternity, that's how I felt, and the same was true for Kara, I could feel it by the way she kissed me. From the way Kara moved her lips, I understood how much she had been looking forward to this. Our eyes had already instinctively closed and she moved closer to me, placing her hands on my shoulders. Now I really felt better. I felt like I was home, even though I knew I was still in Azazel Tower and not in the apartment where I live with her. But the feeling I felt on his lips, after all the experiences we'd been through in the last few days, was simply too much for me, and I had the feeling that everything would be better now. Heartbeats. As Kara stood so close to me, my heartbeat quickened, and with the happiness I was feeling, I hugged her as tightly as I could, pulling her closer to me. Her breasts pressed against my chest, and I could feel her heartbeat, which was stronger than mine. My fingers ran a seductive touch down her back. MMMH. Kara moaned a little at the way I touched her. Our lips were still locked in a kiss that had already turned very passionate, and I carefully lay back down, inviting Kara to lie on top of me. Without hesitation, she leaned against my body, and my breathing became increasingly rapid. I could feel Kara's heartbeat becoming more intense, and I truly felt lucky to have her by my side. My tongue tasted a little of the corner of her lips, and the sensation overwhelmed Kara, who slipped her tongue into my mouth, turning our passionate kiss into a French kiss. Our tongues touched and intertwined, making very obscene sounds. I felt so comfortable with her. We were about to reach the point of no turning back, but then I felt severe fatigue and my lungs started to hurt a lot. Oh no, it seems my body is still fragile from what happened with the Juggernaut Drive. I had to break our kiss when I saw the thread of saliva that formed at the corner of his lips and mine, and I was left agitated and breathless for a short time. Kara looked at me with great concern, her eyes looked at me in a guilty way, and she timidly said to me. "What's wrong, are you okay?" "Yes, just tired and hungry." My stomach growled a little and I looked at the boxes of pizza I hadn't tried yet. Kara advanced with her super speed towards that table, and without me noticing, she returned to where she had been sitting a little while ago, with an open box of pizzas for me. "Please eat. It's important that you're well fed, even more so after using the Juggernaut Drive. Kara is dedicating herself so much to me, I can't help but feel so touched by her." I took one of the slices of pizza and enjoyed it very much. It's been a while since I last enjoyed Coast City pizzas. How I love these pizzas. Kara smiled again without taking her eyes off me. "I love seeing you happy over something as simple as pizza. You don't know how much I love seeing that sparkle in your eyes, Ice. Were my eyes shining?" As I thought about that question, Kara placed one of her hands on my head and I felt the gentle caresses she deliberately placed on me. Her touch was also a little hesitant. She still seemed to feel guilty about Shalba. "My eyes are shining, Kara, but not because of the pizza. They're shining because you're here with me." My words touched her deeply. I felt her pulse quicken. Her face reflected what I was feeling at that moment. Her hand, which was on my head, moved down to my cheek and the gentle touch of her fingers against my face touched me deeply. "Keep eating, we'll talk later." Azazel. Azazel was in my private laboratory here in the Azazel Tower, and what I was doing was carefully analyzing Ice's blood using a Geogem Grand Arm 300 CF microscope. The reason I did this was because of the previous conversation I had with a Welsh dragon when Ice was inconsistent. Ddraig explained to me that the enigma of the Juggernaut Drive had not only greatly reduced Ice's lifespan, but it also altered the trait of the nano gears he possesses. Using this microscope, I was able to see the nano gears that exist in Ice's cells. These nano gears look like small spheres similar to the jewels on the boosted gear. They are emerald colored and have several tubes that regulate the energy used. The curious thing was that the nano gears that normally glowed in an emerald aura were now changing the bright emerald color of the aura to a red color that was almost as dark as blood. This is a rather interesting phenomenon and from my personal perspective, it seems as if the nano gears are attempting to assimilate the power of the Juggernaut Drive. However, the assimilation is fraught with errors and the code is incomplete due to the incomplete and unstable Juggernaut Drive being assimilated. But what if it could be successfully assimilated? I think it would be worth experimenting with these mutant nano gears and see if it is possible to unleash the power of the Sekiryuutei in a different way than what has already been established. After all, sacred gears are my hobby and Ice's nano gears are something that was created using the particle accelerator I helped create to enhance the abilities of sacred gear users, such as boosted gear. So, you could consider it an extension of the sacred gear I helped develop. Haha. I just found a hobby within my favorite hobby. Looks like things are going to be more interesting for you from now on, Ice. Chapter 45. A moment of peace and lots of love. The Watchtower. October 11, 2017, 9:45 am. 3 weeks have passed since the great defeat of the ancient demon faction. Since then, I, Issei Hyoudou, have been dealing with the aftereffects of using the Juggernaut Drive. My lifespan has been significantly reduced. There are times when I feel so weak I can barely stand, which is odd since my nano gears should keep me in tip-top condition. Could there be something wrong with me? I wanted to discuss this with my master Aizel, but for the past 3 weeks he has been busy in his private laboratory, rarely leaving it, and his deputy governor Shimhaza has been in charge of Aizel Tower for the past few weeks. Since then, I've been receiving Senjutsu treatment from Kaneko, and I've also received healing treatment from Asia. The Themyscirene medicine is no longer effective on me because my body has developed a tolerance to its effects. At this moment I was at the Justice League headquarters with my girlfriend Kara Zor-El, the founding members of the Justice League and the new members. I wonder what this meeting is about. The last time we met here was to confront the ancient demon faction. I sincerely hope this meeting isn't about anything like that. Today, we will welcome a young recruit from the skies. Superman was the first to speak, and I was almost immediately relieved that he didn't say anything about Chaos Brigade. It took me a few seconds to process what he said, and after doing so I had a look of surprise on my face. A recruit from the skies. I wonder who that could be. Only from the heavens. What about the fallen angels and the demons? Zez asked, quite intrigued. The demons are still dealing with the chaos caused by the confrontation with their former leader faction, not to mention the fact that the young demons raiding game has been suspended until further notice. Batman explained and Superman continued after him. As for fallen angels, there's Aizel Tower in New York, not to mention Aizel himself, though he hasn't left his laboratory. An angel in our ranks would also be very well received by the general public. That's true, unfortunately. But that said, allow me to welcome the first reincarnated angel who will be joining us at Archangel Michael's request. Please come in now, Issei Hyoudou. Kara, Asia, Zenovia and I opened our eyes in disbelief as to who Superman had named. The doors of the headquarters opened and my childhood friend appeared, dressed the same way she was the last time I saw her, with a tight black combat suit, a holy robe, a cross around her neck and her smiling face. My name is Issei Hyoudou. Everyone, I hope we get along. It's an honor to be the newest recruit. Irina. The first to react to her was Zenovia, who stood up from her seat. Zenovia. Irina went to her and hugged her tightly. Reincarnated angel. Is that possible? I asked, very surprised as the former companions parted ways. Irina nods her head at my question, smiling at me very happily. Yes. I received Archangel Michael's blessing and became a reincarnated angel. Since the alliance was formed, angels have been able to utilize the technology of demons and fallen angels, which is why it was possible for me and many others to become reincarnated angels. Does that mean they use the same evil P system as the demons? Which piece are you, Irina? Kara asked, quite interested, and Irina shook her head. Although the system is similar, we don't use chess pieces. In the case of the angels, it's royal users, brave saint, a system composed of 12 cards representing the 12 apostles. I have been reincarnated as the ace of Archangel Michael. Irina began to pray and on the back of her right hand appeared the symbol of an ace, on her back 2 very bright white wings formed and above her head floated a very bright yellow halo. As a reincarnated angel and Archangel Michael's ace, I join you as the new sidekick of the Justice League. Amen. When he said the word amen, she struck a winking pose, flapping her bright white wings. She's become a self-proclaimed angel, huh? I knew humans could be reincarnated as demons, but I had no idea they could now also be reincarnated as angels. The alliance between the 3 great factions has certainly changed the world for the better. Issei and Kara department. During this afternoon, in the apartment where Kara and I live, both together with our friends. Asia Argento, Zenovia Quarta, Zez Zatenberg, Sekiryuutei, Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kaneko Taoju, Gasper Vladi, the rookie Issei Hyoudou, and surprisingly my master Aizel, who finally left his laboratory today. We watched the end of the 7th season of Game of Thrones. I was sitting on the couch, Kara had settled into my lap and rested her head comfortably on my chest. To my left was Kiba. To his left were Zenovia and Asia, and Kaneko took a seat on the left arm of the couch on the foam cushion. The 6 of us had completely monopolized the small sofa. Rias sat on one of the chairs and Akeno sat on the left arm of it. Aizel took the other chair for himself, and as for Irina, she chose to sit on the floor to be closer to the TV. We had reached the part where the revived dragon called Viserion destroyed the Great Wall of Ice with his fire breath. The scene was impressive because of its high quality, although to be honest, after having trained for a month fighting against a former Dragon King, the scene of the ice wall collapsing seemed quite meta me, and I was not the only one. Ha 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 ha. how weak, that dead dragon lacks hatred. Whenever I watch series or movies that involve dragons, I hear Ddraig's criticisms about them lacking power, hatred, among other things such as that Albion and him set the bar too high in the past. After being trained by old Tannen, I feel that dragon is quite weak. Everyone laughed a little at what he had said, except for Irina, who was out of context. Then, while I was feeling slightly bored, I felt my right hand grab something quite soft, large, and stimulating. Ah, what a wonderful feeling. It was something very familiar to me and something I really liked. Then, Kara raised her face slightly to look at me, and I noticed a subtle blush on her face. Wait a minute, I think. What I had been squeezing with great pleasure in my hand was one of her breasts. Oh God, she gave such a subtle and soft cry, which made me continue squeezing it somewhat firmly and gently. Kara was blushing so much. Before I could pull my hand away, she took mine in one of hers and squeezed it a little so I wouldn't let go. Kara seemed to really like what I had been doing to her. He even adjusted himself so my hand could grip him more. I saw a growing excitement in his eyes, but there was nothing we could do so suddenly with all our friends here. Damn, if we were alone I would have already jumped on her. You know, now that I think about it, I'm the only one who hasn't seen my childhood friend in action. Irina stood up with a rather energetic attitude. If I remember correctly, Issei loved superheroes since he was little. I liked them too, and we acted like heroes. Irina struck a pose. Ah, I remember that pose. It's the one I used to transform into a hero when we played together as children. Yes. I remember Irina and I used to watch a lot of Dragon Ball Z, Power Rangers, and other series. The pose Irina made brought me a lot of nostalgia and I gripped my right hand tighter. Uff. Kara let out another soft little moan. Ah, I forgot what I had been holding. She used her other hand to subtly cover herself with a blanket so that Irina wouldn't notice what she was doing. Sometimes I had fun driving Kara crazy in a good way and she enjoyed returning the favor by trying to drive me crazy. Yes, we certainly did, Irina. But back then I literally thought you were a boy. You acted like one. And now you're a total cutie. Female development is a mystery, isn't it? Irina's face blushed quite a bit at what I said. Are you trying to seduce me in front of your girlfriend, Issei? Is that how you seduced Kara Zor-El? Oh, you have some fearsome powers of seduction. I'm going to fall to you. I'm going to fall and become a fallen angel. Eh? Suddenly Irina took out her wings and her halo and his wings started flashing black and white. Is this how angels fall and become fallen angels? I've heard that when angels lose themselves to desire, something serious happens. So these things happen, huh? Gosh, if I were a reincarnated angel I wonder how many seconds I'd last before becoming a fallen angel. My master Aizel, seeing that, laughed happily. Ha. Don't worry. If you fall, I'll welcome you to the fallen angels. Since you're Michael's direct subordinate, I'll welcome you to the headquarters as a VIP. Ooh. The supreme ruler of the fallen angels is encouraging me to fall. Oh, my lord Archangel Michael, please help me. Irina began to cry and pray at the same time. You know, I think I prefer to stay human. If through wishes an angel becomes a fallen angel, then I stay human. Zenovia had made a decision and Asia nodded in agreement with her. Kara laughed as she leaned further into me at the ridiculous scene Irina was making with her flickering wings. Reincarnated angels really have it tough. Tiba showed a bitter smile upon witnessing this and the rest watched with some pity at the spectacle put on by this self-proclaimed angel. Later, my friend said goodbye to Kara and me. Those from the Gremory clan left by teleporting back to the city of Kuo, Asia, and Zenovia went to the watchtower along with Irina, and then the three of them went to Smallville, since Superman had gladly accepted that Irina also stay with Asia and Zenovia at her adoptive parents' house. I guess that's the beginning of the Justice League Church trio. Aizel also left, but not before having done something that seemed somewhat suspicious, although he was more involved in his secret experiment that only the higher-ups knew about. Azazel's behavior had been very suspicious throughout this month, so he had to inform Archangel Michael, Serzich's, and Superman about what he was doing. When they found out about whatever he was doing, they gave him the green light and allowed him to continue doing his thing. It was then that Kara, who was still on my lap, turned around to face me, quickly took me behind the neck with her arms, and brought her lips to mine, giving me a very tender kiss. Almost instantly I reciprocated his kiss, enjoying the soft and tempting sensation that his lips provoked in me, and as time passed, that kiss became deeper. I could feel her breath, the way her body pressed against mine. Kara leaned a little closer to me, and I grabbed her waist, squeezing her slightly with my hands. Our kiss had already gone on for quite some time, and suddenly, she separated her lips from mine and took off the blouse she was wearing. I could see her bra, her breasts, her flat stomach, her curves, her hips, and that was really turning me on. Are you I couldn't stop staring at her with my mouth open, and before long I felt my crotch getting quite hard. What's wrong? Are you cold? Are you still tired? She asked those questions in a very hexy and provocative voice, then she buried her head in the hollow of my neck and I felt her sensual bites on my neck. Now that we were alone, Kara couldn't resist that impulse any longer. She transmitted it to me like a bolt of electricity running through our bodies. MMMH. He's doing it on purpose. Suddenly I felt one of her hands go to my crotch and she didn't hesitate to start rubbing it, lighting the flame inside me. You know, if we keep going I won't stop. I couldn't help but moan as I said that and my eyes squeezed shut. I could feel a look of desire in her, and before I could feel anything else, Kara unbuckled my belt. Swash. A strong breeze hit my entire body, and when I opened my eyes I found myself lying on my bed, with Kara sitting on my lap with an expression that betrayed all her intentions. She was still wearing her bra and skirt. Before I could say anything, Kara attacked me again on my neck. MMMH's kisses are becoming more and more stimulating. I could feel the longing in her sighs and moans were very loud, and I felt more and more aroused by her. You really want to do it, Kara? I couldn't help but ask him that question. At any moment I was going to lose control. This time there's no last-minute call from the League, much less a depraved fallen angel spymaster lurking. It was just Kara, me, and our bed. Yes, at any moment I would lose control because I was already so excited about her. Kara stopped for a moment to listen to me and looked at me with a rather tender expression. She seemed to pretend to think about it, and after a few seconds, her hands caressed my face and she kissed me again very affectionately on the lips, although this time it was a rather brief kiss. You're my love, Ice, and my first man. I want to do it with you, well, only if you want. Kara gave me another quick kiss and her hands ran all over my body with touches that were quite soft and erotic. MMMH, of course I do. I want to do it with you. I'm going to make you mine, Supergirl, like the Sekiryuutei that I am. Is this where the results of my training with Old Man Tannen will bear fruit? Don't give me so much encouragement, Ice. By Rao, I really want you. Kara put both hands behind her back. Click. But that sound, she took off her bra. Make me yours, Ice, I want you to take my virginity. Be the first and the last, let's do it now before something happens. DHH, I'm so excited. Her breasts. I've seen her breasts again. Kara's magnificent breasts. A treasure from the planet Krypton. Kara leaned back on me, joining our lips again in a kiss that I quickly reciprocated with great passion. I also felt her try to take off my shirt and I raised my arms to help her do it. Then I took her by the thighs and made her lie down so that I was on top of her. With my tongue I tasted her soft lips and Kara opened her mouth wider, inviting my tongue to enter it, our tongues intertwined inside her mouth, and while we were having this French kiss, I lowered my hands to her waist and slit her skirt, leaving her in her panties that I noticed were already somewhat damp. Her hands rested against my chest and I felt the soft and very stimulating caresses she gave me with her gentle touch. I knew this was the moment and in the time it took for our last kiss, we both shed the few remaining clothes we had on. Yes, there was no doubt, this was that special moment when Kara and I would become one. It's now that I have to say it. I love you, Kara. Her breasts were firmly pressed against my chest in such a stimulating way that it reached all parts of my body, as well as allowing me to feel those strong beats that she was having in her heart. Kara's eyes snapped open for a moment. Oh, by Rao. Ice, you are the one I love and admire so much. My first man, my first love, my first everything. Again. It was the second time I heard Kara speak without her lips moving. I could hear her stimulating voice, but she didn't move her lips. A few seconds passed and I didn't let myself see the confusion I had during that time, then Kara took my cheeks with her hands and looking me straight in the eyes she said. I love you too, Ice. This is the moment, it has to be, everything points to today being the day, well, more accurately, the night. For a moment, I felt something else flash in my eyes, and then I fixed my gaze on what appeared to be a shiny little box on the nightstand. Ice, don't force me to take drastic measures. Make me yours already, make me yours, Ice, make me yours, Ice. Her voice grew softer and more seductive. I could feel her body screaming for me to join hers, and I could feel our hearts beating loudly, demanding the same thing Kara was demanding. Okay, calm down, just wait a little bit. I asked her happily and got up from her, approaching the small table to take that little box. It was strange, I don't remember buying anything like this, and I know Kara didn't either. My curiosity grew and I decided to open the box and see what was inside. A note. I know that handwriting. Oh, it's a gift from my master Azazel, I think. Azazel, eh? Kara mumbled as she sat down on our bed with both hands resting on the mattress. What's supposed to be inside? If you're going to put it on and you don't have protection, give this to Kara. I highly doubt normal pills would work on her. Gremory has the best contraceptives. It is also too early for them to bring blessings. Aizel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Master Aizel. He probably brought it with him when he came over today and secretly left it here because he figured maybe Kara and I would. Wow. He really thinks it through. I almost never know what he's up to, but wow, he always finds a very creative way to surprise me. He left us a special contraceptive. Kara turned almost as red as her glass. Oh, that's good. She looks so adorable in bed. Well, we have no excuse now, you can continue. I don't want to wait any longer, Ice. Kara smiled at me and I handed her one of the special pills inside the box and went back to bed. In the blink of an eye, I felt her rush over to get a glass of water and take the pill along with it. She then placed it in the glass on the table and looked back at me. And now you can continue. Kara returned to the bed, lying back on it, looking at me in a very erotic way. Make me yours, please. I took a second to fully appreciate her. Her white, soft, perfect skin, her big, firm Kryptonian breasts, whose elasticity and softness are literally from another planet, her long, hexy legs that were going to squeeze me like there was no tomorrow. Her ass looked quite firm and made me want to squeeze it really hard. That's when I saw even the smallest of details, everything about her was perfect. It's the first time I've seen her just as she was brought into her world, and when I fixed my eyes on her breasts again, I felt myself blushing almost as much as she was. You're ready, aren't you? Kara smiled at me confidently and joined our hands, bringing me closer to her, and I saw her eyes looking at me with great tenderness. I've waited for this moment for a long time, Ice. She kissed me softly again, and the boosted gear appeared on my left arm without me having summoned it. Maybe it's because I'll need to double my power in the long run if I can live up to these circumstances. Phhhh. As he reciprocated that soft kiss, the erection he was having became quite strong and insistent. Well, I've come so far, it's time to become a man. The time has come for the Red Dragon Emperor of this era to finally graduate from his virginity. Lemon skipped. I love you, Ice. And I love you, Kara, and I think I'll never get tired of saying that. She smiled and for a long time we enjoyed these short, soft kisses together. Ice, I want to repeat it again, right away. Really? Kara nodded, very confident. Of course, Ice. I want to do it again with you, right now, in our bed. Well, in that case, go ahead, Kara's Orel. I want you to give me your best feelings this time. The rest of the evening was a real pleasure. We finally did it. No one interrupted us. No last-minute calls. Oh my god. For the rest of the night, Kara and I made love. This time nothing stopped us from letting ourselves be carried away by our desires and passion. It was a great night and we did it so many times, we experimented with so many positions, I even had to use my boosted gear and transfer all my accumulated power to the bed so it wouldn't break. No, it wasn't just the bed, I had to do it to the whole room, because the more the bed resisted, the more blows I received from Kara, and luckily thanks to the hellish training that old Tannen gave me, my pelvis withstood it all, although on more than one occasion during that night I felt that it would be the end for me. Kara's moans were quite loud, the pleasure and love we felt doubling. I felt like the luckiest man on the planet, no, the universe, and also the most resilient. On several occasions Kara floated above the bed without leaving my side, and we continued doing so in the air. Even though this was my first experience, every fiber of my body screamed at me that this was beyond any possible experience. It was as if Kara had deflowered me more than I had deflowered her shape, the grip, the movement of her muscles, and most of all the pressure, everything was beyond anything I could have imagined. The movement of her hip crushed me greatly. Kara was in a state of endless lust where she couldn't control herself, and that led me to power up more with my boosted gear. For half the time, Kara was riding me, and the other half was in different positions, either with me on top or on her side. I didn't know how many minutes or hours passed. The first rays of the sun were seen through the window of our room. It seemed that it had already dawned, and Kara was still riding me, giving me one ride after another. The pleasure simply had no end. I've never felt anything so exciting in my entire life, not even being the Sekiryuutei, and entering Balance Breaker excites me as much as this. Oh my god, my first time with Kara lasted until dawn. How am I still alive? Ddraig, help me understand how I'm still alive. You survived Tannen for a month, you managed to survive the Juggernaut Drive. Of course you'd also survive having intimate relations with a Kryptonian until dawn. If there's one thing you've developed, mate, it would be resistance. Oh, I see, that makes perfect sense, in fact it explains it quite well. Kara's insides had been the tightest I'd ever felt, even adding up all the fight history I'd had with all my enemies, didn't compare to how tight Kara really was inside. Just then, when it was already 6:30 a.m. in the morning, I felt that Kara had squeezed me again and I came again. Every time she did that I felt that same sensation as when Volley divided my power, but with her it felt different, it was a pretty good and pleasant feeling. A few seconds passed and Kara lay down on my body, resting her legs, which seemed somewhat shaky, on mine. She also kissed my chest, my neck and my forehead several times, having a rather sensual, flirtatious and pleased smile. It was the best night of my life. I'm glad to do it for the first time with you. If this is your first time, what will the next ones be like? Will I be able to resist it? Yes, Kara, our first time. The first time is supposed to be very painful for a woman, but with Kara, I feel like it was the other way around, since her power's God, there's nothing that compares to her in the universe. Those having intimate relations with Kara count as snoo. If you were a normal human who wasn't trained by a former dragon king, you would already be on the verge of death, and from the waist down, you would be a pulp. Despite how scary that sounded, Ddraig said it with a rather happy smile. I can feel Ddraig is happy. How could I not be happy? My partner just had his first Hexwell experience with a Kryptonian, and you also came out with your pelvis intact. That's true. Kara tilted her head so she could look at my face, and I noticed a bit of embarrassment in her. She seemed to want to ask me or tell me something. Hey Ice. Is this going to be a habit from now on? The custom? My spirit is screaming yes. But my flesh is saying oh no. I hope so. In the end, I let my spirit win over my body, as the idea of experiencing this as a habit excited me far more than any kind of worry. Kara blushed quite a bit and, being embarrassed, nodded her head in a rather cute way. I don't want to admit it because it's a little embarrassing, but I wish this would happen every night. She admitted it in a very silky and pleased voice. Kara then kissed my chest again and leaned back on me like I was her pillow. What if we stay overnight, Ice? Do you know that in less than half an hour you have to go to work and I have to go to Azazel Tower? Kara snorted her hair at my question. Yes, I know, work for the first time. I'm hating my job. As for the other thing, if we could do it continuously every day, could we? At her question, I could feel every part of Kara feeling embarrassed and anxious. She was eager to hear my answer. If we could, huh? I guess so. If they aren't my enemies, it will definitely be Kara who kills me. Of course. I responded cheerfully, gently cupping her cheeks, making her smile from ear to ear. Kara snuggled closer to me and buried her face in my neck again. I love you, Ice. I love you so much. She let herself rest on me quite happily, and my heart did not stop beating because of how happily loved I felt with her by my side. Oh, I love you too, Kara. With twice the power. Ha 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 ha. Saying that, I hugged her as tightly as I could and took advantage of the few remaining minutes to rest next to her. Any fatigue I feel during the day will be worth it. Kara was worth every damn second. It was getting closer to work time and Kara sat on me. I have to go. She whispered, quite discouraged at the idea of going to work that day. Well, to tell the truth, I would rather not go to Azazel Tower today. I suppose Azazel will understand that I am missing because I had Hex for the first time with Kara. Yes, I guess for him it would be 100% understandable. Though maybe you can come up with a believable excuse to miss a day and stay with me, right? I suggested, taking her by the waist. Kara stared at me, very thoughtful. I didn't know what was going through her mind, and suddenly her face turned a little hot. Then she placed her hands on my abdomen and made a rather tender expression as she tilted her head. Could I stay? Huh? Didn't Kara know the excuses for missing work? This could be the plan, you stay lying down with me and I'll help you with your boss. My idea intrigued her greatly and she leaned back against me, looking at me with a confused expression. How? How do you plan to do that, Ice? Her voice sounded quite mischievous at the thought of missing. Takes a doctor's appointment. Yes, I could say that you're in a medical appointment with me due to your health condition and that there are many patients waiting and that it could take you all morning. That's a good idea. Kara hugged me again, a little tighter. Immediately, I began to feel the warmth and softness of her entire body. She's better than any blanket or pillow, no matter how hot or cold it is. Maybe we can come up with something to make the visit longer. I just need someone to cover for me or it wouldn't be so believable. He whispered to me in a silkier, more seductive voice, hiding his face in my chest. Actually, I know someone who could. I extended my left arm towards the piece of furniture near the bed where my phone was, unlocked it and found Akeno among my contacts. Hello Akeno. If it's not too much trouble, could you please fill in for Kara at work for the day? Akeno quickly answered my message. Of course, no problem, Ice-kun. Why can't she go today? Oh, it seems he can cover it. Oh well, we're just really busy, you know, superhero stuff D. Oh, I understand. No problem. I'll be there at Catco in a few minutes. Who are you chatting with? Kara turned her face to my left to look at my phone, and when she read the messages I felt her arm squeeze me tighter. And I really missed the whole day? She asked, half shouting, trying to contain her emotions at the idea of a kendo covering for her. At least, just for today. I assured her, putting my phone back on the furniture and hugged her as tightly as I could, enjoying the pleasant, sweet scent of her hair and her body, which was so soft and super strong, warm and 100% pleasant to me. There's nothing better than spending the whole day lying down with a woman you love after a super pleasurable experience that lasted until dawn. As I stroked her soft back, I thought about her life on Krypton. She rarely talked about her life on her home planet, and I sincerely wish I knew more about her and her family. Hey, since we're going to be together for the rest of the day, how about you tell me what you remember about Krypton, your family, the House of L. I was very curious as I continued to caress her back, making my touch as pleasant as possible for her. The rest of the day passed like this. Kara stayed comfortably on top of my body, telling me everything she remembered about her planet. She was very happy to tell me about her previous life. My questions didn't bother her. Kara told me about her loved ones, the memories she'd recovered from them over the past few months. She spoke with such affection, and with each new recount, she seemed to enjoy the feeling of being snuggled up with me more and more, and the hours that had passed seemed meaningless to us. You do remember a lot now, huh? So the military guild. Yes, I was on the verge of joining the military. My application had been accepted. I would have become one of the greatest warriors of my race, and I wouldn't have let anyone defeat me. The feeling of nostalgia was very strong in her. For a moment Kara looked into nothingness, thinking about everything she experienced on her home planet, and when she looked back at me, she smiled more happily and pleased. Instead, here I am now. Thanks to Rao. When I asked that, I raised one of my eyebrows, having guessed what he would say next. Yes. Thanks to Rao, stop reading my mind. She said it laughing quite loudly, then she put her face back on my chest. Thanks to him, I was able to leave my planet in time, and I was also able to meet you, my man. Kara took a deep breath, holding on to me tighter, feeling so grateful. Well, we're both aware that gods exist, and if there's a chance Rao can continue to take care of Kara, then I have only one thing left to ask for. Well, I hope Rao doesn't let us have a blessing for the next few years. Kara playfully hit my chest, unable to hold back her loud laughter. Yes, I hope it doesn't happen soon. I want to have a lot of fun a long time, Ice. I feel so lucky to have you by my side. Lucky, huh? If I think about being lucky, I think I was the luckiest one in this relationship. There are so many things I was able to do because Kara was there for me. For example, recovering balance breaker, being able to fall asleep every time he returned from training with Old Man Tannen, and of course, what was the greatest feat so far, being able to deactivate the Juggernaut Drive before it was too late. In every situation I feel that Kara was a blessing to me and will continue to be. Well. You don't love me anymore? Huh? I hadn't realized until she said it that I'd become thoughtful, leaving her very expectant about what I was going to say. She looked at me somewhat sadly as she asked me that question. Of course I love you, it's just that when you say how lucky you are to be with me, I think about what we lived through and remember that it was thanks to you that I'm still alive. Kara, you got me out of the enigma of the Juggernaut Drive before it consumed me completely. Kara's sad look stopped, she nodded and hugged me again with enough strength to control it so as not to hurt me too much. Thank you for being alive and for being with me, Ice. I really love you. Her head rested back on my chest and for several seconds we both stayed that way until something else crossed Kara's mind. I wonder what our child would be like in the future. Although it's too early for me to think about that, I have an idea of what I don't want it to be like. As long as we don't get someone with a burrito complex, I think everything will be fine. What I said puzzled Kara quite a bit. She raised her face again to look me in the eyes, and she did so quite confused. Sorry, what does burrito complex mean? Yes, you don't know it yet, Kara, you still lack culture and also street smarts. Kara saw me quite serious, and then she couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing quite loudly again with a rather happy expression. Maybe I lack culture, street smarts, but I have you and I have that. Her voice sounded quite playful, and she leaned back against me in a much more comfortable and pleasurable way, seeking all the warmth in me to wrap herself in it. And you'll always have me, Kara. I promised, gently stroking her head, her perfect blonde hair, and then hugged her again with a rather content smile. I love you, Ice. And I love you, Kara. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.